He was actually very curious in his mind. That flavor was just awesome. He was also going to go back and have Pops order one for him to try from time to time. Lin Fan glanced at Tang Yuxuan and said indifferently, 3 Flavors Private Restaurant. When Tang Yuxuan heard Lin Fan's words, he secretly noted them down in his heart. He took out his cell phone and replied, these dishes are made by 3 Flavors Private Restaurant. 3 Flavors Private Dining Room? How come I can't find this restaurant on my cell phone? Is it because I'm very far away from this restaurant and it's not in the delivery range? Mine too. Brother Xian. You can't be remembering it wrong. Can you? Tang Yuxuan was also confused. Just what Lin Fan said was the 3 Flavors Private Dining Hall. There is no mistake. Cut. Of course you guys can't search for it because 3 Flavors Private Restaurant doesn't deliver at all. Followed by a scornful expression. Do you know what kind of restaurant 3 Flavors Private Dining is? What's the minimum charge? And takeout? Followed by a series of disdainful expressions. The person who posted the comment was naturally Pang Shangze, who didn't get along with Tang Yuxian. Brother Zay, hurry up and tell us what kind of a restaurant is this 3 Flavors Private Dining Hall? Brother Zay, just don't whet my appetite. Brother Zay, my own big brother. Why don't you hurry up and say it? Look at my quick temper. It's killing me. Pang Shangze in front of his cell phone looked at the comments and the corner of his mouth turned upwards. His face was full of smugness. The finger gently tapped and replied, the membership system used by the 3 Flavors Private Dining Hall. The lowest members need to deposit $1 million in it before they are qualified to go in. Crap. This is also too bullish, right? Eat a meal is not without $1 million, even a door cannot enter? This is too much. Isn't the food inside even more ridiculously expensive? Brother Zay, you know the 3 Flavors Private Restaurant so well, wouldn't you have gone to eat there? Pang Shangze's face was filled with a smug expression when he saw the comments below. He replied, I've been there once with my brother-in-law last week and that one does taste good, but unfortunately my brother-in-law's card is only the lowest level, followed by a look of regret. Crap. Z, bull, Zay, mighty. He took a sip of the happy water on the table. It was so refreshing. His face was full of dejection. It's really cool to pretend, but he wasn't out bubbling for the sake of simply pretending. That's why it's impossible for such an awesome restaurant to deliver takeout at all. He aimed to expose Tang Yuxuan's lies and ruthlessly hit Tang Yuxuan's face. To stomp Tang Yuxuan's face on the ground and rub it hard. Again and again. Tang Yuxuan looked at Pang Shangze's comment. His face became very ugly and clenched his fists tightly. He didn't expect this Pang Shangze to run out and make trouble. He raised his head to look at Lin Fan. He felt that Lin Fan wouldn't lie to him. After all, Lin Fan's status and position was there. There must be something he didn't know. Brother Fan, does this 3 Flavors Private Restaurant deliver? He asked, the doubt in his mind. Lin Fan took a sip of tea, put down the teacup, looked at Tang Yuxuan, contemplated for a moment, and said lightly, the 3 Flavors Private Cuisine should not have takeout. He didn't think it was possible for a fine dining restaurant like the 3 Flavors Private Dining Hall to offer takeout service. When Tang Yuxuan heard Lin Fan's words, his heart became even more confused. Could it be that what he just ate wasn't from the 3 Flavors Private Restaurant? Lin Fan glanced at Tang Yuxuan and said indifferently, the dishes are indeed those of the 3 Flavors Private Restaurant. But, Tang Yuxuan didn't finish. The meaning is very obvious, since they don't deliver takeout. But why this can eat the food from the 3 Flavors Private Dining Room? That's because, I'm the owner of the 3 Flavors Private Restaurant. Lin Fan picked up his teacup and gently took a sip, saying flatly, but this word fell on Tang Yuxuan's ears, but it was like a thunderbolt echoing in his ears. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with incredulity. This? It's amazing that such an awesome restaurant is owned by Fan. This is too unbelievable. It's no wonder you can eat at Fan's house with the 3 Flavors Private Dining Room. People are bosses. They can eat wherever they want. Sale is so awesome. It suddenly occurred to Tang Yuxuan's mind that if Lin Fan became his brother-in-law, then wouldn't he be able to go to the 3 Flavors Private Dining Hall every day in the future? Even if you can't go every day, then you can go for a meal every now and then. He felt a sense of amusement in his heart at this moment when he thought of Pang Shangze's smug expression. If Pang Shangze knew that this 3 Flavors Private Restaurant was owned by his brother-in-law, guess what expression would be on Pang Shangze's face? Hey, it must have been really great. It's true that the 3 Flavors Private Dining Room doesn't deliver to takeout. He replied on his cell phone. Pang Shangze saw Tang Yuxuan's reply. Is this a direct admission of weakness? He was very pleased in his heart at this time. It's still Z who's awesome. Zay never pretends. Zay is mighty. Pang Shangze's little brother was naturally exceptionally excited to see that Pang Shangze had suppressed Tang Yuxian. Pang Shangze looked at his little brother's cheering. He had a kind of floating feeling. His mood that soothing, that cool. It was as if he could see that at this moment, Tang Yuxuan's face was even uglier than if he had eaten a fly. The smile on his face grew even wider, and he was very pleased in his heart. Grabbing the happy water next to him, he took a big gulp, burped. That's so cool. If Tang Yuxuan had seen Pang Shangze's little brother so arrogant before, he would have definitely gone up and disliked him. But now, hey, let you be smug for a while, you won't be able to stop laughing later. He sneered in his mind. But, he typed 2 more words, leaving the latter untyped, deliberately hanging on to the other man's appetite. When Pang Shangze saw that Tang Yuxian was even thinking of dying, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. But what? You don't want to say that there are exceptions to everything. It's hard to believe you can get 3 flavors private dining to deliver to you alone? Followed by a long list of disdainful expressions. He put down his cell phone as if he saw Tang Yuxuan, who was holding it, blushing, that smugness in his heart. When Tang Yuxuan saw Peng Shanzi's reply, he skimmed his mouth and sneered. I naturally don't have the ability to make 3 flavors private restaurant deliver, but that doesn't mean others can't. Ignorance is not your fault, for that is a height you will never understand in your lifetime. He finished his reply and took a sip of his tea. He felt like everything was winning. When Peng Shanzi saw Tang Yuxuan's reply, his anger surged. Quick reply. Oh, I can't understand the heights? This is just an excuse for your dead duck's mouth. And really think I'm an imbecile like you? Then tell me who can get 3 flavors private dining to deliver? A string of mocking emoticons followed close behind. Want an excuse to step down? Heck, no way. I'll make sure you lose face completely today. Let's see if you still dare to pretend with me in the future. His face was grim as he thought darkly in his mind. When Tang Yuxuan saw Peng Shanzi's reply, there wasn't the slightest hint of anger on his face. He replied without haste. Naturally, he is the owner of the 3 flavors private dining hall. Peng Shanzi was happy to see Tang Yuxuan's reply. That's any kind of bragging. I hadn't realized that you've really grown in your bragging skills. The owner of the 3 flavors private dining room was lifted out. Are you trying to tell me that you know the owner of the 3 flavors private restaurant? Followed by a long list of disdainful expressions. The owner of the 3 flavors private restaurant? He had heard his brother-in-law say that the owner of this 3 flavors private restaurant was very mysterious. A big boss from the imperial capital. He didn't believe Tang Yuxuan knew this mysterious boss. If Tang Ruobing knew such an awesome boss, she would have shown him off long ago. But would she wait until now? Tang Yuxuan glanced at Peng Shanzi's reply. Taking a sip of tea, he began to reply. I didn't expect this dog's brain of yours. It's quite powerful. I can't believe you guessed right. Not only do I know the owner of 3 flavors private restaurant, and the owner of 3 flavors private restaurant is also my own brother-in-law. Hey, how's it going? Is it a surprise? He looked at his cell phone with a smug look on his face. It was as if he could see Peng Shanzi's face as if he had eaten shang. That was soothing in his mind. He stole a glance at Lin Fan. He must let his sister take advantage of this opportunity. You can't miss out on such an awesome brother-in-law. Peng Shanzi instantly froze when he saw Tang Yuxuan's reply. His involuntary eyes went wide. This? How is that possible? The owner of 3 flavors private restaurant is Tang Yuxuan's brother-in-law? No. This must be a fake. He quickly reacted that this must have been deliberately fabricated by Tang Yuxuan. Good for you, Tang Yuxuan, to make up such a ridiculous reason in order to find a way down. He replied quickly. Tang Yuxuan, you are really good. Almost fooled by you. You're quite a talent if you can come up with such an outrageous reason. And also the owner of 3 flavors private restaurant is your brother-in-law. And I said the owner of 3 flavors private restaurant is my father. Humph. Who can't brag? He finished typing and took a big gulp of happy water. Little man, who can't brag? A pang of triumph went through him. When Tang Yuxuan saw Peng Shanzi's reply, he let out a puff and sprayed the tea in his mouth. He hadn't expected Peng Shanzi to say something so tigerish. If Peng Shanzi becomes Brother Fan's son, he himself is Brother Fan's brother-in-law. What should Pen Shinhua call me then? Brother-in-law? Older brother-in-law? Wouldn't Peng Shanzi become my nephew? Alas, really distressed. For no reason more than a nephew. This New Year's festival is not still to give red envelopes all. The more he thought about it in his mind, the more pleased he became. Happy to be done. And in another conundrum. How was he supposed to prove that Lin Fan was the owner of 3 flavors private restaurant? It couldn't be that Lin Fan could stand out and just say, I'm the owner of the 3 flavors private kitchen. Then Peng Shanzi might think it's a trust he's looking for. It's not easy to recognize Peng Shanzi as a nephew. He sighed in his mind. At that moment, the villa doorbell rang. Lin Fan looked at the time. It should be Luo Ningkai coming. The people from the 3 flavors private restaurant are here. I'll open the door. He got up and was going to open the door for it. When Tang Yuxuan heard Lin Fan's words, he immediately brightened up. Isn't this a great opportunity? He stood up and hurriedly said, Brother Fan, you sit and chat with my sister. I'll get the door. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Fan to reply, he ran and left the living room. Lin Fan saw Tang Yuxuan go to open the door and resumed his seat. Tang Yuxuan came to the door and opened it. He asked excitedly, You're from the 3 flavors private restaurant, right? Luo Ningkai saw that the person who opened the door was not Lin Fan, but a stranger. However, the other party was able to be in Lin Fan's villa, so he naturally didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly said, Not bad, we're from the 3 flavors private cuisine. I'm Luo Ningkai, the manager of the 3 flavors private restaurant. When Tang Yuxuan heard Luo Ningkai's words, he exclaimed in his heart, This is really heaven's help. Tang Yuxuan originally thought that the ones who came were just some waiters, and was still trying to convince Peng Shanzi that there wasn't much certainty. It did not occur to him that the visitor was the manager of the 3 flavors private dining hall. That would be a big difference. And now he had complete certainty. Hey, Peng Shanzi, you're the nephew for sure. He smiled wickedly in his mind. He hurriedly invited Luo Ningkai in. Manager Luo, please come in. Just 2 steps away. He turned to Luo Ningkai and said, Manager Luo, can I take a picture with you? Luo Ningkai froze for a moment when he heard Tang Yuxuan's words. He wasn't a star and didn't understand why Tang Yuxuan was looking for him to take a picture. However, thinking that Tang Yuxuan's relationship with Lin Fan was bound to be extraordinary, he naturally wouldn't refuse. He nodded and smiled. Sure. When Tang Yuxuan heard Luo Ningkai agree, he hurriedly took out his cell phone and took a picture with Luo Ningkai. 1, 2, 3. Enough to take 5 group photos. He also took some more group photos with the waiters and food trucks. Foolproof. That way he wouldn't be afraid of Pang Shangzi disowning him. He was beautiful in his mind at the moment. He brought the duo of Ronan Kai and the waiter to the living room. Luo Ningkai greeted Lin Fan and led the waiter to clean up the dishes. Tang Ruobing looked at the time and prepared to leave. Senior Lin, I'll leave first. Thank you for your hospitality today. She stood up, looked at Lin Fan, and smiled. Lin Fan waved his hand indifferently. After Tang Ruobing finished speaking, she glared at the motionless Tang Yuxuan, signaling the other to follow her. Tang Yuxuan saw Tang Ruobing's appearance and reluctantly stood up. Lin Fan got up to see the two of them out of the villa. Tang Yuxuan returned to Villa 6 and couldn't wait to organize the photos he had just taken with Luo Ningkai and the waiter. Typographic layout in one fell swoop. Watch this. This is a picture I just took with Luo Ningkai, the manager of the Three Flavors Private Dining Hall. Pang Shangzi, since you've been to the Three Flavors Private Dining Hall with your brother-in-law, this Luo Ningkai should be no stranger to you. He finished his release with a smug grin on his face. Hey, this time Pang Shangzi, the nephew, can't get away. He was very pleased in his heart. Pang Shangzi was instantly dumbfounded when he saw Tang Yuxuan's photos, especially Luo Ningkai, who was pictured with Tang Yuxuan. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with a hellish look. This? How is that possible? How did Luo Ningkai take a picture with Tang Yuxuan? He could tell this picture was definitely not a batch picture. Could it be that Tang Yuxian's brother-in-law was really the owner of the Three Flavors private restaurant? Why is that? Tang Yuxuan, this son of a bitch's luck is also too good. His face became very ugly. It's as ugly as if you'd eaten a shang. When Tang Yuxuan saw that Pang Shangzi wasn't replying, he naturally wouldn't let the other party off the hook so simply. Aren't you the son of the owner of the Three Flavors private kitchen? The owner of Three Flavors private restaurant is my brother-in-law, and you are my great-nephew. Come on, my nephew, call out to my old uncle to listen to me, and if you call out well, my old uncle will buy you candies to eat. Ha 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 ha, followed by a large list of smug, laughing emojis. When Pang Shangzi saw Tang Yuxian's reply, he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists unconsciously. He was as red as a pig's liver. Today he was humiliated. Originally, he wanted to step on Tang Yuxuan ruthlessly, but he didn't expect to be ravaged by Tang Yuxuan. He was so angry in his mind. He picked up his favorite bottle of happy water and slammed it down hard. Lin Fan returned to the living room. Not long after, Luo Ningkai and the waiter had already packed up and said goodbye to Lin Fan. Lin Fan went upstairs to change his clothes and then took a bottle of golden wine from the cellar. He had to go to Zhang Haoqiang's house for dinner in the evening, so naturally he couldn't go empty-handed. Lin Fan put the wine into the Koenigsegg 11 car and started the car towards the outside of the villa. Willowtown University parking lot. Lin Fan stepped out of the car and walked towards the dormitory. Back at the dorm, the three roommates were playing a game. He found the textbook for the afternoon's class and set it aside. There was still some time left, so he pulled out his cell phone and played the game as well. It was about time, so Lin Fan and his three roommates walked towards the classroom. With the ringing of the bell, afternoon classes officially begin. Office of the President of Willowtown University. Yan Zhenghong took out his cell phone, found a phone number and dialed it. The phone quickly connected and a nice woman's voice came from the other end of the line. My beloved Mr. Yan, why do you have time to call me? Yan Zhenghong heard the voice on the phone, smiled and said, this is not something to beg you. The woman on the other end of the line, after a moment of silence, asked, the Willow City University Venture Capital Foundation thing? At this time of year, Willow City University hosts a Willow City University Venture Capital Foundation to provide startup capital for college students who are graduating soon. Yan Zhenghong was not surprised to hear the words of the woman on the other end of the phone and said with a smile, the Luchang University Venture Capital Foundation definitely needs your support, but I'm looking for you today for another matter. The woman on the other end of the phone said suspiciously, Mr. Yan, don't sell yourself short, hurry up and say it. Hearing the woman's words, Yan Zhenghong smiled and hurriedly said, oh, people tend to nag when they get old. Do you have time tomorrow afternoon? I'd like to invite you to come to the school and give a lesson on success sharing to the freshman class. The woman on the other end of the phone froze for a moment when she heard Yan Zhenghong's words. A smile followed. Cluck cluck cluck. Mr. Yan, you want me to give a chicken soup lesson to those schoolmates who just entered the campus? Yan Zhenghong heard the woman's words and did not deny it. That is, let the woman come to give these freshmen a lesson of chicken soup, playing chicken blood to make these students more motivated to study. Well, is there a time? The sound of paper turning came over the phone. Since Mr. Yan asked, I can't say I don't have time even if I don't have time. The woman's playful voice came from the other end of the line. Yan Zhenghong heard the woman's promise and let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. This time he had asked the other party to come and speak to share their experiences. and it was a well-thought-out process. After all, it was so rare for someone as young as the other to make a business so successful. The other side of the case is just right to set an ambitious goal for freshmen who have just started college and only know how to play games. Thank you then, teacher, he said with a smile. The woman on the other end of the line smiled and said, that's very kind of you to say. Yen Zhenghong fixed the time and details with the other party and ended the call. Willow City Lush Cosmetics Sue Lush office. Sue Lucy put down the phone. Funny, Mr. Yen actually asked me to deliver chicken soup to the freshman. Senior Lin. It seems like he's a freshman. I don't know if Lin will go to the class tomorrow? She shook her head, discarding the distractions, and lowered her head, continuing with the task at hand. Yen Zhenghong invited none other than Sue Lucy. Also, like Sue Lucy this age to the enterprise to do billions of people, even if the country really cannot find a few to come. The afternoon passed quickly. Lin Fan went back to the dormitory to put the books back. Grabbing his car keys, he walked out of the dorm and headed for the parking lot. Willow City Ideal Garden Villas. Villa 3. Grandpa, is it true that schoolboy Lin is coming today? A shapely young woman wrapped her arms around Jiang Zhengyan and asked in a petulant manner. Jiang Zhengyang drowningly stroked the woman's hair and said with a smile, of course it's true. I have an appointment with Sale already. I guess class is over now, and I should be on my way here. When the young woman heard Jiang Zhengyan's words, she said happily, that's wonderful. Finally, I can meet Senior Lin in person. This woman was no other than Jiang Zhengyang's granddaughter, Jiang Charan. Jiang Charan was not from Luchang University, but a junior at Luchang Dance Academy. Influenced by Jiang Zhengyang, he has been very fond of calligraphy since he was a child. Looked at the painting of Lin Fan that Jiang Zhengyan brought back and was shocked. He even learned from Jiang Zhengyang that Lin Fan's calligraphy was very powerful, and he was very curious about Lin Fan as a person. Jiang Zhengyang knew that his granddaughter Jiang Charan wanted to see Lin Fan, and after making an appointment with Lin Fan, he called his granddaughter Jiang Charan and told her the news. I'm going to check the kitchen to see how Wang Ma's meal preparation is going. After Jiang Zhengyang finished speaking, he stood up and walked towards the kitchen. He had specially asked Wang Ma to prepare the ingredients early in order to entertain Lin Fan. After lunch Wang Ma was already busy in the kitchen. It was evident that he attached great importance to Lin Fan's arrival. His calligraphy had recently improved again, thanks to that one painting by Lin Fan. He invited Lin Fan to dinner today to thank him. Jiang Charan saw Jiang Zhengyang go to the kitchen and took out his cell phone to prepare to swipe his cell phone. That's when the doorbell rang. A smile instantly appeared on Jiang Charan's face as she quickly got up and couldn't wait to run out of the living room. Opened the door. She froze when she saw the visitor. The visitor was surprisingly not Lin Fan. Instead, it's Hao Yuhan. Hao Yuhan's grandfather was close friends with Jiang Zhengyan. The two families can be said to have been friends for generations. Jiang Charan used to follow Hao Yuhan's ass when he was young, affectionately called Brother Han. But growing up, everything changed. Jiang Charan thought of Hao Yuhan as a close, good brother in his heart. But Hao Yuhan even asked his grandfather to come by and propose marriage to Jiang Zhengyan. It is good that Jiang Zhengyang did not agree. Just tell each other about the young people. Let them young people think. Jiang Charan was very angry when he learned about it. I treat you like a brother and you want to sleep with me. That wasn't even what made Jiang Charan loathe Hao Yuhan. What really made Jiang Churan loathe Hao Yuhan was that one time she witnessed Hao Yuhan entering a hotel with his arm around a woman. This made her start to loathe Hao Yuhan from the bottom of her heart. She felt that Hao Yuhan was a moralistic hypocrite. Since then she has treated Hao Yuhan as a normal friend. After all, with the relationship of Zheng Haoqiang, it cannot be too stiff. The two of them didn't have any substantial relationship either. She was just disgusted with Hao Yuhan's character in her heart. The proper manners are still there. When she looked at Hao Yuhan, her face, which had just been excited, instantly chilled. Her willow brows slightly knitted as she opened her mouth and asked, Brother Yuhan, why are you here? She didn't understand why this Hao Yuhan came. When Hao Yuhan saw that it was Jiang Charan who opened the door, light instantly sprang out of her eyes. However, when he saw Jiang Charan's face, which had just been excited, suddenly go cold, he was very uncomfortable in his heart. He hadn't figured out at this point why Jiang Charan was becoming colder and colder towards him. The title had also changed from the previous Brother Han to the current Brother Yuhan. I came to see Grandpa Jiang. I didn't realize that Sister Ran had returned as well. Hao Yuhan looked at Jiang Charan and smiled. Gentle. People who didn't know Hao Yuhan would really be deceived by his appearance. Hao Yuhan looked at Jiang Charan, and the more she looked, the more excited she became. Of course he didn't come to see Jiang Zhengyan specifically, but for Jiang Charan. How did he know Jiang Charan was back? Naturally there were his people around Jiang Charan. As the president of the school's calligraphy club and handsome, he naturally had many little fans. He had gone to great lengths for Jiang Churan. Jiang Churan had long seen Hao Yuhan's face, and when she heard Hao Yuhan call her Ran sister, she felt a wave of nausea in her heart, making her want to vomit. She reluctantly opened the door at this point after hearing Hao Yuhan's arrival. She naturally couldn't turn Hao Yuhan away. She just hoped that Hao Yuhan would hurry up and leave after meeting Zhang Haoqiang. Bring Hao Yuhan to the living room. My grandfather is in the kitchen, so sit down for a minute. Jiang Charan finished speaking and sat to the side to swipe her cell phone, not wanting to say one more word to Hao Yuhan. Jiang Zhengyang heard the commotion outside and walked out from the kitchen. Seeing that the visitor was Hao Yuhan, she smiled and said, "So it's little Han who's here." When Hao Yuhan saw Jiang Zhengyan come out, she hurriedly stood up with a smile on her face and greeted politely. "Good day, Grandpa Jiang." Jiang Zhengyang is still very satisfied with Hao Yuhan in his heart. After all, Hao Yuhan can do in the school as the president of the calligraphy club. It can be seen that I am very good. It's just that he knows that when it comes to feelings, you can't force them. Han, hurry up and sit down. Jiang Zhenyan walked over to the sofa and pointed at it. Your grandfather has been in pretty good health lately. After he sat down, he looked at Hao Yuhan and asked with a smile. Hao Yuhan looked at Jiang Zhenyan and smiled. My grandfather's health has always been quite good. Grandpa Jiang, your body also looks very hard. Hearing Hao Yuhan's words, Jiang Zhengyang waved his hand and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, I can't, I'm old." Hao Yuhan smiled and said, "Grandpa Jiang doesn't look old. He's young." He gave Jiang Zhenyan a not-so-small pat on the back, causing Jiang Churen next to him to roll her eyes vigorously. How come I didn't realize that Hao Yuhan was so good at kissing ass before? What she just didn't realize was that when loathing someone, it magnifies that person's flaws infinitely. And when you like someone, you find a plausible reason to deceive yourself, even if it's a flaw. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell of the villa rang. Once again, Jiang Churen heard the doorbell and immediately brightened up. She knew it should be Lin Fan this time. She hurriedly stood up, turned to Jiang Zhengyan, and said with a smile, "Grandpa, I'll go open the door." Jiang Zhengyang smiled and nodded. When Hao Yuhan saw Jiang Churen happily going to open the door, she was instantly very puzzled in her mind. He turned his head to Jiang Zhenyan and asked, "There are guests coming today?" Jiang Zhengyang smiled and said, "Today, we are feasting on a young friend, coming to our home for dinner." Hao Yuhan heard Jiang Zhengyang's words and her heart felt bad when Jiang Churen saw him just now, but there was no smile on his face. Now he went to open the door but was so happy that it made him very jealous of the visitor. Lin Fan hadn't even entered the door yet, and he was already being hated by Hao Yuhan. Jiang Churen opened the door of the villa. He saw a handsome boy standing outside and instantly lit up. Lin Fan's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw that the person who opened the door was a young and beautiful woman. He asked politely, "May I ask if this is Jiang Zhengyang Zhang's old home?" Jiang Churen carefully sized up Lin Fan. Only a flash of surprise when he had just seen her. His eyes didn't change a single bit more. Eyes as clear as water. It's very comforting to look at. Her first impression of Lin Fan was very good. At the same time, he was very impressed with Lin Fan in his heart. Before she had met Lin Fan, she had wondered what kind of person Lin Fan was. Will it be a toe tapper? After all, Lin Fan could be considered young and ambitious. Lin Fan's painting is definitely at the level of a master, and she even learned from her grandfather, Jiang Zhengyan. That Lin Fan's calligraphy is no worse than his painting skills. Take Hao Yuhan for example. Don't look modest and polite in front of her and her grandfather, but in front of outsiders is another face. Eyes hate to grow to the top of the head, but Lin Fan didn't have that high and mighty, untouchable look either in his eyes or on his body. Instead, it gives off a courteous vibe. That's the real deal. A bright smile appeared on her face as she spoke. "Your schoolmate Lin, aren't you? My name is Jiang Churen. Jiang Zhengyan is my grandfather." Lin Fan froze for a moment when he heard Jiang Churen's address. He asked suspiciously, "Is Sister Jiang also from Lu University?" Jiang Churen gently ruffled the hair in front of her forehead with her hand and asked with a playful smile, "If you're not from Lu University, you can't be your schoolmate?" Aha! Lin Fan was stumped by the question. This one is not from Willow City University. Can she be my schoolmate? He muttered in his mind. Didn't dwell on it. That, Elder Jiang is at home, right? He came to see Jiang Zhengyan. As for whether Jiang Churen was his schoolmate or not, it didn't matter at all. Jiang Churen spat out her little tongue. She was so focused on chatting with Lin Fan that she forgot to invite him in. She said with some embarrassment, "Senior Lin, hurry up and come in." Lin Fan followed Jiang Churen towards the living room. "Senior Lin, could you teach me how to draw?" Jiang Churen asked with a smile on the road. "Well, painting takes talent, and I can teach you some techniques sometime." Lin Fan thought about it and said. He didn't flatly refuse, but he didn't give Jiang Churen too much hope either. After all, neither calligraphy nor painting can be achieved overnight. Except for Lin Fan. Of course, who let Lin Fan be the one to open up? Jiang Churen said happily when she heard Lin Fan's words. "Senior Lin, thank you so much." The two of them came to the living room, and Jiang Churen had a happy smile on her face. Hao Yuhan saw came in talking and laughing with Jiang Churen and Lin Fan. He was filled with envy. He didn't even know how long it had been since he had seen Jiang Churen smile so brightly at him. Jealousy. A strong jealousy rose in his heart. He clenched his teeth. His fists unconsciously clenched. Hatred rose from the bottom of his heart. Jiang Zhengyang saw Lin Fan arrive, stood up and said with a smile, "Little Fan, here." Lin Fan hurriedly said, "Hello, Elder Jiang. Xiu Fan, sit down for a while, the meal will be ready soon." After Jiang Zhengyang finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Hao Yuhan and said with a smile, "Xiao Han, you don't have to go either. Stay for dinner." Hao Yuhan smiled and said, "Okay, Grandpa Jiang." He naturally wouldn't leave. Even if Jiang Zhengyan didn't keep him for dinner, he was planning to stick around with a deadpan face. He had just seen how brightly Jiang Churan smiled at Lin Fan. He had always treated Jiang Churan as his woman from the bottom of his heart. How could he allow Jiang Churan to be close to another man? Jiang Zhengyang introduced Lin Fan and Hao Yuhan to each other. The two men greeted each other. Hao Yuhan took a closer look at Lin Fan. The clothes he was wearing didn't have any brand names at all, and he couldn't help but let out a sneer in his heart. Turned out to be a poor boy. And then I saw the gifts Lin Fan had brought. He almost laughed out loud. Did you buy this wine from some roadside kiosk? Not even a decently packaged one. He rolled his eyes. He picked up the smart gift box he'd brought along beside him. He wanted Jiang Churan to recognize the reality that this poor boy was not worthy of her at all. Only he and Jiang Churan are a good match. Happiness comes when the door is right. Only he could give Jiang Churan happiness. Grandpa Jiang, these are the 2 bottles of golden wine I bought when I passed by the Lu Chengpin Qingyuan red wine chain store. I hope you don't mind. He placed 2 fine boxes on the coffee table. He unobtrusively glanced at Lin Fan next to him. Oh, Jiang Zhengyang's eyes lit up when he heard Hao Yuhan's words. He has also heard of the golden wines of this Qingyuan red wine chain, but the price is as high as more than $100,000. But he's not extravagant enough to drink over $100,000 a bottle of wine. He shook his head and waved his hand, saying, Xiao Han, this wine is also too expensive, so hurry up and take it back. After all, 2 bottles is over $200,000. $200,000 or so is indeed not a small amount. Hao Yuhan smiled and said, $100,000 a bottle, bought on special. It's perfect. Grandpa Jiang, please don't excuse yourself. He deliberately glanced at Lin Fan when he spoke of the price. Let Lin Fan know about his financial strength. Let Lin Fan feel ashamed and know what to do. But he was destined to be disappointed. Lin Fan didn't even flutter his eyelids when he heard $100,000. Pretend. Just pretend. He thought at this point that Lin Fan was just pretending to be calm on purpose. With a smug smile on his face, he looked at Lin Fan and asked courteously, Mr. Lin, the wine you brought for Grandpa Jiang was also red wine? His eyes drifted to the plastic bag next to Lin Fan. Hearing Hao Yuhan's words, Lin Fan glanced at Hao Yuhan, opened the bag next to him and took out the wine inside, put it on the coffee table. Elder Jiang, I also brought a bottle of red wine. You can taste it sometime. Hao Yuhan almost burst out laughing. A bottle of wine bought from a roadside kiosk was so bold as to let Jiang Zhengyang taste it. It's a real travesty. Look at this package. The stains on it are clearly visible. Jiang Zhengyang smiled and said, Thank you, Xiaofan. Then, he took the wine over, and compared to Hao Yuhan's $100,000 red wine, he instead felt that Lin Fan's bottle of its unimpressive wine was more suitable for him. This is? He grabbed his old glasses from the coffee table and quickly put them on. His hands shook a little in shock when he saw the date of manufacture on top of the bottle. His mouth unconsciously opened wide, his eyes as round as copper bells, his face full of disbelief. This? Surprisingly, it's really a golden wine from 5 years ago. That's $1 million worth of precious wine. He had never had such a precious wine, but he had heard his friends talk about it often. There's absolutely no mistaking it. A bitter laugh ran through his mind. He thought Lin Fan would send a bottle of ordinary red wine. Who knew it would be? That's right. With Lin Fan's worth, how could he give away a bottle of ordinary wine? It's just that $1 million in wine is just too much. Seeing Jiang Zhenyan's expression, Jiang Churan suspiciously stepped forward and asked, Grandpa, what's wrong with this wine? Although she didn't know anything about wine, Jiang Zhenyan's expression was clearly not right at this moment. Is there something wrong with this wine? Jiang Zhengyang glanced at Jiang Churan and said with a bitter smile, There's nothing wrong with the wine. It's just too expensive. Hao Yuhan heard Jiang Zhenyan's words and didn't think anything of it. How expensive can a bottle of wine from a roadside kiosk be? Hundreds? Thousands? Can it be as expensive as his $100,000 bottle of golden wine? He thought with disdain in his mind. He felt that Jiang Zhenyan's pattern was too small. It's reasonable to say that your own $100,000 wine is expensive. But can you call this ground floor product expensive? Jiang Churan flashed her big eyes and blurted out, Too expensive? How expensive? She looked at the bottle of wine in front of Jiang Zhenyan. The packaging was not great and it looked ordinary. She was very curious in her mind. Jiang Zhenyan looked at the wine on the coffee table and sighed. This is the golden wine from 5 years ago. Now this bottle of wine will cost at least $1 million a bottle. He really hadn't expected Lin Fan to make a big move right out of the gate. That's $1 million worth of wine. Jiang Churan was instantly dumbfounded when she heard Jiang Zhenyan's words. Her beautiful eyes were wide open. Her small mouth unconsciously opened. Her face full of disbelief. This bottle of wine is worth $1 million? This is too much. She was very curious about Lin Fan in her mind. Other people gave gifts for just a few $1,000s. Sending $100,000 worth of wine to Hao Yuhan is scary enough. It didn't occur to me that the wine Lin Fan sent was even more exaggerated. Up to $1 million. Even if she had a superior family, she had never seen such a lavish gift. She was very curious in her heart at this time. What kind of family did Lin Fan come from that he made $1 million out of his hand? Doesn't $1 million count? Hao Yuhan froze for a moment when she heard Jiang Zhenyan's words, but in his heart he didn't believe it was true. In his eyes Lin Fan was a poor boy. How could he give away $1 million worth of wine? He got up and took the wine in his hand. The more you look at it, the more alarmed you become. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with a hellish look. This? How is that possible? The bottle turned out to be really a golden wine from 5 years ago. What's going on? Isn't Lin Fan a poor boy? How can you take $1 million worth of wine? He could never believe that Lin Fan could come up with such an expensive wine, but the fact that it was in front of him made him believe it. He felt a flash of fire on his face. Just now he was getting carried away with giving away $100,000 worth of wine. That punch in the face couldn't come soon enough. He was so embarrassed at this point that he wanted to find a crack in the ground. Zhang Zhengyang took the wine from Hao Yuhan, looking at Lin Fan. Little Fan, this wine is really too expensive. I can't accept it. Seeing Zhang Zhengyan's appearance, Lin Fan smiled and said, Elder Jiang, if you don't accept this wine, then I won't eat this meal. Zhang Zhengyang's hand paused when he heard Lin Fan's words. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to say that, which made things difficult for him. Looking at Lin Fan's posture, if he didn't take it, he would really turn around and walk away. Seeing Zhang Zhengyan's difficulty, Lin Fan smiled and said, Elder Jiang, just take it. I still have quite a lot of such wine at home. I don't know much about wine either. I usually just drink it as a beverage. Zhang Zhengyang was speechless in his heart when he heard Lin Fan's words. As a drink? It's a waste. A wine this good. He would have savored it. There's no telling how long a bottle of wine will last. He knew that this should be Lin Fan's sincere words and no longer pushed back. Then, old man, have the cheek to accept it, said laughing out loud. At this time, Wang Ma came over and called the crowd to eat. Sailor, come on, let's go eat. Zhang Zhengyang stood up and smiled. Lin Fan nodded and stood up to follow Zhang Zhenyan as he walked towards the restaurant with a smile on his face. Zhang Churen followed the duo. Hao Yuhan looked at the three who left, gritted her teeth, stood up, and walked towards the restaurant as well. He thought for a moment he couldn't just leave. If he really left it this time, he was afraid that he would never have the face to see Zhang Churen again. He felt that as long as he stayed, he still had a chance. After all, he still had the advantage. That is, he grew up with Zhang Churen and knows Zhang Churen better than Lin Fan. There's also Lin Fan who he thinks has money, but may not have talent. He just had to show Zhang Churen his talent. Recognize that Lin Fan is just a man full of brass. Then he believed that Zhang Churen would definitely return to his side by then. He was very confident in his calligraphy. Confidence returned to his unconscious face. He arrived at the dining room to find the crowd already seated. The table was covered with delicious food. Zhang Zhengyang froze for a moment when he saw Hao Yuhan coming in. Casually, he said, Little Han, you haven't left yet. Just in time. Sit down and eat together. Hao Yuhan's heart burst when she heard Zhang Zhengyan's words. That's too big a gap. It's straight up forgetting about him. He took a deep breath, adjusted his mind, and said with a smile, Thank you, Grandpa Jiang. After saying that, he sat down cheekily. Zhang Churen beside her frowned slightly, not understanding when this Hao Yuhan became so thick-skinned. When she just got up, she purposely didn't call Hao Yuhan, just to make Hao Yuhan feel faceless and then leave on her own. How could she not expect Hao Yuhan to have the face to follow her in? She even didn't expect that with so many seats not sitting, Hao Yuhan preferred to sit next to her, making her feel a wave of unbearable regurgitation. But she couldn't say anything now. It's really true what they say, a tree without skin will die, and a man without skin is invincible. Now the deadly Hao Yuhan left her with no way out. Here, how about Sailor taste this? Zhang Zhengyang gave Lin Fan a piece of vegetable and put it on his plate. Lin Fan hurriedly said, Thank you. He hadn't expected Zhang Zhenyan to be so enthusiastic, but people are enthusiastic. You can't dismiss their good intentions. Lin Fan had just finished the dishes on his plate. At this time, Zhang Churen carefully served Lin Fan a bowl of soup. Senior Lin, try this soup. It's very tasty. Aha! Lin Fan could only take the bowl and politely said, Thank you, Sister Jiang. This Sister John's tutelage is really good. Not bad for a bookish family. He sighed in his mind. Zhang Churen tasted a bite of the dish and said happily, This dish is delicious. Senior Lin, try it. After saying that, he gave Lin Fan a piece of vegetable and put it on his plate. This is a dish that tastes very good. Senior Lin, you try it too. And this dish, it tastes so delicious. Senior Lin, try it. 2 more pieces for you. Lin Fan looked at the food piled up like a small mountain on his plate and felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. That's too much enthusiasm. He didn't even know what to say. Zhang Churen ate another dish and said happily, Senior Lin, this dish is really awesome. You hurry up and taste it. Lin Fan stroked his forehead and said helplessly, Senior Sister Jiang, I can't fit on my plate anymore. Can't let go? Zhang Churen looked at Lin Fan's plate, and sure enough, the plate was bubbling over. She said with some embarrassment, Senior Lin, hurry up and eat. It won't be good if it gets cold. Lin Fan looked at the plate and was speechless in his heart. I can't even eat fast enough to keep up with your food. He spat in his mind, but that was something he was only thinking about in his mind. He wasn't going to say it out loud. After all, this was a piece of goodwill from someone else. Zhang Churen. Hao Yuhan looked at Lin Fan's mountain of plates, and then looked at her own empty plate. Sister Ran, I'm your brother Han. You don't have to do this to me. he wailed impotently in his mind. He looked at Lin Fan with hatred. He felt that all of this was caused by Lin Fan. If it wasn't for Lin Fan, he was sure Jiang Churan wouldn't have done this to him. He blamed it all on Lin Fan. Lin Fan had eaten a very full meal, and was even a bit stuffed. There was no way really Jiang Churan was too enthusiastic. He couldn't leave the rest of his plate. Lin Fan was enjoying his meal, but some people felt that the meal was like chewing wax, without any flavor. This person was naturally Hao Yuhan. It can be said that this meal Hao Yuhan ate a bellyful of gas. Finish your meal and return to the living room. Tea and conversation. Aha! This chat was naturally between Lin Fan and the three of them, Jiang Zhengyan and Jiang Churan. As for Hao Yuhan, she was drinking tea by herself. Hao Yuhan planned to spend the rest of the day with Lin Fan, and he decided that he would only leave when Lin Fan did. 20 minutes later, Jiang Churan got up and left, going upstairs. Not long after, Jiang Churan came down from upstairs. Lin Fan's eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Churan's appearance. Hao Yuhan's mouth was watering when she saw Jiang Churan at this moment. Jiang Churan was beautifully dressed in a long green dress at this time, like a fairy descending to the earth. Senior Lin, I'll give you a newly learned dance. See how well I do? Jiang Churan looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile on her face. That's hard work, Sister Jiang. Lin Fan said with a smile. This Sister Jiang is so polite. Is this because you're afraid I'll be bored? I can't believe I wanted to get up and dance for me to cheer me up. That's pretty thoughtful, he sighed in his mind. After Jiang Churan finished speaking, she turned the accompaniment on, and instantly the living room resounded with the sound of music. As the music played, she began to dance around the living room, like a flying swallow traveling through the clouds. Her body is as soft as cotton wool, and her dance steps are sometimes brisk and sometimes slow. It's beautiful to look at. Lin Fan looked at the dancing Jiang Churan, his eyes filled with admiration. Really, Jiang Churan dances too well. The dance is beautiful and the people are even more beautiful. This dance should only be done in heaven. He thought it was just like that for a fairy to visit the mortal world. Soon Jiang Churan finished a dance. She wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, looked at Lin Fan, and asked with a smile, Senior Lin, how did I dance? Lin Fan heartily exclaimed, Sister Jiang, the dancing is really great. After he finished speaking, he turned his head to Jiang Zhengyan and asked with a smile, Elder Jiang, I wonder if I can borrow your study for a while. He felt that Jiang Churan should record such a wonderful dance. Jiang Zhengyang's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Fan's words. He knew that this was Lin Fan wanting to write or paint, so naturally he wouldn't refuse. He smiled and said, Of course, there's no problem. Follow me. After saying that, he led Lin Fan towards the upper floors. Jiang Churan's heart was also delighted when she heard Lin Fan's words. It was naturally not on a whim that she wanted to dance for Lin Fan. She also has a purpose. Naturally, she wanted Lin Fan to draw her a picture or write a character. It didn't occur to her that Lin Fan had just finished watching her dance and wanted to borrow the study. How could this not make her happy? With a smile on her face, she quickly followed. Hao Yuhan was in a daze at this point. He doesn't know what's going on. Why does Lin Fan want to borrow the study? Jiang Zhengyang even agreed. And why was Jiang Churan so happy to hear that Lin Fan had gone to the study? Countless questions lingered in his mind at this point. He cheekily decided to check it out. He wanted to see what Lin Fan was up to. At the same time he was thinking of the study. Wouldn't it be on his home turf? When the time comes, write a picture and make a small showing. Jiang Churan still won't change his mind? A pang of triumph went through him. He began to thank Lin Fan in his heart. If it wasn't for Lin Fan's suggestion to go to the study, he wouldn't have known how to speak to Jiang Zhengyan. This is so good, he doesn't even have to mention it. He had a confident smile on his face. It was as if he could see Jiang Churan returning to him with a face full of adoration. If he wasn't at Jiang Zhengyan's house at this time, he would have wanted to laugh out loud. He came to the study. It was found that Lin Fan was spreading out a large sheet of paper. Pick up a brush and start drawing on it. When Hao Yuhan saw that Lin Fan actually wanted to draw, the corner of his mouth curled up and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. He didn't think Lin Fan could paint anything good at all. After all, painting is simply not something that can be accomplished in a short period of time. A painting can take as short as a few hours and a few days, or as long as a month and a few months, or even up to a year. He didn't believe Lin Fan could draw anything in such a short time. He felt that Lin Fan was just clowning around. He decided to let Lin Fan inscribe the painting later. When the time came, Jiang Churan would definitely be greatly disappointed in Lin Fan when she saw the graffiti-like painting and the ugly words on it. Wouldn't that be his chance? When the time comes, he'll write a picture of it next to him in style. It is clear who is strong and who is weak, who is good and who is bad. He believed that by then Jiang Churan would inevitably move away from Lin Fan and move closer to him and into his arms. He didn't bother to watch Lin Fan paint, thinking that Lin Fan's paintings weren't much to look at all, and he casually looked at the furnishings of Jiang Zhengyan's study. Ah! Jiang Churan looked at the painting under Lin Fan's brush and exclaimed in shock. She hurriedly and quickly covered her mouth. Hao Yuhan looked over when she heard Jiang Churan's exclamation. Upon seeing the painting that Lin Fan had drawn, he was instantly dumbfounded. His mouth opened wide in shock, his eyes as round as copper bells, his face full of disbelief. This? How is that possible? The paintings under Lin Fan's brush surfaced before his eyes as if they had come to life. Jiang Churan is dancing in the painting. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and realized that Lin Fan was still drawing. But the next thing he saw was a dancing Jiang Churan. One possibility occurred to him. Calligraphy has a mood. And so does painting. That is, Lin Fan's level of painting had reached the peak and possessed a meaning. How is that possible? But everything was in front of him, and there was no room for disbelief. A bitter laugh ran through his mind. No wonder Jiang Churan was so happy just now when she heard that Lin Fan had borrowed the study. It turned out that it had been known for a long time that Lin Fan painted so well. A sense of decadence washed over him. It's all about context. This is a true master of painting. His calligraphy, of which he was so proud, was nothing in front of a master painter. After Lin Fan finished drawing, in the blank space next to him, he wrote, "This dance should only be found in heaven. Put the brush back in the quill when you're done writing." Looking towards the shocked Jiang Churan, he smiled and said, "Senior sister Jiang, I'll borrow the flower and give you this painting. Thank you for dancing for me." Jiang Churan said excitedly when she heard Lin Fan's words, "Senior Lin, I should be thanking you. Your drawings are really beautiful. And this handwriting is too good too, isn't it?" She looked at Lin Fan with little stars in her eyes. "It's almost like a living, breathing little fangirl." Lin Fan waved his hand and said modestly, "Average." He was improvising and it really didn't count for much. When Hao Yuhan saw the 7 big words written by Lin Fan, her mouth, which had just closed with difficulty, slowly opened wide again. Eyes rolled up in shock. This? The word? He also saw meaning within the word. Lin Fan was not only a master painter, but also a master calligrapher. How could this not shock him? He used to listen to his grandfather praising him that maybe he might be able to achieve a master of calligraphy by the age of 60, calling him the once-in-a-century genius of calligraphy. But now he is a calligraphy genius compared to Lin Fan. Feeling like the firefly in the moon. He is the firefly. In front of Lin Fan the moon is nothing. He didn't have any jealous hate in his heart for Lin Fan anymore. Only eyes full of envy. After a person's height exceeds yours by too much, the envy is also lost. A bitter laugh ran through his mind. He laughed at the thought he had just had. If he had actually shown his hand just now, he would probably be even more groundless now. There was no longer a smug smile on his face at this point, only a face full of gloom. It was evident that Lin Fan had hit him very hard. Lin Fan chatted with Jiang Zhenyan for a few more moments and got up, ready to say goodbye. Seeing that Lin Fan was leaving, Hao Yuhan naturally didn't have the face to stay, and immediately followed by getting up to say goodbye. Lin Fan came outside the villa. He saw a young man circling his Koenigsegg 11 sports car. He stepped forward and was about to open the car door with the key in hand. At this time, the young man noticed Lin Fan and walked quickly to him, asked with a face full of excitement, "Sir, this Koenigsegg 11 sports car is yours?" Lin Fan looked at the other party, nodded, and asked suspiciously, "What's the matter?" The young man smiled and said, "Just wanted to get to know you. That's a $100 million sports car." He waited here for half a day just to see what kind of person parked the car here. Just after seeing Lin Fan, he froze for a moment. Lin Fan was clearly not someone he recognized from the circle of the second generation of Lu Chang. Is it a second generation that came from somewhere else? He decided to befriend the other man. After all, the other party was able to casually drive a sports car worth $100 million, so it was evident that the status position was bound to be extraordinary. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." Lin Fan directly refused, and after finishing, took out the car keys and started the car. He wasn't in the habit of getting to know a random stranger. The young man didn't dwell on it too much and said with a smile, "See you later." He knew that the other party would refuse, but he didn't expect the refusal to be so dry. Of course he wouldn't be resentful because Lin Fan refused. After all, he had expected that the other party might refuse. If strangers suddenly came up to him and said they wanted to get to know him, he probably wouldn't even bother to talk to them. He wouldn't easily offend such a great young man. Who knew what trouble he would bring to the family? He had always adhered to the attitude of not offending even if he couldn't befriend. The conversation between Lin Fan and the young man was heard and seen by Hao Yuhan word for word. He trotted up to the young man and said with a pandering face, "Young Li, how are you?" Li Xiao looked at Hao Yuhan who spoke and said flatly, "You're Hao." "What Han?" Hao Yuhan hurriedly said. "Hao Yuhan, I didn't expect you to have such a good memory." "Young Li." Li Xiao glanced at Hao Yuhan and wasn't pleased by Hao Yuhan's horse's ass. He'd seen it so much, he'd long ago become numb to it. He looked at Hao Yuhan and faintly asked, "Is there something wrong?" Hao Yuhan froze for a moment when she heard Li Xiao's words. Why does that sound so familiar? Isn't that what Lin Fan just said to Li Xiao? He muttered in his mind. Young Li, Lin Fan was too rude just now. He looked at the distant sports car and gritted his teeth. He knew that this Li Xiao was a real man of the hour in Luchang. He felt that although Lin Fan was rich but compared to Li Xiao, he was far from it. He couldn't figure out how such a bullish character like Xiao Li wanted to befriend Lin Fan, and Lin Fan refused Xiao Li. Why would Li Xiao not be angry? When Li Xiao heard Hao Yuhan's words, his eyes looked deeply at the sports car that disappeared into the dark night. Lin Fan? Hao Yuhan heard Li Xiao muttering Lin Fan's name and hurriedly said, "Yes, the guy who just left in a sports car is called Lin Fan. I just met with him at Zhang Zhongyang Zhang's grandfather's house." Li Xiao glanced at Hao Yuhan and faintly asked, "Are you trying to ask why I'm not angry when Lin Fan rejected me?" Hao Yuhan saw Li Xiao's eyes and unconsciously nodded. he realized that Li Xiao's eyes seemed to be able to read his mind. Li Xiao shook his head inside. Do you know what kind of car Lin Fan was driving just now? Hao Yuhan heard Li Xiao's words and recalled the car's license plate, which he didn't recognize. But the look he recognized. It was a sports car. Is there something different about Lin Fan's sports car? It's expensive? He asked with a puzzled look on his face. He knew Lin Fan was rich, but how expensive could a car be? Li Xiao looked at the darkness inside. Not very expensive, but very expensive. That's $100 million phantom sports car. The Koenigsegg 11. After he finished, he shook his head, ignoring Hao Yuhan and turned to leave. Hao Yuhan was instantly dumbfounded when she heard Li Xiao's words. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. This? How is that possible? That sports car is worth $100 million? This is too much. He didn't believe that Li Xiao would lie to him because there was no need for that. A bitter laugh ran through his mind. It's no wonder young Li isn't angry. People who can afford to drive a sports car worth $100 million are bound to have an extraordinary status. This Lin Fan is too scary. He decided that he would never come to see Jiang Churan again. He wanted to make a clean break with Jiang Churan. In his heart, he was really afraid that Lin Fan would misunderstand. If you offend such a great young man, you won't even know how you'll be gone by then. He took a deep breath. Somehow beads of sweat had covered his forehead and he wiped them quickly with his arm. Turning, he walked quickly toward the distance. Lin Fan, who had left, naturally didn't know that just a conversation with Li Xiao had actually solved the trouble of Hao Yuhan for Jiang Churan. Lin Fan returned to Haitian No. 1 Villa. Come into the bathroom. Change out of your clothes, lay down in the tub and start soaking. A little tired after a busy day. Take a hot spring bath to relax and unwind your body. He picked up his cell phone on the table next to him, opened Do Whale Live, and logged into his account. Welcome back Emperor, Sailor 1. Since Lin Fan had directly swiped 5 million gifts last time, his rank had directly reached the highest rank of Do Whale Live Emperor. Anchor online alerts? Tap the alert message. The anchor you follow, Orange Loves to Sing, is live. So it's Zhang Yun Orange on the air. He had just thought of visiting the Golden Mansion Media Company in Willow City sometime, mainly to see how Zhang Yun Orange and Yang Mangran were doing lately. After all, both were anchors he favored. Lin Fan clicked on the link and went directly to Zhang Yun Orange live streaming room. 10 golden dragons descended from the sky, pulling huge banners. The banner reads, Emperor, Sailor 1, arrives. This entrance scene is dominating. Zhang Yun Orange, who was broadcasting live, suddenly froze when she saw the scene that suddenly appeared. It's just that this gorgeous scene is so shocking. Netizens were completely abuzz when they saw the dragon and the banner. Crap, this is Master Fan coming. I didn't expect to see Master Fan appear in my lifetime. After the last time, many people had soaked up the Do Whale livestream, waiting for Lin Fan to show up again. After all, it's too rare to see a big guy who can swipe 5 million at a time. But they waited and waited and waited and waited and waited. And the flowers were all thankful. But they didn't see Lin Fan appear. For a while they thought they would never see Lin Fan appear again in their lives. At this moment, when they saw Lin Fan appear, they were naturally thrilled in their hearts. Master Fan, if you don't show up, you won't be able to see me anymore. Upstairs, get the hell out of here. Master Fan can't see you even if he shows up. You mallet. Master Fan, is this visit another big move? I'm so looking forward to it. Master Fan, my quick acting pills are ready. Please begin your performance. Lin Fan looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast and was amused by these amusing netizens. He had come this time just to soak up the boredom and pass the time. He felt the need to clarify. Otherwise it would not be good to affect Zhang Yun Orange's live broadcast. Just say it's done and click enter. I came here this time mainly because I'm too bored to take a bath. All came here to brush up on my gifts to pass the time. Please don't gather. Don't make any noise. And listen carefully to the anchor singing. Click send. Immediately, Lin Fan's message was placed on top, displayed in a golden font that was very eye-catching and dazzling. After Lin Fan sent it out, he started recharging it, and there was still a 10 times cashback card from last time that he hadn't been able to use. He had waited for the end of military training to go to the mall to buy some clothes to consume, but now that he owned Lucheng Mengfan Clothing Customization Company, he didn't even need to go shopping for clothes. He's not short of anything else. Luxury cars, watches, villas. Why don't you just brush Zhang Yun Orange directly? Just the thought that his hands would be a bit tired after brushing them made him feel a bit of a headache. He decided to find some time to ask the technical department of Do Whale Live to remove this limit of 99 for swiping gifts. This feature is so unfriendly, makes it very annoying for people like him who like to swipe big gifts. Wouldn't this just turn down money at the door if you met a few people like him? Recharge first. Just as Lin Fan was recharging, the live broadcast room completely exploded. Crap. Listen to this as human language? Master Fan is so trenchant that he's using gift swiping to pass the time because he's bored. Master Fan, I have time. I can be your mascot. You can pass the time however you want. Just give some food. Big brother, do you still lack a pendant on your leg? How about considering me? Master Fan, you are truly my idol. Please accept my knee. Lin Fan quickly finished recharging 5 million. Select Super Rocket and enter the quantity 99. Click send. A screen full of big rockets appeared one by one, dominating the entire screen. Master Fan, It's so awesome. 99 super rockets, that's worth nearly $30,000. Just because of boredom, said Brush. Master Fan, please forgive me for not being highly educated. I can only send you the word bull to express my feelings at this time. Master Fan, can money really be so arbitrary? Master Sale's joy is something we can't experience. Next, let's not make any noise. Let's quietly enjoy Master Fan's rocket feast. This kind of opportunity is rare. Let's cherish this opportunity. Zhang Yun Orange looked at the sky full of super rockets, a bitter smile on her face. She had been looking forward to Lin Fan coming to her live stream to brush her gifts, but Lin Fan really came to the live broadcast. She suddenly felt like she'd become superfluous. Look at the pop-ups on the live feeds, what other messages about her. But looking at her growing popularity and fans put her in a better mood. Lin Fan naturally didn't know Zhang Yun Orange's distress. He was lying in the bathtub at the moment, busy swiping gifts, thinking to finish the 5 million as soon as possible. Brush. I'll brush. I keep brushing. Phew. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Fan stopped moving his hands. So damn tired. This is so inhuman. Must get technology to change this restriction. Tired my hands out. He shrugged it off, muttering under his breath. But finally the 5 million was swiped. The gifts were swiped and the bath was almost over. Surely swiping gifts is a great way to pass the time. It's just that this approach is a little hands-off. Now that you've finished brushing, talk to Zhang Yun Orange and tell her to keep singing. Live broadcasting is the most important. Click to enter. Everyone, that's all for today's Super Rocket Feast. And I'm done soaking, so I'm off for now. So you can continue to listen to the anchor sing. Click send. Done. He stood up, wrapped his body in a towel, and lifted his leg out of the bathroom. Netizens were completely abuzz when they saw Lin Fan's message. Master Fan, that's Master Fan, said he swiped the gift to pass the time in the bath. And after the bath, this is not staying a minute. Master Fan, the everlasting god, just now I roughly calculated. Master Fan swiped another 5 million. It's so awesome. Master Fan is worthy of being my idol. Doing things is just so thunderous. Disappearing after swiping the gift. Master Fan's trenchendness thrills me every time I see it. And it's a good thing I just took a quick acting heart pill. Or else you guys wouldn't have seen my message. The corner of Zhang Yun Orange's mouth involuntarily twitched when she saw Lin Fan's message. If she wasn't on the air, she was tempted to curse. Damn, how else is this going to get me on the air? Now the netizens are talking about Lin Fan, straight up using her live room as a chat room. She, the anchor, was directly ignored by the general public. She didn't know whether to count today's broadcast as a success or a failure. Let's say it was successful, but there was no netizen enthusiastically asking her to sing. Call it failure? The popularity of the livestream is still soaring and the fanbase is still growing rapidly. She was very distressed at this point. Zhang Yun Orange's distress Lin Fan didn't know, but he was happy at this time. Just as he finished swiping the 5 million gifts, the system voice rang out. Congratulations to the host for successfully returning $50 million in cash using the 10 times cashback card. $5 million spent, $50 million back, $45 million in net income. Most of that 5 million will still come back to him. After all, the Willow City Golden Mansion Media Company was his, and he still owned 20% of the equity in Do Whale Live. It's the equivalent of whoring out $50 million for nothing. Cool. If it weren't for the fact that the hand pain was a bit off-putting, he still kind of likes to make money by swiping gifts. One word is fast. Half a dozen small goals in the bank in a short period of time. Isn't that fast enough money? Washed up. He was lying on a big, comfortable, soft bed. He's getting ready for bed. After all, it's good to go to bed early and get up early. There was no talk all night. The next morning, Lin Fan woke up early. After washing up, he sat on the edge of the bed and tapped on the system's virtual panel. He instantly froze when he saw the $1 second item. $1 a second for consummate level swimming skills. 1 super yacht fans for $1. Swimming skills were simply ignored by him. His eyes were wide at this point, looking at the super yacht fans. Crap, a super yacht, to be labeled with the word super. It is bound to be extraordinary. He couldn't wait. System, buy them all. The system voice soon sounded. Congratulations to the host on the successful purchase. Swimming skills have been issued to the system backpack. The super yacht fans has already sailed from the high seas to the host's side, and the relevant documents have been placed in the villa's study. He froze at the sound of the system voice, but it was soon figured out. It should be that this super yacht fans was just too big, and if it appeared out of nowhere on his side of the world, it would surely attract the attention of others and cause unnecessary trouble. It's still the system that's thinking ahead. Thank you for the host's compliments. He heard the system voice and was happy. When did the system get so naughty? Shaking his head, he took out his cell phone and started searching. Super Yacht Fans. Super Yacht Fans is a 99-meter-long private luxury yacht built over a 5-year period by one of the world's leading yacht builders. The yacht has a total of 6 decks. Not only is there a helipad on the deck of the yacht, but there is also a saltwater swimming pool. Inside the yacht there is a bar, gym, restaurant, practice room, home theater and more. There is 1 master suite and 15 guest rooms with a capacity of 30 passengers. Bull. He read the introduction and spat out 2 words. It's just too luxurious. He is very much looking forward to the arrival of Super Yacht Fans. he calmed down and opened his system backpack. At once, he saw the swimming skills lying inside. That's pretty sweet of the system. Is this because you're afraid he'll drown at sea? He exclaimed. Turning to the system, he said, use the swimming skill. A lot of knowledge about swimming came to his mind. His body was also quietly changing, becoming more flexible. Soon the swelling in the head disappeared. Freestyle, butterfly, breaststroke, backstroke, and so on. Doggy paddle? Holy shit. Surprisingly, there's even a doggy paddle. That's pretty much all of it. The current Lin Fan was the king of the water. If he dared to say second, no one would dare to say first. Even those world swimming champions were a younger brother in front of Lin Fan. It was obvious how awesome Lin Fan's swimming skills were. Not bad, real good. He changed his clothes and went to the study to put away the documents related to the yacht. Downstairs, running, just after walking out of the villa, he met Sue Lucy, who had just gone out. Lin Fan smiled and greeted Sue Lucy. Good morning, school sister Sue. When Sue Lucy saw Lin Fan in the sports car, she also brightened up and said with a smile, good morning, Senior Lin. Lin Fan looked at Sue Lucy, who was dressed in sportswear, and asked, together? Sue Lucy nodded. Good. The two started running. The two didn't chat during the run, after all. Talking too much tends to fill the air and can be uncomfortable. 20 minutes later, the two stopped running and strolled back. Senior Lin, did nothing happen at school? Sue Lucy looked at Lin Fan and asked. She should have been notified by the school about her speech at Willow City University. But looking at Lin Fan, it seemed like she didn't know that she was going to give a speech at Luchine University. Lin Fan glanced at Sue Lucy in surprise, thought for a moment, and said, there's nothing going on. He couldn't think of anything big happening at the school after half a day's thought. He looked at Sue Lucy curiously and asked suspiciously, Senior Sister Sue, why do you ask? Sue Lucy shook her head, smiled faintly, and said, it's nothing, just a casual question. Lin Fan nodded his head when he heard Sue Lucy say this, and also thought that this should be Sue Lucy caring about Luchon University and casually saying so. The two quickly arrived in front of the Haitian No. 1 villa. Lin Fan smiled at Sue Lucy and said, Senior Sister Sue, I'm home. I'll go back first. Sue Lucy bit her lip and gathered her courage to say, Senior Lin, what are you going to eat for breakfast? Lin Fan glanced at Sue Lucy, not understanding why Sue Lucy cared about his breakfast coming, but he still answered honestly, I'll put down a bowl of seafood soup noodles for dinner later. Sue Lucy's eyes lit up when she heard Lin Fan's reply. She had been nostalgic about Lin Fan's handiwork. It was really because Lin Fan's cooking was so delicious. She was a bit embarrassed and squirmed. Senior Lin, look, I didn't have breakfast either. Can you order me a bowl of noodles as well? She flashed her big eyes and looked at Lin Fan without blinking, her heart very afraid of Lin Fan's refusal. Lin Fan instantly understood Sue Lucy's intentions when he saw her appearance. He said indifferently, sure, it's not a difficult thing to put down an extra handful of noodles. In saying that Sue Lucy is not only his neighbor, but also his partner. When Sue Lucy heard Lin Fan's reply, she instantly said happily, Senior Lin, thank you so much. I'll buy you a big dinner someday. Lin Fan smiled and said, okay, I'll wait. After saying that, he walked towards the inside of the villa. Sue Lucy naturally followed along. Soon 2 bowls of hot seafood soup noodles were on the table. Lin Fan took off his apron and said with a smile, School Sister Sue, taste if it's to your liking. When Sue Lucy heard Lin Fan say this, she couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks and eat. Wow, it was so delicious. Took a big bite out of it. Lin Fan picked up his chopsticks without haste and ate as well. Soon Sue Lucy finished the noodles in the bowl and touched her stomach. Very full. She looked at Lin Fan and asked suspiciously, Senior Lin, why do you make such delicious noodles? She had been watching from the side when Lin Fan was making the noodles and realized that Lin Fan hadn't used any special spices or anything like that at all. But the resulting pasta is so delicious. Lin Fan glanced at Sue Lucy, who was like a curious baby, put down his chopsticks, and said with a smile, all that is often needed for a truly delicious flavor is a simple cooking method. It doesn't need to be that fancy. Allow the individual ingredients to complement each other and completely stimulate the flavor of the ingredients themselves. That's how you make food that tastes good. Sue Lucy nodded her head like a chicken eating rice when she heard Lin Fan's words. She seemed to understand, but then she didn't seem to. Lin Fan didn't say any more when he saw Sue Lucy's appearance. After all, some things don't just work. They require more work and more experimentation. Experimentation is the best way to find out. Sue Lucy also knew that sometimes cooking required talent, knowing that it would be something in a while, but being able to do it was another matter. Sue Lucy didn't dwell on it too much, looked at the time and got up to say goodbye to Lin Fan. After all, the company still had many things waiting for her to handle. Lin Fan finished cleaning up and went back to the bedroom to grab his car keys and head for the garage. Half an hour later, Willowtown University parking lot. Lin Fan parked his car and stepped out of it. Grabbing his car keys, he hummed a little tune as he headed for his dorm. The sun shines in the sky and the flowers smile at me. Push opened the dormitory door. This is? Lin Fan froze for a moment. What's going on here? He lifted his wrist and looked at the time. It was still early in the day before class, but now all 3 roommates are up, and the key 3 roommates are still serious about their studies. Yes, it's a serious question. Not playing games. What the hell is this? Did the sun come out of the west? Crap. What are you three up to? This early in the morning and you're working so hard? The three heard Lin Fan's voice and ignored him, continuing to work on the questions, looking so serious. Lin Fan shook his head inside. This is really the biggest curiosity of the year. He found the textbooks he was going to use today on his desk and organized them, sitting around bored and starting to play a game. Mud. Finally copied. Boss Zhang Zicheng stretched his back and said loudly, Finished copying? Lin Fan put down his cell phone and saw a workbook on the table, which made him realize what the boss Zhang Zicheng meant. Damn. It turns out the three are copying their homework. He thought the trio had changed their tune. I mean, boss, can't you guys just write your own? And copying homework. He felt the need to tell the three that copying homework was wrong. The boss, Zhang Zicheng, blankly glanced at Lin Fan and said without a trace of anger, thinking that everyone is like you and can learn at the drop of a hat. Senior, I sometimes wonder how that brain of yours grew. The same teacher, take the same class. Buddy, listen to the cloud. You can be good, just listen to all no, and do not delay to pick up girls. He had heard that Lin Fan hadn't been listening carefully at all in class. Instead, they're there to paint the two class flowers. When he thought of Lin Fan leisurely picking up girls there and being good at everything, a pang of jealousy ran through his heart. It's just not a heavenly thing to do. They had worked hard in class and listened to the lectures, but they couldn't learn from a Lin Fan who was there to pick up girls. Aha! Lin Fan froze for a moment when he heard his boss Zhang Zicheng's words. He was tempted to retort that he wasn't picking up girls and was listening intently. However, looking at boss Zhang Zicheng's appearance, it was obvious that the other party would not believe him even if he said it. Never mind. He didn't bother to explain. Boss Zhang Zicheng knows that this matter cannot blame people Lin Fan, who let the human family have a good brain. This one is a gift, and if he's looking for it, he should be looking for his father and asking him why he didn't birth him smarter. He put his books in order, came over to Lin Fan, and asked with a smile, Old 4, there's a sister graduating from Lu University coming to speak at the school this afternoon. Have you heard about it? Is there such a thing? Lin Fan looked at his boss, Zhang Zicheng, and asked suspiciously, is there such a thing? How come he didn't hear about it? When the boss, Zhang Zicheng, saw Lin Fan's appearance, he knew that Lin Fan didn't care about the dynamics of the school. Old 4, you're a Lu University student and you didn't even know about such an important matter. The boss, Zhang Zicheng, glared at Lin Fan and said gruffly, Aha, is this important? Lin Fan was speechless for a moment in his heart when he heard his boss Zhang Zicheng's words. Just came to give a speech. It's nothing important at all. Okay, he wasn't going to ask. What was there to care about for just a speech? At this time, the second Li Muyang also finished copying, closed the book, and came next to the oldest Zhang Zicheng. Boss, I heard that the schoolgirl who came is the former schoolgirl of our Lu University. Very pretty and temperamental. Boss Zhang Zicheng nodded and said with a smile, You're right. Had. More importantly, that schoolmate is rumored to have been busy with her career and still doesn't have a boyfriend. The second, Li Muyang, brightened up when he heard the eldest, Zhang Zicheng, say so. It's said that this schoolmate is a real rich white girl. Just a few years after graduation, he has made the company size to several billions. If I could be with such a schoolmate, it would be a proper life winner. The oldest three Wang Jian also finished copying at this time, packed up, and also came over. Boss, I heard that this schoolmate has made the company several $1 billion by herself. Is that true? The eldest Zhang Zicheng heard the oldest Wang Jian's question and glanced at the oldest Wang Jian. Of course it's true. Then with a lewd look on his face, he asked, Old 3, what's the idea? The oldest 3, Wang Jian, did not deny it and said with a smile, such a beautiful and rich schoolmate. It's only right to have ideas. Boss, don't tell me that you don't have any thoughts about schoolmates. When the eldest Zhang Zicheng heard the words of the third Wang Jian, he hemmed and hawed. The one who knows me is the third. Lin Fan glanced at the trio and shook his head, his heart bursting with speechlessness. You're not the kind of girls who'd be attracted to you three vegetables? Why don't you guys look at yourselves in the mirror? That was something he only thought about in his mind. He wouldn't say it out loud. When the oldest, Zhang Zicheng, saw Lin Fan shaking his head, he immediately spoke out and asked, Oldest, why don't you have any thoughts about schoolmates? Lin Fan was speechless for a moment in his heart when he heard his boss Zhang Zicheng's words. I don't even know if the other person looks tall or short, fat or thin. What's the big idea? He was just about to retort. At this time, the second oldest next to him, Li Muyang, spoke up, Boss, have you forgotten that the fourth oldest is different from us? The oldest, Zhang Zicheng, froze for a moment when he heard the words of the second, Li Muyang, but quickly reacted. Yeah, old 4 already has schoolgirl Tang. Although sister Tang's ability was a bit inferior to her senior sister's, she was also a proper rich white girl. Damn. Thinking about it this way, wouldn't the oldest be a winner in life for a long time? The oldest 3, Wang Jian, didn't react when he heard the two men's words and asked suspiciously, how is it different? The oldest Zhang Zicheng glanced at the oldest Wang Jian and said without a good mood, Oldest, you're stupid. The oldest already has the Tang schoolgirl. and is already on his way to the pinnacle of his life. Oh, yeah, the oldest three. Wang Jian nodded seriously and looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of envy. Lin Fan lazily ignored the three goods, stood up, grabbed his textbook, and casually said, "Let's go." Off to class. After that, he headed out of the dormitory. The three roommates followed closely out of the dorm. Classrooms where Finance I and Finance II classes are held. By now the classroom was full of people. At that moment, a man came from outside the classroom and sat down next to Old Zhang. Old Zhang heard the commotion and raised his head. "Old Wang, isn't your class next door? Why did you come to our class?" The visitor was no other than Old Wang from the next class. Old Zhang stopped his hand movements and looked at Old Wang with a puzzled face. Cough cough. "Isn't this just idle? Coming over to check on you?" When Old King finished speaking, he opened those small, not so large eyes wide and looked around the classroom. Of course he wouldn't tell Old Zhang that he had come over here to see the girls. The quality of that girl in their class couldn't be worse. He had come prepared today, and he was very confident in himself. Old Zhang was filled with disbelief when he heard Old Wang's words. "It's almost class time. You're bored?" He didn't bother to care what the Old King was up to here. He lowered his head and continued to review what he had covered in the previous lesson. Old Wang froze when he saw Old Zhang bowing his head to study. "Old Zhang, I've come to see you. Can't you talk with me? And what's there to learn?" He looked at Old Zhang with a displeased face and said. When Old Zhang saw Old Wang's appearance, his heart was speechless. There seems to be no way to review it. That's quite the encounter. He sighed helplessly in his mind. Old Zhang closed the book and looked at Old Wang, asking with a helpless face, "What do you want to talk about?" He felt that the Old King was strange today, but where it's weird can't be told. Anyway, it's not quite the same as before. Old Wang heard Old Zhang's question, straightened his clothes and sat upright. He looked at Old Zhang and asked with a smile, "Old Zhang, can you see how I'm different from before?" Old Zhang looked at Old Wang's stone face and said with a puzzled face, "Nothing has changed. It's still as bad as before." Scram! Old Wang cursed when he heard Old Zhang's words. "Old Zhang, take a closer look." He opened his eyes wide and looked at Old Zhang with a serious face and said, Nothing's changed. Ha? Eyes a little bigger than before?" Old Zhang looked at Old Wang and said angrily, "Good you Old Wang, you're really not enough. You went to do the eye-opening technique by yourself and didn't even call me. Thanks to me thinking of you as a good brother. The best movies are brought to share with you. You're really breaking my heart." He and Lao Wan were able to sympathize with each other because of one thing they had in common: their eyes were small enough. When Old Wang heard Old Zhang's words, he was speechless in his heart. "Which one of your eyes sees that my eyes are big? I'm just trying to keep my eyes open today." He spat in his mind. He helplessly restored his eyes to their original state. "Look, is it the same as before?" He looked at Old Zhang and asked without any good humor. "Ha? It's still true. It's getting smaller again." Old Zhang looked at Old Wang and said softly. He touched his head and said in embarrassment, "Old Wang, it seems I misunderstood you." Old Wang snorted coldly when he heard Old Zhang say that, expressing the dissatisfaction in his heart. Seeing that Old Wang was unhappy, and knowing that he had just misunderstood Old Wang, Old Zhang hurriedly came next to Old Wang and said, "I ordered another martial arts action blockbuster yesterday, so after class, let's go watch it together." When Old Wang heard Old Zhang's words, his eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. But when he thought of what Old Zhang had just said, the smile instantly closed on his face. He said with a serious face, "I've forgiven you this time, but if there's a next time, you will definitely not be forgiven." Old Zhang was relieved to see that Old Wang had forgiven him. He hurriedly said with assurance, "There definitely won't be a next time." Old Wang's face returned to its original state and he looked at Old Zhang. "Old Zhang, can you see what I'm wearing today that's different?" He tugged his shirt on purpose. Clothes?" Lao Zhang looked at Lao Wang and scrutinized the clothes Lao Wang was wearing. "Patch?" He found a patch on the Old King's blouse where the elbow was. "Also, this dress looks like it's losing color badly. It's obviously not known how many times it's been washed." He hurriedly went forward and asked with concern, "Old Wang, do you have no money to buy clothes? That's too shabby, isn't it? Here, I'll lend you some money. Hurry up and go buy a new dress," he said, about to dig in his pocket for money. Old Wang was not happy when he heard Old Zhang's words. "Old Zhang, what are you talking about? Do you know what kind of dress this is?" There was anger in his tone. Old Zhang stopped his hand movements and looked at Old Wang. "Is there something different about this dress?" But he couldn't see why after looking at it for half a day. "It's just a regular dress. To be different, does having a patch count?" When Lao Wang saw that Lao Zhang was full of doubts, he knew that Lao Zhang didn't understand anything. "Old Zhang, listen up." He raised his voice deliberately high. "It's a customized dress from Dreamfan Clothing Customization in Willow City." He finished with a smug look on his face. Stealing a glance around, he realized that everyone was looking at him, and he became even more smug in his heart. That was the effect he wanted. Old Zhang looked at Old Wang with a puzzled face. "Don't understand how a customized dress can have a patch on it?" Old Wang shook his head when he saw Old Zhang's foolishness. Patterns? It's all about patterns. Old Chang's pattern is too small. Luckily, Old Zhang has a good brother in me." He sighed in his mind. "Old Zhang, do you know the minimum amount of money needed for customized clothes from Dreamfan Clothing Customization Company in Luchang?" Old Zhang shook his head blankly when he heard old Wang's words. Old Wang glanced at old Zhang and then at the students around him, and said loudly, "A customized piece of clothing from Lu Changmeng Fan Clothing Customization Company costs a minimum of 100,000. And this dress of mine is even up to $150,000. The crowd was instantly dumbfounded when they heard old Wang say that his clothes were $150,000. One by one, they looked at old Wang in shock, their mouths wide open, their eyes rolling round and round, full of disbelief. This is too much. Is it surprising that a customized dress costs a minimum of $100,000? Is this dress made of gold? The key old king's clothes don't feel like they look as good as the $100 or so clothes they're wearing. Are rich people's tastes so different? Like to wear beggars' clothes? It's still really elusive. Over $100,000 for a beggar's suit. Can't understand it. Old Zhang froze for a moment when he heard old Wang say that his clothes cost $150,000. Old Wang, have you been tricked? Such beggars' clothes are just given to me for nothing. I don't even want them. He looked at old Wang with a face full of concern. What a poor kid, spending $150,000 on a beggar's suit. Is this a rusty head? When Lao Wang heard Lao Zhang say that his clothes were beggar clothes, he immediately quit. His eyes went wide, and he pointed his finger at old Zhang, saying angrily, "Old Zhang, what do you know? Your pattern is too small. It's taste, don't you get it?" Of course he wouldn't tell old Zhang that he took this shirt from his cousin's uncle. It was a shirt his cousin had worn for a long time, even if it had gotten old, even if it had patches on it. It was something he had begged his cousin's uncle for a long time before he agreed to give it to him. The dress was a bit worn out, but it did cost $150,000 even then when it was customized. It's just that the clothes were new then. What do a bunch of unseasoned college students know? This was also the bottom line for him to come to old Zhang today, even if the dress does look, a little like beggar's clothing. So what? As long as he doesn't admit it's old clothes, it's worth $150,000. Didn't you see the envious looks all around you? Prove that he's not wrong. It doesn't let him successfully pretend to. He's served his purpose. He's waiting for the girl to approach him of her own accord at this point. Everything was going according to his plan. A thrill went through his mind at the thought of having a happy dinner and conversation with his sister. He would have laughed out loud if he hadn't been in a crowded classroom at the moment. Old Zhang shook his head woodenly when he heard old Wang's words. He couldn't understand at all how a beggar's coat had anything to do with taste. Do you have to wear beggar's clothes to be classy? Then he'd rather have no taste. When old Wang saw old Zhang's appearance, his heart was speechless. You deserve to be a single dog for the rest of your life. Just don't know how to use your brain, he thought with hatred in his heart. But being a good brother, he was prepared to give old Zhang a good mention when no one was around. Just then, Lin Fan and his 3 roommates walked in. When Lao Wang saw Lin Fan come in, he stood up and was ready to go greet him. After all, Lin Fan was the man of the hour in the school, and pleasing Lin Fan was destined to be a highly rewarding affair. In the past, he felt that he had to be shorter than Lin Fan by a large margin, but times were different now. He also wore clothes that were more than 100,000 apiece, and he felt that the gap with Lin Fan had shrunk by at least a centimeter. He was going to tell Lin Fan about the customized clothes. He had heard that Lin Fan was not a local of Lu Chang, and he thought to himself that Lin Fan should not know that there was a company called Lu Changmeng Fan Clothing Customization Company. At this time, the old Zhang next to him looked at the clothes Lin Fan was wearing and muttered, "Old Wang, why do I look at the color of the material of class captain Lin's clothes similar to yours?" When old Wang heard old Zhang's words, the leg he had just raised fell back down. While the colors look similar, the material is not. He scrutinized Lin Fan's clothes up and down. He always felt as if he had seen this outfit somewhere, but he couldn't remember for a moment. Without bothering to look at old Wang, old Zhang raised his eyebrows and continued, "Old Wang, if you say that Lin Banchang is so rich, would the clothes he wears also be customized at the Lu Changmeng Fan Clothing Customization Company?" Old Wang froze for a moment when he heard old Zhang's words. Soon he seemed to think of something. He looked at Lin Fan, who had entered, with a face full of shock. His mouth was unconsciously wide open, as if he could fit an egg in it. It can't be wrong. It can't be wrong. It definitely can't be wrong. It's this dress. He'd seen a pamphlet at his uncle's place that had a suit exactly like the one Lin Fan was wearing. It is said to be a true masterpiece. I heard from his uncle that someone offered $1.5 million, and that master didn't even sell it. That's a dress worth at least $1.5 million. He hadn't expected to see it in kind on Lin Fan. How could this not shock him? A bitter laugh ran through his mind. He had thought that the gap between him and Lin Fan had shortened by a centimeter, but now it seemed that the gap was still so large that it could not be shortened. Old Zhang looked at the somewhat dumbfounded Lao Wang, shook his hand in front of Lao Wang, and asked suspiciously, "Old Wang, what's wrong with you?" Old Wang woke up instantly when he heard old Zhang's voice. He sighed and said, "Lin Banchang's set of clothes was indeed customized at Lu Changmeng Fan Clothing Customization Company." Oh, old Zhang glanced at old Wang, not realizing that he had guessed correctly. But it's not right. He took a closer look at old Wang, and then took a closer look at Lin Fan. Both were customized from Dream Fan Custom Clothing in Willow City. So how come the gap is so big? Old Wang, I think class leader Lin's outfit is quite normal. Why is it that your clothes are beggar's clothes instead? He looked at old Wang with a face full of confusion. Does old Wang have a special hobby? Dreaming of being a beggar? He was very puzzled in his mind at this point. Old Wang was speechless when he heard old Zhang's words. He didn't know how to answer old Zhang for a moment. Did you tell old Zhang? I wore this outfit with my cousin's old clothes. Then wouldn't all the pretending he had just done be for nothing? His eyes rolled and his mind spun quickly. There it is. It's the price, he said, pretending to be deep. Old Zhang looked at old Wang and frowned slightly. Price? Captain Lin's clothes are expensive? Can't you customize normal clothes for less? Less money for customized beggar's clothing? Is there really a big fool who spends over $100,000 on customized beggar's clothes? Amount. It's like he's got a big dumbass right next to him. He was puzzled in his mind, but didn't dwell on it too much. He was now very curious to know just how much Lin Fan's set of clothes cost. How much does it cost to have this suit customized for Lin Ban? Old Wang heard that old Zhang was no longer obsessing about his clothes, causing a long sigh of relief to grow in his heart. Cough cough. He cleared his throat and looked around, realizing that everyone had their ears open for his answer. Class President Lin's clothes are made by a master. For a price. He paused at that. The price is going to be over $1 million. When the crowd heard old Wang's words, they all looked at Lin Fan in unison. One by one, their mouths were wide open in shock, their eyes as round as copper bells, their faces full of incredulity. This is too much. Lin Ban's set of clothes is surprisingly worth $1 million. Holy shit, it's $1 million, not 100. That $1 million would buy a very large house in some people's hometowns. Lin Ban Chang is wearing a set of house on his body every day. In the past, it hadn't felt like Lin Fan was rich, but seeing that Lin Fan's set of clothes was worth millions, this shock was just too great. Realize that everyone can't have just one set of clothes. 5 suits is $5 million. 10 suits is $10 million. Wouldn't that be $100 million for 100 suits? They don't dare to imagine going on. Although they thought it was unlikely that Lin Fan owned 100 sets of clothes, but a couple dozen sets should be available. That's worth tens of millions of dollars too. Tens of millions of dollars in clothes. It's incredible to think about. It was horrible. Inside the classroom, Lin Fan didn't know what old Zhang and the others were thinking. Lin Fan separated from his trio of roommates. There's no way around it. Didn't you see both class girls stand up? If he didn't go over there, he expected the two to come over and yank him again. Another painful lesson. He thought helplessly in his mind. If the boys in the class knew what was going through his mind, they would probably swarm around and whack him to death. Cursing under his breath, this damn, really not knowing the blessing in the blessing. Lin Fan was self-conscious enough to sit between the two. Su Ruiwen and Lu Zian looked at each other and sat down. The two chattered and started chatting with Lin Fan. Lin Fan casually dealt with the two men. Well, at that moment, the teacher walked in. The two of them, Su Ruiwen and Lu Zian, stopped talking, which caused Lin Fan to let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Office of the General Manager of Golden Mansion Media Company in Willow City. Xin Jianyun put down the documents in his hand, stood up, and stretched. Every morning, you have to look at a summary of last night's live broadcasts from the various anchors. This allows for timely adjustments in resource allocation and the discovery of potential anchors. At that moment, a knock sounded outside the office. Enter. He rubbed his temples and sat back in his boss chair. The office door was pushed open and the secretary walked in. Mr. Shin. Mr. Zhang Shuwei Zhang, the general manager of Lu Cheng Tout Media Company, is here. Do you want to see him? The secretary cut right to the chase without any nagging. Xin Jianyun froze for a moment when he heard the secretary's words. He frowned slightly, wondering what this Zhang Shuwei had come to see him about. Willow City Tout Media is likewise a Willow City Top 10 Netflix incubator. It's on par with Willow City Golden Mansion Media Company in terms of strength, and they're both ranked companies. The two companies often work together to be able to keep from being pushed out of the top 10, and they often reciprocate back, to put it bluntly, by hugging each other. But now Willow City Golden Mansion Media will never have to do that again. Willow City Golden Mansion Media Company can be said to have undergone a sea change after being acquired by Lin Fan. Lin Fan was not only a director of Du Whale Live, but also a director of Supreme Chiu Huang Entertainment. With the support of these two mountains, it can be said that the Golden Mansion Media Company of Lu Cheng is already the uncrowned king of Lu Cheng. They'll never have to look at anyone in Willow City again. Didn't you see Renan Kai, the general manager of Lu Cheng Tong FA Media Company, willingly take out the 5 slots of the dream-making program in order to please Lin Fan? But for Lu Cheng Top Media Company is considered an old friend. Cannot now Lu Cheng Golden Mansion Media Company is flying high. Do not take care of each other. After all, the camaraderie of years of working together is still there. Xin Jianyun mused for a moment and said to his secretary, "Go and invite Mr. Zhang to my office." "Okay, Mr. Shin." The secretary nodded and exited the office. Xin Jianyun began to think about Zhang Shuwei's intentions, but after thinking for half a day, he couldn't come up with an explanation. Simply don't think about it anymore. Anyway, in a while Zhang Shuwei will come up. A short while later, there was a knock on the office door. Soon the office door was pushed open and the secretary walked in with a middle-aged man with a bald top. This middle-aged man with a bald top was none other than Zhang Shuwei, the general manager of Lu Cheng Tout Media Company. When Shin Jianyun saw Zhang Shiwei come in, he stood up and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, what wind blew Mr. Zhang here?" Saying that, he invited Zhang Shiwei to sit down and waved his hand at the secretary, signaling the other party to leave. He picked up the cup next to him and poured a cup of tea, placing it in front of Zhang Shiwei while sitting down. Zhang Shiwei looked at Shin Jianyun and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, of course it was the happy wind that blew me over." When Shin Jianyun heard Zhang Shiwei's words, he raised his eyebrows and asked suspiciously, "Mr. Zhang, what does that mean?" He thought for half a day but couldn't figure out what Zhang Shiwei meant by this sentence. He. Zhang Shiwei hemmed and hawed and asked mysteriously, "Mr. Shin, do you know where I just came from?" When Shin Jianyun heard Zhang Shiwei's question, his heart was speechless. "Where did you come from? How should I know? I'm not a fortune teller." He spat in his mind, but that couldn't be said out loud. He just asked symbolically, "From the company?" A smug smile appeared on Zhang Shiwei's face as he spoke. He. I knew you couldn't guess. I just got back from Du Wei Alive headquarters. Didn't think so. Shin Jianyun glanced at Zhang Shiwei, his eyes filled with surprise. He hadn't expected Zhang Shiwei to go to the Du Wei Alive headquarters. Could it be that Zhang Shiwei had also gone to talk to the executives of Du Wei Alive about cooperation? He shook his head and thought no more about it. He was sure Zhang Shiwei would tell him the answer. "That one really didn't occur to me. But what were you doing at the Fighting Wei Alive headquarters?" he asked, the doubt in his mind. Zhang Shiwei picked up the teacup on the table, gently took a sip of tea, glanced at Shin Jianyun and said smugly, "Of course it's to talk about cooperation." He went to the headquarters of Fighting Whale Live this time, and through his connections, he finally met with one of the top executives of Fighting Whale Live who was in charge of operations. He has negotiated an anchor roundup program, and Lucheng Tongfa Media Company has a dream-making program. He certainly can't handle this roundup program on his own. 1. His company didn't have that much money, and 2. He didn't want to take such a big risk. He's a rather timid and cautious person. All he has to pull someone with him to do it. Being an old brother and partner, he naturally thought of Willow City Golden Mansion Media Company. As he was over at the Fighting Whale Live headquarters these days, he didn't understand the changes on this side of Willow City at all. Now it was thought that Willow City Golden Mansion Media Company was still the same as them, and still existed at the bottom of the heap. Shin Jianyun nodded, understanding Zhang Shiwei's purpose. When Lucheng Tongfa Media Company proposed the dream-making program, he also wanted to go over to the headquarters of Du Whale Live to find someone to talk about cooperation. But today he doesn't need to do that. He also understood Zhang Shiwei's intention of looking for him, coming to seek his cooperation. But times are different now, and he doesn't need to work with anyone anymore, simply because he has a bully for a boss. He asked knowingly, "Mr. Zhang, you've come to me this?" Zhang Shiwei looked at Shin Jianyun and said with a smile, "I've already negotiated a cooperation with the Du Whale Life side. Since we are good brothers, how could I forget you? Screwed together. Of course. No, I just got off the plane and came to you. Good enough." Shin Jianyun wasn't surprised when he heard Zhang Shiwei's words. He was just curious about how this Zhang Shiwei wanted to cooperate. After all, we've been brothers for years, so if it's right, we can consider it. "Mr. Zhang, I wonder how you want to cooperate?" he asked as he took a sip of tea. When Zhang Shiwei heard Shin Jianyun ask this, a smug smile appeared on his face. He said without haste, "I'm calling this collaboration the Roundup Program. Doesn't Willow City Tongfa Media Company have a dream-making program? Let's just have a Roundup Program." Hey, isn't that a great name? When Shin Jianyun heard Zhang Shiwei's words, his heart was speechless. "How are you working together?" I asked. "You told me the name of your program? What does that have to do with anything? And what's so special about the name of this dream program? Ordinary couldn't be more ordinary, okay?" He spat madly in his mind. He didn't say anything and took a sip of tea, waiting for Zhang Shiwei's next words. Zhang Shiwei did not notice Shin Jianyun's change in demeanor and continued to say complacently, "He Lucheng Tongfa Media Company dream-making program 10 places. Our dream-fulfilling program the same 10 places. How about 5 spots for you and me?" He looked at Shin Jianyun with a smile on his face filled with smugness. The Shin Jianyun he felt would definitely be moved. After all, Willow City Tongfa Media Company's dream-making program hit them too hard. Once Lucheng Tong Fa Media Company's dream program is successful, then there will be a lot of excellent and potential anchors flocking to Lucheng Tong Fa Media Company. At that time the backward Netflix incubation companies, would be in danger, and without the addition of excellent and potential anchors, they would sooner or later go into extinction. That's not what he wants to see. Of course this was also the reason why he was certain that Shin Jianyun would be moved. He believed that Shin Jianyun didn't want Lucheng Golden Mansion Media Company to go downhill and finally close down and shut down. Shin Jianyun didn't have any surprise on his face, and after pondering for a moment, he looked at Zhang Shiwei and asked, "How much money do I need to invest on my side?" He is not too concerned about the number of places. He is concerned about the amount of money that needs to be invested in participating in this streaming program. Of course if the funds were within reason, he could consider participating. If the cost is too great, then there is no point in participating. After all, the more you put in, the more risk you represent. He now had 5 slots given to him by Willow City Tongfa Media. and there was no need to train new anchors for some time. Of course, if it's cost-effective, it's okay to train a few more potential anchors. The premise is cost-effective. When Zhang Shiwei heard Xin Jianyun's words, he thought that Xin Jianyun had moved. He felt a surge of triumph in his heart that everything was going according to his plan. He smiled and said, "Mr. Xin, you also know that it's very difficult for me to be busy here. It's not too much to ask that you put in a little more in terms of capital investment. How about this? For 5 spots, you offer $60 million? He had a confident smile on his face as he felt that although this price was a bit high, he believed that Xin Jianyun should be able to accept it. After all, Xin Jianyun hadn't done anything but invest a little more money to be able to have 5 places. It's a good deal in his opinion, and this is definitely okay for the price. Xin Jianyun froze for a moment when he heard Zhang Shiwei's words. $60 million? $10 million for a quota. $50 million he thinks is too much. Zhang Shiwei even asked him for $60 million, really treating him as if he ran a bank. If it was before, maybe he would have gritted his teeth and really agreed to Zhang Shiwei. Then after all, it's really not easy to talk to Do Whale Live about cooperation. But times are different today. He doesn't even need to talk to Do Whale Live about cooperation. His boss is the director of Fighting Whale Live, which means his boss word. As for the money spent, it's all negotiable and definitely all taken at the best price. He decided to reject Zhang Shiwei's cooperation. After all, if he invested so much money, Lin Fan, the boss, would not agree at all. That is, he himself would not agree. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, it looks like there's no way for us to work together. He took a sip of tea, put down the teacup, looked at Zhang Shiwei, and said directly. He thought it would be better to be upfront and clear. Zhang Shiwei instantly froze when he heard Xin Jianyun's words. It made him not react for a moment. Although he had thought that Xin Jianyun would react in various ways, how could he not expect Xin Jianyun to refuse? The key is also refusing to be so dry. Xin Jianyun saw that Zhang Shiwei was dumbfounded and didn't speak. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhang? Zhang Shiwei came back to his senses, looked at Xin Jianyun, and hurriedly said, Mr. Xin, is it that you think the capital investment is too much? We can talk about it. If Xin Jianyun really didn't cooperate with him, then this plan of his to fulfill his dreams would be in vain. Without the roundup program, he really doesn't know how long the company would have lasted in the future. After all, his heritage was a little less than that of the Golden Mansion Media Company in Willow City. Xin Jianyun knew that even if Zhang Shiwei agreed to invest $50 million, he felt that the cost performance was not appropriate. He shook his head and said, Mr. Zhang, let's forget about this cooperation. We'll work together again sometime in the future. Zhang Shiwei did not expect Xin Jianyun to be so dry and not even give him a chance to discuss. At that moment, a knock sounded outside the office. Come in, Xin Jianyun said in the direction of the gate. The office door was pushed open and the secretary walked in, holding a file. Mr. Xin, Lucheng Tongfa Media Company's contract for the 5 dream-making program slots has been sent over. I've had the legal services look at it and there are no problems. It just needs your signature. Xin Jianyun nodded when he heard the secretary's words and said casually, You put it on my desk. I'll take a look at it later. Sign it and I'll call you. The secretary nodded when she heard Xin Jianyun's words and prepared to put the contract on the table. At this time, Zhang Shiwei suddenly stood up and looked at Xin Jianyun with an angry voice. Good you Xin Jianyun. No wonder you didn't cooperate with me. It turns out that you have long been secretly cooperating with Lucheng Tongfa Media Company. Humph. Thanks to me treating you as a good brother, you did this to me. Xin Jianyun was not surprised to hear Zhang Shiwei's words and said to his secretary, Show the contract to Mr. Zhang. He felt that nothing he could say now would be better than seeing it with his own eyes. The secretary handed the contract to Zhang Shiwei. Zhang Shiwei looked at Xin Jianyun with a puzzled face. Xin Jianyun raised his hand, signaling Zhang Shiwei to look for himself. Zhang Shiwei took the contract. He wanted to see what medicine this Xin Jianyun was selling in the gourd. There's nothing on the first page, just the usual clauses. On the second page, he was momentarily dumbfounded when he saw the column for invested funds. It was surprisingly written that 5 slots were given to Willow City Golden Mansion Media Company at no cost. His mouth opened wide in shock, and his eyes rolled up in a hellish look. This? How is that possible? Is Willow City Tongfa Media Company crazy? Surprisingly, 5 slots were given to Willow City Golden Mansion Media for free. You know that the minimum investment for a place is $10 million. 5 places is $50 million. That's half a small goal. Just give it away for nothing. That's too hard to believe. But it's clearly written in black and white. His mind was a blur at this point. Couldn't figure out why Willow City Tongfa Media Company gifted Willow City Golden Mansion Media Company 5 slots. A bitter laugh ran through his mind. No wonder Xin Jianyun refused so dryly. Turns out people aren't short of places at all. Xin Jianyun saw to the dazed Zhang Shiwei and shook his head. There was no mockery of Zhang Shiwei in his heart. He knew anyone who saw the contract would find it unbelievable. After all, these 5 spots are worth $50 million. It's hard for anyone to understand just giving it away for nothing. He wouldn't have believed it could happen if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. One can only sigh, the boss is just awesome. Mr. Chang? Mr. Chang? He held out his palm and waved it in front of Zhang Shiwei's face. Zhang Shuwei slowly came to his senses when he heard Shin Jianyun's words. He looked at Shin Jianyun with complicated eyes. He did not expect Shin Jianyun to be able to make Lucheng Tongfa Media Company give 5 places to Lucheng Golden Man's media company for nothing. To this day he hasn't figured out why. He shook his giddy head. Suddenly he had a flash of insight and thought of a possibility. Could it be that Lucheng Jin Mang Media Company secretly had some kind of cooperation with Lucheng Tong Fa Media Company that he didn't know about? Otherwise, why would the other Lucheng Tong Fa Media Company give Lucheng Jin Mang Media Company 5 places for nothing? You know that these 5 spots are worth up to $50 million. That's 50 million, not 500 bucks. Even if it's $500, why would they give it to you? Lucheng Tong Fa Media Company? Lucheng Jin Mang Media Company? He felt sure that Lucheng Golden Mang Media Company had made some kind of deal with Lucheng Tong Fa Media Company behind the scenes. And this contract is just made for outsiders. Most likely it was done for him. He was very angry in his heart at the thought of this moment. He took a deep breath. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Shin Jianyun. Mr. Shin, I wonder what exactly is your purpose in going to such great lengths to convince me of this news. The only thing he couldn't figure out right now was Shin Jianyun's purpose for doing this. Everyone did things for a purpose, but he couldn't guess Shin Jianyun's mind. Was having the secretary follow the play simply a way to play up to him? He felt that Shin Jianyun should not be so shallow. Shin Jianyun instantly froze when he heard Zhang Shuwei's words. He didn't understand the meaning of Zhang Shuwei's words for a moment. When Zhang Shuwei saw Shin Jianyun's appearance, he immediately said with anger, "Is Mr. Shin still pretending to be stupid with me even at this time? Do you think you guys are secretly working with Willow City Tongfa Media Company in some way? Don't deny it. Or else why would they give you 5 slots at Lucheng Tong Fa Media Company? Is Willow City Tongfa Media Company brain dead?" When Shin Jianyun heard this, he sort of understood what Zhang Shuwei meant. It turns out that Zhang Shuwei thought this was a play he was putting on for him with Lucheng Tong Fa Media Company. He hadn't thought that Zhang Shuwei still had quite a rich imagination. Such a reason could be thought of by him. He shook his head. Taking a sip of tea, he said faintly, "Ha, what's in it for me?" He put down his teacup and looked at Zhang Shuwei. "What's in it for you? How should I know?" Zhang Shuwei retorted. "I'm not a worm in your stomach. How would I know?" He muttered in his mind. "You don't know? Then how are you sure that I'm secretly cooperating with Lucheng Tong Fa Media Company?" Shin Jianyun said coldly. Zhang Shuwei couldn't answer for a moment. At that moment, the secretary's cell phone next to her rang. The secretary quickly picked up the phone and said a few words. After hanging up the phone, he said to Shin Jianyun, "Mr. Shin, Manager Meng from the operation department of Do Whale Live is here." When Shin Jianyun heard the secretary's words, he nodded and said in a deep voice, "You hurry up and ask Manager Meng to come over." After he finished, he turned his head to look at Zhang Shuwei and said faintly, "Mr. Zhang, I won't keep you. I have some business to discuss with Manager Meng now." Zhang Shuwei was instantly infuriated when he heard Shin Jianyun's words. "Mr. Shin, in order to drive me away, you had your secretary find such an unreliable reason." This Manager Meng was the top management of Bucket Whale Live that he had contacted through his contacts at Bucket Whale Live's headquarters. It is also the key to his ability to carry out the roundup program. He hadn't expected this Shin Jianyun to make up something in order to drive him away. Saying that he had some business to discuss with Manager Meng? What the hell? Why would Manager Meng come to your little company to talk about things? Who do you think you are? To his death. He wouldn't believe that Manager Meng would come to talk to Shin Jianyun about things. After all, the curiosity of the other Manager Meng is there. How can he personally come to your company and talk about things with you? A small general manager. It's a travesty of the world. He decided not to go. He wanted to see how long this Shin Jianyun was going to pretend. Shin Jianyun saw Zhang Shiviai's appearance and knew that Zhang Shiviai must have overthought himself again. How come I didn't realize that Zhang Shuwei was so fond of fantasies before? He shook his head and was speechless. Zhang Shuwei didn't wait for Shin Jianyun to speak. A hint of disdain appeared on his face and continued. "I also know this Manager Meng, so it's a good time to catch up." Shin Jianyun didn't know what Zhang Shiviai had in mind. However, since Zhang Shuwei said that he knew Manager Meng, it was not good for him to directly drive Zhang Shuwei away. Alright then, since Mr. Zhang knows Manager Meng, let's meet together. When Zhang Shuwei heard Shin Jianyun's words, the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned upwards. "Humph, pretending. I'll see how long you'll pretend?" He grunted coldly in his mind. He wanted to see how long this Shin Jianyun could pretend. He spent the day here. At that moment, there was a knock on the door outside the office. Zhang Shuwei glanced at Shin Jianyun, a cold smile on his face. It's a full act. Does he really think he's a big fool? I'd like to see what you're going to do next. He leaned his body back, crossed his legs, and sipped his tea leisurely. He had a bemused, laid-back look on his face, and was now in a complete stance of watching the show. Shin Jianyun did not notice Zhang Shuwei's change in demeanor. When he heard the knock on the door, he hurriedly stood up and said loudly, "Come in." The office door pushed open. The secretary took the lead, securing the door. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing black glasses walked in. When Zhang Shuwei saw the middle-aged man who came in, his expression, which had just been leisurely, was instantly fixed. He was momentarily dumbfounded. His mouth unconsciously opened wide and his eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. This? How is that possible? Here, what's Manager Meng doing here? The person who came was none other than Meng, the manager of Do Whale Live, whom he knew. It was important to know that as the manager of the operations department of Bucket Whale Live, Manager Meng would not easily leave the Bucket Whale Live headquarters. But now Manager Meng really appeared here. How could he not be shocked? He could not understand Shin Jianyun more and more now. He smiled bitterly in his heart. He instantly felt a flash of fire on his face. He had always thought that Shin Jianyun and his secretary were putting on a show for him. Now it seems he was overthinking it. This is so fucking embarrassing. If there was a crack in the ground in front of him right now, he'd hate to get into it. Shin Jianyun hurriedly walked forward, stretched out his hands to shake hands with Manager Meng, and said with a smile, Manager Meng has worked hard all the way. I should have met you in person at the headquarters of Fighting Whale Live, but I've been too busy lately to leave. Manager Meng didn't dare to be arrogant. He and Shin Jianyun were both laborers, and in terms of being close to Lin Fan, he wasn't as close as Shin Jianyun. He held out his hands to shake the other man and hurriedly smiled. You're too kind, Mr. Shin. No hard work, no hard work. It's all about work. Shin Jianyun saw that Manager Meng was so good at talking, and let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. But he had heard that this Manager Meng was very arrogant and very bad to talk to. Now it seems that was just a rumor. Come on Manager Meng, hurry up and sit down. Shin Jianyun reached out and asked Manager Meng to sit down. Manager Meng said with the same modesty, please take a seat, Mr. Shin. Manager Meng froze for a moment when he saw the dazed Zhang Shiwei next to him. Ha! I didn't expect you to be here too, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Shiwei heard Manager Meng's voice and came back to his senses. Hurriedly and politely, he said, Manager Meng, how are you? There was a complicated expression on his face, a look of wanting to say something. He was tempted to ask Manager Meng why he was here, but he didn't know how to ask this for a moment. When Manager Meng saw Zhang Shiwei looking like he wanted to speak, he asked suspiciously, Mr. Zhang, is there a problem? He felt pretty good about getting along with Zhang Shiwei, and now he meets Zhang Shiwei at Golden Man's Media in Luchang. Feel very connected. Hearing Manager Meng's question, Zhang Shiwei clenched his teeth, took a deep breath, and said, Manager Meng, what exactly is your relationship with Luchang Golden Mansion Media Company? He saw something in the conversation between Manager Meng and Shin Jianyun just now. It felt like Manager Meng was extraordinarily polite to Shin Jianyun. It was important to realize that Shin Jianyun was nothing more than a general manager of the Golden Mansion Media Company in Luchang, and Manager Meng is the real top management of Do Whale Live. Normally it would be right for Shin Jianyun to lower his voice and curry favor with Manager Meng, but now it was completely reversed, leaving him very puzzled. The only thing that could explain it was that Manager Meng had some other relationship with the Golden Mansion Media Company in Willow City. In his heart, he was very curious about what kind of relationship Manager Meng had with the Golden Mansion Media Company in Luchang. When Manager Meng heard Zhang Shiwei's question, he thought it was something else and said with a smile, Mr. Lin, the owner of Luchang Golden Mang Media Company, is the director of our Do Whale Live and owns 20% of Do Whale Live's equity. To say what relationship I have with Willow City Golden Mansion Media Company, that means that both Willow City Golden Mansion Media Company and I work for Mr. Lin. Zhang Shiwei was instantly confused when he heard Manager Meng's words. His mouth, which had just closed with difficulty, slowly opened wide again, his eyes glaring as round as copper bells, his face full of shock. This? How is that possible? The owner of the Golden Mansion Media Company in Willow City was surprisingly a director of Do Whale Live. That's too hard to believe, but he knew Manager Meng didn't have to lie to him. A bitter laugh ran through his mind. Everything makes sense now. He truly understood why Lucheng Tongfa Media Company was willing to give Lucheng Jinmang Media Company 5 places for nothing. This is to curry favor with Willow City Golden Mansion Media. He looked at Shin Jianyun with eyes full of envy, not thinking that Shin Jianyun had such a powerful backstage. He decided that in the future, he would move around more with Shin Jianyun and make a good relationship. He stood up, ready to leave. He wasn't going to stay here. After all, Manager Meng was going to talk to Shin Jianyun about things and it wasn't appropriate for him to be around. He hurriedly stood up and said with a smile, Manager Meng, Mr. Shin, I have to go beforehand. Manager Meng nodded. Take care, Mr. Zhang. Shin Jianyun spoke. Arrange for a secretary to escort Zhang Shiwei out of his office. Willowtown University. With the bell ringing, the last session of the morning is officially over. Lin Fan walked out of the classroom just in time to meet his 3 roommates coming out as well. Let's go, old 4, let's eat. Boss Zhang Zichang patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said with a smile. Lin Fan looked at the 3 of them and said, let's go eat at Tianjuk. He really wasn't used to the cafeteria food. The 3 of them glanced at each other and looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan was speechless for a moment in his heart when he saw the expressions on the 3 people's faces. My treat. He had already told the 3 of them that he wouldn't marry Tang Ruobing, much less have a baby, and didn't understand how the 3 of them could still have such expressions. Boss Zhang Zichang sighed and said, Old 4, you've fallen. As a college student, you have to be like a college student. What's wrong with eating in the cafeteria? Lin Fan was too lazy to bother with the 3 goods. It seemed that these 3 goods had made another appointment to play games after dinner. How else could you say such a thing in the face of good food? You mean you're not going? When he finished, he saw that the three didn't say anything, and lazily ignoring his three roommates, he turned to leave. The three roommates watched Lin Fan leave and didn't say anything, although they enjoyed the food very much. As of right now, today's noon game was the most important thing. Lin Fan came to the parking lot and started the car towards Tianjikai Sky Dweller box. By now the table was filled with some signature dishes. Lin Fan washed his hands and started eating. On his way here he called the manager, Niu Baishan, to have the meal ready. A webcam incubator company in Willow City. A middle-aged woman threw a piece of paper at a young woman in front of her. This is the topic of today's live broadcast. The middle-aged woman looked at the young woman and said directly. The young woman picked up the paper and read it, randomly interviewing passers-by and asking them if they would be willing to spend $5 million on a gift for their girlfriend if they had $10 million. The young woman frowned slightly and looked up at the middle-aged woman. Supervisor Joe, is there any point to this interview topic? She really couldn't figure out the point of such a passerby interview. Meaning? Son, you have to remember that not everything you do makes sense. You have to understand that this is a traffic era and traffic is king. How to get high traffic requires a different kind of gimmick. Gimmicks that bring in traffic just make sense. What's the point of doing anything worthwhile without traffic? Go on, do more and ask less in the future. The young woman heard the middle-aged woman say this and reluctantly took the paper and left the middle-aged woman's office. The young woman's name was Sun Aya, and she had just joined the company not long ago. Being a new anchor, the company didn't have any assistance for her. She opened the map to find a suitable place and left the office alone with her cell phone. The reality is that an average newcomer to the company simply won't give you more resources. Only if you prove yourself will the company favor you with resources. That's the reality. She naturally understands this, and she hopes to one day prove her worth and acquire the company's strong cultivation. Half an hour later, Sun Area arrived at her destination and looked at the bustling streets. She clenched her fists tightly, secretly cheering herself on. Turn on your phone and turn on the live stream. Since she is new, she has no regular hardcore fans at all. One can only hope that the gimmick will draw some people around. She waited for 10 minutes, and there were over 100 people in the live room at this point. That's pretty good for a newbie. I didn't realize Miss Anchor was quite pretty. I just don't know how many levels of beauty face the anchor lady has turned on. Sun Area was relieved when she saw the pop-ups appear in the live broadcast. She was really afraid that no one would talk on the air, and then it would be too embarrassing to be the only one there. Hello everyone, I'm Anchor Sun Aya. Sun Aya didn't start out with a messy screen name and directly used her real name. This anchor is a neighborhood anchor, and she appears in plain clothes every time. If you like the anchors, you can add a follow. Thank you all. She smiled into the cell phone camera. The live streaming netizens exploded. Vegan anchors in this day and age are a rare species. Crap, the anchor lady is even a vegetarian appearance. This is too beautiful. Miss Anchor, love it, I'm adding my attention. Miss Anchor, when does the interview start? Miss Anchor, how do you take care of yourself? How come your skin is so good? Sun Area naturally wouldn't answer any questions in the live broadcast. She always remembered the purpose of the live broadcast. She smiled at the camera and said, starting soon. She saw that the live stream had broken through 300 people at this point, and decided to start the day's themed workshop. At that moment, a young man walked across the street. The people she interviewed today, which she had already figured out when she arrived, were only for young people. She felt that only young people would pay her any attention on the subject. Hello, sir. The young man stopped and looked over at Sun Ea. What a beauty. This was the first feeling Sun Area gave him. What can I do for you? Beautiful? He puffed out his chest and smiled. Beauty is such an inherent advantage. Hello, sir, I'm the neighborhood anchor. I wonder if I could ask you a question. Sun Ea said politely as she looked at the younger man. Oh, so it's the anchor. The young man's eyes lit up when he heard Sun Area's words. Isn't it true that all the anchors on the internet have grade 10 beauty? This anchor girl in real life feels more beautiful than those women with level 10 beauty face on. It would be nice to spend dinner with such a young lady. He decided to get in good with Missy and see if there was any chance of getting her contact information. Missy, if you have any questions just ask. I will definitely cooperate with you. He had a self-professed charming smile on his face. Hearing the other party's agreement, Sun Aya hurriedly asked, if you had $10 million, would you spend $5 million on a gift for your girlfriend? The young man's face changed when he heard Sun Area's words. Jaru? Who's Jaru? Did that stinky woman find a rich man behind her back? He looked at Sun Area with an unpleasant face and asked with anger, who is Jaru? And why is he buying my girlfriend a gift? He thought this Sun Ea was too bad, must have known something about his girlfriend, and was deliberately trying to embarrass him. Sun Area was instantly confused when she heard the young man's question. She wondered what was wrong with the young man. A moment of downtime there. At this time, the live broadcast was bustling with activity. I didn't realize that the first interviewee of Miss Liv was a comedian. What if, Jaru? I'm laughing my ass off. This reception broadcast is so much fun. I'm going. Is Missy trying to make the street visit into a family ethics drama? Is this something a man would do irreparably if he went home thinking his girlfriend was cheating on him? What I think is that Missy has a problem talking. What kind of person hears what if and thinks it's Jaru? I think there's something wrong with this man. I guess he suspects that his girlfriend will cheat on him all day long. Sun Area finally reacted when she saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast. She looked at the young man and hurriedly explained, "Sir, calm down and listen to me slowly." The look on the young man's face now scared her a little, and she was really afraid that the young man would do something irrational. The young man looked at Sun Area, wanting to see what the other said. If the other party couldn't give him a reasonable explanation, he decided to be done with them. "You better give me a reasonable explanation or else." "Ha?" Sun Area hurriedly said. "When I say if, I mean by analogy. Hypothetically, let's say you have $10 million. Would you spend $5 million on a gift for your girlfriend? That's the idea." The young man heard Sun Area's explanation and realized that he was the one who was too sensitive. He unconsciously had a look of embarrassment on his face. "Suppose that's what it means," he said with some embarrassment. Sun Area hurriedly said, "Yes, that's what it means." She breathed a long sigh of relief as she saw the younger man finally come to his senses. She was really afraid that the young man wouldn't listen to his explanation. And when it did lead to a family tragedy, wouldn't she be wronged? "Would you spend $5 million on a gift for your girlfriend?" The Ouroboros is explained and the broadcast continues. "I don't know," the young man said, shaking his head. Sun Ea froze for a moment when she heard the younger man's words. She hadn't expected the younger man to answer that way. The average person would have said by it without blinking an eye. After all, it's a hypothetical thing, and it doesn't matter if it doesn't materialize. The young man smiled at Sun Area and said, "If you guys can offer me $10 million, I might be able to answer you." Sun Area was speechless for a moment in her heart when she heard the young man's words. Is this out of the way? Meeting such an odd man. She took a deep breath and smiled. "Sorry, we can't offer this $10 million. Thank you for your support. I have to interview the next one. Bye." She finished and walked away quickly. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, in case she said something that made the young man's misunderstanding, then she would probably want to die by then. It's really that this young man's thinking is so different from normal. The live broadcast room was abuzz with talk as they watched Sun Area, who had escaped. "Missy, this is being scared off. If I met someone so strange, I'd be scared away too. How dare you want Missy to give him $10 million? What are you thinking?" But seriously, this show is kinda fun to watch when you're bored. It's pretty good. After this strange man's mess, the number of people in Sun Aya's live room unexpectedly reached 1,000, which was the largest number of people online since her live broadcast. Sun Area looked back at the younger man not catching up and took a deep breath. She was really afraid that the young man would catch up with her and ask for $10 million. Then her live broadcast today would be a complete joke. She straightened her clothes and adjusted her mindset, looked into the cell phone camera and said with a smile, "Although there were some problems with the interview just now, but fortunately the anchor was resourceful and has solved it. We're live to continue. Everyone follow my camera and move on to the next interview." The live broadcast was amused by Sun Area's words. "This anchor lady is so much fun. Miss, you have such a thick skin. How did you practice? And you solved it wisely? You're the one who ran away. Okay? I like this live broadcast by Missy. This program is at least real. Unlike some people whose live broadcasts are all segments that are simply fooling the public." "Good." Upstairs said too right. "Miss Sister of this live is absolutely real. So the live is interesting. Attention. Attention. Must be concerned about." Lin Fan had a very comforting meal. After eating, he walked out of the Sky Dweller. The parking lot of the Sky Dweller was full because of the large number of people eating at noon. Lin Fan parked in a different parking lot and had to walk a bit. It's being done live. He glanced at Sun Aya, who was doing a live interview not far away. He wasn't going to bother. Such a live broadcast he felt was not technical at all, even if Sun Aya looked beautiful. But a woman who was just beautiful and had no talent was just a vase. A vase like that didn't interest him at all. No matter how nice the vase looks, you will come to get tired of looking at it too much. It's simply not possible to form a solid iron fan base. It's simply impossible to become a big anchor without the support of an iron fan. Anchors like this that won't give him an increase in value are not something he's going to put a lot of effort into cultivating. Sun Area said to the young man in front of her. "Thank you for your answer. Goodbye." There was a touch of disappointment on his face. She just interviewed a few more people, and the answers had been middling, dropping her popularity on the air. She actually understood in her heart that such an unnutritious live broadcast, unless she could do something fancy, it would be hard to retain people, let alone increase their popularity. She looked up at Lin Fan, who was walking towards the parking lot. A light went on before her eyes. What a handsome little brother. Even if she wasn't from the Society of Appearance, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart when she saw Lin Fan's appearance. The live broadcast naturally saw Lin Fan on the road. The anchor rushes to interview this little brother. "And I'll swipe the balloons for you, sister. Anchor, if you can get little brother's contact info, I'll give you a super rocket." "No, two, say yes. Anchor, hurry up. Don't dawdle." Sun Aya's live room naturally wouldn't be full of boys. There were also quite a few girls. When the women in the live broadcast saw such a handsome Lin Fan, they went completely crazy. Sun Area came back to her senses and saw that the live broadcast room was surprisingly so lively. She felt she had to interview Lin Fan. She also had the thought in her mind to get in touch with Lin Fan and find out what kind of person he was. She naturally wouldn't act like a nymphomaniac and fall in love with Lin Fan after seeing him once. But doesn't all love begin on the first face? You don't know if it's a good fit until you touch it. After all, Lin Fan's appearance fit the criteria of her heart's other half. She straightened her clothes, ruffled her hair, took a deep breath, and with a charming smile on her face, she walked towards Lin Fan. "Hello, sir." Lin Fan looked at Sun Aya and frowned slightly. "Is something wrong?" he asked in a flat voice as he looked at Sun Area. The live broadcast room completely exploded when they saw Lin Fan up close. "I'm going. This little brother actually has the model of a domineering president. Love it, love it. It's so cool to see little brother up close. What kind of divine face is this? Cheer up, anchor. Make sure you get your little brother's contact info." The live broadcast room not only pop-up messages constantly, but also from time to time floating up small gifts. Flowers, sunglasses, balloons. Sun Aya instantly froze when she saw the gifts floating up in the live broadcast room. I didn't expect to get so many gifts from netizens just by simply talking to Lin Fan. She had never seen so many gifts since she went live. She was in a very emotional state at the moment. Lin Fan looked at Sun Area, who was fuming and not speaking, and raised an eyebrow. He was ready to go around Sun Ea and leave. Sun Aya happened to come to her senses at this time and saw that Lin Fan was leaving. Hurrying to stop Lin Fan, he said hurriedly, "Sir, can I delay you for a few minutes?" Lin Fan looked at Sun Aya, who was like a cowhide, and asked with some impatience, "What is it exactly?" Seeing Lin Fan's face showing impatience, Sun Aya hurriedly said, "Hello sir, I'm a neighborhood anchor. Can I ask you a question?" She flashed a cute smile. Lin Fan thought about getting rid of Sun Aya as soon as possible and asked directly, "What's the problem?" Sun Area heard Lin Fan agree to answer the question, causing her heart to let out a sigh of relief. She felt that being with Lin Fan was very stressful. She took a deep breath, adjusted herself and smiled. "Sir, let's say you have $10 million. Would you spend $5 million on a gift for your girlfriend?" She didn't dare to use the word if casually now. She was afraid of being misunderstood again. Lin Fan unconsciously frowned slightly when he heard Sun Area's question. $10 million? How is that possible with only $10 million left? He looked at Sun Area and said faintly, "It's impossible." Sun Aya instantly froze when she heard Lin Fan's words. She didn't understand what Lin Fan meant by this impossibility. She was afraid that Lin Fan would think wrong again and hurriedly explained. "Sir, I mean suppose you have $10 million. Lin Fan waved his hand and directly interrupted Sun Aya. "There's no way I'll only have $10 million left. With tens of billions of dollars, it's not that easy to lose." After he finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Sun Area and walked towards the parking lot. He felt that this Sun Area had a problem. He now had tens of billions of assets. Even if he was a loser, he wouldn't lose only $10 million. The live broadcast room was in an uproar when they heard Lin Fan's words. "Crap, this big brother is a master of pretense, but also tens of billions of dollars? I also said I'm hundreds of billions of dollars, and there's no tax on bragging anyway. If I didn't know this was a neighborhood program, I would have believed it. It's just that this big brother is pretending to be so damn much more. I didn't expect my little brother to be such a braggart, but the way he brags is just as handsome and charming." When Sun Aya heard Lin Fan's reply, her heart was also lost. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to be this kind of bragging man, and she hated such men very much. It doesn't matter if a man has no money, as long as he is willing to work hard, there will always be bread. At that moment, there was a sudden rumble of engines from the parking lot. Sun Aya looked in the direction the sound came from, only to see Lin Fan driving the Koenigsegg 11 towards the distance. Although she didn't know what kind of car Lin Fan was driving, she still recognized the look of a sports car, and the price was definitely not cheap. Even if Lin Fan drove a sports car, she still thought that Lin Fan was just a man who loved to brag and hadn't changed her mind. The live broadcast room completely exploded after seeing Lin Fan's car. After all, the internet is everything. Sun Ea doesn't recognize what kind of sports car this is, but the almighty netizens do. Crap, what do I see? A ghost sports car Koenigsegg 11 upstairs. A weak question. Is this ghost sports car Koenigsegg 11 very expensive? Is it expensive? That's not just expensive. That's very expensive. That's a supercar worth $100 million. Holy shit, a $100 million sports car. Mama, how rich does one have to be to afford a sports car like this? Is it true what that big brother just said? Does he really have tens of billions of dollars? I don't know if there are tens of billions of dollars, but someone who can afford a sports car like this is bound to be worth more than tens of billions of dollars. More crucially, such a sports car is not available to anyone even with a $10 billion fortune. Then just now, wouldn't that big brother be a real big brother? Miss Anchor, this is a missed opportunity to get to know the King of Diamonds. The big brother is not simply a bachelor, simply a diamond mine. This time the Anchor sister is probably going to cry in the toilet. Sun Area looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast and was instantly dumbfounded. Her shocked little mouth unconsciously opened wide, her eyes rolling round and round with disbelief. This? How is that possible? That little brother just now actually drove a sports car worth $100 million. What's going on? Fake? But after seeing the live streaming netizens' well-organized descriptions, she knew it was all true. A bitter laugh ran through her mind. she felt a flash of fire on her face. Just now, he had thought that Lin Fan was bragging, but now it seemed that Lin Fan wasn't bragging at all, but was just being honest. Another pang of loss ran through her. If she was able to get on good terms with Lin Fan, all she needed was for Lin Fan to support her a little bit, and she was sure that the company would tilt a lot of resources in her favor. But now it's all too late. If you miss it, you miss it. Lin Fan naturally wouldn't know what was going on in Sun Aya's mind. He had already returned to the Willow City University parking lot at this time. He stepped out of the car and headed for the dormitory. Opened the dormitory door. Entering the dormitory, I saw that 3 of my roommates were playing a game. It seems to be quite lively. Lao Air, Lao San, hurry over here, together we'll fuck this guy to death. He's really capable of pretending. The boss, Zhang Zicheng, was holding a cigarette and clicking the mouse. Yeah, that's it. Boss Zhang Zicheng took a drag on his cigarette and said with a big smile, winning, martyr. This idiot even pretended to be a bully in front of our 3 musketeers. Really looking for death. Boss Zhang Zicheng took off his headphones and said smugly, crap. He suddenly saw Lin Fan next to him and was startled. Directly a nationalist phrase came out of his mouth. 4. Why are you silent like a ghost? When did you get back? Boss Zhang Zicheng asked without any good humor. I came back a long time ago. It's just that you guys were too focused on playing the game to notice. Lin Fan glanced at the 3 and said indifferently. He finished organizing his books and sat down in his chair to look at the 3, smiling. But, by the way, the title of the 3 of you is pretty close to reality. Bitchy enough indeed. When the boss, Zhang Zicheng, heard Lin Fan's words, he said angrily, get lost. We are the 3 musketeers, not the 3 bastards. The sword is the sword of swords and spears. Lin Fan lazily ignored the 3 goods and prepared to lie down on the bed for a while. Boss Zhang Zicheng saw Lin Fan's movements and asked suspiciously, Old 4, what are you doing up there? Lin Fan glanced at his boss Zhang Zicheng in surprise and said casually, go to bed. Don't we have class until 3rd period this afternoon? When he finished, he was going to lie down. Crap, Old 4, I knew you forgot. Boss Zhang Zicheng said loudly. Lin Fan saw his boss, Zhang Zicheng, and asked curiously, forgot something? He thought about it in his mind for a moment, as if he hadn't promised his boss Zhang Zicheng anything about them. Boss Zhang Zicheng saw Lin Fan's expression and knew that the other party this was really not remembering anything at all. This afternoon, 1st and 2nd period, the beautiful sister came to the school to speak. Boss Zhang Zicheng angrily explained. Old 4 is really something, forgetting such an important thing, he muttered in his mind. Aha, is there such a thing? Lin Fan froze for a moment when he heard his boss Zhang Zicheng's words. It's like there's still a real thing going on, but it was none of his business that the beautiful schoolmate came to give a speech. Well, this isn't mandatory to go, is it? Then I won't go. He really couldn't raise any interest in the beautiful schoolmate. He felt that women would only affect the speed at which he could make a sword. A profit. At least now he didn't want to waste a lot of time on women. No, 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 the 3 roommates said in unison. Aha, Lin Fan looked at the 3 in surprise. When did the 3 have such a heart-to-heart? The oldest, Zhang Zicheng, looked at Lin Fan and said loudly, oldest, this is a dormitory group activity. No one can be absent. Halo? Lin Fan was speechless for a moment in his heart when he heard his boss Zhang Zicheng's words. How did listening to a speech become a dorm group activity? Why do you guys have to drag me along when you go to see the pretty schoolgirls? He spat helplessly in his mind. Of course he could only say these words in his heart, but not out loud. Wouldn't it be emotionally destructive to talk about it? Looking at the 3, they would drag him along if he didn't go. It was all he could do to get out of bed. Boss Zhang Zicheng saw Lin Fan get down from the bed, patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said with a smile, Old 4, that's right. Although you have Tang schoolgirls do not lack girlfriends, but the brothers do not have you have to give counseling Lin Fan glanced at his boss, Zhang Zicheng, and picked up the clothes next to him and put them on. How can a pretty girl be interested in you 3 who only know how to play games? He muttered in his mind. He knew that this beautiful schoolmate was not simple when he heard his boss Zhang Zicheng's description. Come to think of it, how can it be simple when you can take your business to billions in just a few years? Wouldn't such a strong woman be able to handle a couple of 3 roommates who were still playing mud and video games? But since the 3 wanted to go and join in the fun, he could only follow. He was also very curious in his heart now as to what kind of person this beautiful schoolmate was and how she could have such a great charm. Boss Zhang Zicheng put on his clothes and shoes and saw Lin Fan still putting on his shoes without any hurry. He said loudly and anxiously, Old 4, hurry up. If you go late, there will be no seats left. Lin Fan put on his shoes, stood up and glanced at his boss, Zhang Zicheng, and was speechless for a moment. When you guys were playing the game just now, why didn't I see you in such a hurry? He muttered in his mind. He said faintly, let's go. The classroom where the beautiful schoolgirl's speech was given was in a staircase classroom where open classes were held. This latter classroom could hold up to 500 people, and could be considered the largest classroom in Luchang University. Lin Fan and his 3 roommates walked into the step classroom. Upon seeing the room full of people, he instantly froze. Crap! Boss Zhang Zicheng unconsciously burst into foul language. There are too many people here. The oldest 2, Li Muyang, looked at the classroom filled with people, And there were still some people who didn't have seats and could only sit on the steps. Lin Fan was also full of surprise when he saw the people in the classroom. Not expecting this beautiful schoolmate to be so influential, he made a rough calculation that the entire classroom had to be 600 or 700 people at the moment. Luckily this classroom is big enough. Lin Fan looked at the three and asked, "Still listening?" Now the only way for a few people to listen to the speech of the beautiful schoolmate was to find a corner to squat or sit on the steps to watch. The seats. Well, don't even think about it. Boss Zhang Ziqiang looked around, gritted his teeth, and said, "Listen, why don't you? The number of people coming is what proves that this beautiful schoolmate has a lot of charisma." Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. This is really not until the Yellow River. He was also having a headache right now. 3 of his roommates weren't going back, and he certainly couldn't go back on his own since he was here. But let him crouch in the corner, or sit on the steps, and listen to the speech. Boss Zhang Ziqiang turned around and saw that Lin Fan was still dumbfounded, and said as he walked, "Old 4, hurry up, or else you won't even have a step to sit on in a while." Lin Fan glanced at his boss Zhang Ziqiang with a face full of helplessness and lifted his leg, ready to follow. Boss Zhang Ziqiang finally found an unoccupied step and sat down. His heart finally settled down. A place to sit is better than no place to sit. The oldest 2, Li Muyang, and the oldest 3, Wang Jian, moved fast enough to also find a step and sit down. Boss Zhang Ziqiang saw that the steps around him were full. "Old 4, looks like you'll just have to find a corner to crouch in. Who made you move so slow?" One could only mourn Lin Fan in his heart. Aha! Lin Fan was instantly speechless as he looked at the steps filled with people. He just froze for a moment. Is that such a big deal? He was about to accept reality and find an unoccupied corner to crouch in. He noticed a softness coming from his right and left arms. He turned his head to look, just in time to see the 2 exquisite little faces of Su Ruiwen and Lu Ziyan. "What are you guys?" he asked suspiciously. "Lin Banzai, come with us, we've got a seat for you." Su Ruiwen looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile. LV Ziyan nodded next to her. Aha! Lin Fan hadn't expected the 2 to take a seat for him. He smiled and said, "Thank you then." After saying that, she followed Lu Ziyan and Su Ruiwen to a center-forward position. It's still a prime location. Boss Zhang Ziqiang felt bad when he saw Su Ruiwen and Lu Ziyan appear at the same time. Lin Fan was still shocked when he actually sat down on the chair with Su Ruiwen and Lu Ziyan. He didn't know when his mouth opened wide. His eyes were as round as copper bells, and his face was full of incredulity. This? What's going on? How come everywhere we go, someone is taking old 4's seat? That's too infuriating. A bitter laugh ran through his mind. He had just been happy that he had snagged a step position. Now that he saw Lin Fan sitting on the chair, he instantly felt that his position didn't smell good anymore. God! This is so unfair. Why doesn't anyone take my seat? He could only stare at Lin Fan with a face full of envy at this point. Not only the boss, Zhang Ziqiang, but there was not a single boy in the staircase classroom who was not envious. Crap! This dude is also too awesome. He even let 2 beautiful women rush to give him a seat. A boy in white exclaimed at once. "Shoo, keep your voice down." A boy with black glasses next to the white dress warned with a nervous look on his face. The white-clothed boy saw the black glasses boy and instantly felt that Lin Fan was not ordinary. Come to think of it, would anyone be average enough to make 2 beautiful women fight for a seat? Big brother, could that dude be up to something? He vainly asked for advice. The black glasses boy looked at the white-clothes boy in surprise and said without any good humor, "I really don't know if you are a student of Lu University or not. You don't even know him?" The white-clothed boy hurriedly smiled and said, "Big brother, you're a good judge of character. You can tell at a glance that I'm not a student of Lu University." He is indeed not a student of Luchang University, which has not heard that there is a beautiful sister of Lu University speech. Want to see the beautiful sister of Lu University? Holy shit, bro, you're really not a student at Lu University. The dark glasses boy froze for a moment and blurted out. He hadn't expected that just off the top of his head. It would have gotten to him. "I'm not hiding anything from you, big brother. I'm from the university next door to Willow University," the white-clothed boy said with a smile. The dark glasses boy thought about it and realized that he must have heard that the beautiful sister of Lucheng University came to give a speech and came here in admiration. He felt a kinship with the white boy. "What's your name, brother?" The boy in white smiled and said, "Big brother, just call me Old Wang." "I wonder what big brother calls himself." The dark glasses boy nodded. "So it's Old Wang from the school next door." "Hello, my last name is Zhang. You can just call me Old Zhang." Old Wang from the school next door shook his head and said, "How can you call big brother Old Zhang? Gotta call Chang. Brother Zhang. Tell me who the hell that dude was just now?" He was very curious in his heart as to who such a bullish figure as Luda was. When old Zhang heard old Wang from the next school call him Brother Zhang, a touch of smugness unconsciously appeared on his face. He exclaimed, "Who else could it be? Of course it's Class President Lin. Do you know anything about Class President Lin from Ryu University?" Old Wang from the school next door was instantly dumbfounded when he heard old Zhang's words. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. Is this the legendary Class President Lin? Even if he was from the next school over, he had heard of Class President Lin's great name. This is the real flavor of the month at Ryu University. No wonder it's surrounded by beautiful women. Which beautiful woman wouldn't think of sticking it to a character like Lin Banchang? A pang of fear ran through him. He dared to talk about class president Lin in front of him. It was a good thing that he hadn't said anything excessive just now, or else if Lin Banjiang had heard it, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He gratefully glanced at old Zhang next to him. If not for old Zhang stopping him, he didn't know what he would have said. Old Wang from the school next door said gratefully to old Zhang, "Brother Zhang, thank you, you'll be my own big brother from now on." Only old Zhang reminded him when he spoke, which in his mind was a lifelong friendship. If he really offended Lin Fan, the end he felt would definitely not be good. He looked in Lin Fan's direction with a face full of envy. That's a real bigot. It suddenly occurred to him that Lin Fan's girlfriend was said to be the Tang School flower of Luchang University. But he looked at Su Ruiwen and LV Xian, and although they were pretty, he felt that there was still a bit of a gap between them and the school flower. Brother Zhang, the two girls next to class president Lin don't have school girl Tang, do they? He looked at old Zhang and asked the question in his mind. What are you thinking? How can these two be the Tang School flower? These two are at most a class flower. Old Zhang glanced at old Wang from the next school and said without a trace of anger. Old Wang from the school next door nodded when he heard old Zhang's words. Old Zhang sighed. Even the flower of the class is not something people like us can have. Indeed, how could a girl with a little bit of good looks and some ability look at ordinary people like them? The bell rang. The classroom slowly fell silent. The sound of clacking heels came through the door. Everyone held their breath as they looked toward the door. Everyone knows this is the main character coming. Two men soon walked in. A man and a woman. The man was none other than Yan Zhenghong, the president of Willow City University. The woman was naturally Su Lucy, the main character this time. Su Lucy wore a small white suit today, her slightly wavy hair falling over her shoulders, and her feet stepped on a pair of black high heels. Her face was expressionless at this point. The crowd looked at the queen like Su Lucy and were instantly dumbfounded. One by one, their shocked mouths unconsciously opened wide, their eyes rolling round and round, wanting to see Su Lucy clearly. It was really Su Lucy's look that was too tempting for these college students. It's almost like a real-life version of a high-flying female president. I'll go. This is school sister Su, isn't it? It's so beautiful. In person it's 100 times more beautiful than the picture. You said less. It's 1,000 times less. Is this the queen? It's so classy. My type. I didn't think that the one who came to give a speech to the freshmen this time would be Sister Su. But I've heard that Sister Su's company has currently made it to $5 billion. And it's said that the valuation is still growing by leaps and bounds. School Sister Su is simply a super rich white beauty. If anyone could marry School Sister Su, that would be a proper winner in life. Marrying School Sister Su? I wonder what kind of person could be worthy of School Sister Su. Su Lucy was also startled when she entered the house and saw the room full of people. She hadn't expected to be so popular either. Principal Yan Zhenghong looked at the noisy classroom with a somewhat ugly face. He walked to the center of the podium and said loudly, "Quiet, everyone." Everyone slowly quieted down when they heard Yan Zhenghong's voice. Yan Zhenghong's face eased a bit when he saw that the classroom was quiet. "This is your sister Su, who will be conducting today's speech. Your sister Su is very busy. It was hard for me to invite her here. All of you listen carefully, no messing up. If I find any troublemakers, a major demerit." He finished saying hello to Su Lucy and left the classroom. Su Lucy walked up to the podium with a smile on her face. "Hello everyone, I'm your schoolmate Su Lucy." Su Lucy had just finished speaking when a loud applause rang out from the stage. Especially the boys are like chicken blood. It was really Su Lucy's smile that was so charming. They thought it was a high-flying female president at first. I didn't expect to suddenly become the big sister next door, and the transformation was such a pleasant surprise. Su Lucy looked at the students below who were applauding enthusiastically and was very happy. Only one of all the students was distracted, and the applause was so perfunctory. It was hard not to catch Su Lucy's attention. This person was naturally Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't expect the visitor to be Su Lucy. He suddenly remembered Su Lucy's question in the morning. No wonder Su Lucy asked that kind of question. "It's too much to say that you ate my noodles and didn't tell me I was coming to speak at Ryu University." There was some slight anger in his mind. Seeing Lin Fan's appearance, Su Lucy winked playfully at Lin Fan. She raised her hands and pressed downward, and at once the whole classroom fell silent. "Well, we're starting now." Su Luoshi began to give out chicken soup to everyone. Lin Fan was drowsy from listening down there. He looked around in boredom, noticing the red faces of each of the students around him. This chicken soup is really working. These empty words, big words, are only believed by these college students who have not gone out into society. When they go out into society they'll realize how big the gap is between imagination and reality. Time rushed by and a session of presentations finally came to a close. During the speech, Su Lucy also interacted with everyone from time to time, and everyone really treated Su Lucy as a big sister next door. Su Lucy's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked towards Lin Fan, who was about to fall asleep. She paid attention to Lin Fan from time to time during this lesson. It was found that every time Lin Fan was either absent-minded or drowsy, it made her heart very angry. Was her speech really that overwhelming? But one look at the fervent crowd below told me that she spoke very well and was very successful. "Well, this class is almost over. Before I close, I give you an egg." She looked at her classmates on stage and smiled mysteriously. The students under the stage completely boiled over when they heard Su Lucy's words. "I'll go. I didn't expect there to be an egg at the end. Guess what kind of egg Sister Sue will give us? It wouldn't be arranging for us to visit Sister Sue's company for an internship, would it? That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that Sister Sue is going to randomly choose someone to give him an autographed picture? I'll go. If I can get an autographed photo from Sister Sue, I'm going to hang it in my bedroom and enjoy it daily. Could this egg be a chance to spend dinner with Susan? Nice try. Why would Susan take dinner together as an egg? Could it be going up to the stage to take a picture with Sue Senpai? The voices of the crowd on stage continued, but when Lin Fan saw the way Sue Lucy was looking at him, he felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He had just noticed the way Sue Lucy looked at him. That look was clearly tinged with a murderous streak. He knew that Sue Lucy was probably angry with him. He then wondered if he should be the one who was angry. Okay, how did it turn out that Sue Lucy was angry? He couldn't leave in front of the crowd now, or else he would be too disrespectful to Sue Lucy. In his heart, he just hoped that Sue Lucy wouldn't do too much. When Sue Lucy heard the speculations of the crowd, a slight smile appeared on her face. She raised her hand, pressed down, and at once the discussion in the classroom died down. My egg is, she purposely elongated her voice, to introduce you to my partner. My partner is Lin Fan, schoolmate Lin. After saying that, his arm pointed towards Lin Fan. When the crowd heard Sue Lucy's words, they all looked at Lin Fan in unison. One by one, their mouths were wide open in shock, their eyes as round as copper bells, their faces full of disbelief. This? How is that possible? Class monitor Lin is Sister Sue's partner? It's fake, right? But anyone who looked at Sue Lucy knew that it was all true. Class President Lin is really still Class President Lin. Just awesome. Crap. Lin Class President, this is too powerful. Not only do you have schoolgirl Tang by your side, but you're even partners with a beauty like schoolgirl Sue. What the hell is Class President Lin? Is this still a college student? We're still trying to study. Look at others. Class President Lin has already started his own business, and the key is still with Sister Sue. It's true that Class President Lin's height is not something we can speculate on. Class President Lin is cooperating with Senior Sister Sue. What kind of cooperation do you think it is exactly? Class President Lin is so rich. It must be that Class President Lin has invested in school Sister Sue. Sister Sue's company has already made it to $5 billion. So how much did Class President Lin have to invest? Millions? Tens of millions? I've heard that joining sales can also be a partnership. And it's likely that Class President Lin and Senior Sister Sue are such a partnership. That's also true. After all, school Sister Sue's company size is now as high as $5 billion. So there's no need for investment or anything like that. But to be able to join the sales is also very good. After all, how to say is also with Sue's school sister is a cooperative relationship. Often able to see Sue's school sister. The crowd looked at Lin Fan with envy. When Lin Fan heard Sue Lucy's words, a wave of helplessness ran through his heart. This is to put him on the fire and roast him. He's usually low-key enough and he's constantly on the campus hot seat. Sue Lucy is so messed up. He can't run away from the first hot search. It's probably going to be a long time before this time on the hot seat is forgotten. When Sue Lucy saw the helpless Lin Fan, her heart burst with triumph. She smiled and said, and now I have my partner, schoolmate Lin, to come up to the stage and say a few words. As Sue Lucy's voice fell, warm applause rang out from below. Lin Fan was speechless for a moment in his heart when he heard Sue Lucy's words. And go on stage and say a few words? Is this like an awards show? How can it be so hard to keep a low profile? He stood up helplessly, mentally sputtering. I can't stand up, can't I? Can't you see the eyes all around you? He walked to the podium without haste and glanced at Sue Lucy with a slightly helpless look. Sue Lucy showed an innocent expression to Lin Fan, making Lin Fan's teeth itch. But in front of so many people, surely he couldn't be bothered with Sue Lucy. With a straight face, he turned his head to the stage and scanned the entire classroom, then said flatly, hello everyone, I'm Lin Fan. I just have a simple cooperative relationship with school sister Sue. Just now school sister Sue has already spoken very well, so I won't take up any more of your time. Thank you all. He finished and prepared to get off the stage. He felt that if he had done this much, Sue Lucy should be satisfied, but he had underestimated Sue Lucy's careful eyes. Sue Lucy directly stopped Lin Fan. You want to go down before you even say anything? And what do you mean just a simple partnership? You acquired 51% of my company, and you call that a simple partnership? The crowd under the stage was instantly dumbfounded when they heard Sue Lucy's words. The crowd's mouths, which had just closed with great difficulty, slowly opened wide again, their eyes rolling round and round, full of disbelief. This? What did they hear? Class leader Lin had actually acquired 51% of school sister Sue's company. Geez, this is too awesome for class president Lin. School sister Sue's company is currently valued at $5 billion. So wouldn't 51% of the equity be worth more than $2.5 billion? That's $2.5 billion, not 2.5. How rich does Lin Bancheng have to be to come up with $5 billion at once? This is just trenchant. Crap, this is too exaggerated. Right, class president Lin actually acquired 51% of school sister Sue's company. My goodness, with the current valuation of school sister Sue's company, if class leader Lin wanted to successfully acquire a 51% stake, wouldn't he have to come up with more than $2.5 billion? Ma, $2.5 billion funds this is how much money. I counted. A 10 million million million. I'll be damned. My 10 fingers are all used is not enough. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. How rich is class president Lin to be able to take out $2.5 billion in cash to acquire school sister Sue's company without hesitation? Lin Fan was speechless in his heart as he listened to the murmurings from the stage. This Sue Lucy is here to pick a fight, right? That's when the bell rang. This made Lin Fan breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. He really didn't know what kind of chicken soup to preach to these college students. Well, that concludes today's presentation. Thank you. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he walked quickly towards the outside of the classroom without looking back. He was afraid that if he went slow, he wouldn't be able to walk. A smug smile appeared on Sue Lucy's face when she saw the fleeing Lin Fan. She briefly spoke to the group again and left the classroom as well. Lin Fan returned to the dormitory, changed his clothes, and lay on the bed, swiping his cell phone. A short while later, the three roommates returned. Crap, old four, you actually knew school sister Sue a long time ago, and you're still pretending to be here with us? You are so inadequate. The boss, Zhang Ziqiang, came to Lin Fan's bed and said in a good-natured manner. Lin Fan glanced at his boss, Zhang Ziqiang, and said helplessly, if I tell you that I also realized that it was Sister Sue who came to give the speech after meeting her, would you believe me? When the boss, Zhang Ziqiang, heard Lin Fan's words, he immediately skimmed his mouth and said without any good humor, believe? I'll believe the hell out of you. You have such a close working relationship with Sister Sue. Would Sister Sue not tell you if she came to Lu University to give a speech? Do we look like fools to you? The oldest Zhang Ziqiang pointed at the two oldest, Li Muyang and the oldest, Wang Jiyang. The second Li Muyang and the third Wang Jiyang nodded with serious faces. Lin Fan looked at the expressions on the three people's faces and was speechless in his heart. Is telling the truth so hard to believe? He spat in his mind. Boss Zhang Ziqiang saw that Lin Fan didn't say anything and said in a serious tone, Old four, you already have schoolgirl tang. You can't be trifling and do something to apologize to schoolgirl tang. He thought that if Lin Fan didn't tell them that he knew Sue Lucy, then Lin Fan must be playing something small in his mind. Lin Fan stroked his forehead helplessly when he heard his boss Zhang Ziqiang's words. Is that a bad explanation? I have nothing at all with Sister Tang, and I don't have anything with MS. So, he spat madly in his mind. But he wasn't going to say these words, because he knew that even if he did, these three would not believe them, and it would be a waste of his breath. The oldest Zhang Ziqiang looked at Lin Fan and continued, Oldest, this way, you ask out school sister Sue, we'll have a meal and clear things up. When Lin Fan heard this, he sort of realized that after counting him out for half a day, his real intentions were waiting here. You just want to ask Sue Lucy out for dinner, don't you? You guys just say it. All this nonsense. He spat in his mind. He lifted his eyelids and said without any good humor, you guys should just die to school sister Sue. School sister Sue won't look at you. He had to throw cold water on his three roommates to get them to recognize reality. Sue Lucy is obviously mature and stable. And his three roommates? Every day you know how to stay in your dorm room and play games. Even a slightly career-minded woman wouldn't look at these three goods, let alone the strong woman Sue Lucy. When the boss, Zhang Ziqiang, heard Lin Fan's words, he was instantly displeased. Old four, this is where you're wrong. It's up to Sister Sue whether she sees us or not. It's up to Sister Sue. You don't get to say. Hurry up and say, when will you ask Sister Sue out for a meal together? Lin Fan was practically hopeless when he saw how obsessed the three were. He waved his hand and said perfunctorily, some other day, I'll ask school sister Sue out for dinner. Lin Fan had just finished speaking when three voices sounded at the same time. No, 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 aha. Lin Fan looked at his three roommates with a speechless expression. He hadn't expected Sue Lucy to be so charming. All gave the three the ability to have a heart-to-heart. He spread his hands and asked somewhat helplessly, what do you want? Why is it so hard to take a break? He spat in his mind. Boss Zhang Ziqiang picked up the cell phone that Lin Fan had placed on the bed, put it into Lin Fan's hand, pointed at the phone, and said loudly, now, call Sister Sue and ask Sister Sue to have dinner tonight. Lin Fan looked at the cell phone in his hand, found Sue Lucy's phone number, dialed it, and turned on the speakerphone. He knew that if he didn't make the call, the three guys wouldn't die. The call was quickly answered. Senior Lin, didn't we just part ways? You miss your sister so soon? When Lin Fan heard Sue Lucy's words, a wave of helplessness ran through his heart. Can we talk properly now? Doesn't that make it easy to misunderstand? When he looked up, he saw the three of them staring straight at him. The meaning was very obvious. Still say there is nothing with Sister Sue? He didn't nag Sue Lucy and directly asked, does school sister Sue have time tonight? Let's have dinner together. When the three human roommates heard Lin Fan get to the point, they all perked up their ears and listened intently. Lin Fan shook his head for a moment in his heart when he saw the trio's appearance. These three are possessed. Sue Lucy on the other end of the phone said with a grudge in her tone, how do I have time for that? There's a ton of work waiting for me to take care of. I'm not as laid back as some people who spend their days being a throwaway. I'm just meant to suffer. When Lin Fan heard Sue Lucy's sultry voice, he unconsciously touched his nose. A touch of embarrassment appeared on his face, but fortunately he was thick-skinned enough to quickly cover it up. He looked at his three roommates, and sure enough, The three roommates had a disappointed expression on their faces when they heard that Sue Lucy didn't have enough time. At this time, Sue Lucy's voice came back on the phone. I won't talk to you for now. I have to take a call, so I'll be in touch some other time. Before Lin Fan could reply, he directly hung up the phone, showing that Sue Lucy was really busy. Lin Fan put down his cell phone, shrugged his shoulders, and said helplessly, "You all heard it. School sister Sue doesn't have time." Lin Fan finished speaking and lay back down on the bed. The three roommates take off their jackets, turn loss into power, and begin to reign supreme in the game. Time rushes by. The afternoon class is finally over. Lin Fan and his three roommates walked out of the classroom. Boss Zhang Ziqiang patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said, "Old four, you're treating today." Lin Fan froze for a moment when he heard his boss Zhang Ziqiang's words. He asked directly off the cuff, "Why?" The boss, Zhang Ziqiang, said without a trace of humor, "The mind makes up for the meal." What? Lin Fan looked at his boss Zhang Ziqiang with a speechless expression. "And the mind makes up for the meal? Did I hurt your feelings?" He spat in his mind. "The three of us have been serving you as green leaves every day. Do you know how much damage it has brought to our hearts?" Boss Zhang Ziqiang said with a pained face. "For those who don't know, they think they're really hurting a lot." Lin Fan was filled with speechlessness when he saw his boss Zhang Ziqiang's appearance. "If you're such a good actor, why don't you go to the movies? Guaranteed it won't take long to come back with a little gold." He spat madly in his mind. He said without a good grace, "Since it has hurt you so much, we will not be seeing each other anymore. You go your way, I'll go mine. Goodbye." "No, never again." He was about to leave when he finished. Boss Zhang Ziqiang was dumbfounded when he saw Lin Fan's maneuver, but quickly reacted. "Crap. Four, wait for us." The three roommates quickly chased after him. "Old four, isn't it just for you to buy a meal? As for this?" Boss Zhang Ziqiang panted. Lin Fan stopped and looked at the three of them. "Did I ask you all to go eat together at noon?" The three scratched their heads in embarrassment. At noon, Lin Fan did want to invite the three to dinner, but the three are not in love with the game. The oldest, Zhang Ziqiang, hurriedly said, "Old four, we were wrong. It definitely won't happen again." After saying that, he went forward and was going to put his arm around Lin Fan. Lin Fan sidestepped boss Zhang Ziqiang's hand. He wasn't in the habit of letting men put their arms around him. Just as he was about to say yes to his three roommates, his phone rang. He took out his cell phone and glanced at the caller's number. Frowning slightly, "Tang Yuxuan?" "That's right." Tang Ruobing's brother Tang Yuxuan called. He didn't understand what this Tang Yuxuan was looking for him for. He slid the answer button. At once, Tang Yuxuan's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Brother Fan, help!" Lin Fan said in a humorless voice. "Were you robbed or kidnapped?" "It's okay, I'm hanging up." He couldn't hear the slightest hint of being threatened from Tang Yuxuan's tone. Hearing that Lin Fan was about to hang up, Tang Yuxuan hurriedly said, "Brother Fan, no, brother-in-law, you must save me this time. I promise you that I will say good things about you in front of my sister every day from now on, every morning and evening." Stop. Lin Fan hurriedly interrupted Tang Yuxuan's words. He was afraid that Tang Yuxuan would say more and directly send him away. "Hurry up and say what's up." Hearing the impatience in Lin Fan's tone, Tang Yuxuan hurriedly said, "It's all the fault of that F***Ker Peng Shinza when it comes to this matter. If he hadn't bragged that his brother-in-law had just qualified as a para racer and was fooling around all the time, and I wouldn't." Lin Fan heard this and sort of understood. Surely this Tang Yuxuan also bragged. He asked in a no-nonsense manner, "What the hell have you been bragging about?" Tang Yuxuan on the other end of the phone said weakly when he heard Lin Fan's question. "I heard him say how awesome his brother-in-law was, and he was talking endlessly there, so I stopped all of a sudden. I stood up straight away and said loudly, 'What's so awesome about your brother-in-law being just a quasi-racer? My brother-in-law is the real deal. My brother-in-law is a real professional racer.'" Lin Fan was speechless when he heard this. Is this bull to be taken lightly? He wasn't going to ignore Tang Yuxuan. He doesn't give a shit about these little kids going through the motions. Just as Lin Fan was about to open his mouth to refuse, the system voice rang out. "Release the mission. Being a great tycoon, how can you see your friends being bullied and not pay attention to them? Help Tang Yuxian on his mission." Accepting the mission and rewarding a piece of the Land King of the new economic development zone in Luchang worth $5 billion. Mission denied. No reward. Lin Fan was speechless for a moment when he heard the system mission. When did Tang Yuxuan become his friend? However, when he heard the system reward, his eyes instantly widened. Crap. The mind angrily spits out a nationalist phrase. The key to the $5 billion worth of land is still in the new economic development zone. The new economic development zone is the future center of Luchang's economy. Even if this land is not developed and left there, it will appreciate greatly in the future. He spoke directly into the phone. Time and place. Also with a final, emphatic, never again. He only agreed to Tang Yuxuan this time because he had a system mission. If Tang Yuxuan bragged and asked for his help every day in the future, then he wouldn't be annoyed to death. Congratulations to the host for accepting the mission. The documents related to the Land King of the new economic development zone in Luchang have been placed in the study of Villa Haitian No. 1. Does the system know he's going to have an easy time of it? The rewards from the system come down just as fast. Soothing. Tang Yuxuan on the other end of the phone was very happy when he heard Lin Fan agree. and hurriedly said, "Thank you, brother-in-law. I'll send you the time and place." He has approached others, but they all backed off when they heard that the other guy was a would-be racer. After all, there's a big difference between an amateur racer and a professional racer, even if the other person is only a prospective racer who has just qualified. After he sent the message, he carefully asked, "Brother-in-law, the other party is a would-be racer. Are you sure?" Although he wanted to win, he didn't want anything to happen to Lin Fan. After all, racing was a dangerous thing in his opinion. It's easy to get into trouble if you're not skilled enough. Lin Fan was happy to hear Tang Yuxuan's worry. Not quite hopeless. He smiled and said, "A would-be racer. I don't give a damn. Even a professional racer is just a brother in front of him. He's the man with the car skills." When Tang Yuxuan heard Lin Fan say this, she finally put her heart down. "Brother-in-law, I'll wait for you." Lin Fan hummed and hung up the phone. He glanced at his 3 roommates and said lightly, "I have to go first." The 3 roommates knew that Lin Fan had something going on, so they sighed and watched Lin Fan leave. Lin Fan went back to the dormitory to put his books down and walked out of the dormitory with his car keys. He came to the parking lot and started the car towards the outside of Willow City University, suburbia, a sparsely populated mountain roadside. At this moment, Tang Yuxuan was here, and there was a group of people around his age beside him. This is where they had an appointment to race. "Tang Yuxuan, can your brother-in-law come or not? It can't be that he's afraid, right?" A chubby boy turned to Tang Yuxuan and asked coldly. He had a very arrogant look about him. This chubby boy was none other than Tang Yuxuan's classmate, Peng Shangzi. Tang Yuxuan looked at Peng Shangzi with a cold snort, then said, "Humph, my brother-in-law is on his way here, so don't cry when your brother-in-law loses." Peng Shangzi looked at Tang Yuxian and said with a disdainful face, "My brother-in-law will lose? What a big joke. My brother-in-law is a quasi-racing driver with professional certification." Tang Yuxuan bristled. "Che, what's so great about a quasi-racer? My brother-in-law is a real racer." Just then, suddenly there was a rumble of engines in the distance. Only a red sports car was seen coming this way quickly. Just a short distance from the absolute crowd, suddenly came a beautiful drift. The car slowed to a stop, and from the car stepped down a man in a red leather jacket, aged 27 or 88, wearing a pair of black-framed sunglasses. Getting out of the car, the Tark ran a hand through his hair. When Peng Shangzi saw the visitor, an excited smile appeared on his face and he quickly walked towards the leather-clad man. He came to the leather-clad man and said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, you're here. That was a really cool move you just made." Knowing that the visitor was Peng Shangzi's brother-in-law, the crowd came together with faces full of envy. Truly the drift of the leather-clad man just now was awesome, and the sports car driven by the leather-clad man was pretty cool. Peng Shangzi saw the envious eyes of the crowd and felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. He looked at Tang Yuxuan with a scornful face and raised his chin. Tang Yuxuan's teeth itched with anger when he saw Peng Shangzi's expression. He clenched his fists tightly. "I'll let you have your fun for a while. When my brother-in-law comes, you'll have a good time," he thought darkly in his mind. The leather-clad man was driving a car worth just over $10 million, but it's still a lot worse than the cars in Lin Fan's garage. Lin Fan had so many sports cars, he felt that Lin Fan's racing skills must be very impressive. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left prospective racers out of the picture. Peng Shangzi no longer pays attention to Tang Yuxuan. His brother-in-law came and drove a new car. Naturally, he should pretend in front of his classmates. "Brother-in-law, are you changing cars again?" He patted the red sports car with a surprised expression on his face. The leather-clad man froze for a moment when he heard Peng Shangzi's question. It's a car he's taken Peng Shangzi for a ride. He understood Peng Shangzi's intentions after a little thought. His own brother-in-law is thinking of pretending again. Since his brother-in-law wanted to play hard to get, he naturally had to cooperate. He said indifferently, "Well, it was just newly replaced yesterday." When Peng Shangzi heard the leather-clothed man cooperating with his pretense, he was even more pleased in his heart. He asked aloud, "Brother-in-law, this sports car is so beautiful. It must not be cheap, right?" The leather-clad man lit a cigarette, took a drag, spat out a smoke ring, and said faintly, "There isn't much money, just a little over $10 million. When Peng Shangzi's classmates heard the leather-clad man's words, they all looked at the red sports car in front of them in shock. "My goodness, this sports car costs over $10 million. This is too much." The key to listen to Peng Shangzi's brother-in-law tone. "This $10 million of sports car is nothing. This Peng Shangzi's brother-in-law in the end how rich ah. Peng Shangzi's luck is really too good to have such a rich brother-in-law. If I had such a rich brother-in-law, I would be able to wake up laughing in my sleep." Peng Shangzi's face became even more smug as he heard the crowd's comments. He proudly looked at Tang Yuxuan. Tang Yuxuan saw Peng Shangzi's appearance and felt a pang of disdain in his heart. "Humph, a $10 million sports car and you're so dejected? Wait a minute, when you see my brother-in-law's sports car, will it still scare you silly?" When Peng Shangzi saw Tang Yuxian ignoring him, he thought Tang Yuxian had wilted and became even more pleased in his heart. Turning to the leather-clad man, he said, "Brother-in-law, do you have your racing permit with you? Let's open our eyes too." When the crowd heard Peng Shangzi's words, their eyes instantly widened as they looked at the leather-clad man. They were all very curious as to what a prospective racing license actually looked like. The leather-clad man carefully took out a wallet from his pants pocket. opened it, and took out a card the size of an ID card. This card is his prospective racing license. He displayed it in front of the crowd. The crowd looked at the prospective racing license in front of them with amazement. They didn't expect a quasi-racing license to look like this. It looks beautiful. They're kind of open for business today. The eyes of the crowd were filled with envy. A few moments later, the leather-clad man carefully put his racing permit back in his wallet. This was a permit to race that he had taken with great difficulty, so naturally he treasured it very much. Pang Xiangzi saw the envious eyes of the crowd and was very pleased in his heart. He dejectedly glanced at Tang Yuxuan. His meaning was very clear. See, my brother-in-law is bullish. Tang Yuxuan's teeth gritted when he saw Pang Xiangzi's triumphant appearance. It's just so infuriating, but there was nothing he could do about it now. Who let the other guy's brother-in-law do have the enviable quasi-racing license? When Pang Xiangzi saw Tang Yuxian's angry and helpless look, his heart became even more pleased. Turning to the leather-clad man, he asked, brother-in-law, isn't this permit hard to get? He did it on purpose. Para racing licenses are hard to get, he certainly knows that. It's all about getting his brother-in-law to play hard to get. His brother-in-law faked it as successfully as he faked it. When the crowd heard Pang Xiangzi's question, they all looked at the leather-clad man. They are also curious to know if this prospective racing license is good. They'd like to take one if it's not too hard. After all, this is a very respectable thing to take out. The leather-clad man had a proud smile on his face when he heard Pang Xiangzi's words. This Parakar is not a difficult test. It's a very difficult test. Let's put it this way. There are tens of thousands of people who take the exam every year in Willow City, but only a few dozen people actually get a permit to race. The crowd instantly boiled over when they heard the leather-clad man's words. You talk about it and I talk about it. Holy shit, tens of thousands of people have dozens of people pass the exam. It's too hard to take, and I said I wanted to take one, but now it seems really whimsical. If the associate racing license is so hard to get, won't the official racing license be even harder? The leather-clad man was very pleased with the crowd's performance, though it was a bit of a drop in the bucket to be pretending in front of a bunch of brats. It's a great feeling, though. No wonder his brother-in-law liked to pretend so much. It felt so good. When Pang Xiangzi saw the shocked crowd, he became even more pleased in his heart, and the smile on his face grew even wider. He looked toward Tang Yuxuan and asked smugly, Tang Yuxuan, I wonder if your brother-in-law will bring the racing license later, so that we can open our eyes? When he finished speaking, a touch of disdain appeared on his face. He wouldn't believe that Tang Yuxuan's brother-in-law would be a professional racer. He'd already asked his brother-in-law, and there was a limit to the number of years it took to become a professional racer. You can take the associate racing license first, and only after 3 years can you apply for the professional racing license. And it's rumored that Tang Yuxuan's brother-in-law is in his freshman year. The whole time for certification takes at least 4 years, so Tang Yuxuan's brother-in-law can't be a professional racer at all. He thought Tang Yuxuan had merely been bragging all along. He knew at the time that Tang Yuxuan was bragging. He just didn't expose Tang Yuxuan. In order to ruthlessly hit Tang Yuxuan's face, and then stomp Tang Yuxuan on the ground and rub him hard. Poof. Tang Yuxuan snorted coldly and didn't answer Pang Xiangzi. He had no idea in his heart at this time, not knowing whether Lin Fan had a professional racing license or not. He somewhat regretted agreeing to Pang Xiangzi to come out for a racing competition. Pang Xiangzi's face became even more smug when he saw Tang Yuxian's appearance. He felt that this was a sign of Tang Yuxuan's weakness. He felt like everything was winning, as if he could see Tang Yuxuan being punched in the face by him and leaving in disgrace. It made him almost laugh with excitement. When everyone heard Pang Xiangzi's words, they all looked at Tang Yuxuan. They didn't expect Tang Yuxuan's brother-in-law to have a racing license. Wouldn't that make Tang Yuxuan's brother-in-law even more awesome than Pang Xiangzi's brother-in-law? The leather-clothed man felt like his light had been plundered when he saw the crowd looking at Tang Yuxuan. Racing licenses are not that easy to get. It takes 3 years to take the test after you get your prospective racing license. This kid's brother-in-law just started his freshman year. I think the meaning is very obvious, is that Tang Yuxuan's brother-in-law can't have a racing license at all. The crowd murmured when they heard the leather-clad man's words. I'll be damned. I didn't realize I'd have to wait 3 years for a professional racing license. Tang Yuxuan's brother-in-law is only in his freshman year, so there's no way he could have gotten a racing license. So Tang Yuxuan has been bragging all this time, and saying how awesome his brother-in-law is. Tang Yuxuan felt a hot flash on his face when he heard the crowd's words. He could only clench his fists because it was a fact that Lin Fan was in his freshman year and he couldn't refute it. He glared fiercely at Penchant. When Pang Xiangzi saw Tang Yuxian's man-eating eyes, the smile on his face grew even wider. He felt a great relief in his heart. It felt so good to him to be able to make Tang Yuxuan suffer. Just then, there was a rumble of engines in the distance. A beautiful sports car drove towards Soside. Koenigsegg 11? The leather-clad man's face showed excitement when he saw how the sports car looked, and his body involuntarily trembled. Seeing the leather-clad man, Pang Xiangzi asked suspiciously, "Is this sports car expensive, brother-in-law?" He'd never seen the leather-clad man so agitated. The crowd also looked at the leather-clad man, curious to know how expensive the sports car was. The leather-clad man heard Pang Xiangzi's words and looked at the Koenigsegg 11, and his voice trembled a bit as he spoke due to overexcitement. Not very expensive, but very expensive. That's a $100 million ghost sports car. The Koenigsegg 11. Pang Shangze was instantly confused when he heard the leather-clad man's words. His mouth involuntarily opened wide. So wide that it seemed as if he could fit an egg into it. This? $100 million sports car? Damn. He thought his brother-in-law driving a $10 million sports car was badass enough. It didn't occur to him that someone was driving a sports car worth $100 million. How could this not shock him? Where is this big man from? Horrible. Horrible. Just horrible. When the crowd heard the leather-clad man's words, all of them were instantly dumbfounded. One by one, their mouths were wide open in shock, and their eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. This? What did they hear? The sports car is surprisingly worth $100 million. My goodness, how much is this going to cost? Just hearing that Pang Shangze's brother-in-law was driving a $10 million sports car already felt like a sky-high price. Now there is a sports car worth $100 million. This is too scary. $100 million. How rich does one have to be to afford such an expensive sports car? They all looked at the sports car Koenigsegg 11 not far away in shock. Wanted to see what kind of person could afford to drive such an expensive sports car. Tang Yuxuan also looked at the Koenigsegg 11 in shock. He hadn't known that Lin Fan had such an awesome sports car and didn't know that this was Lin Fan coming. The door of the sports car slowly opened and Lin Fan stepped out of the car. After Tang Yuxuan saw that it was Lin Fan who stepped down from the car, he immediately trembled with excitement and shouted loudly in excitement. Brother-in-law, I'm here. His voice was so loud that he hated that the whole of Willow City could hear him. Look, this bullshitter in a $100 million sports car is his brother-in-law. After he finished speaking, he quickly ran towards Lin Fan. The crowd instantly boiled when they heard Tang Yuxuan's voice. Crap! The person driving such an awesome sports car is actually Tang Yuxuan's brother-in-law. Holy shit! Tang Yuxuan's brother-in-law, this is too powerful. He's even driving a sports car worth $100 million. I used to think that Tang Yuxuan bragged about how awesome his brother-in-law was. Now it seems that my pattern is small. Tang Yuxuan's brother-in-law is truly too awesome. In addition to shock in the eyes of the crowd, there was also envy. Someone who can afford to drive a sports car worth $100 million must be very rich and powerful. Who wouldn't envy Tang Yuxuan for having such an awesome brother-in-law? When Pang Shangze heard the crowd's comments, his teeth gritted and his fists clenched tightly. He felt a flash of fire on his face, as if he had been slapped hard. He had just been proudly bragging about how awesome his brother-in-law's sports car was. I didn't realize it would hit me in the face so fast. That hate in his heart. Why isn't the guy driving the $100 million sports car his brother-in-law? Brother-in-law? A sudden light went on in front of him. He didn't ask Tang Yuxuan out today to show off that he was richer than anyone's brother-in-law. It's to race. His brother-in-law is a would-be race car driver. The confident smile on his face slowly reappeared as he thought about it. He didn't think Tang Yuxuan's brother-in-law racing was better than his. His brother-in-law is a man with a permit to race. Humph. Tang Yuxuan will let you be complacent for a while, and you'll have time to cry later. He thought with hatred in his heart. His brother-in-law was the pride of his heart, and he believed that his brother-in-law would definitely hold Tang Yuxuan's brother-in-law down on the ground rubbing in the rubbing when he was racing in a while. It was as if he could see the scene of Tang Yuxuan and his brother-in-law leaving in disgrace, making his heart very comfortable. Cool. What a blast. At this moment, the leather-clad man was completely dumbfounded when he saw Jean Lin Fan, who got out of the car. His eyes were as round as copper bells, and his mouth slowly opened wide with disbelief. This? Surprisingly, it's him? How could he not expect Tang Yuxuan's brother-in-law to be Lin Fan? He had seen Lin Fan's car skills with his own eyes, and they were very impressive. Not to mention him as a prospective racer. Even a professional racer would have to kneel if he came. He was very excited at this point. He had already idolized Lin Fan, so how could he not be excited to see his idol now? He lifted his leg and walked quickly towards Lin Fan. Pang Shangze froze for a moment when he saw his brother-in-law walking towards Tang Yuxuan's brother-in-law. What's brother-in-law up to? Could it be a letter of war? Yeah, that must be it. My brother-in-law is a quasi-racer, so I'm sure he's thinking what I'm thinking. Racing is all about skill. So what if the other guy drives a sports car worth $100 million? That must be it. Contempt for each other. I didn't realize that my brother-in-law had such a domineering side. It's really worthy of being my brother-in-law. Pang Shangze. He was very pleased in his heart at this time. The leather-clad man walked up to Lin Fan. When Tang Yuxuan saw the leather-clad man coming over, his face instantly became alert. The leather-clad man bowed slightly at Lin Fan's body and said with a fawning smile, Mr. Lin, you're here. Pang Shangze was instantly confused when he saw his brother-in-law groveling so much to Lin Fan. His eyes were wide with hate, trying to see why. This? Why? Why is my brother-in-law groveling so much to Tang Yuxian's brother-in-law? Isn't my brother-in-law going to the next war? How can you turn around and curry favor with Tang Yuxuan's brother-in-law? Where's your own domineering brother-in-law? His mind was a mess now. Can't figure it out. Why did your own brother-in-law turn out like this? He felt a twinge of heaven, flopped down and sat right on the floor. He knew he had lost, and very thoroughly. His own proud brother-in-law was like a little brother in front of Tang Yuxuan's brother-in-law. How can this be racing? The outcome was already predetermined. He knew that from now on he was going to be half a step shorter than Tang Yuxuan. He was upset. But what could he do if he was upset? A bitter laugh ran through his mind. Tang Yuxuan was also startled when he saw the leather-clad man's movements. He thought that the leather-clad man was here to pick a fight, but he didn't think that it would be to curry favor with Lin Fan. That's a win before it's even raced. This brother-in-law is just awesome. He decided that he must hold on to Lin Fan's thigh. Lin Fan looked at the leather-clad man, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, and faintly asked, "You know me?" Hearing Lin Fan's question, the leather-clad man hurriedly said, "I had the honor of meeting Mr. Lin at the Winchill Racing Club in Lucheng some days ago." Lin Fan nodded. It seemed that this leather-clad man should have been present at that time. At this moment, the leather-clad man was staring at Lin Fan with a face full of admiration. Yes? Lin Fan saw the leather-clad man and it was another little fanboy. He smirked and asked, "You're the one who's going to race me today?" When the leather-clothed man heard Lin Fan's words, he quickly waved his hand and said with a bitter smile on his face, "Mr. Lin, don't joke with me. How dare I race you?" He wouldn't dare to race with Lin Fan even if he had 100 guts. Can't you see that professional racers are being abused to the point of skepticism? He didn't want to seek abuse. Lin Fan looked at the leather-clad man and nodded. He was in a good mood and was only joking. The leather-clad man he thought was quite interesting. After all, he had come here with a mission, and now that he had simply solved the problem, he was of course very happy. After all, this mission had allowed him to obtain a piece of land worth $5 billion. Okay, there's nothing to do. I'll go first. He hadn't eaten yet, and since the matter was settled, he naturally had to go back and find a place to eat. The leather-clad man looked at Lin Fan with a look of desire to speak. Lin Fan looked at the expression on the leather-clad man's face and asked with a smile, "You have something else?" When the leather-clad man heard Lin Fan ask this, he took a deep breath and opened his mouth. "Mr. Lin, shall we add a friend with you?" After he finished speaking, his eyes stared at Lin Fan without blinking. The heart was very apprehensive, expecting Lin Fan not to refuse. Lin Fan was happy to see the leather-clad man. I didn't think a grown man would be as shy as a woman. He took out his cell phone and tapped the QR code. Here. The leather-clad man saw Lin Fan's action and instantly had a happy smile on his face, excitedly taking out his cell phone in a hurry and scanning the code to add his friend. "Mr. Lin, thank you. My name is Chan Yu-yang." His voice trembled slightly as he spoke due to his excitement. Lin Fan nodded. Lin Fan added Chan Yu-yang's friend because he was happy today. And secondly, he thought this Chan Yu-yang was not bad. After all, more friends, more roads. Although we may not necessarily need Chan Yu-yang in the future. But what if we do? He looked at Tang Yuxuan next to him and asked out loud, "Are you coming with me?" Hearing Lin Fan's words, Tang Yuxuan said happily, "Of course." Even if Lin Fan didn't say anything, he would still follow Lin Fan. He finished and directly opened the car door and sat on the passenger side. He sat on the soft seat. His mood was even more refreshing, unconsciously humming a little song. Lin Fan sat in the driver's seat, glanced at Tang Yuxuan and asked with a smile, "Looks like you're quite happy today." When Tang Yuxuan heard Lin Fan's words, he immediately said happily, "Of course I'm happy. Today I stepped on Peng Shangza hard." Although he didn't look at Peng Shangza's expression, he could guess that at this moment, Peng Shangza's expression must be as ugly as eating shang. Didn't you see Pang Sang take worshipping his brother-in-law and acting like a younger brother in front of his own brother-in-law? Lin Fan shook his head and smiled indifferently. What a bunch of brats. He kicked the gas and the car scampered off, heading toward the Sky Dweller. Seeing Lin Fan and Tang Yuxian leave, Pang Shangza climbed up and walked over to Chan Yu-yang. He looked at Chan Yu-yang and asked with a puzzled face, "Brother-in-law, even if the other party is rich you wouldn't be like this, right?" He had been holding this question in his mind for half a day, and if he didn't ask it, he would die hard. Chang Yu-yang glanced at Peng Shangza, shook his head, and said slowly, "The key other party has more than just money. You do realize that the other guy is a real racer. It's those professional racers who are no match for each other." Peng Shangza was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Chang Yu-yang's words. His mouth was wide open and his eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. This? How is that possible? Surprisingly, even professional race car drivers are no match for Tang Yuxuan's brother-in-law. That's too much to believe. Is it a fake? But he knew Chang Yu-yang wouldn't lie to him. A bitter laugh ran through his mind. No wonder his brother-in-law was so groveling. What's the best way to compete against such an awesome racer? Seeing Peng Shangza dazed, Chang Yu-yang reminded, "Getting closer to that classmate of yours in the future will be good for you." Peng Shangza nodded when he heard Chang Yu-yang's words. He knew that Chang Yu-yang was doing this for his own good. "Road?" Lin Fan asked as he drove. "Are you going home or to your grandfather's?" Hearing Lin Fan's question, Tang Yuxuan thought for a moment and said, "Brother-in-law, you treat me to dinner." "Aha?" Lin Fan glanced at Tang Yuxuan and said without a trace of anger, "I helped you save the day, and you're asking me to treat you to dinner? Isn't it you who should treat me to dinner?" Tang Yuxuan spread his hands and said, "I don't have any money. Also you didn't contribute much, and crucially I let you take a little brother. Brother-in-law, shouldn't you thank me a little?" Lin Fan almost laughed in anger at Tang Yuxuan's brain circuits, but he was in a good mood today and was too lazy to bother with Tang Yuxuan. "Tang Yuxuan, I'll tell you again, I'm not your brother-in-law. It would be bad if your sister heard," he said seriously. Tang Yuxuan said with a disinterested face, "Got it, brother-in-law. Don't worry, I won't let my sister know." "Aha!" Lin Fan was speechless for a moment in his heart when he heard Tang Yuxuan's words, since Tang Yuxuan wanted to scream, "Let's do it." After all, the mouth grew on Tang Yuxuan's body. He stopped ignoring Tang Yuxuan and focused on driving. Half an hour later, parking lot outside of Skyjacket. There weren't a lot of people eating at this time of day, and the parking lot wasn't full. He found a spot and stopped. When Tang Yuxuan saw Lin Fan parked his car outside Tianjuki's door, he instantly asked with excitement on his face, "Brother-in-law, could it be that we're going to eat at Tianjuki today?" "Aha." Lin Fan glanced at Tang Yuxuan and nodded. "Ming, that's wonderful. I've been wanting to eat here for a long time," Tang Yuxuan said happily as he looked at the three big words, Tianjuki. Lin Fan glanced at Tang Yuxuan in surprise. "With your family situation there shouldn't be any problems coming here to eat, right? How can Tang Yuxuan be said to be a second generation? Not just any second generation." At this moment, Tang Yuxuan, how was it that he seemed even worse than an ordinary person to him? When Tang Yuxuan heard Lin Fan's words, a bitter expression appeared on his face. "Brother-in-law, you are unaware of how strictly my family restricts my money." Lin Fan thought about it and realized that this was the Tang family's stricter style, not wanting Tang Yuxuan to become one of those uneducated second generation. He could also tell from Tang Ruobing's body that Tang Ruobing didn't have the slightest bit of a haughty young lady. He glanced at Tang Yuxuan and sighed, "What a poor waif." He was just sighing. Tang Yuxuan grew up under such a good family education. His future achievements would definitely be extraordinary. When Tang Yuxuan finished, he turned his words around. "Brother-in-law, have you reserved a seat at the Sky Dweller yet?" He had heard that Tianju Hack was very hot, and if he didn't make a reservation in advance, he wouldn't have a seat for dinner at all. Lin Fan looked at the gate of the Heavenly Dweller and said indifferently, "There is no reservation." Joke, does he need a reservation? He was the owner of Tianju Hack, and he had to make a reservation when he came to eat in his own restaurant. When Tang Yuxuan heard Lin Fan's words, his just excited face cooled down. "No reservation? There's no reservation for this to eat." When he saw that Lin Fan was about to lift his leg and walk inside, he hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. "Brother-in-law, since you didn't make a reservation at the Tianju client, let's go eat elsewhere." After saying that, he pointed to the restaurant not far away next to him. The reason he stopped Lin Fan was because he was afraid that Lin Fan would be laughed at if he went in. After all, Sky Dweller is a Netflix restaurant, so there must be a lot of people in there. Lin Fan was so ignorant of the rules of the Heavenly Dwellers. Who could guarantee that it wasn't a douchebag in there who spoke out to ridicule Lin Fan? He didn't want to see that. Lin Fan stopped walking, glanced at Tang Yuxuan, and said lightly, "I came to eat at my own restaurant. There's no need to make a reservation at all." He finished, lifting his leg and continuing forward. When Tang Yuxuan heard Lin Fan's words, he instantly froze in place. His mouth was wide open and his eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. This? What did he just hear? Lin Fan is actually the owner of Sky Dweller? How is that possible? But he had never seen Lin Fan speak big words since he came into contact with him. Plus a Netflix restaurant, as hot as it is worth just $100 million tops. Lin Fan was able to casually drive a $100 million sports car, and buying a restaurant wasn't a matter of minutes and seconds. However, he knew that although this Sky Dweller was not worth much, it was not an easy thing to buy. Rumor has it that the owner of Sky Living is very mysterious and very rich. Not bad at all. So it would be hard to get the original owner to sell Sky Living without a strong background. He felt that Lin Fan was much more mysterious than he had imagined. It wasn't as if there were no tycoons in Willow City who wanted to hit the Sky Dwellers, but in the end, they all came back in defeat. None of them succeeded. Only Lin Fan succeeded. That meant that Lin Fan's background could only be described as very terrifying. He felt that this Lin Fan's thigh should be held tightly even if the sky was falling. Lin Fan turned around and saw Tang Yuxuan standing still and staring, and said without a trace of anger, "Do you still want to go in and eat?" He thought Tang Yuxuan was sometimes dull. Say, "Mom and Dad, how come Sister Tang is so smart and resourceful?" When Tang Yuxuan heard Lin Fan's words, she instantly woke up and hurriedly ran to Lin Fan's side, saying with a smile, "Of course I'm going to eat. Of course I'm going to eat." He had been wanting to come and eat at the Sky Dweller for a long time, so how could he miss the opportunity now? Lin Fan entered the hall and was directly taken to the exclusive private room by the waiter. After Tang Yuxuan entered the private room, he began to look around. This private room is not considered luxurious, but it gives people the feeling of being very grand and stylish, very upscale. Lin Fan sat down, picked up the menu, and ordered a few signature dishes. Looking up at Tang Yuxuan, who was busy taking pictures, he asked, "Order what you want to eat yourself." When Tang Yuxuan heard Lin Fan's quota words, she stopped her hands from taking pictures, turned her head to look at Lin Fan, and casually said, "Brother-in-law, this is your home turf. Watch out. I'm not picky about what I eat." After saying that, he turned his head away and continued to take pictures. These photos were a great opportunity to pretend. How could he pass them up? Lin Fan glanced at Tang Yuxuan and shook his head, not saying much, and asked the waiter to add a few more signature dishes. Because there was plenty of time this time, Lin Fan didn't call Niu Baishan to have the other party prepare the meal in advance when he came. After ordering, Lin Fan poured himself a cup of tea and slowly drank it. After some tossing and turning, Tang Yuxuan finally sat down. Choose 9 different photos and line them up in a 9-panel grid. Wrote, guess where this is? He nodded in satisfaction at the typography and clicked publish. As usual, it was fast. Soon the likes appeared below. He had an excited smile on his face. His half-day's work was worth it. Comments appear immediately afterward. Brother Xian, where are you? It looks upscale? A smile appeared on Tang Yuxuan's face as he replied. Can't guess. Can you? Brother Xian, don't sell the story. It's urgent, brother. Hurry up and say it. Tang Yuxuan didn't reply right away, but put down his cell phone, poured himself a cup of tea, and took a small sip without hurrying before picking up his cell phone again. Replied, this is the private room of the Sky Dweller. I'm going. Brother Xian, this is going to Tianjikai for dinner. Not right. Brother Xian, Tianjikai private room I have also been. Feel the new this is far worse. This is really Tianjikai private room? Followed by a bunch of question mark emoticons. Tang Yuxuan wasn't surprised at all when he saw the crowd's reaction. He hadn't even thought that there was such an upscale private room inside the Tianju hack. He slowly replied, as fake as it gets. After he replied, he paused for a moment and continued to reply, because this is an exclusive private room, not for public use. Brother Xian, awesome. Even the Sky Dweller's exclusive private room can be accessed. Awesome. Sure enough, the rumors are true. Rumor has it that the Sky Dweller has an exclusive private room, very high class, for the owner of the Sky Dweller to use exclusively for dinner. Wow. Brother Xian, awesome. To be able to eat in the exclusive private room of the owner of Sky Dweller. Brother Xian, mighty. Brother Xian, do you know the owner of Sky Dweller? Tang Yuxuan saw the messages from the crowd and a smug smile spread across his face. Pretending can be pleasant. There's really nothing wrong with that statement. Can't you see the smile on his face right now? He took a sip of tea and slowly replied, of course I know the owner of Tianjikai, because the owner of Tianjikai is my brother-in-law. He finished his reply with an even more smug grin on his face. Sure enough, the crowd boiled over when they saw Tang Yuxuan's reply. How could the crowd not have thought that the owner of Tianju Hack was actually Tang Yuxuan's brother-in-law? This is so surprising. Brother Xian, you're awesome. What exactly does our brother-in-law do? Even Sky Dweller is our brother-in-law's property. Brother Xian, our brother-in-law is the owner of Tianzhou Guest. Is it true that we don't need to make reservations to eat at Tianzhou Guest from now on? Brother Xian, ask our brother-in-law if he still needs a pendant on his leg. Brother Xian, tell our brother-in-law that my knees are ready. Tang Yuxuan was very satisfied to see the replies from the crowd. This time, without Pang Shang's messing around, it sure loaded smoother and made it feel even better. While Tang Yuxuan was being complacent, the phone suddenly rang. His newly excited face instantly pulled down when he saw the phone number. Caller ID, sister. Nice. The one who called was none other than Tang Ruobing. Tang Yuxuan stiffened and slid the answer button. After connecting, Tang Ruobing's voice came at once, only it was a bit cold. What time is it for Tang Yuxian? And you're still not back for dinner? Tang Yuxuan secretly screamed out a terrible sound. He was so focused on being happy that he forgot to call home. Is that what you call getting carried away? He scratched his scalp and hurriedly said, sis, I forgot to tell you, I'm not going back to eat. When Tang Ruobing on the other end of the phone heard Tang Yuxuan's words, she was instantly very angry, her icy tone tinged with fury. Tang Yuxuan, you're awesome. Which fox friend did you go out with again? Tang Yuxuan secretly screamed in vain and hurriedly explained, I didn't go out with any fox friends, I'm with my brother-in-law. Tang Ruobing on the other end of the phone froze for a moment when she heard Tang Yuxuan's words. Brother-in-law? What brother-in-law? When did Tang Yuxuan have a brother-in-law? How come I don't know? Which brother-in-law are you with? Tang Yuxuan, you're good. You've even learned to lie now. When Tang Yuxuan heard Tang Ruobing's question, he secretly screamed that it wasn't good. His mouth had just gone bald, and he had directly called it brother-in-law. His face was in a state of dismay, so he guessed that he would not be able to go home without being cleaned up by Tang Ruobing. But for now this hurdle passes first. I'm with Fan, he whispered. Tang Ruobing froze for a moment when she heard Tang Yuxuan's words. It was quickly understood that Tang Yuxuan's brother-in-law was talking about Lin Fan. A pang of petulance ran through her. She hadn't expected this brother of hers to call Lin Fan brother-in-law behind her back. It would be fine if she had something with Lin Fan. The point is she has nothing to do with Lin Fan. What would Lin Fan think of her in his mind then? She couldn't wait to drag Tang Yuxuan to her side and whack him hard right now. Is brother-in-law a word that can be called casually? She was prepared to wait for Tang Yuxuan to come back to pack up the other party ruthlessly. She took a deep breath and said coldly, finish eating and get your ass back here. She hung up the phone straight after that. Tang Yuxuan looked at the hung-up phone, a bitter smile on his face. Is this a self-inflicted wound? The door to the box pushed open and the waiter began to serve the food. Looking at the table full of food, he quickly put the unpleasantness he had just experienced behind him. Eating and enjoying your food is what matters now. A gourmet meal quickly made its way into the stomachs of both men. Time passed unnoticed as the two enjoyed their meal. Tang Yuxuan burped. It's really good to hold up. That's how he feels right now. Lin Fan picked up the napkin on the table and wiped his mouth, looked at Tang Yuxuan and said, are you full? I'll send you back when you're full. Tang Yuxuan was just about to speak when a burp came up, causing him to swallow his words back down. Lin Fan shook his head breathlessly when he saw Tang Yuxuan's appearance. He felt it was redundant to ask if the other man had eaten enough. Obviously the other person couldn't have eaten more. Lin Fan directly stood up and said indifferently, "Let's go." After saying that, he walked towards the outside of the box. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Tang Yuxuan hurriedly followed. He didn't want to go home, but he couldn't stay put now that he was fed and watered. Could he? All he could do now was pray that he went home and Tang Ruobing forgot about this, calling Lin Fan his brother-in-law. Otherwise he's not going to have a good time. After exiting the Sky Dweller and arriving at the parking lot, Lin Fan started the car and drove Tang Yuxuan towards the Willow City Jinghu Villa area. Villa 9 in the Jinghu Villa area. Lin Fan stopped the car and stepped out of it, looking at Tang Yuxuan, who was slow to get out of the car. "We're home. Get out of the car." A breathless pang went through him. Is this holding up so well that you don't even recognize your own home? How could Tang Yuxuan not recognize his home? He just didn't want to get out of the car when he thought of his sister at home waiting for him. He took a deep breath and slowly stepped out of the car. "Brother-in-law, thanks for the ride home." He had just finished saying this when the door to the villa happened to open. Tang Ruobing walked out with a garbage bag and looked at Tang Yuxuan with a face full of anger. She had just heard the stop and purposely didn't open the door. When she heard Lin Fan's voice and was ready to open the door, but then she heard her good brother call Lin Fan brother-in-law. Could she not be angry? When he, Tang Yuxuan, saw Tang Ruobing, who was full of anger, his neck shrank and he screamed that he was finished. "Brother-in-law, no, brother Fan, I'm going in first, I'll contact you another time." Tang Yuxuan finished his speech and quickly ran towards the villa. He had to hurry back to find help. Tang Ruobing saw Tang Yuxuan run in. She didn't go after him after all. Lin Fan was still here. She looked at Lin Fan and said apologetically, "Trouble schoolmate Lin." After she finished speaking, she threw the trash into the trash can and looked at Lin Fan. "Come in and have a seat, Senior Lin." Lin Fan waved his hand and said with a smile, "I'm not going in, I have to go beforehand. Give my regards to aunt and uncle for me." "Okay, goodbye senior brother Lin." Tang Ruobing didn't stay when she saw that Lin Fan was leaving. She had more important things to do, and that was to clean up after her wonderful brother. Lin Fan waved his hand, got into the car, started the car, and with a kick of the gas, the car headed off into the distance. When Tang Ruobing saw Lin Fan leave, anger instantly welled up on her face as she turned around and walked towards the house. Heavenly River Auction House, Willow City Branch. There were many business limousines parked outside the auction house at this time. There will be a land auction here this evening. A luxury business car slowed to a stop. A svelte man with glasses was the first to step out of the car, walking to the rear door and opening it. When a middle-aged man stepped out of the car, this middle-aged man was no other than Ni Jiawei, the general manager of Lucheng Haitian Real Estate Company. Ni Jiawei stepped out of the car and looked at the neon lights of Tianha Auction House. "Have you confirmed with the company's finance? How much money has been raised so far?" The Sven man hurriedly said, "It's been confirmed. The funds from each branch have been mobilized so far, and with the funds on the head office's books, it's already raised 4 billion. When Ni Jiawei heard the Sven man's words, instead of any joy on his face, he frowned slightly. He sighed and said, "These funds aren't enough. Let finance continue to figure out how to raise as much money as possible. This piece of land tonight is worth $5 billion. It's estimated to be a $500 million premium to take it." That meant he had to have at least $5.5 billion to buy the Land King. The Sven man nodded his head, took out his cell phone and dialed the finance number, telling the finance what Ni Jiawei meant. The two of them, Ni Jiawei and the Sven man, walked into the auction house. A lot of people had already gathered in the auction house at this time. Basically, they were all real estate related businesses, and when they saw Ni Jiawei arrive they all went up and greeted him politely. Ni Kawi nodded and smiled at the crowd. Ni Jiawei and the Sven man found a seat and sat down. There was still some time before the auction started. "I didn't expect this auction to attract Ni Jiawei. You don't think today's auction is still the same small auction as before, do you? Does it make a difference?" "Of course it's different. There's a piece of land in this auction that's the king of the new economic development zone in Lucheng. I'll go." "How come the land king of Lucheng's new economic development zone is being auctioned off at the Tianha auction house?" "I don't know about this. Maybe the Heavenly River auction house is connected to the sky or not. It's going to be a lively night then." "Yes, looking at Ni Jiawei's appearance towards the land king, that's a must." "Do you think Junki, the general manager of Lucheng Hui Real Estate Company, will come too?" "It's not a matter of whether it will or won't. It's that it will definitely come. Who in the whole of Willow City doesn't know that Willow City Haitian Real Estate Company and Willow City Hui Real Estate Company don't deal with each other? Ugh. It looks like we're just going to have to hit the sauce tonight." "That's not so bad. Both companies must be here for the Land King. The small plots in front of them, they definitely won't be able to see it. We still have a chance. If that's the case then it's fine. I'm afraid that these two companies will make a move. Then we small real estate companies can only be the sidekick." Just as everyone was whispering, a group of people walked outside the auction. The man at the head looked to be in his 50s, with a cross-faced face that looked like he was not easy to get along with. The person who came was no other than Junki, the general manager of Lucheng Hui Real Estate Company. Junki scanned the week and saw Ni Jiawei sitting not far away. The corner of his mouth curled up as he walked in Ni Jiawei's direction. took a seat next to Nigawa. Goo, if it isn't Mr. Nigawa Ni, how come you have time to attend such a small auction today? And Junkie looked at Nigawa and said with a smile. That look made people who didn't know better think that the two were much better friends. Nigawa wasn't surprised to see Junkie show up. He said in a nonchalant manner, "Why am I here? Is it not clear to General N?" He wasn't going to give Junkie a good look. And Junkie looked at Nigawa with a natural smile on his face. Mr. Ni is also here for the Land King, right? Nigawa glanced at Junkie and said coldly, knowingly. He don't look like his face didn't change much, but in his heart, he was laughing bitterly. He had just entered the auction without seeing Junkie and thought that Junkie wouldn't come today. It seems he was too happy too soon. Today, Junkie came, so it would be dangerous to try to get the king of the land. Let's not talk about the fact that his funding of $5 billion should not be in place. The key Junkie will certainly die with him at that time. That the price of the land king to what price to deal? It is hard to say. He cursed Junkie 1,000 times in his heart. Junkie wasn't surprised by Nigawa's attitude and wasn't angry, but said with a smile, Mr. Ni, I advise you to go back from wherever you came from, because I'm bound and determined to win the king of the land tonight. No need to waste time here. He had a smile on his face that made him look beaten. When Nigawa heard Junkie's words, he snorted coldly, "Humph, and will not be too happy too early. It's not certain who will be the winner of this piece of land." Even if he didn't have a bottom in his heart, he absolutely couldn't show his cowardice. Junkie looked at Nigawa and suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Ni, you're still the same as before, a dead duck." The smile on his face withdrew as he looked at Nigawa. "I wonder how much Mr. Ni is prepared to auction this land king? 5 billion? 51 billion? Or 5.5 billion? Ha ha ha." When Nigawa heard Junkie's words, his face changed slightly, and his heart thumped as he screamed. For Junkie to be able to say $5.5 billion so easily, then the funds Junkie had prepared would most likely exceed the amount of $5.5 billion. Junkie accurately captured the subtle changes on Nigawa's face. The original reserve price was $5.5 billion. He muttered in his mind. Those words were just to blow up Nichhart's bottom price. This reserve price was $100 million more than he was prepared to pay, and he had only raised $5.5 billion for his company so far. He now had to arrange for someone to hurry up and raise $200 million of capital as soon as possible, so that he could have a greater certainty of snatching the Land King from Nigawa's hands. When he finished, he didn't stop and stood up to walk off into the distance. It was natural that he arranged for people to raise funds and could not let Nigawa know. But what he didn't know was that Nigawa only had $4 billion in his hands right now. Nigawa was not concerned about Junkie's departure. What he was worried about now was whether the financial side could raise enough funds for $5.5 billion when the Land King was auctioned later. No, it's just that $5 billion is hardly enough to take down that king of land. He said to the next man in the Sven, "You now hurry up and talk to the finance, and make sure to raise $7 billion before the auction of the Land King." He felt that the $5.5 billion had reached its limit. That piece of Land King was only worth $5 billion, and now the bidding was $5.7 billion, which was equivalent to a premium of 14%, a premium that was already quite high. If Junkie's offer is higher than $7 billion, then he will give up the competition for the Land King. After all, such a high premium was more than he could afford. Even if he bought the king of the land to come, there was no way for him to explain to the group's shareholders. The Sven man nodded and took out his cell phone to call the finance, telling the other party what Nigawa meant. Time passes by. The auction finally begins. A stunningly beautiful woman with dyed burgundy hair stepped onto the auction stage. The woman was dressed in professional attire with a flirtatious look on her face. "Hello everyone, welcome to the Heavenly River Auction House." Her voice seemed to carry the power of infinite charm, and the auction house, which had just been noisy, instantly quieted down. Without further ado, the auction for today's first piece of land is now underway. With a starting price of $100 million and a minimum of $5 million in markups, the bidding begins. As the woman's words fell, the scene instantly resounded with an endless stream of bids. "Holy shit, who is this woman? She's gorgeous. Brother, this is your first time at the Heavenly River Auction House, isn't it? That's good. I'd also like to ask for some guidance from Big Brother." Well said. This woman is the head of the Heavenly River Auction House, Qin Main Yang, a famous and great beauty in Luchang. Qin Main Yang. Main Yang, it's true that she is as her name suggests. The first lot sold quickly. The auction for the second lot will take place soon. At this time, neither Nigawa nor Junkie's mind was on these plots of land. Rather, they are all very concerned about whether the funds will be available before the landlord opens for auction. At this moment, both of them were a bit gloomy. After the third land auction, the person next to Junkie whispered into Junkie's ear and muttered. Junkie's face, which had just been gloomy, instantly revealed a smile. He turned his head to look at Nigawa, who was not far away. There was a provocative look in his eyes, as if everything was a win. Nigawa's face became even more ugly when he saw Junkie's appearance. No word from his side yet on the financial side. and he figured it would be hard to fund what he expected. The king of the land will soon be auctioned. The Sven man came up to Nijiawei and whispered. The news just came from the financial side. Only $5.5 billion have been raised so far. Nijiawei's face didn't change when he heard the Sven man's words, because raising not enough to get the 5.7 billion he wanted was already in his expectations. He raised his head and looked at Qin Meinyang on the auction stage. Even if he didn't have $5.7 billion, he'd still have to try. What if Junkie tricked him? At this time a waitress hurriedly ran up to the auction table and whispered in Qin Meinyang's ear. A flash of surprise appeared on Qin Meinyang's face. She nodded at the waitress, signaling the other woman to leave. She turned her head to look at the crowd in the auction room and smiled. Today's auction ends here. Thank you all for attending today's auction. When Junkie heard Mistress Qin say that the auction was over, he instantly stood up and asked angrily, Miss Qin, today's land king hasn't even been auctioned yet, so how can it be over? He had raised half a day's worth of funds, but now he wasn't auctioning off the king of the land, so how could he be happy? Qin Meinyang glanced at Junkie. Her eyes swept the crowd around her, and said with a smile, I'm really sorry. I just got the news that king of the land has been bought by a mysterious person. Junkie's face was filled with disbelief when he heard Qin Meinyang's words. He voiced his question. Is it possible that your Heavenly River auction house has been operating in the dark and found a buyer a long time ago? Humph. What mysterious buyer? I think it's just your Tianha auction house's self-directed drama. When Qin Meinyang heard Junkie's words, her face, which had just been wearing a smile, instantly chilled. Mr. Talk should be based on evidence. Our Heavenly River auction house opens its doors to do business, so naturally, we won't do anything to smash our own signboards. She could put up with anything, but to say that the Tianha auction house was operating in the dark touched her bottom line. Junkie said with a cold smile on his face. Oh, who knows about that? Poof. Qin Meinyang snorted coldly and pointed her finger in a certain direction of Willow City. If Mr. N has an opinion, he can go there and ask, because the Earth King didn't even pass through our Heavenly River auction house's hands. Junkie was instantly shocked when he heard Qin Meinyang's words. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were as round as brass bells. This? He didn't think Qin Meinyang would lie to him. A little bit of poking around on this one will tell you the truth. If this was really bought from there by a mysterious person, how big is the background of this mysterious person? This piece of land king is watched by the whole of Luchang, and with so many eyes watching, it can still be bought. The background of this mysterious man could only be described as terrifying. Nijiawei was also startled when he heard Qin Meinyang say so. This mystery man is too good. I can't believe I bought out the king of the land without a word. The point is that this mystery man's financial resources are even more impressive. This land king wants 5 billion. This mysterious person can easily take out. Visible financial strength is extraordinary. At the same time, he thought of the frightening possibility that this mysterious person who had bought the king of the land was probably an individual rather than a company. If a company had bought it, it would never have been so low-key. Not a hint of it was revealed. Take him for example. As soon as the company shoots down the king of the land, he will definitely hold a reception to celebrate and invite reporters and friends to make a big fuss about it. This brings more attention to their company, thus using the land king gimmick to increase their company's visibility. That's why no company that buys a king of land would be so low profile. Then there's only the possibility of an individual. To be able to come up with $5 billion to buy the king of the land with his personal financial strength, this mysterious person's financial strength was also too terrifying. He shook his head. He hadn't expected Willow City to have such a mysterious figure. He looked at Junkie, who was not far away, and realized that Junkie's face was very ugly. When he saw Junkie's current appearance, he felt much more comfortable in his heart. He got up humming a little song, deliberately passing in front of Junkie and said with a smile, Goo, it seems that Mr. An's wishful thinking has fallen through. Not only am I wasting my time for nothing today, but Mr. An has also followed suit and wasted a night's time for nothing. After he finished speaking, he hummed a little song and walked towards the outside of the auction without looking back. Junkie's face turned very ugly when he heard Nijiawei's words, as if he had eaten shang. He said in a cold voice to the person next to him, hurry up and find out through our connections who this mysterious person really is. He was going to find the mystery man to see if the premium could take that land king from the other side. He's going to fight for it. Nijiawei returned to the car. The smile on his face retracted. His eyes narrowed, and through the car window, he looked out at the entrance of the Tianha auction house, and slowly said, hurry up and find out what kind of person bought the land king away. The words were followed immediately by the addition, make sure you're quick. He knew that not only would he investigate this mystery buyer, but Junkie would definitely investigate this mystery buyer as well. He must quickly find out who the other party is and see if he can buy this king of land back from them. The Sven man nodded. Understood. He pulls out his cell phone and starts looking up this mystery man through his connections. The car started slowly and drove toward the office. Nijiawei closed his eyes and rested. He had to know that tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. He had to find out this mysterious person tonight and find a way to buy this land king from the mysterious person. Haitian No. 1 Villa. After Lin Fan returned to the villa, he first swam for half an hour. At this moment, he was relaxing on a rattan chair. It suddenly occurred to him that he had gained another 50 points for today's Tap on the system virtual panel. He looked at the 50 points on the lucky carousel and said to the system in his mind. The system activates the lucky carousel. As the voice fell, the big wheel of fortune slowly turned. Stop. The big wheel of fortune slowly came to a halt. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the completion level composition skill. The reward has been issued to the system backpack. He heard the system reward and was happy. Last time he had gained the lyricist skill, and now he had gained the composer skill. The system is making him a songwriter. Clicking on the system backpack, sure enough there was a composition skill pack lying inside. Use composing skills. There's no hesitation in this one when skill is not an issue. He slowly closed his eyes as a great deal of knowledge about compositions flooded into his mind at that moment, making him slightly uncomfortable, but the feeling passed quickly. He opened his eyes and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. Now he's a bona fide master songwriter. Simple tunes are now at your fingertips. Not bad, not bad. When you have time, you can make a song for each of Yang Mengran and Zhang Yan Orange based on their characteristics, but he knows that for a singer, the right tune for him or her can be twice as effective. He closed the system panel and got up and headed for the living room. Back in the living room, he opened the fridge and grabbed a bottle of happy water, unscrewed it, and took a big gulp. Cool. He closed the refrigerator and headed upstairs to the den. Come to the study. There was a paper bag on the desk. He walked up, sat on the boss chair, picked up the file bag on the table, opened it, and found that it contained exactly the relevant documents about the land king of the new economic development zone in Luchang. He put down his paper bag and pondered. This king of the land is now being dealt with in two ways. The first is to just leave it there unattended and wait for it to appreciate. The second is to bring it for development. Develop, he muttered under his breath. He actually prefers to use the crown land for development so that the value can be maximized. But it takes a real estate company to develop. Real estate company. Willow City Haitian Real Estate Company. It occurred to him that he still owned 10% of the Willow City Haitian Real Estate Company. You can sell the king of the land to Willow City Haitian Realty. This way he can realize the land king. At the same time he owns 10% of the equity of Luchang Haitian Real Estate Company. By then 10% of the commercial value of the development of the land king belongs to him. This is an optimal solution. He slapped him hard on the thigh at the thought. Say it and do it. He took out his cell phone, found Nigoe's number and dialed it. Nigoe threw the cigarette butt into the ashtray, once again took out a cigarette from the cigarette case on the table, lit it, inhaled deeply, and then slowly exhaled the smoke. He couldn't remember how many cigarettes this was the first one he'd smoked since returning. He got up and went to the door, and to the svelte man who had just put the phone down, he asked, "How's it going? Got an eyebrow?" The Sven man shook his head when he heard Nigoe's voice and hurriedly said, "Mr. Ni, there's still not a single eyebrow at the moment." He had already used a lot of his connections to ask around, but so far there was no news at all. This mystery buyer is so mysterious. Nigoe frowned slightly when he heard the Sven man's words. I can't believe there's no sign of it. He thought that if he did it, there must be more or less a trace. But nowadays it's unusual to use a lot of connections and not find anything at all. One can only say that this mysterious man has extraordinary abilities. This is a bit of a headache, but he wasn't going to give up that easily. If he couldn't find it, and Junkie wouldn't be able to find the other party so easily, he said to the Sven man, continue to use your connections to ask around and make sure you find the mystery buyer. The svelte man nodded and continued to call. Nigoe turned around and went back to his office. He felt he couldn't be idle either. He had to move. He pulled out his cell phone and was about to make a call. Mr. Lin? He froze when he saw the incoming number. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to call him at this late hour. Does Dong Lin know about not auctioning off the Land King? He muttered in his mind. But after thinking about it, he felt that it shouldn't have reached Lin Fan's ears so quickly. He shook his head and slid the answer button, not bothering to guess. Good day, Mr. Lin. The call was answered and he said politely. Lin Fan's voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Ni. It didn't disturb your rest this late. Nigoe hurriedly smiled and said, no, of course not. Dong Lin, I don't know what's the matter with you calling me at this late hour. He was very curious in his mind as to what Lin Fan was calling him for so late at night. Lin Fan on the other end of the phone, not long-winded, opened the door directly said, Mr. Ni, is this way? I have a piece of land in my hands. I do not know if Mr. Ni is interested. A plot of land? When Nigoe heard Lin Fan's words, he immediately frowned slightly. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to come to him so late in the evening for a piece of land. Could it be that Mr. Lin wants to sell the land he bought? If it were before, he might have agreed to Lin Fan taking over the other party's land without hesitation. But now all his thoughts are on the land king of the new economic development zone in Luchang, and he is not interested in other land at all. Dong Lin, if you're not in a hurry to use the money, it's better to put your land on hold for a while. He politely refused Lin Fan's land. There was no way around it. Right now he simply didn't have the energy to focus on Lin Fan's land. Can't you see that he's already been screwed over by the King of Earth now? Lin Fan on the other end of the phone froze for a moment. He hadn't expected Nigoe to reject him without hesitation, to not even ask. Since Nigoe wasn't interested, he could only be thinking of something else. Alright, since Mr. Ni isn't interested in this land king. Forget it. I won't disturb Mr. Ni's rest. Goodbye. Ni Jiawei was directly jolted when he heard Lin Fan say the words Earth King. Wait. Dong Lin. Lin Fan's hand on the other end of the phone, who was about to hang up his cell phone, stopped and asked suspiciously, Mr. Ni, is there anything else? Hearing that Lin Fan did not hang up his cell phone, Ni Jiawei took a deep breath and asked in a slightly agitated manner, Dong Lin, I wonder where the land king you are talking about is. Can't help but be excited. The word landlord doesn't go with any parcel of land. Although Lin Fan on the other end of the phone was puzzled as to why Ni Jiawei was suddenly concerned about the land king, he nevertheless said truthfully, the land king of the new economic development zone in Luchang. When Ni Jiawei heard Lin Fan's words, he was still shocked even though he was somewhat prepared in his mind. His mouth was unconsciously wide open and his eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. Is this even true? The land king of Luchang's new economic development zone is actually really in the hands of Lin Dong. He had just heard Lin Fan say the name king of land and thought that the king of land in Lin Fan's hand was probably the king of land in Luchang's new economic development zone. That mystery buyer turned out to be Lin Dong. That's too much to believe. A bitter laugh ran through his mind. The mystery buyer he had used all his connections to find turned out to be a director of his own company. How does it sound like the man is just 1,000 miles away from the lights? Dong Lin is really mysterious. He was even more in awe of Lin Fan in his heart. It would have felt horrible to get the king of the land without a word like that, but when he used all the relationship as not even a little bit of Lin Fan's information cannot be found. It was even more evident that Lin Fan's identity background was bound to be extraordinary, but it was immediately followed by a surge of excitement. He had just heard Lin Fan's intentions for the call. It's about selling the king of the land to the company. How could he not be excited to hear this news? He came back to his senses, slightly stuttering from excitement, and asked, Dong Lin, do you mean to sell the land king to the company? Lin Fan on the other end of the phone nodded and said, that's good. I do mean that, but just now Mr. Ni. Lin Fan hadn't finished his latter words. Ni Jiawei hurriedly said, Lin Dong, is it convenient for you now? We're signing the transfer contract now. Aha! Lin Fan on the other end of the phone was directly not going to be holed by Ni Jiawei's jump and thinking, I thought you weren't interested just now. That's a big shift, isn't it? This is starting to get ready to sign contracts straight away? Ni Jiawei slapped his head hard when he heard no words from Lin Fan's side. He hurriedly said, Lin Dong, how much do you intend to sell to buy a piece of land king? I can't believe he just forgot to ask about the price. Lin Fan on the other end of the phone smiled when he heard Ni Jiawei's words and asked, I wonder, what price can Mr. Ni give me? He kicked the ball back to Ni Jiawei. As a seller he will not say the price first, but of course he must have a mental price in mind. That price is $5 billion. He intends to sell to the company at that price, but he's not going to give out his reserve price first. What if Ni Kawi could give a higher price? Ni Jiawei pondered for a moment when he heard Lin Fan's words. The amount of money he could come up with right now was only $5.5 billion. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, Lin Dong, the company is offering $5.5 billion to buy the land king in your hand. What do you think? He was very apprehensive at this time. After all, in the end, Lin Fan was only a director who held 10% of the company, even if he did not sell the land king not to the company. Oh, Lin Fan on the other end of the phone was happy to hear Ni Jiawei's offer. That's 400 million more than he expected. Not bad, real good. He smiled and said, okay, deal. When Ni Jiawei heard Lin Fan agree, a big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. He hurriedly asked, Lin Dong, is it convenient for you now? I want to sign the contract tonight. He was worried about a long night and wanted to get his hands on the king of the land so he could have a peaceful night's sleep. Lin Fan on the other end of the phone, although he didn't know why Ni Jiawei was in such a hurry to sign the contract, nodded and said, yes, you prepare the contract and come directly to me at Haitian No. 1 Villa. Seeing as how Ni Kawi had made him a small fortune, sleeping later was bearable. Ni Jiawei was thrilled to hear Lin Fan agree. He hurriedly said, Lin Dong, thank you, I'm going to prepare the contract. Lin Fan, on the other end of the phone, gave a and hung up the phone. Ni Jiawei looked at the cell phone in his hand and laughed up at the sky. Ha ha ha, it's just so exciting. How could he have thought it would be so easy to buy the king of the land? He even bought the king of the land for $4 billion, which is $100 million less than the expected $5 billion. One could imagine how happy he was in his heart at this time. Outside the office, the Sven man put down his cell phone a little wearily and was about to continue looking for someone to ask. Suddenly a loud laugh was heard coming from Ni Jiawei's office. He froze right in place. This? What's wrong with Mr. Ni? Couldn't take it that you didn't buy the king of the land and went crazy? He shook his head. He didn't think Ni Jiawei should be that vulnerable. Just as he was rambling, the door to Ni Jiawei's office suddenly opened. Ni Jiawei looked at the dazed Sven man and said, don't be dazed. Hurry up and prepare a contract for the transfer of the land king at a price of $5.4 billion. Quickly, right away. When the Sven man heard Ni Jiawei's words, he looked at Ni Jiawei and asked uncertainly, Mr. Ni, did you find that mysterious buyer? Jiaowei saw that at this point in time the Sven man was still asking questions, and said with some impatience, "Found it. The mystery buyer is our company's Lin Dong. You hurry up and prepare the contract, and go to Lin Dong's place to sign it later." He finished walking towards the inside of the office. He still had to get the finance here, and when he finished signing the contract, he asked the finance to hurry up and send the money over. The Sven man was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Jiaowei's words. His mouth was wide open in shock, his eyes as round as copper bells, his face full of disbelief. This? The mystery buyer turned out to be the company's Lin Dong? That's too much to believe. How could he not have imagined that the mystery buyer he never had any clue about was a director of his own company? He was simultaneously terrified of Lin Fan's strength. He was aware that Lin Fan had just purchased 10% of the company's equity at a premium, and now he didn't hesitate to spend $5 billion to buy this piece of land in the new economic development zone in Luchang. How rich does one have to be to come up with $10 billion at will? What made him feel that Lin Fan was mysterious was that he had used so many connections to not be able to find out who it was that Lin Fan had purchased the Earth King. So it was evident that Lin Fan's background was mysterious and extraordinary. A cold wind blew through him, waking him up instantly. He rushed off to prepare the contract. Can't keep Jiaowei waiting. An hour later, the doorbell outside the villa suddenly rang. Lin Fan, who was drinking tea in the living room, put down his teacup, stood up, and walked towards the outside of the living room. Opening the door, there were 3 men standing outside. It was Jiaowei and the Sven man who had arrived in a hurry. Along with the financial trio, finance came to be a middle-aged woman. People do not look very beautiful, but give a person the feeling is very shrewd look. Good day, Mr. Lin. Jiaowei smiled and greeted Lin Fan. Lin Dong. Lin Dong. The Sven man in finance greeted Lin Fan in unison. Lin Fan nodded and said with a smile, "Hello guys, please come in." The 3 of them, Jiaowei, followed Lin Fan to the living room. Lin Fan invited the 3 to sit down, took out 3 cups, made 3 cups of tea for the 3, and put them in front of them. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you, Mr. Lin." The 3 hurriedly thanked Lin Fan. Lin Fan waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for the 3 of them to be polite as he resumed his original seat. Seeing Lin Fan sitting down, Jiaowei took out the contract and a pen from his briefcase and hurriedly said, "Lin Dong, take a look at the contract. There is no problem, let's hurry and sign it. It's getting late now, so I'll save you the trouble of resting." Lin Fan glanced at Jiaowei and was speechless in his heart. "If you knew it would affect my rest, why did you come to me to sign the contract at night?" he muttered in his mind. These words were only in his mind. Naturally he would not say them. He took the contract and said to the system in his mind, "The system scan has a bit of a contract to see if there are any problems." He flipped open the contract and pretended to read it. "The contract has been scanned and no problems have been found, so please feel free to sign it." Aha! The system is just as efficient as it can be. He took the pen from Jiaowei and signed the contract. Sign and return the contract to Jiaowei. Jiaowei excitedly accepted the contract, and now his heart was finally in his stomach. Lin Fan took out the documents related to the Land King of the new economic development zone in Luchang that he had already prepared and handed them to Jiaowei. Jiaowei said to the finance next to him, "Hurry up and make the payment to Lin Dong." He couldn't drag his feet when people were so painfully happy with Lin Fan. When the finance heard Jiaowei's words, he hurriedly took out his cell phone and proceeded to transfer money to Lin Fan. Lin Fan as a director of the company. The finance naturally has Lin Fan's bank account number. The transfer has been successful. "Lin Dong, you check." Finance said to Lin Fan. Lin Fan said to the system in his mind, "System, check if the money has arrived." Soon the system voice sounded in Lin Fan's head. Inquiry completed. 30 seconds ago the host's bank account arrived at 5.4 billion. Lin Fan was very satisfied with the efficiency of the system. Surprisingly, the time was given to the exact second. Not bad, real good. Parlor, got it. Come and have some tea. You're all exhausted after a busy night. Lin Fan picked up his teacup and took the lead in taking a sip of tea. The 3 looked at Lin Fan with a strange look in their eyes. This was $5.4 billion, and Lin Fan was surprised that he didn't immediately check to see if it had arrived. And rambling about drinking tea here. How big of a heart does it take to be so unperturbed? If it were any of them, they would have been the first to, for sure, take out their cell phones to check. That's $540 million, not 54. They admired Lin Fan even more from the bottom of their hearts. What kind of family does one have to be born into to develop such poise and temperament? The 3 of them picked up their teacups and took a small sip to suppress the surprise in their hearts. They felt even more nervous than Lin Fan, the rightful owner. At this moment, Jiaowei took a sip of tea and brightened up. This tea is just so good. There's something familiar about this flavor. For a moment he couldn't think. He took another small, gentle sip to confirm the feeling. His eyes suddenly lit up. Yeah, that's the flavor. Can't go wrong. He raised his head with some excitement and looked at Lin Fan, feeling his mouth and tongue a little dry. "Lin Dong, this tea of yours wouldn't be the 2nd-generation Great Red Robe, would it?" He stared at Lin Fan with unblinking eyes, hoping that Lin Fan would give an answer. Lin Fan nodded his head when he heard Jiaowei's words and said with a smile, Not bad, this is exactly the second generation Great Red Robe. I didn't realize that Mr. Ni still has research on the tea ceremony. Ni was still shocked when she heard Lin Fan's affirmative reply, even though she had already prepared herself mentally. His eyes were as wide as bronze bells as he looked at the teacup in his hand, and his mouth involuntarily gulped. This turned out to be really a second-generation Big Red Robe. He had also had this tea on an occasional occasion at an old friend's party. The flavor stuck with him to this day. The main reason why he hadn't thought of it at first was because Lin Fan's cup of tea smelled too strong. Keep in mind that at that party, a gram of second-generation Dahongpo tea steeped an entire pot of water. That flavor has been washed out much more, and Lin Fan had put about a gram of tea in this small cup. Naturally, the intensity of the flavor cannot be compared. This also led him to initially shy away from confirming that this was the second generation of Big Red Robe. Such a superb tea leaf. Lin Fan even put a gram in each person's cup. That's too extravagant and too hoity-toity. It's simply trenchant. He carefully picked up the cup and took a small sip. Since he knew that this is the second generation of the Big Red Robe, naturally want to slowly taste. He does not want to eat ginseng fruit like Piggy. The flavor has not tasted it. Swallowed into the stomach. Seeing Ni carefully drinking the tea, the Sven man was surprised and asked, Mr. Ni, is this second generation Dahong robe very expensive? He knew that the very best Big Red Robe was not cheap. 500 grams was around $100,000. He felt that it was already a heavenly price, even if the second generation Dahongpo is expensive. But after all, it's just tea. How expensive can it be? Ni carefully put down the cup, pointed to the teacup on the table and said, this second generation Dahongpo is not expensive, but very expensive. The key is that there is a price for it. Just the cup of tea you and I are drinking, a gram or so, that one glass is worth $20,000. He finished by picking up his glass and continuing to take small sips. The Sven man was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Ni words. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling in disbelief. This little cup of tea costs $20. 000? That's too much to believe. $20,000 for 1 gram. Wouldn't that be $10 million for 500 grams? Holy shit. That's too ho-hum. Is this Lin Dong's life? The tea you usually drink is a cup of 20,000 tea. How much money must you drink in a day? His annual salary of hundreds of thousands of dollars felt like it was only enough for a day or two of tea with Lin Fan. Is this the life of the rich? It's true that the happiness of the rich is not something that ordinary people can imagine. He carefully picked up his teacup as well and took a small sip. He had a feeling he wouldn't meet a second time in his life where he would have another chance to drink such a tea. He must remember the flavor well. He took out his cell phone and snapped a picture, and another, of the tea in his cup. It took about 10 shots before I was satisfied and put my phone away. These photos he is going to send to the classmates group, so that everyone can also appreciate what 20,000 a cup of tea is like. Time passes by. There comes a time when a cup of tea is finished even in small sips. It doesn't matter if you drink it all. Add water. Ni put down his teacup. He couldn't remember how many times this had been added to the water. The water is as clear as water at this point. He put down his teacup fondly, stood up, looked at Lin Fan, and said with some embarrassment, Lin Dong, we're going back. I won't disturb your rest. Lin Fan nodded. Seeing that Ni had finally stopped drinking water made his heart breathe a sigh of relief. It was not that he was cheap and couldn't spare the water, but he was afraid that Ni and the three of them would get water poisoning if they drank too much water, and that would be troublesome. It's a good thing Ni finally stopped drinking. Lin Fan got up to see the three off. Returning to the living room, he put the cup away briefly and hummed a little tune as he headed upstairs to his bedroom. $5.5 billion in cash made his pockets, well, bulging. He was naturally very happy. It was getting late, so he briefly washed up and turned off the light to go to bed. Willow City Haitian Real Estate Company office building. Ni returned to the office and went to the restroom first. It's really suffocating, drinking too much water. Sitting in his office chair, he picked up the phone and called the Sven man to come in for a moment. The Sven man put down the phone and hurried to Ni's office. When Ni saw the Sven man come in, he didn't nag and said directly, hurry up and put the news of successfully purchasing the Land King of Luchang's new economic development zone on the internet. He knew there must be a lot of people watching them. For example, Anju and Chi. When the Sven man heard Ni's words, he nodded and said, I'll get on with it. The Sven man exited the office and quickly posted the message on the company's official website. Willow City Blackfields Realty Office Building. At this time, the topmost floor inside the office building was still brightly lit, and Junkie put down the phone in his hand and rubbed his temples with his hands. He still hadn't found out who the mystery buyer was. He picked up the glass on the table and took a hard swig of red wine. This flavor of red wine is his favorite, but today it always feels like this doesn't taste as good as it used to. At that moment, a sharp knock sounded on the door. Come in. Soon the female secretary came in at a brisk pace. Mr. It's not good, the female secretary said hurriedly when she saw Junkie. And Junkie frowned slightly when he heard the female secretary's words. He looked at the female secretary and said in a deep voice, what's the point of panicking? What do I usually teach you? What's wrong? This female secretary was so unsettled that he considered whether he should replace her. The female secretary knew that she was a bit out of line and hurriedly got down to business. Mr. The Land King of Luchang's new economic development zone was bought by Luchang Haitian Real Estate Company. And Junkie stood up from his chair with a whoosh when he heard the female secretary's words. What did you say? Willow City Haitian Real Estate Company bought the Land King? How is this possible? He couldn't believe this. The female secretary smiled bitterly and said, the Willow City Haitian Real Estate Company has made an official announcement. And Junkie hurriedly resat down and opened the official website of Luchang Haitian Real Estate Company. Sure enough, a bright red eye-catching announcement on it was the information that Luchang Haitian Real Estate Company had successfully bought the Land King. He looked at the announcement. His eyes red. His anger surged. And he picked up the expensive red wine on the table with the wine glass and slammed it hard on the floor. He was resigned. Very resigned. Lin Fan slept well this night. The next morning, Lin Fan woke up early. After washing up, he sat on the couch and crossed his legs, tapping on the system virtual panel. When Lin Fan saw the $1 second item, he stood up directly in shock. $1 for 100% of the equity of Willow City Kimming and Associates. 100% of the equity of Pier Zero on the Linjiang River in Luchang for $1. Holy shit. His eyes widened as he watched the $1 second items. I should say keep a close eye on the words Pier Zero on the Willow City rink. Although Pier Zero in Luchang Linjiang is not the largest pier in Luchang, it is definitely the best located pier. He started inquiring about the marina at Willow City yesterday after he got the yacht fans. Pier Zero in Willow City Rinku is valued at $1 billion. There is 100,000 ton berth and 450,000 ton berths with a total length of 200 meters. This Willow City Riverside Pier Zero is the pier he fell in love with. But when I looked online, people were not open to the public at all. That put him in a bit of a bind. I really didn't expect to see Willow City Rinku Pier Zero among the dollar second items. How could this not shock him? Now yacht fans won't have to worry about not having a place to dock. System, buy them all. He rushed to the system. Congratulations to the host on the successful purchase. Documents related to the Luchang Jinming law firm and Luchang Linjiang Pier Zero have been placed in the villa study. The system is still as efficient as ever. Nice, really nice. He didn't get up right away to go to the study. Instead, he took out his cell phone and searched for Luchang Jinming law firm. He was sure that Luchang Jinming law firm was not ordinary either. Sure enough, it's not ordinary. Luchang Jinming law firm is valued at only $800 million though, but it is very well known in the Willow City bar. Willow City Kimming and Associates was founded 3 years ago and has lost 0 lawsuits. It is in a period of rapid development. In the Luchang lawyers like a dazzling new star rising. He had to sigh at the system's bullishness. Such a great potential law firm to get. It's all his now. He got up and dressed, walked out of the bedroom, and headed for the study. Come to the study. There were 2 papers on the table. One is about the Willow City JMM law firm, and the other is about Pier Zero on the Willow City rink. He briefly flipped through the 2 documents and put them both away. After putting it away, he got up and headed downstairs. After a brief exercise in the yard, I made a breakfast. Finished breakfast and drove toward Willow City University. Half an hour later, in the parking lot of Luchang University, Lin Fan walked down from the car, humming a little song. He headed for his dorm room. This morning's spike item, which was worth $18 billion, directly made his fortune break through $40 billion. He was naturally in a very pleasant mood. By the way, it solves the problem of docking his yacht. Back at the dormitory, the 3 roommates were still sleeping. Get up, he shouted and began to prepare his books for class. When the 3 roommates saw Lin Fan come back, one by one they slowly climbed up as well. The 2 morning sessions went well. Between classes, Lin Fan had just returned to the dormitory and put down the book in his hand when his cell phone rang. Zhang Yunjian? He froze when he saw the caller number. He hadn't expected it to be Zhang Yun Orange calling him. He slid the answer button. After the call was connected, Zhang Yun Orange's voice came from the other end of the line. There was just something twisted and awkward about the voice. Mr. Lin. It was probably because Zhang Yun Orange was a little embarrassed to address Lin Fan as Mr. Lin for the first time. Lin Fan heard Zhang Yunxiang's crappy voice and said with a smile, Sister Yunxiang, you still call me Lin Fan or Xiao Fan as before. He still quite enjoyed interacting with Zhang Yun Orange together. He didn't want the two to become estranged because of their status. Zhang Yun Orange on the other end of the phone breathed a sigh of relief in her heart when she heard Lin Fan's words. It always felt very awkward to have her call Lin Fan Lin. Then, I'll call you Lin Fan like before. Lin Fan smiled and said, yes, what did you want to see me about? Sister Yun Orange? This should be the first time that Zhang Yun Orange has taken the initiative to call him. Zhang Yun Orange on the other end of the phone snapped her little head. Almost forgot the main event. Does Lin Fan have time at noon? Although Lin Fan was puzzled in his heart, he thought for a moment and said, there are no arrangements at the moment. If Sister Yun Orange has something to say, just say it. Zhang Yun Orange on the other end of the phone hurriedly said, there's nothing, just want to invite you for a meal. Immediately after that, he added, let me state up front that I definitely can't afford a big meal right now, so I can only invite you to eat at a normal small store. She didn't have much money at all in her hands right now, even if she wanted to treat Lin Fan to a big meal. but Lin Fan had helped her so much, and if she didn't show Lin Fan something, she always felt that her heart was too much. When Lin Fan heard Zhang Yun Orange say so, a smile appeared on his face and he said with a laugh, "Yes, it's nice to have a change of pace when you've eaten too much big fish and meat." When Zhang Yun Orange on the other end of the phone heard Lin Fan agree, she immediately smiled happily and said, "It's a deal. I'll send you the address in a moment." Lin Fan nodded and said, "Okay, see you at noon." After saying that, he hung up the phone. He didn't dwell too much on Zhang Yun Orange's purpose of finding him. Won't we know when we meet? He found the book he was going to use for the next class and walked out of the dormitory with it. Time rushes by. As the bell rang, the morning passed. The oldest, Zhang Ziqiang, came next to Lin Fan and said to him, "Oldest, let's go eat together in a while." Lin Fan glanced at the three and shook his head. "Not today at noon. I have an appointment." The oldest, Zhang Ziqiang, patted Lin Fan's shoulder inside. "Oldest, since having schoolgirl Tang, I've noticed that you've changed, always leaving us behind. Do you know how sad we are?" The second Li Muyang and the third Wang Jiyang were still nodding their heads. Lin Fan said without a trace of anger when he saw his boss Zhang Ziqiang's appearance. "Roll. The old man is a pure man. Also, it's not Tang Senpai who has a date with me. Shit, why am I explaining so much to you guys?" He finished, striding toward the outside of the classroom. The boss, Zhang Ziqiang, directly exploded into foul language when he heard Lin Fan's words. "Crap, old four, are you looking for another woman behind schoolgirl Tang's back? I'm telling you, you can't do this," he said as he chased after them. Lin Fan returned to the dormitory, put his books down, and took his car keys towards the parking lot. The address agreed with Zhang Yun Orange he had received. Take out your cell phone and find the address and navigate straight to it. A very clean-looking restaurant. This restaurant was where Zhang Yun Orange had asked Lin Fan to dinner today. Zhang Yun Orange had just sat down, when a middle-aged woman sat across from her. Zhang Yun Orange frowned slightly and politely voiced out, "Excuse me, there's someone here." That middle-aged woman didn't get up when she heard Zhang Yunxiang's words, but took out a business card from her bag and handed it to Zhang Yunxiang. "Ms. Zhang, hello, I'm Ning Wanping, a senior agent of Lucheng Tout Media Company. Here's my card," Ning Wanping said with a smile. Zhang Yun Orange did not take the business card. Ning Wanping always gave her a feeling of being above the rest, making her very uncomfortable. She asked flatly, "I wonder what you wanted to see me about." This Lucheng Tout Media Company she is aware of, is also one of the top 10 Netroots incubation companies in Lucheng, is said to have a good relationship with Lucheng Jingmang Media Company. She was very confused as to what this Ning Wanping was looking for her for. Ning Wanping put the business card on the table and pushed it in front of Zhang Yunxiang, asking with a smile, "I don't know if Ms. Zhang has ever thought about developing a different company?" The purpose of her visit to Zhang Yunxiang this time was to poach Zhang Yunxiang to go to their company. After she watched Zhang Yun Orange live broadcast, she instantly fell in love with Zhang Yun Orange, and with her years of experience, Zhang Yun Orange is bound to be able to become a powerful and big anchor. She doesn't have a single anchor on her hands right now that she can hold. She hit on Zhang Yun Orange. Will Zhang Yun Orange refuse? In her opinion, the reason for the refusal was simply that the price was not enough. As long as there were enough benefits, she believed that Zhang Yun Orange would not refuse. When Zhang Yun Orange heard Ning Wanping's words, her willow brows slightly knitted. She now finally understood this Ning Wanping's intention. That's a dig. She didn't hesitate to refuse outright. "Sorry, I'm in good company now." She is now in Willow City Golden Mansion Media Company. Treatment so good. The key to have a future. She can realize her dream of going on stage in the future if she is willing to work hard. That's what Lin Fan said, and she believed him. Ning Wanping didn't feel surprised when he heard Zhang Yun Orange reject it. After all, she hadn't made an offer. It's just such an empty promise that no one would agree to jump ship without any heartwarming conditions. "Ms. Zhang, don't be in a hurry to reject it first. My conditions haven't been stated yet." She had a smile on her face and an air of confidence. She believed that as long as she stated her conditions, Zhang Yun Orange would definitely change her attitude. After all, who's going to mess with money? Zhang Yunxiang realized that this Ning Wanping was as difficult to deal with as craft. She had already rejected the other party, but the other party was still so unforgiving. In a moment, when Lin Fan came and saw this Ning Wanping here, what should he think of himself? As she thought about this, she said in an icy tone, "I'm sorry, but as usual, I have no intention of jumping ship." Ning Wanping naturally wouldn't leave this place just because Zhang Yunzhuang said so. She smiled and said, "Ms. Zhang, as long as you come to our company, we'll give you tons of resources, and as for the salary, we can double whatever Lucheng Golden Mansion Media Company gives you." Her face beamed with confidence. She believed that Zhang Yun Orange would definitely be moved when she heard such a generous offer. After all, which of these anchors don't want to be famous and have their companies pour tons of resources into each other? As for whether this promise will be realized, she believed that as long as she showed the company Zhang Yun Orange's strength, the company executives would agree to her conditions. After all, Zhang Yun Orange is a money tree. It's not just any money tree, it's a huge money tree. Zhang Yun Orange was just about to open her mouth to refuse, when the door to the restaurant pushed open and Lin Fan walked in. Zhang Yun Orange hurriedly stood up and waved at Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded at Zhang Yun Orange and walked this way. Zhang Yun Orange looked at Ning Wanping and said coldly, "I'm sorry, now please leave. My friend is here." She was now very angry in her mind. After all, Lin Fan had already come, but this Ning Wanping was still relying on him. When Ning Wanping heard that Zhang Yun Orange had actually rejected the offer she had made, the smile on her face instantly fixed and she froze there. It was something she hadn't expected. How could she not expect that Zhang Yun Orange would still refuse even after she offered such a generous offer? The key refused so dryly. "This? What's this for? Does Zhang Yunxiang really not want to be famous? Don't want to make more money?" She couldn't figure it out for a moment. At this time, Lin Fan walked over. "Lin Fan, you're here." Lin Fan smiled faintly at Zhang Yunzhuang and spoke, waiting anxiously. Zhang Yun Orange hurriedly waved her hand and said, "No, I just came too." Lin Fan looked to the side at Ning Wanping. He thought that this Ning Wanping was Zhang Yun Orange's friend. And this is? Ning Wanping looked at Lin Fan, who was next to Zhang Yun Orange, and with a twinkle in his eye, he had an idea. Since we can't start with Zhang Yun Orange, we can start with her boyfriend. She thought of Lin Fan as Zhang Yun Orange's boyfriend. After all, Lin Fan and Zhang Yun Orange really did look like a talented man and a beautiful woman when they stood together. "Hello, I'm Ning Wanping. You're MS. Zhang's boyfriend, aren't you? You're really handsome." She looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile. Lin Fan heard Ning Wanping's address and glanced at Zhang Yun Orange. Zhang Yunxian looked at Ning Wanping and said with anger, "Please leave and don't disturb our meal." She saw that Ning Wanping was even dead set on still staying here. And even more damning was that he was even getting close to Lin Fan. Seeing this, Lin Fan knew that this Ning Wanping was not a friend of Zhang Yun Orange. Ning Wanping naturally wouldn't give up so easily. She smiled at Lin Fan and said, "You'd better persuade your girlfriend. The conditions I've offered her are definitely the best of all the Netflix incubation companies." She felt that perhaps using Lin Fan as a breakthrough would be able to make Zhang Yun Orange change her mind. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows when he heard Ning Wanping's words. He now sort of understood that this Ning Wanping was here to poach him. The point is still to poach his employees in front of him as his boss. That's a bit much. However, it is not difficult to see from the conversation between Zhang Yunxiang and Ning Wanping that Zhang Yunxiang should have rejected the other party without hesitation. This made him feel slightly more comfortable in his mind. "Prove that you're not looking at the wrong person." Lin Fan didn't say anything, but instead looked at Zhang Yun Orange with a smile on his face. When Zhang Yun Orange saw Lin Fan's appearance, her heart was speechless. "This guy's poaching your staff? You're still laughing?" She spat madly in her mind. She looked at Ning Wanping and said icily, "I am not going to leave my current company, so please leave." Ning Wanping looked at Lin Fan, hoping that Lin Fan could persuade Zhang Yun Orange. Lin Fan turned his head to look at Ning Wanping. The smile on his face withdrew and he said lightly, "Since Sister Yun Orange has rejected you, why don't you hurry up and leave?" Ning Wanping didn't expect Lin Fan to listen to Zhang Yunxiang so much. Looking at Zhang Yunxiang, he hurriedly said, "You have to think it over. There won't be this store after this village." She gritted her teeth. "MS. Zhang like this, I'll pay you 3 times the current salary. What do you think?" When Lin Fan heard Ning Wanping's words, a trace of displeasure instantly surged on his face. He hadn't intended to bother too much with this Ning Wanping, but he hadn't expected the other party to be so unaware of retreat. Lin Fan picked up the business card placed on the table, looked up at Ning Wanping, and asked indifferently, "Are you Ning Wanping, the senior agent of Lucheng Taub Media Company?" Ning Wanping replied smugly, "Not bad. Our Lucheng Taub Media Company is not inferior to Lucheng Golden Mansion Media Company at all. You hurry up and talk to your girlfriend. The only way to get ahead is to come to us at Willow City Top Media." A confident smile spread across her face. Lin Fan was instantly infuriated when he heard Ning Wanping's words. "What do you mean the only way to get ahead is to go to Willowtown Top Media? Is there no future in your own company? This is still a big joke." He took out his cell phone and found the phone number of Shin Jianyun, the general manager of the Golden Mansion Media Company in Lucheng. Dialed. The call was quickly answered. Shin Jianyun's respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. "Boss." He could say that he admired Lin Fan now. Lin Fan was not only a director of Du Whale Live, he was also a director of the Tashang Chao Huang Entertainment Company. It puts him up more than one notch in front of his peers. It used to be that he chased people for cooperation. Now it's cooperation that chases him. It was a relief to his heart. He knew that all of this was brought about by Lin Fan. He held Lin Fan as a god in his heart. He firmly believes that as long as he follows Lin Fan and does a good job, he is bound to have a great future in the future. Lin Fan didn't nag and said right to the point, "Is Willow City Tout Media Company familiar with it?" Shin Jianyun on the other end of the phone felt a slight pang of discomfort in his heart when he heard Lin Fan mention Lucheng Tout Media Company. He hurriedly said, "This is Zhang Sherwei's company, and the two companies have always had a pretty good relationship." Regardless of what Lin Fan wanted to do, he still matter-of-factly told the truth about his relationship with Lucheng Tout Media Company. After all, their two companies do have a good relationship. When Lin Fan heard Shin Jianyun's words, he said without any good humor, "Are you sure the relationship has been okay?" Shin Jianyun on the other end of the phone thumped in his heart when he heard some changes in Lin Fan's tone. Did Willow City Tout Media offend the boss? This? Without waiting for Shin Jianyun to reply, Lin Fan followed up. "People are starting to dig for your corner. Shin Jianyun on the other end of the phone heard Lin Fan's words and with a whoosh, stood up directly from his chair. He hurriedly asked, "Boss, is there some kind of misunderstanding here?" He knew Zhang Shiwei's character very well, and it was impossible for him to do such a thing. Besides, Zhang Shiwei knew that Lin Fan was the director of Do Whale Live, and it was too late to curry favor. So how could he come to poach people? He felt there must be some kind of misunderstanding. Lin Fan was infuriated when he heard Shin Jianyun's words. Ning Wanping, senior agent of Willow City Tout Media, is right next to me. You think this is a misunderstanding? Shin Jianyun on the other end of the phone heard Ning Wanping's name and knew that this must have been done by Ning Wanping behind Zhang Shiwei's back. This Ning Wanping always did something preemptive behind Zhang Shiwei's back. Not once or twice. When Zhang Shiwei chatted with him, he often complained about this Ning Wanping. If it wasn't for the fact that this Ning Wanping was Zhang Shiwei's sister-in-law, Zhang Shiwei would have fired the other party long ago. In his heart at this moment, he mourned for Zhang Shiwei for a second. I hope that this Ning Wanping hadn't offended Lin Fan to the point of no return. Boss, what do you want to do with it? He asked cautiously. He was really afraid that Lin Fan would just block Zhang Shiwei's company. As an old friend of many years he naturally didn't want to see that, but he didn't dare to disobey Lin Fan's orders. Lin Fan said indifferently, "Call Zhang Shiwei and tell him to get rid of the people in a hurry. It has seriously affected my appetite for eating." Shin Jianyun on the other end of the phone heard that Lin Fan was only asking Zhang Shiwei to get Ning Wanping back, which caused a long sigh of relief in his heart. He hurriedly said, "I'll call right away." He hung up the phone, not daring to have the slightest delay, and hurriedly called Zhang Shiwei. Restaurant. Ning Wanping felt a pang of discomfort in his heart when he heard Lin Fan mention Zhang Shiwei. Did the other person know his brother-in-law? But looking at Lin Fan's age, she shook her head. She didn't believe that Lin Fan knew her brother-in-law at this age and dared to call him by his first name. She thought it must be a coincidence, just a renaming. Just as she was about to continue saying something, the cell phone in her purse rang. She opened her bag and pulled out her cell phone. She frowned slightly. Brother-in-law? What's the matter with my brother-in-law calling me at this hour? Without thinking too much about it, she slid the answer button. After connecting, the roar of Zhang Shiwei immediately came from the other end of the phone. Ning Wanping, where are you now? The anger in his voice was heavy. Ning Wanping involuntarily shivered. She had never seen Zhang Shiwei get so angry. She hurriedly said, "I'm eating out." Zhang Shiwei on the other end of the phone was furious when he heard Ning Wanping's words, still pretending in front of him. "Did you go and poach someone from Golden Mansion Media in Willow City?" Ning Wanping froze for a moment when he heard Zhang Shiwei's words. Puzzled, she asked, "Brother-in-law, how did you know?" Zhang Shiwei on the other end of the phone was infuriated by Ning Wanping. "How do I know? The person, Shen Jianyun, called me personally. The owner of the Golden Mango Media Company in Willow City is the director of the Fighting Whale Live. I'm trying to figure out how to curry favor with the other side. And you're so damn good at trolling. The key is to dig in front of the person's boss. You're really good." He cursed hatefully in his mind. His teeth were chattering now. This Ning Wanping is really a success. Zhang Shiwei on the other end of the phone didn't want to babble with Ning Wanping and said, "Hurry up and apologize to the boss of the Golden Mansion Media Company in Lu Chang. And after apologizing hurry up and get your ass back to the company." Ning Wanping froze for a moment when he heard Zhang Shiwei's words. The owner of Golden Mansion Media in Willow City? Where? No. She was under the impression that the owner of the Golden Mansion Media Company in Willow City should be as old as her brother-in-law. But there were no people of that age around at all. When Zhang Shiwei on the other end of the phone heard Ning Wanping's words, he almost didn't spurt out the old blood that had been accumulated for decades. He said angrily, "It's the young man next to you." This was also where he learned from Shin Jianyun that the owner of the Golden Mansion Media Company in Luchang was very young. Ning Wanping was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Zhang Shiwei's words. Her mouth was wide open in shock, her eyes rolling round and round with disbelief. Isn't this young man Zhang Yun Orange's boyfriend? How come you're the owner of Golden Mansion Media in Willow City? But she knew Zhang Shiwei wouldn't lie to her. She suddenly thought of the call Lin Fan had just made. A bitter laugh ran through her mind. Digging up other people's employees in front of their bosses. This is so embarrassing. Now if there was a crack in the ground she'd hate to go in it. She hurriedly got up and bowed to Lin Fan. "I'm sorry for disturbing the two of you for dinner. I'll leave now." She finished and left quickly without looking back. Lin Fan's mood was instantly relieved when he saw that Ning Wanping had finally left. He looked at Zhang Yun Orange and asked with a smile, "Why did you remember to invite me for dinner today?" "Thank you," Zhang Yun Orange said as she turned her head and waved at the waiter. This is Zhang Yun Orange's heart. If not for Lin Fan she would not have such a good job now. The waiter came over. Zhang Yun Orange looked up and said to the waiter, "Give us 2 bowls of beef noodles, please." The waitress nodded and said, "Yes, please wait." After saying that, he turned to leave. Seeing the waiter leave, Zhang Yun Orange turned her head to Lin Fan and said with a smile, "I don't have much money, so I can only treat you to beef noodles. Don't mind." It seemed to her that Lin Fan was so rich that he must be in and out of high-class restaurants every day. Lin Fan certainly wouldn't come to an ordinary restaurant like this. Lin Fan smiled and said, "I'm not a picky eater, as long as there's food." He really didn't used to be a picky eater. Now, he naturally couldn't spoil Zhang Yun Orange's good intentions. Zhang Yun Orange was relieved when she heard Lin Fan say this. She said with a resolute gaze, "The money you rewarded me with will be returned to you the first time when the account is paid." She felt that the reason Lin Fan had rewarded her was to increase her fame. In her mind she didn't think she should be charged for this. Lin Fan was very happy in his heart when he heard Zhang Yun Orange's words. It wasn't that he was happy that Zhang Yun Orange returned the money he had rewarded him with. Instead, he was happy for Zhang Yun Orange as a person. It proves that Zhang Yun Orange is a person who has his own principles of doing things. He waved his hand and said indifferently, "What's for you is for you. No need to give it back to me." When Zhang Yun Orange heard Lin Fan say this, she immediately quit. "No, this money must be returned to you." She has her own principles as a human being. Lin Fan was happy to see Zhang Yun Orange. He smiled and said, "Since you don't want it, when the time comes to take out the money, find a roadside beggar, help me give it to the beggar, as a good deed." Zhang Yun Orange was instantly anxious, her eyes wide. How can that be? She was trying to give the money back to Lin Fan, not for Lin Fan to give it to the beggar. Lin Fan smiled and said, "I don't ask for things back that I give away." When Zhang Yun Orange heard Lin Fan's words, she knew that if she didn't want this money, Lin Fan would really make her give it to the beggar. She beamed and whispered, "I'd better keep it for you then." She planned to save this money for Lin Fan first, and if Lin Fan needed it one day, she would return it to the other party. Lin Fan was amused by Zhang Yun Orange's appearance. He smiled broadly and said, "This money is nothing to me. I'm sure it's nothing for the future you. Don't be burdened. Eat what you need to eat and drink what you need to drink. How are you going to make me money if you're malnourished and it affects your work?" Hearing Lin Fan's words, Zhang Yun Orange glared viciously at Lin Fan. Humph, all evil capitalist. She was no longer torn in her mind. At that moment, the waiter brought up the beef noodles. The two had a word, not a word, as they ate and chatted. Willow City Tout Media, Inc. Zhang Shuwei sat in the office and smoked a cigarette, and originally went to dinner with a friend, but also put off. Nothing he could give him now would calm this anger. At that moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Ning Wanping walked in hurriedly. Zhang Shuwei just wanted to get angry. Just then, I heard Ning Wanping complain, "Brother-in-law, you've never been this angry at me before." Humph. "I'll be sure to tell my sister when I get back that you were mean to me today." Zhang Shuwei was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Ning Wanping's words. The person he feared most in his life was his wife. 12 years in a row. "I'm really afraid of my wife to the bone." There was no way around it. Who let the biggest shareholder of this Lucheng Tout Media Company be his old husband? Seeing that Zhang Shuwei didn't say anything, Ning Wanping continued to crackle. "Isn't it just a boss of Lucheng Golden Mansion Media Company? As for being so mad at me?" When Zhang Shuwei heard Ning Wanping's words, he shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "If I were the previous owner of Lucheng Golden Mansion Media Company I naturally wouldn't be so angry with you." Ning Wanping heard something in Zhang Shuwei's words. Former boss? The current owner? She also knew that Golden Mansion Media in Willow City had changed owners. "I just didn't realize the owner was so young. Was there something about this young boss that made his brother-in-law so afraid of offending the other side?" She frowned slightly at the thought. She looked at Zhang Shuwei and asked, "Is there anything about this new boss?" Zhang Shuwei looked at Ning Wanping, took a deep breath, and slowly said, "This new boss also owns 20% of Du Whale Live." Ning Wanping was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Zhang Shuwei's words. Her shocked mouth slowly opened wide, her eyes glaring as round as copper bells, her face full of incredulity. "This? How is that possible? That young boss turned out to be a shareholder of Du Whale Live. He even holds a 20% stake in Du Whale Live." A bitter laugh ran through her mind. No wonder Zhang Shuwei was so angry with her. A lot of their company's business depends on Du Whale Live. If she caused the other party to block the entire company because of her, then their company would have a very difficult time in the future. It may even cause the company to collapse and close its doors. A cold sweat broke out all over her body as she thought about it. She looked at Zhang Shuwei and anxiously asked, "Brother-in-law, what now?" Zhang Shuwei saw that Ning Wanping was now as anxious as a hot pot of ants, and sighed in his heart. If he had known that now, why did he have to do it in the first place? If we had talked to him, would we have made such a mess? Blaming Ning Wanping now won't help. The key has to be figuring out how to make up for it. Make up for it? Apologize? He suddenly had a flash of light. Wouldn't this apology also be an opportunity? If he gave a good gift and apologized sincerely, would this be a great opportunity to get to know the other guy? As the saying goes, it's an ill wind that blows nobody any good. In his mind he began to wonder what to give as a gift. Seeing that Zhang Shuwei didn't say anything, Ning Wanping stomped his feet anxiously. Brother-in-law, you. Zhang Shuwei raised his hand, signaling Ning Wanping to stop talking. Let's bring a gift and go apologize to Mr. Lin later. Ning Wanping nodded. She was now disoriented, and she followed whatever Zhang Shuwei told her to do, just thinking about getting this over with quickly. She was now regretting it in her mind. How come you didn't talk to Zhang Shuwei before you dug in? After Zhang Shuwei finished speaking, he took Ning Wanping and left the office. He had to go prepare the gift. This preparation of gifts is a learning experience. He was going to give Lin Fan a piece of violet jade he had bought from the jade market a few years ago. This violet emerald he paid $3 million for at the time. Although he was precious, he could only endure the pain in order to please Lin Fan. After Lin Fan finished his meal, he first sent Zhang Yan Orange home before heading towards the Haitian No. 1 villa. Outside the Haitian No. 1 villa. What's she doing here? Lin Fan looked at Ning Wanping, swept a glance at Zhang Shiwei who was standing next to Ning Wanping, and involuntarily frowned slightly. He didn't understand what this Ning Wanping wanted to do here. He pulled into the parking lot outside the villa and stepped out of the car. Seeing Lin Fan get down from the car, Ning Wanping whispered to Zhang Shiwei next to him, "Brother-in-law, this is Mr. Lin coming down from the car." When Zhang Shiwei heard Ning Wanping's words, he took a closer look at Lin Fan. "That's so young," he sighed in his mind. Lin Fan gave him the feeling of being young, very young. Although he knew that Lin Fan wasn't very old, seeing him in person was still a shock. He hurriedly greeted Lin Fan. He walked up to Lin Fan and said with a very humble smile, "Hello Mr. Lin. I'm Zhang Shiwei from Willow City Tout Media." When Lin Fan heard Zhang Shiwei's introduction, he raised his eyebrows and faintly asked, "Mr. Zhang, you came to my house this is to prepare for an inquisition?" When Zhang Shiwei heard Lin Fan's words, he quickly waved his hand and smiled. "Mr. Lin, you really know how to joke. How dare I raise my voice to you? I wouldn't dare to lend me 100 guts." Seeing Zhang Shiwei's appearance, Lin Fan really didn't look like he was looking for a fight either, and asked suspiciously, "Mr. Zhang, then you came to be?" He was now a little confused about Zhang Shiwei. Not to find fault, is it to show goodwill? When Zhang Shiwei heard Lin Fan address him as General Manager Zhang, he hurriedly smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, you can just call me Xiao Zhang." His attitude was very humble. His purpose for being here was very clear, to get on good terms with Lin Fan by apologizing. Lin Fan glanced at it and was speechless in his heart. Tell him to call a guy in his 40s or 50s. Chang, why do I feel like I'm calling him old too? He was too lazy to nag with this Zhang Shiwei. "There's nothing, I'll go in first." He finished lifting his leg and was about to walk into the villa. Zhang Shiwei said hurriedly, "Mr. Lin, I've come to apologize to you." Lin Fan waved his hand and said indifferently, "Ning Wanping has already apologized." He wasn't petty enough to use his connections to block the other company because Ning Wanping dug Zhang Yan Orange. He actually had some gratitude in his heart for Ning Wanping. Otherwise how could he see Zhang Yan Orange's loyalty to himself and the company? When Zhang Shiwei heard Lin Fan say this, he knew that Lin Fan really didn't take Ning Wanping's matter to heart, which made him feel relieved in his heart. But his main purpose in coming to Lin Fan this time wasn't just to get Lin Fan to forgive Ning Wanping. Instead, he made nice with Lin Fan by apologizing. He hurriedly handed a bag in his hand to Lin Fan. His body bowed slightly and said with a smile, "Mr. Lin, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Lin Fan looked at the bag that Zhang Shiwei handed over, and when he saw the text on it, black lines immediately covered his forehead. "Are you still bothered by kidney weakness? You're the one who's worried about your weak kidneys. Your whole family suffers from kidney weakness." He spat madly in his mind. Zhang Shiwei saw Lin Fan's face and was shocked, looked down at the bag and instantly came to a realization. This one he came in a hurry, in a random bag. This is a bit awkward. He hastily took the gift out of the wrapped bag and tossed it aside harshly. An awkward smile appeared on his face as he hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, this is the gift I want to give to Mr. Lin." Lin Fan's face eased a bit when he heard Zhang Shiwei's explanation. He looked at the box in Zhang Shiwei's hand. A box of yellow pears? He can't be mistaken for a yellow pear. Not just any old Wanwali yet. The box is beautifully made. It's clear that what's inside is very uncomplicated. Come to think of it, can something that can be packed in a box of Wanwali be simple? He didn't expect this Zhang Shiwei to be so generous. Although I don't know what's in the box. Just this box of yellow pear is worth a lot of money. He was now very curious as to what this box contained. What's in the box? He simply wanted to know. Hearing that Lin Fan was interested in the gift, Zhang Shiwei hurriedly said, "This is a piece of violet jadeite that I bought a few years ago, in the Lucheng Jade Market." Saying that, he carefully opened the box, instantly revealing a piece of jade that glowed with purple light. Surprisingly, it really is a violet emerald. This emerald looks to be in good condition. It was about 20 centimeters tall and stood like a hill on the base of the box. It looks very nice. Lin Fan went forward and picked up the violet emerald. The violet emerald still has some greenish skin on the bottom. Zhang Shiwei saw Lin Fan's doubts and hurriedly said, "This violet emerald was cut from inside the original stone, and I retained some of the original stone's green skin. If you don't like the green leather, I can have it polished off for you." "Oh." Lin Fan took the violet emerald and looked carefully at the green skin. "Gee, I can't believe it was opened from inside the original stone." The original stone he knew. Stones, as the saying goes, there's one cut to heaven and one cut to hell. Gambling on stones is all about the raw stone. There is a layer of skin on the surface of the raw stone, and it is impossible to tell if there is any emerald inside. Even now high-tech instruments as well as there is no way to see whether there is jade inside the original stone. That's what makes the original stone so appealing. People don't know what's inside, and that's what makes it exciting. Some people just like to find that thrill. And of course some people go in with dreams of getting rich. Often most people go home defeated. It didn't occur to me that there was even a place to gamble on stones in Willow City. He sighed in his mind. He wasn't in it for the thrill of it or the dream of getting rich, he was just plain curious. He looked at Zhang Shuwei with a smile and asked, "Are you really willing to give me this piece of violet emerald?" You can tell that Zhang Shuwei cared very much about this piece of violet jadeite from the fact that he used a yellow flower pair as a box to keep it. There was also this piece of violet emerald which by his estimation should be worth $5 or $6 million at the moment. That's a big deal. $5 or $6 million was nothing to Lin Fan, but not necessarily to Zhang Shuwei. Zhang Shuwei looked at Lin Fan and nodded seriously. "I hope Mr. Lin doesn't mind." When Lin Fan heard Zhang Shuwei say so, he smiled and said, "Okay, I'll take it." He put the violet emerald back in the box. He wouldn't mind. A violet emerald like that would look good in the house. "Come in and talk," Lin Fan said to Zhang Shuwei. "Since you've received a gift, you should invite them in for a cup of tea. Otherwise it's a bit of a stretch." He finished, taking the violet emerald and lifting his leg to leave. When Zhang Shuwei saw Lin Fan accept the gift, he was instantly very happy in his heart. How could he not be happy that the purpose of this visit had been achieved? He hurriedly followed Lin Fan inside the villa. Lin Fan brought the two of them to the living room and invited them to sit down. Taking out 2 cups, he poured 2 cups of tea for the two of them. The visitor is a guest, not to mention having just charged someone $5 or $6 million for a violet emerald. You can't buy people white water. Zhang Shuwei carefully took the cup and said with a smile, "Thank you, Mr. Lin." Lin Fan also poured himself a cup of tea and gently took a sip. Raising his hand, he signaled Zhang Shuwei to drink tea. Zhang Shuwei saw Lin Fan's movements and also picked up his teacup and took a small sip. Fragrant, fragrant, it's so fragrant. That was the first thing that struck him. He had never had such good tea. Lin Fan put down his teacup, looked at Zhang Shuwei, and asked, "There are gambling stones in the jade market over here in Luchang?" Hearing that Lin Fan was interested in gambling on stones, Zhang Shuwei put down his teacup and hurriedly said, "In the Luchang jade market, there is a place called Jade Rue Fong, and they will pull in a batch of raw stones in the middle of every month for people to gamble on." Jade Rue Fong. Lin Fan muttered in his mind and secretly memorized the name in his heart. He was going to visit sometime, always hearing people talk about gambling on stones, but never having experienced it himself. He was still very curious in his heart. When Zhang Shuwei saw Lin Fan sulking and not saying anything, he rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Mr. Lin, if you're interested, I'll notify Mr. Lin when the raw stones come in. There should be a shipment of raw stones coming in the next 2 days." He stared at Lin Fan with unblinking eyes. In his heart, he prayed that Lin Fan would agree. This would give him a chance to get closer to Lin Fan. Oh, Lin Fan glanced at Zhang Shuwei. He hadn't expected a shipment of raw stones in the next 2 days, so he could check it out then. "Okay, then, please," Zhang Shuwei hurriedly said. No trouble, Mr. Lin. Let me add your contact information so that I can directly notify you when the raw stone comes." Lin Fan nodded. "Yes," he said and took his cell phone out and opened the QR code. Zhang Shuwei hurriedly swept the code to add friends. He was very excited in his heart at this time, and his hands were trembling a little with excitement. After adding their friends, the two of them chatted about one thing or another. That's a very artistic flower arrangement." Zhang Shuwei unintentionally saw vases placed not far away with various flowers inside. The layers are very prominent and give a very strong visual sense, like a work of art. "Mr. Lin, this flower arranger is amazing. It's a work of art." He looked at the flowers in the vase inside. Lin Fan had a smile on his face when he heard Zhang Shuwei say so. "It's a random thing I made when I was bored." Since the last time he knew there was such an art as flower arranging, he made a point of looking up all kinds of information on the internet to learn it. For him, learning flower arranging couldn't be easier. When Zhang Shuwei heard that the flowers in this vase were actually already arranged by Lin Fan, a flash of surprise appeared on his face. Such nice, artistic flowers, but Lin Fan did it himself. How could he not expect Lin Fan to know how to arrange flowers? This flower arrangement is a study in care. He couldn't do it anyway. He had seen some flower arrangers, but he had never seen one who made flowers into works of art. It can only mean that Lin Fan's flower arranging skills are very high. He had great admiration for Lin Fan in his heart at this time. He had originally thought that Lin Fan should be the second generation of a large family. Now it seems that Lin Fan is not comparable to those second generation. He made up his mind that he had to get on good terms with Lin Fan. "Mr. Lin's flower arranging skills are simply at the peak," he exclaimed. It was a suspicion of ass-kissing, but it was from his heart. Lin Fan didn't resent it in his heart when he heard Zhang Shuwei's words. He could tell from Zhang Shuwei's face that the words came from his heart. Of course he is very confident in his flower arranging skills. He laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, I think it's good too." There was no need for him to be humble at this point, or he would look too hypocritical. What's this?" Zhang Shuwei had just been so focused on the flowers that he had overlooked the vase. Looking at the vase now, something instantly felt wrong. He got up and approached the vase. "This texture, this flower color, it's all right." He turned his head to Lin Fan, swallowed a mouthful of water, and asked with difficulty, "Mr. Lin, this vase wouldn't be a Qing blue and white porcelain vase, would it?" He looked at Lin Fan with unblinking eyes, waiting for Lin Fan's answer. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Shuwei with a smile on his face. I didn't expect you to be able to recognize that this is a Qing blue and white porcelain vase. That's pretty impressive. It's not surprising that the average person would recognize this as a Celadon vase, but to be able to say in one sentence that this is a Qing blue and white porcelain vase is not simple. At the very least very knowledgeable about Qing's Celadon vases to be sure. Although Zhang Shiwei already had a guess in his mind, he was still shocked to hear Lin Fan's affirmative reply. His mouth was wide open in shock. His eyes were round. His eyes were about to bulge out. His face was full of disbelief. Is this really a Qing blue and white porcelain vase? This is a Qing blue and white porcelain vase worth at least $30 million. Mr. Lin went so far as to use it for flower arrangements. That's too much of a waste. If he had a vase like that, he would have been very careful to keep it in his collection. How could it be left exposed, much less used for flower arrangements? His father-in-law had a Qing blue and white porcelain vase that he babied. Every time he went to see it, his father-in-law had to keep an eye on it for fear that he might accidentally break the vase. After reading it, his father-in-law had to carefully collect it. A bitter laugh ran through his mind. This Mr. Lin is really posh. It's simply trenchant. It's amazing that such an expensive vase is used for flower arrangements. The key is still so casually placed in the living room. It's not at all afraid of breaking. He looked at the time. The purpose of being here had not only been achieved, but overshot, and was ready to leave. Standing up, he smiled at Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, I'll leave you to rest. Lin Fan nodded. Take your time. Lin Fan sent the two out of the villa and re-entered the living room. Take the yellow pear box upstairs. Come to the study. Put the box on the desk and open it. Keep it on your desk as an ornament from now on. He nodded in satisfaction. If Zhang Shiwei knew that Lin Fan was using his precious violet jade as a pendant, he didn't know what would be in his mind. Lin Fan re-entered the living room, played the game for a while, and when it was about time, he got up, took the key and headed out of the villa. Coming to the parking lot outside the villa, he started the car and headed towards Luchang University. Half an hour later, Willowtown University parking lot. Lin Fan stepped out of the car and took the car keys towards the dormitory. Just as he approached the dormitory he heard a loud laugh from inside the dormitory. He was very curious in his mind as to what these three people roommates were up to again. He pushed open the door and instantly saw that the boss, Zhang Ziqiang, was putting a pantyhose over his head. Aha! What kind of look is this? Pants? A party? Lin Fan looked at his boss Zhang Ziqiang with a face full of surprise. Boss, are you guys having a pants party? He glanced at the pants in the hands of the second Li Muyang and the third Wang Ziyong. At this point the two were preparing to put it over their heads. It's still a little spicy. Hearing Lin Fan's voice, the boss Zhang Ziqiang took his pants off his head. Old four, you're finally back. Here, this is yours, he said, taking a pantser from the bed and tossing it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan caught it smoothly. Unfolding it, he saw the drawing on it, and black lines covered his forehead. It actually has a baby elephant painted on it. The baby elephant is very cute. It's just the placement of that trunk that you can't help but see. He threw his pants at his boss, Zhang Ziqiang, and said without a trace of humor, I don't want it. Wear these pants and you won't let anyone laugh at you. He wasn't in the habit of clamoring for attention. The eldest, Zhang Ziqiang, looked at Lin Fan and smiled he, Lao Si, this is something I carefully picked out for you. Are you sure you don't want it? Lin Fan glanced at his boss, Zhang Ziqiang, and said firmly, don't. The oldest, Zhang Ziqiang, sighed and said, Old four, it seems like you're destined to miss something today. Lin Fan looked at his boss Zhang Ziqiang in confusion. Couldn't something magical happen with this little elephant pantyhose on? He muttered in his mind. Even if something magical would happen, he wouldn't wear it. This one is just too hot to handle. Seeing that Lin Fan's face was full of doubts, the eldest Zhang Ziqiang immediately stepped forward and patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said, Old four, do you know what the first lesson of the afternoon is? Lin Fan pointed to the schedule on the wall. Sports. He opened his closet, ready to find a sweatshirt to change into. Boss Zhang Ziqiang smiled mysteriously at Lin Fan. Do you know where gym class is today? It was just that smile that made Lin Fan feel very lewd. Lin Fan said in a good-natured manner, where else can gym class be held? Of course it's in the playground. He really didn't understand what this boss Zhang Ziqiang wanted to do. Is gym class a party in the classroom? Or is it about pants? Boss Zhang Ziqiang shook his head when he saw Lin Fan's appearance. Senior, I see you haven't been reading the group messages. Today's gym class is at the school pool. He squinted and grinned. Hey, isn't that exciting? Excited? Lin Fan was speechless in his heart when he saw his boss Zhang Ziqiang's appearance. What's so exciting about a gym class? And what's so exciting about even taking swimming lessons? He's the one who swims at home every day. He thought that it should be the boss Zhang Ziqiang who was excited because they played games every day and probably hadn't swum for a long time. And what three poor babies. It's amazing how excited you get when you hear that gym class is going to the pool. When the oldest, Zhang Ziqiang, saw that Lin Fan didn't have any expression on his face, he immediately said without a trace of anger, Old four, are you still a man? Lin Fan was enraged when he heard his boss Zhang Ziqiang's words. You're the one who's not a man. I'm a pure man. Boss Zhang Ziqiang narrowed his eyes and whispered, think of the rows of snow-white thighs inside. Then why aren't you excited? Not excited? When Lin Fan heard this, he sort of understood. It's not even swimming that these three care about. It's people in bathing suits. Not thrilled, not excited. Lin Fan lazily ignored the three, not understanding how the three couldn't get women out of their heads. Doesn't it smell good to study hard and make a career? He pulled out a sweatshirt. I just wanted to close the closet and glanced at the pants of the boss Zhang Zicheng 3. He pulled a pair of swim trunks out of the closet. This swim trunks are very usual, but there are no messy drawings. Crap. 4. When did you buy swim trunks? Boss Zhang Zicheng asked in surprise when he saw Lin Fan take out a pair of swim trunks from the closet. You know that the three of them ran outside the school at lunchtime to buy their swim trunks. They weren't prepared for this at all. Lin Fan closed the closet and said lightly, it was ready during the summer vacation. Of course he couldn't think of any of that, but what a wonderful mother he had. All of this, of course, was prepared for him by that unfailingly good mother. He didn't feel the need to bring it at first, but now it is used. I have to say that ginger is still hot. It was about to be Mid-Autumn Festival and he was ready to go home for a visit. It's time for a change in the family home. The family still lives in an old two-room house of less than 70 square meters. He is rich and naturally wants his parents to live better. The first step, naturally, is to get a bigger house. He didn't want to go back and sleep in the living room every day. There are some gifts to be prepared, especially my little sister, who is now a sophomore in high school. I wonder if there are enough study materials. You can buy some high school study materials on the Willow City side. This will surely make my little sister very happy. He made up his mind that he would go to the bookstore and buy some study materials for his little sister sometime. Boss Zhang Zicheng gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. Old 4, you're bull. Old 4 turned out to have prepared for this. What a chicken thief. He spat in his mind. It's about time. Lin Fan was holding a small bag, which was full of bath products. He and his three roommates headed out of the dorm toward the school pool. Locker room. Lin Fan took off his clothes and prepared to change into his swim trunks. Crap. Zhang Zicheng, the boss next to him, had his eyes wide open, staring at Lin Fan without blinking. Lin Fan was speechless in his heart when he saw his boss Zhang Zicheng's appearance. A quick change into swim trunks. He didn't like being stared at by a big man. Old 4, I didn't realize you had such a strong capital. It's so enviable. Boss Zhang Zicheng sighed as he saw Lin Fan change into his swim trunks. He glanced down at his. A helpless sigh escaped his mind. Lin Fan locked the cabinet, glanced at the boss, Zhang Zicheng, and said indifferently, there's nothing I can do about it. Natural born. God rewards food. After saying that, he headed inside. Arriving at the pool, by now almost everyone in there had arrived. It's all kinda positive. Seriously though, one couldn't tell the difference when they were dressed, but now in a bathing suit. This difference is immediately apparent. Lin Fan found a place to sit down. Boss Zhang Zicheng came next to Lin Fan at an unknown time, patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said with a smile, hey, old 4, isn't it exciting? Lin Fan turned his head to look at his boss, Zhang Zicheng, and said without a good mood, getting excited. He still likes fair-skinned, tall, and good-looking ones. Well, just like Sister Tang's. As for the girls in their class, let's just forget about it. It was only Su Ruiwen who could still make him look twice. The other girls, he really didn't think twice about looking at them. I wonder what Tang Senpai looks like in a bathing suit. It must be very beautiful. He sighed in his mind. Speak of the devil. Su Ruiwen walked up next to Lin Fan and stared at him endlessly. Lin Fan's body is very muscular, not as over the top as those fitness instructors. Rather, it's a very natural beauty. Lin Fan turned his head to see Su Ruiwen staring straight at him, leaving him speechless in his heart. He's not a donkey's meat. What's the point? Cough cough. He coughed lightly and looked at Su Ruiwen as he asked suspiciously, is there something wrong with you? Su Ruiwen came back to her senses, and when she heard Lin Fan's question, a blush unconsciously appeared on her face. What a shame, she muttered in her mind. She took a deep breath and adjusted her mind. Class President Lin, can you teach me how to swim? Lin Fan is such a good fighter and has such a good body. He thought Lin Fan must be a very good swimmer. As long as she could get Lin Fan to teach her how to swim, then she would be able to get up close and personal with Lin Fan. This way with her perfect body. She didn't believe Lin Fan would be unmoved. When the boys next to them heard Su Ruiwen's words, they all looked at Lin Fan with envy. If Su Ruiwen had told them that, they would have agreed without hesitation. But they are not Lin Fan. Lin Fan is not them either. Lin Fan looked at Su Ruiwen and said indifferently, I'm sorry, I can only swim 1,000,000,000 points. I'm afraid I can't teach you. He naturally understood Su Ruiwen's thoughts. Of course he wouldn't agree. Su Ruiwen's eyes flashed with disappointment when she heard Lin Fan's refusal. Just gonna be a little bit? Yeah, Class President Lin is a poor swimmer. I can teach Class President Lin how to swim. She regained the luster in her eyes as she looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile, Class President Lin, I'm a bit stronger than you. I can teach you. Aha! Lin Fan looked at Su Ruiwen. He hadn't expected Su Ruiwen to say something like this. No need. He naturally wouldn't let Su Ruiwen teach him how to swim. His swimming skills are better than those of professional swimmers. That's when the gym teacher's whistle blew. Men's and women's swimming is separate, in waterways that are farther apart on either side. Su Ruiwen walked towards the girls' waterway with some reluctance. This made Lin Fan breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. The gym teacher told the men and women to stand separately. Let's start talking about some of the do's and don'ts. A set of warm-up exercises before going in the water was also taught. Special emphasis is also placed on not going to the diving area, where the water is dangerously deep. The school's diving platform is divided into a 5-meter diving platform and a 10-meter diving platform. The depth of the pool is even more than 5 meters. People who are not good with water are in danger. Even people with good water skills need to have a professional on hand to protect them from accidents. When the gym teacher finished, he let everyone free. Lin Fan went down for a swim and came up. Can't really stand the high concentration of uric acid in it. Still, the water in the pool at the villa was comfortable. He sighed in his mind. The water in the swimming pool at Villa 1C and Sky is filtered and purified throughout the day. It can be said that the water in the swimming pool of Villa 1 Haitian fully meets the standard of direct drinking water. But the water in the university swimming pool, it's all over the place. There are also recirculating filtration systems. But does that work? I'm not sure I'm going to be able to cite it. Old Chang swam around and sat on the shore. A mouthful of water spat out. This shallow water. It's so uninteresting, it doesn't stretch. He exclaimed to a few of his classmates sitting on the shore. Those few classmates looked at old Zhang with envy. After all, it did look like old Chang was pretty good at swimming in the water. A few of them can be dry ducks. They don't dare to go into the water at all. Old Zhang came next to Lin Fan and said with a smile, "Squad leader Lin, the water over here is very shallow. Why don't you go down and try? If you're scared, I can be around to protect you." The smile on his face was clearly tinged with ingratiation. He had just heard Lin Fan say that he could only swim a little. He felt that Lin Fan must be afraid of drowning if he didn't go into the water. Lin Fan glanced at old Zhang and said indifferently, "Thank you, go swim." He refused outright. Does he need protection? This is a big joke. He's a better swimmer than the world? How could you possibly need protection? Of course these words were only in his mind. Naturally he would not say them. Otherwise everyone thinks he's faking it. Old Zhang didn't say anything else when he saw Lin Fan's refusal. At this time, a man suddenly came in from outside and shouted at the physical education teacher, "Teacher Lu, your phone call." The physical education teacher gave a brief explanation to the students and hurriedly walked outside. When old Zhang saw the gym teacher leave, he rolled his eyes and said to the few students who had just come up next to him, "Do you guys want to go to the jumping platform and have some fun?" Several people hesitated, looked at each other, and shook their heads. A few of them understand their own level, and they still don't dare to jump off the diving platform. Old Zhang looked at a few people. "You're really not going? Don't be sorry if you don't go." Seeing that a few people indeed didn't dare to go, he smiled and said, Hey, let's show you guys what I'm capable of." A classmate saw Lao Zhang getting up to go to the diving platform and spoke out to discourage him. "Lao Zhang, it's better not to go. Didn't the teacher say that the water is deep and dangerous there?" "Yeah, better not go." Other students spoke up to discourage it. Old Zhang smiled and said, "Just rest assured, everyone, I grew up on a river. I'm good with water. This will show you all what I'm capable of in the waves." He stood up and smiled as he made his way toward the diving platform. A few students got up and followed suit. They also wanted to see if old Zhang's wateriness was really that great. The heart of course is also afraid of the old Zhang accident, so that in time to throw a swimming ring or something, they wouldn't dare let them go into the water. Lin Fan sat on the shore and counted the bubbles in boredom. It's just that some of this bubble comes out of the mouth and some of it comes out of the... Seriously though, that's a lot of bubbles. Just this little while he'd counted a dozen bubbles. On the 10-meter diving platform, old Zhang waved his hand at his classmates on the side. It looked like a real champion swimmer. "I'm going to jump. You guys watch. I'm here from the wave of white stripes." When he finished, there was a big splash straight out of the water. The students on the side saw Lao Zhang jump into the water and all stared intently at the surface. When they saw old Zhang drilling his head out of the water, several people breathed a long sigh of relief in their hearts. No sooner had this breath been relieved than old Zhang in the water was heard to cry out, "I've got a cramp in my leg." With a fluttering sound, old Chang took a sip of water. "Save me, save me." Old Chang slowly sank under the water. Bubbles rose from the water. Lin Fan heard the sound and looked over. Aha! Deep water bubbles are just big. That's when the students were heard shouting, "Help! Help!" A few of the students next to him heard the sound and hurriedly got up and ran towards the diving platform. Lin Fan stood up without haste and with a flutter, jumped into the water. Lin Fan entered the water like a fish returning to the ocean. Quickly through the water, he quickly came to deep water. When he saw old Zhang, who was still spitting bubbles, he shook his head somewhat breathlessly. What's the point of this? If it didn't happen to be in today, I guess the students would have to eat old Zhang's seat. He came next to Lao Zhang and came around behind him, his arm against his jaw. With a single bound in the water, Lin Fan took old Zhang and quickly headed for the surface. The crowd on the side was shouting anxiously and someone was about to throw a swimming ring. At that moment, two men surfaced from the water. "Look, coming up. Who's that?" "It's Captain Lin." The crowd looked at Lin Fan, who was swimming nimbly in the water, and instantly froze. One by one, their mouths were wide open in shock, and their eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. This? Surprisingly, it's Lin Ban Chang. Captain Lin saved old Zhang. Wasn't Captain Lin on the shore just now? This, Lin's class president's water sex is too awesome. It is important to know that the shallow water is 200 meters away from the deep water. Lin Fan was actually faster in the water than they could run on land. How could this not shock them? But isn't Mr. Lin just a little bit of a swimmer? Is this really a little bit? Is the little bit in Captain Lin's mind different from ours? The crowd saw Lin Fan dragging old Zhang to shore and gently patting old Zhang on the back a few times, only to see old Zhang, who had just been out of breath more than in, spit out a large amount of water and cough violently. Lin squad leader. Thank you, for saving me, old Zhang said in a broken voice. He had just thought for a moment under the water that he was going to die. If Lin Fan hadn't appeared in time, he really would have been finished. He was very grateful to Lin Fan in his heart. When the crowd saw that old Zhang was fine, they all sighed in their hearts. Class President Lin is really awesome. At that moment, the gym teacher hurried over. Seeing that old Zhang was fine brought a long sigh of relief to his heart. He had just heard that someone had drowned in deep water, which could have scared him half to death. If something did happen to someone in his gym class, it would be the end of his life. Fortunately, there was no danger, and he glanced gratefully at Lin Fan. He knew that if Lin Fan hadn't made a timely move, old Zhang would certainly not have lasted until he arrived. The rest of gym class was honest. After all, the incident with old Zhang just now had left some shadows in the hearts of the crowd. They are acutely aware that water and fire are not just words. Boss Zhang Ziqiang came next to Lin Fan and sighed. Old 4, your wateriness is too awesome. 200 meters or so. A slam down. Straight into deep water. Senior, how do you practice this? Lin Fan glanced at the verbose boss, Zhang Ziqiang, and said indifferently, born with it. God rewards food. The boss, Zhang Ziqiang, unconsciously lowered his head to look at Lin Fan when he heard his god's reward for food. Raising his head, he happened to see Lin Fan looking at him with a smile. How could he not know that this was Lin Fan deliberately teasing him? He said angrily, get out. Lin Fan stopped ignoring the boss, Zhang Ziqiang, and continued counting bubbles. He thought counting bubbles was still fun. It's just that the bubbles in the shallow water over here aren't as big as the ones in the deeper water. Time passes by. End of gym class. Lin Fan returned to the dormitory and changed his clothes, grabbed the car keys and head out of the dorm. He just received word that the super yacht fans was approaching the waters of Linjiang. He'd have to go over there and arrange for a stop. And of course he could have called to fix it. The main thing was that he also wanted to see the super yacht fans in his mind. After all, this was the first yacht of his life. There's still a little excitement in him. As for the last two classes, he had already asked Morong Shui for a vacation. Morong Shui knew more or less about Lin Fan's situation and naturally didn't stop him. For example, Lin Fan owns 51% of Willow City Lush Cosmetics. She knew that the current Lin Fan had already gone to the heights that the vast majority of college students looked up to. Even if Lin Fan didn't go to class every day now, she didn't have anything to say. After all, what is college for? Isn't it about getting a good job and making money? Lin Fan now possessed money that I'm afraid the vast majority of people couldn't earn in their entire lives. Lin Fan drove away from the school, and after driving for a while, he always felt that he got water in his mouth when he saved old Zhang in swimming class. The thought of that uric acid overloaded pool water is a mouthful. He pulled up in front of a supermarket, get ready to buy a bottle of water and gargle. He stepped out of the car and headed for the supermarket. Little did he know that he had just stopped his car and was noticed by an older woman not far away. The big mom was dressed pretty well, and didn't look like she was poorly paid at first glance. The older woman came to Lin Fan's car and looked at the sports car in front of her. She didn't know the make of the car, but she knew it was a sports car. Anyone who can drive a sports car must be rich. A rich man's greatest fear is delay. She looked around with a twinkle in her eye and realized no one was paying attention. Lay down directly in front of the sports car. Make a pain pose. Don't say it's really like that. This is supposed to be an old actor. Lin Fan came out of the supermarket and instantly froze when he saw the big mom lying on the ground. What is this big mom doing? With great curiosity in his heart, he walked over. He voiced his concern and asked, Auntie, what's wrong with you? Can you stand up on your own? Although he had money, he wouldn't rush to help the older woman. The people are not good at what they do. Of course he also saw that the older woman wasn't injured. If she was, he would have called an ambulance without hesitation. The older woman glanced at Lin Fan, frowned, pointed at the sports car in front of her, and asked, Is this car yours? Hearing the older woman's words, Lin Fan didn't think much about it, nodded, and said, It's my car. When the big mom heard Lin Fan answer like that, she said angrily, It's good that it's yours. You just bumped into me. How do you see it resolved? There were 2 Aukis after that, proving that she was indeed hurt, and in a lot of pain. When Lin Fan heard the older woman's words, black lines instantly covered his forehead and his face turned very ugly. Is this a bumper sticker, Mom? I'm so fucking lucky. I can't even buy water without running into a bumper. The point is I'm not driving. A pang went through his mind. He took a deep breath and said lightly, Auntie, this car of mine has been parked here. How did it hit you? When the older woman heard Lin Fan say this, she said angrily, You hit me before you parked. She knew there was no surveillance in the area, and what she said was what she said. There's no evidence. Anyway, that she's lying. Lin Fan looked around and realized that there happened to be no surveillance over here. This is a repeat offender. The average person can't really tell, but even if his car is parked, the car recorder will record it. After all, this is a $100 million sports car. Consuming this amount of electricity is nothing at all. Lin Fan looked at the big mom who was pretending on the ground and said with a smile, "Auntie, you're too unprofessional to touch the porcelain. I've got a car recorder in this car." The big mom was startled when she heard Lin Fan's words, raised her head, glanced at the unlit sports car, and skimmed her mouth, looking like she'd never try to trick me. "Young man, you can only scare the uneducated with that trick. But I'm different. I've specifically researched it. The car doesn't start. The tachograph is simply off." She had a professional look about her. She had specifically asked someone, and no one had even parked their car and stupidly left the car recorder on. Then the battery in the car will run out and the car won't even start then. She wasn't going to believe that Lin Fan would keep the car recorder on. Gotta. Lin Fan was happy to hear the older woman's words. This older woman is still a big smart ass. It seems to have been specifically researched online. But well, he looked at Big Mom with a smile and said blandly, "Big Mom, if you don't get up, I'm going to call someone. When the time comes, book you for fraud or something. You'll be in there for a while. TSK, life there is not as comfortable as outside." When the big mom heard Lin Fan's words, her face wasn't scared at all. She thought Lin Fan's words were just to scare her. She didn't live this long to be intimidated. "Young man, you're still a little too young. Humph, you can't scare me with those words." Her face was full of disdain. "Call her a fraud. Got any proof?" "As long as she refuses to admit it, the other party will have to pay for it obediently. She's using this trick all the time. She's already had a lot of success." Lin Fan saw that this big mom was not greasy, but he didn't want to waste his afternoon on a bumper sticker mom. He was going to call the Willow City Goldsmith law firm. After all, professional things are done by professionals. He believed that Willow City JMM law firm was certainly handy for dealing with such a trivial matter as bumper cars. He took out his cell phone and waved it in front of the older woman and said with a smile, "Auntie, if you get up now, I can pretend nothing happened. What if I called and got my lawyer? So that's going to have to be official." He still wanted to let this big mom know what to do. After all, even if the people from Lucheng Jingming law firm came over, they would still need to waste some of his time. When the big mom heard Lin Fan's words, her face didn't change in the slightest, and she even glared at Lin Fan with that not-so-little eye. It's like saying, "Go ahead and fight. I'm not afraid." It's not like she hasn't been in a situation where she's gotten a lawyer before. Without evidence, it's useless to get a lawyer. She looked emboldened. She looked up at Lin Fan and said in a tone of, "I'm doing this for your own good. Young man, I would advise you to save your time. Wifey, I don't want much money from you either. Just give me 10,000 or 8,000. That way everyone is happy." Lin Fan was amused when he heard the older woman's words. Listening to this older woman, it felt like I really ran the older woman over. What's the big fucking deal? Should I be happy that I'm giving you money for nothing? He was very speechless in his mind. He decided that today he must give this bumper sticker mom a good lesson. He opened his address book to find the phone number of Jin Kaihong, the director in charge of Lucheng Jingming law firm, and was about to dial out. That's when the phone rang. When he saw the caller's number, he was instantly happy. That's quite a heartfelt message. Ugh, there should be a tacit agreement. The caller was Kim Jae-hong, the director of Ryuseon Kim Ming law firm. He slid the answer button. There came the voice of a calm man. "Hello boss, I'm Kim Jae-hong." Lin Fan nodded and said, "What's the matter?" He didn't directly let Kim Jae-hong come here to deal with this bumper sticker mom. After all, this bumper sticker mom is just a small thing. Jin Kai-hong on the other end of the phone hurriedly said, "Boss, I would like to report the current situation of Lucheng Jingming law firm to you." There was nothing he could do about it. Lin Fan hadn't given any instructions at all after acquiring the Jingming law firm in Lucheng. It made him wonder what this new boss was thinking, and he wanted to meet Lin Fan in person to see what Lin Fan had planned. Is there any arrangement and plan for the future of the company? Lin Fan pondered for a moment and spoke. "I'll send you a location. I'll wait for you here." Kim Jae-hong on the other end of the phone hurriedly said, "Okay boss." Lin Fan hung up the phone and sent the location of the place. Putting his cell phone in his pocket, he crouched down and looked at the older woman lying on the ground. "Gee, that's pretty dedicated." He looked at Auntie's clothes and asked with a smile, "Auntie, your clothes aren't cheap, are they? Doesn't it hurt you to lie on the floor and get dirty?" The big mom looked at the clothes and her face was fleshed out, but as long as she could get the money from Lin Fan, she would just buy another one at that time. She looked at Lin Fan and said without any good humor, "Young man, if you really feel sorry for Big Mom, hurry up and give me the money, and I won't waste your time." Lin Fan was also speechless when he saw that at this moment, this Big Mom was still so persistent. How did he run into such a superb ama? He looked at the older woman and said lightly, "I've just called my lawyer and will be there in a few minutes. It's not too late for you to leave on your own. You couldn't leave if you wanted to if my lawyer came." The Big Mom remained unmoved when she heard Lin Fan's words, lay down on the ground and continue to pretend to be in pain. Time passes by. About 10 minutes later, a business sedan pulled up not far from the sports car. From the car came a middle-aged man in a suit. At first glance, it's the cream of the crop. This middle-aged man is no other than Jin Kaihong, the director of Luchang Jin Ming law firm. Jin Kaihong quickly came to Lin Fan and glanced at the older woman lying on the ground. Turning to Lin Fan, he respectfully shouted, "Boss." Lin Fan shot a glance at Jin Kaihong and nodded. Jin Kaihong is worthy of being an elite lawyer of the Luchang lawyers. This essence is really not something that ordinary people can have. Kim Jae-hong pointed to the big mom on the ground and asked suspiciously, "Boss, this is?" Lin Fan looked at the big mom on the ground and said with a teasing face, "Bumper sticker Big Mom." When Jin Kaihong heard Lin Fan's words, he immediately felt that his chance had come. He decided to show his hand in front of Lin Fan. He looked around. There's no surveillance on the east side. There's no surveillance on the west side. There's no surveillance on the south side. There's no surveillance on the north side either. He frowned slightly. There's no surveillance, which is not good. He suddenly saw a surveillance camera on the side of the supermarket, and a smile appeared on his face. "Boss, there's a surveillance camera over at the supermarket. I'll go over and take a look." When she heard Kim Jae-hong's words, she looked up and really saw that a surveillance camera had been installed next to the supermarket at some point. She let out a secret sigh of bad luck. Kim Jae-hong said that he raised his leg and was about to go to the supermarket. Lin Fan stopped Jin Kaihong and said with a smile, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. I have a car recorder in my car. The whole thing is in there." When Jin Kaihong heard Lin Fan's words, he stopped and came to the side of the sports car, and sure enough, he saw that the car recorder in the car was flashing a red light, proving that it had been recording all along. Lin Fan pressed the car key in his hand and the door opened. Jin Kaihong got into the car and opened the car recorder to look at it. A moment later, Jin Kaihong walked down from the car and came next to Lin Fan, saying in a deep voice, "Boss, this Amma was lying on the ground by herself after you entered the supermarket. You can sue the other person for attempted fraud, which can keep them in there for months, and it's not impossible to keep them in there for even a year." Lin Fan looked at the big mom on the ground with an ugly face and said with a smile, "Big Mom, you heard what my lawyer said. I just told you to leave, but you didn't, and now you don't have a chance to leave." The big mom saw that the car recorder on Lin Fan's side was real, and she didn't install it. Straight away, he stood up and slapped his hands on the dirt. She raised her head, looked at Lin Fan, and said sternly, "Humph, so what if there's a car recorder? I'm telling you lad, you're going to have to pay this today, or you don't think about leaving." It's not like she didn't bring her brains with her. She's got something to fall back on. Oh, Lin Fan was happy to hear the older woman's words. That's something else to fall back on, he muttered in his mind. He chuckled. That's money I'm not going to give. I'd like to see you keep me from leaving. It's that time of the year, and this big mom is so full of energy. He wanted to see what kind of people were behind this big mom to indulge her so he could punish them all together. Does this count as doing the people a favor? Hey, is there going to be a good citizen award for me? Seeing that Lin Fan was so tough, Big Mother knew that she could only show her bottom card nowadays. She glared at Lin Fan, took out her cell phone from her pocket, found a phone number and dialed it. The phone was quickly connected, and a gruff voice was immediately heard on the other end of the line. "Mom, what's wrong?" When the big mom heard her son's voice, a rare smile appeared on her face, but when she glanced at the smiling Lin Fan next to her, her face instantly clouded over. She said into the phone, "Son, your mom, I'm being bullied. Hurry over and bring your little brothers." The man on the other end of the line murmured for a moment and asked, "Mom, did you go back to touching the porcelain?" From the man's words, you could tell that this older woman was a bumper sticker professional. When the man on the other end of the phone heard that Big Mother didn't say anything, he immediately said with anger, "Mom, didn't I not let you go and touch the porcelain again? Why don't you listen to me and go to touch the porcelain again?" The voice coming from the phone was loud and it was obvious that the older woman's son was angry. Lin Fan could hear them all clearly. TSK, TSK, TSK. He didn't realize that Big Mama's backer was Big Mama's son, and the point seems to be that Big Mama's son doesn't approve of Big Mama's touch. That's interesting. When Big Mother heard her son say this about her, she couldn't hold back her face and whispered, "I didn't hold back at once. Get your ass over here or your mom is going to get arrested." "You'd have no mom." The man on the other end of the phone rubbed his temples when he heard Auntie's words. He's been very bad lately. He's been urging Auntie to not let her go back to touching the porcelain, and now alas, he sighed. Things still had to go and be fixed, and it was time to make amends and apologize. He couldn't just watch his mother go in there. He said helplessly, "Give me the address and I'll be right there." Hearing that her son was coming over, Auntie hurriedly said, "The address is in." She hung up after that. She straightened her clothes and straightened her back, a cocky expression on her face. Her son is coming. That's the bottom line. Young man, it's not too late to pay up. If my son comes later, it won't be as simple as paying up. Lin Fan was speechless for a moment in his heart when he heard the older woman's words. This is really arrogant and used to it. He had heard before that the young fairy was arrogant and domineering, but he hadn't expected the old fairy to be even better. Seeing that Lin Fan was unmoved, the big mom continued, "Young man, you probably don't know how powerful my son is. My son is the boss of this neighborhood." A look of pride spread across his face when he finished. Lin Fan was also speechless when he saw the big mom's smug expression. "Boss? How can you be proud of your son? He didn't bother to nag at the older woman, lit a cigarette and smoked it. Time passes by. 5 minutes later, a man ran over. Big Mom asked hurriedly when she saw her son coming alone. Xiao Chang, why did you come by yourself? Where's your little brother? She was a little anxious when she saw that her son had not brought anyone with him. Only a large number of people can have momentum, so that the other side will be afraid to give in. How could she not be anxious now that her son had come on his own without bringing anyone? The man said helplessly to the older woman, Mom, didn't I tell you to stop touching the porcelain? The man finished looking at his mother's bumper sticker. Upon seeing Lin Fan smilingly looking at himself, flutter, he fell straight to his knees. Old boss. Big Mom didn't hear her son's words and stepped forward to help him up. Son, why are you kneeling down? Get up quickly. Who knows that the bald big brother pushed away the Big Mom and said with a bitter smile, Mom, how did you bump into the old boss on the porcelain? How dare he get up? He's too unlucky. Meeting Lin Fan again. The key is still his own mother touched Lin Fan. There's no place to reason with this. Big Mom was momentarily dumbfounded when she heard her son's words. Her mouth was wide open in shock, her eyes as round as brass bells, and she looked as if she had seen a ghost. This young man turned out to be his son's oldest boss. She bumped into her son's old boss. A thud went through her mind. Done. She sat straight down on the floor. She knew trouble was afoot. Not only are you screwed, but you're going to drag your son down with you. That regret in her heart. Why hadn't she held back? She couldn't wait to slap herself in the face, but it was too late. She can only hope that Lin Fan would spare her son now. She can go in, but not without her son. Ha! Lin Fan looked at the man kneeling on the ground and said with a smile, bald head, we're really destined for each other. How could he not have expected Big Mother's son to be the bald elder brother with whom he had met twice? Old boss, I'm sorry, please spare my mom. You can punish me if you want to. The bald brother kowtowed as he spoke, knocking on the ground with a thud. As things stood, he could only plead with Lin Fan to spare his mother. When Big Mom heard her son's words, she hurriedly crawled over to Lin Fan, kowtowing and crying, Old boss, it's my wife's fault. If you want to punish me, just punish me. It's not my son's business. She was now regretting it in her mind, constantly kowtowing. She didn't want anything to happen to her son. Lin Fan looked at the two crying on the ground and spoke out. All right. When Big Mother and Bald Big Brother heard Lin Fan's voice, they both stopped kowtowing and looked up at Lin Fan. Lin Fan glanced at the two men, who were knocked red on this forehead. He looked at the older woman and teasingly asked, Don't want me to pay for it? Big Mom's head shook like a rattledrum, waving her hands and shouting under her breath, I don't dare. She was really scared. Can't you see that his son is so scared that he's on his knees kowtowing? How dare she touch Lin Fan? She only thought that Lin Fan would spare them and let her and her son leave. Lin Fan looked at the terrified Amma and then glanced at the bald elder brother and said indifferently, All get up. When the bald elder brother heard Lin Fan's words, he was immediately delighted. He hurriedly assisted the older woman to her feet. He said gratefully to Lin Fan, Thank you, old boss. Thank you, old boss. Lin Fan waved his hand. His eyes narrowed, and he said with a smile, Don't be in a hurry to thank me first. This matter isn't over yet. When the bald elder brother heard Lin Fan's words, his heart thumped again. He was very apprehensive at this time, not knowing what Lin Fan was going to do to spare the two of them. Seeing the bald big brother who instantly changed his face, Lin Fan smiled and said, As the saying goes, a mother's debt is paid by her son. Your mother didn't know how many people she touched, and it's up to you to pay that debt. Big brother Bald heard Lin Fan's words and let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. It's asking him to pay it back. What's paying it back as long as it doesn't put his mother in jail? But soon the face fell again. He said bitterly, Old boss, I don't even know which people my mom touched. How does this make me pay it back? He glanced at his mother next to him. Big Mom at this time two eyes are also a black. Do not remember to touch the porcelain hua. Lin Fan threw away the cigarette butt in his hand and said indifferently, All you need to do is go to the bank and withdraw $100,000. Stand on the side of the road, and give $100 to passers-by when you see them, until the $100,000 is paid out. This matter is settled. When the Big Mom heard Lin Fan's words, she hurriedly said, Old boss my wife's touching the porcelain doesn't even total 50,000. Isn't this 100,000 too much? Lin Fan looked at the Big Mom without saying anything, and that look couldn't help but make people shiver when they looked at her. When the bald elder brother saw Lin Fan's eyes, he hurriedly pulled the older woman to the side and hurriedly said, Old boss, just follow what you said. I'm going to the bank to get the money. He turned around after that and was about to drag the older woman away. Wait. When the bald elder brother heard Lin Fan's voice, he instantly stopped and looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan said to Jin Kaihong, who was next to him, You follow and keep an eye on him to hand out the money. Not even $1 less. Aha! Jin Kaihong had seen the matter settled and was ready to talk to Lin Fan about the company. Who knew that Lin Fan had asked him to keep an eye on Big Brother Bald to pay out money? That put him in a bit of a bind. Boss, I haven't told you about the Willow City Jinming law firm yet, he said with some reluctance. He really didn't know what was going on in Lin Fan's mind. Is overseeing bald big brother's payout more important than the matter of the Jin Ming law firm and Lu Cheng? Lin Fan seemed to see the thoughts in Jin Saihong's mind and said lightly, in the future, you will still be in full charge of Lu Cheng Jin Ming law firm. Just watch how it develops. He's not letting this go. Rather, it's a matter of leaving the professional to the professional. He didn't understand the operation of Lu Cheng Jin Ming law firm, so if he rashly interfered and pointed fingers, he would only make Lu Cheng Jin Ming law firm worse. Now Lu Cheng Jin Ming law firm is running on a good trajectory, and as long as it develops step by step, sooner or later it will make a name for itself in the country. Jin Kaihong heard Lin Fan's words and let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Before he came, he was still thinking about how to convince Lin Fan not to let the other party change the current mode of operation of the Lu Cheng Jin Ming law firm. Now it seems he was overly concerned. At the same time he was very excited in his heart. The fact that Lin Fan had given the entire Lu Cheng Jin Ming law firm to him to take full responsibility proved that Lin Fan trusted him very much. His fists clenched tightly. He secretly resolved in his mind that he must run Lu Cheng Jin Ming law firm well and live up to Lin Fan's trust in him. Jin Kaihong turned to Lin Fan and said, "Alright boss, I will definitely not let down your trust in me." Lin Fan nodded and hemmed. Kim Jae-hong left after the bald big brother and the big mom. Lin Fan got into the car, started it up, and with a kick of the gas, headed off into the distance. Jin Kaihong followed the bald big brother and withdrew $100,000 from the bank. Big mom's heart is bleeding as she looks at the money in her son's hand. It's a sin of my own making. The bald big brother came to an intersection, where people come and go. I believe that it will not take long to send the hand of $100,000. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't heartbroken. But who let his mother bump into Lin Fan? He'd just have to break the bank, too. At that moment, a young guy came by. The bald elder brother pulled out a piece of money from inside a bundle and stopped the youngster. Here you go. The young guy froze for a moment when he saw the money suddenly handed to him. Could this be the latest scam? Are all scammers so desperate these days? He had seen that the bald big brother still had a big pile of money in his hand. It looked like 100,000 or so. With a wary look on his face, he said, "I don't want it." Aha! The bald elder brother was instantly confused when he heard the youngster's words. Is there any money you can't give away these days? He saw the youngster turn around without hesitation and was about to walk away, and rushed forward to pull the youngster back. Little brother, wait. The youngster was wary of a bald older brother keeping his distance, and looked to be a very wary person. I know all kinds of scams, so you'd better save your breath if you're going to try to scam me. Gotta. The bald elder brother sort of understood when he heard this. The young fellow was taking him for a liar. With a twinkle in his eye, he thought of an idea. A look of sadness appeared on his face as he sighed and said, "It's no wonder that little brother treats me as a liar. It's really because there are too many liars nowadays. It's really abominable." When the young guy heard the bald elder brother's words, he seemed to have found his soulmate and said viciously, "Yes, the crooks are really abominable." The bald elder brother stole a glance at the youngster when he heard the youngster's words. It seems that this young fellow is a man with a story. He sighed in his mind. "Little brother, I'm not going to lie to you. I have no choice but to hand out money on the street," he said with a sigh. The young guy was interested when he heard the bald elder brother's words. He spoke out and asked, "Big brother, what are you doing this for?" The bald big brother glanced at the big mom next to him and shook his head and smiled bitterly. "My mom got sick. A master told me to spread some of my family's wealth and accumulate blessings for my mom. Maybe my mom's illness will get better." He finished by pretending to wipe his eyes. The older woman next to her heard her son say this and burst into a fit of anger. She didn't expect her son to say she had a disease in order to send out money to go. She wanted to go up and punch her son at this point, but she can't. All these woes are because of her. It's not too much of a stretch to say she's sick. Isn't the love of bumper stickers a sickness? She sighed and mentally vowed never to touch a porcelain again. When the youngster heard the bald big brother's words, he hurriedly said, "Big brother, isn't this superstition? It's better to go to the hospital and see a doctor if you're sick." The bald elder brother shook his head, bitterly, and said with a sigh, "The hospital has already gone. I know it's superstition, too, but where there's a glimmer of hope, a son has to try." The young guy heard the bald elder brother say so. His heart was very touched, and he glanced at the big mom who was very buried next to him. He stretched out his hand to take the money from the bald elder brother's hand and said encouragingly, "Elder brother, your mother's illness will definitely be cured." "Little brother, thank you for your kind words." The bald big brother saw that the youngster finally took the money, making him feel relieved in his heart at last. "What the hell? You're giving away money and you're making up stories? Mud. I'm exhausted, but I finally gave one away." He cursed in his mind. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and gulped, his mouth a little dry from all the talk. If each one told the story once, he felt his head spin for a moment. He never thought it would be so hard to do good. He glanced down at the pile of money in his hand. When is all this money going to be given away? Sad. He glanced at the youngster, who was about to leave, and a plan came to him. He's slow on his own. Wouldn't he be faster if there were two of them? "Little brother, can you help me tell everyone that I'm really not a liar? And that I'm only asking for blessings by handing out money?" He looked at the youngster with pleading eyes. The young guy was also very touched by this filial piety of his bald elder brother. Hearing the bald elder brother say so, naturally, he would not refuse. patting his chest. He said, "Big brother, don't worry, I'll tell everyone." The bald big brother hurriedly put his hands together and said excitedly, thank you, little brother." Now, the young guy said he would do it and stopped a couple directly. The couple looked at the young guy curiously, not understanding what the young guy wanted. "Hello, sir, ma'am. My older brother's mother is terminally ill and is handing out money for blessings. Could you guys go over and collect the money and send a blessing?" The couple froze for a moment when they heard the young guy's words. Is there such a thing as a good thing in the world? They are mindful of what the promotional video says, pie does not fall from the sky, and what falls is often a trap. Wary, the girl asked. "It's not a scammer, is it?" The young guy wasn't surprised that the other guy would ask that. He exclaimed, "I'm starting to think like you guys, but this is definitely not a scam. Don't worry, you can leave once you've taken the money and sent your blessings, and you definitely won't be asked to sign a QR code or anything like that." The young couple looked at each other and felt that what the young guy was saying didn't seem to be false. The two came to the bald big brother and the girl asked, "Big brother, is it that you can receive money just by sending blessings?" The bald elder brother's heart was bursting with joy when he saw the youngster really pulling in people. With a bitter look on his face, he hurriedly said, "Yes, please, both of you." The young woman said, "May you have a speedy recovery from your illness. Is that okay?" Hearing the girl's words, the bald elder brother hurriedly said, Yes, thank you." He drew out a piece of money and handed it to the girl. When the boy saw that his girlfriend had actually received the money, I smiled and said, "I wish brother Light to grow his hair out soon." The bald elder brother instantly froze when he heard the boy's blessing. Why are you blessing him? And what does bless him for growing hair mean? His biggest pet peeve was talking about his hair. If someone had dared to say that in the past, he would have punched the other person without hesitation. He must endure today. He hurriedly drew out a piece of money and handed it to the boy. "Thanks." The young couple left and were very happy when they realized they were really just asking for a blessing. Give blessings, do good deeds, and get money. Hurry up and send it to your friends and call out to your friends. How can you forget everyone when you do good deeds like this and get paid? The bald big brother was also very excited when he saw that 2 more were given away. It gave him hope. Time passes by. More and more people get their money and know that the bald big brother is not a scam. There was now a long line next to the bald brother. The person who maintained order was none other than the young guy. The young guy not only had to maintain order, but also watch these people to see if any of them had received money to prevent anyone from fishing in the water. After all, he had always thought in his mind that the bald elder brother was asking for a blessing. Your repeated claims will only bring a blessing to the bald brother. This was unacceptable to him. At that moment, a pretty woman with a cell phone approached. The woman is an outdoor anchor. The anchor woman saw the long line here and wanted to see what hot spots she could rub. Little brother, why are these people lining up? She noticed that the young guy looked like the staff. The young guy frowned slightly as he looked at the cell phone the anchor woman was holding and asked out loud, "You're an anchor?" The anchor woman nodded. She's not very popular, but she's certainly an anchor. The young guy brightened up when he heard the anchor woman admit it. The streets are limited after all, but the internet is different. If people on the internet also send blessings to Brother Bald, wouldn't that effect be even better? Cough cough. He cleared his throat and said, "This bald brother's mother is seriously ill and is handing out money for a blessing." When the female anchor heard the young guy's words, she immediately looked at the big mom next to the bald big brother. "It's not like you're seriously ill, except for being dirty." But see that the crowd did collect their money and leave. Something in her mind believed the youngster's words. The live feed exploded when they heard the youngster's words. "Anchor, speed, please address. I want to go over to send blessings. This is doing a good deed. How can I be missing? Anchor, don't dawdle. Hurry up and send the locator. It's about Big Mom's disease. I want to do my part. It's a pity that I'm not in Willow City and can't be there to give my blessing." The anchor woman saw the pop-ups in the broadcast room and hurriedly sent out the location. She noticed that the popularity of the live stream was rising. It made her heart very happy. The anchor woman came to the bald big brother and pointed her cell phone at him. "Sir, you're handing out money to ask for a blessing for this older woman, aren't you?" The bald elder brother froze for a moment when he saw the anchor woman who suddenly appeared. Nodding, he spoke. "Yes," the anchor woman said politely. "I wish your mother a speedy recovery." The bald big brother said thank you and drew out a piece of money and handed it to the hostess. The anchor woman got the money and said to the netizens on her cell phone, "I have just sent my blessing and got the money. The little ones in Willow City who were able to come, wish to come over and give this bald brother a blessing. Those who can't make it can send a blessing to Brother Bald through the screen." As the incident festered, more and more people in the anchor woman's live room sent their blessings. The live streaming site also found out about the incident and went so far as to top the female anchor's broadcast. A touching bald big brother appeared on the streets of Luchang, asking for blessings for his sick mother and spreading huge sums of money. It's not just live streaming platforms. The bald brother's act of filial piety even made it to the Hot 100. Bald brother of Luchang sends out money to beg passersby to send his blessings for his sick mother's recovery. Brother Bald's action is so touching. Let's send blessings to Brother Bald's mother. Filial son, bald brother, may your hair grow back soon. The bald brother's filial action, like his bald head, illuminates the love in the hearts of all people. How could the bald elder brother not have thought that his actions had made him a great filial son? Time passes and more people send their blessings. The money in his hand diminishes one by one. A smile actually appeared on the bald elder brother's face. The money was finally delivered. He looked at the youngster gratefully and said, "Thank you so much for today, little brother. If it wasn't for this young guy's help, he wouldn't know when he'd be done delivering this money." The bald brother thanked everyone, took Big Mom, and left the place. When the money is paid out, naturally it doesn't stay. The bald brother's actions have touched many people, creating a wave of filial piety in Lucheng. This was something Lin Fan hadn't expected. Lin Fan had already arrived at the east bank of the Linjiang River by now. He was blocked by a group of caravans at this point. I should say blocked by a yacht. Ahead of the road, a group of men were directing the launching of a yacht. Lin Fan had no choice but to get out of the car. It's the only way to get to Pier 0 on the Linjiang River in Lucheng. This yacht didn't look very big, just over 10 meters in size. He was very curious as to how anyone here could have chosen this spot to launch a yacht. After all, this is not a marina dedicated to launching yachts. He went up and was ready to ask how long it would be before the access road. Lin Fan heard a familiar voice. "I thought you said there was no problem launching the yacht here, and now you're telling me no? Are you playing with me?" An exasperated voice came from the front. "And you didn't say this yacht of yours was so big." "I've only been down the small yacht," a man's low voice said. He was also thinking of earning money, and heard that the other man was going to get off a small yacht. He's launched small yachts before. No problem. Who knows? To see the other side pulled the yacht shocked. Which is a small yacht? More than 10 meters of yacht. How can he get off this small place? Han Wenbin. The crowd all looked over when they heard someone actually call Han Wenbin by his name. Seeing Lin Fan walking towards them, the crowd all looked puzzled. None of these people knew Lin Fan. Who is this little white boy who dares to directly call young Han by his name? Young Han is in his worst mood right now. This kid is going to be out of luck. Not. Han Xiao would have wanted to open the yacht with Gu Fei Shen to see the scenery. Now the yacht cannot go down to the water. It is the time of distraction. At this time there are people who dare to touch Han Xiao's bad luck. This is still really not afraid of death. This is going to be a good one. Han Wenbin, who was furious, heard that someone had the audacity to call him by his name. You have to know who doesn't respectfully call out Han Xiao when they see him. His face hardened as he looked around. Upon seeing Lin Fan's smiling face, the face that had just been gloomy instantly bloomed into a smile. He quickly stepped in front of Lin Fan and said with a smile, "Boss, what brings you here? I was going to call you after I launched the yacht, but I didn't think you'd come on your own." When the crowd heard Han Wenbin's address, they all instantly froze in their tracks. One by one, their mouths were wide open in shock, and their eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. This? How is that possible? How dare young Han call this little white boy his boss? When they heard Lin Fan call out Han Wenbin's name, they all thought that Han Wenbin would lose his temper. But they didn't expect Han Wenbin to greet them with a smile. What they didn't expect was for Han Wenbin to address the other party as his boss. That's a little scary. Han Wenbin is the heir to a $10 billion company. You know that even a big young man who was richer than Han Wenbin's family, Han Wenbin won't call each other boss. The crowd looked at Lin Fan with awe. Can someone who can make Han Wenbin call him boss be an ordinary person? They secretly resolved in their hearts at this time to keep their mouths shut and not to talk nonsense. Who knows what kind of temperament such a great young man has? In case he angers this great young man, not only will he himself be unable to eat, but he will even involve his family. Lin Fan looked at Han Wenbin and said with a smile, "I just happened to be passing by as well." He raised his hand and pointed to the yacht on board and asked, "You're launching the yacht?" When Han Wenbin heard Lin Fan's question, he scratched his head in some embarrassment and said slightly awkwardly, "It's to prepare for the water." Lin Fan looked around curiously. This place was simply not suitable for such a large yacht to be launched. He frowned slightly. "You didn't rent a larger dock? You should know that Han Wenbin's yacht is small for him, but actually not small among yachts. A typical small marina wouldn't fit this yacht." Han Wenbin whispered to Lin Fan, "I've rented a dock over on the west bank of the Linjiang River." Lin Fan was even more confused. "You rented a marina on the west bank of the Linjiang River and came to the east bank of the Linjiang River to launch your yacht? What's going on in this head?" When Han Wenbin saw Lin Fan's eyes, he just smiled awkwardly. He couldn't say in front of the crowd, "I'm preparing to pick up Gu Feishuan in order to act tough in front of her and want to take her to enjoy the beautiful scenery." Lin Fan glanced at the not too far away Willow City Linjiang Pier 0 and said indifferently, "You can go to Willow City Linjiang Pier 0 to get into the water. It's a short walk from Pier 0 on the Linjiang River in Willow City. Such a small yacht can easily be launched at Pier 0 in Lucheng, Linjiang. As for here so laborious, or the whole yacht will sink into the water." When Han Wenbin heard Lin Fan's words, a bitter smile appeared on his face as he sighed and said, "I wanted to, but they said no, even for any amount of money." He also went to try, and they simply did not agree, and they did not give him any face at all. Even if he tells his identity, they still don't give a shit. He also didn't dare to lose his temper. But he had heard that this Lucheng Linjiang Pier 0's boss was very bullish. If he dares to come hard, not only will he not have a good time, but he will also bring trouble to the company. As much as he wanted to get the yacht in the water, he didn't want to invite some unnecessary trouble. Looks like this yacht launch was a little difficult today. This made him very faceless in front of Gu Feishuan. If you lose face, you lose face. At most, you can find a way to regain face in the future. Lin Fan nodded when he heard Han Wenbin's words. I also understand that some large docks will not be rented out casually, especially in the case of a temporary dock like Han Wenbin. Since he had met Han Wenbin, he should still help if he could. After all, for him, it was just a matter of moving his lips. Now go to Pier 0 on the Linjiang River in Willow City and have your yacht launched from there. He glanced at Han Wenbin's yacht and said faintly. Han Wenbin's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Fan's words. He hurriedly asked, Boss, do you know the owner of Pier 0 in Linjiang, Lu Chang? It seemed to him that Lin Fan came from a mysterious background and dared to let him go to Pier 0 in Linjiang, Lu Chang, which meant that Lin Fan knew the owner of the pier. He didn't believe that Lin Fan would talk big. He had never seen Lin Fan speak big words since he came into contact with him. Lin Fan looked at Han Wenbin and said with a smile, not only do I know the owner of Pier 0 in Linjiang, Lu Chang, you also know the owner of Pier 0 in Linjiang, Lu Chang. Han Wenbin froze when he heard Lin Fan's words. I also know the owner of Pier 0 on the Linjiang River in Willow City? This one? But how come I don't know? Why doesn't that ring a bell with me? He muttered in his mind. He glanced at Lin Fan and hurriedly asked, Brother Fan, don't tease me. How could I possibly know the owner of Linjiang Pier 0 in Luchang? He thought about it and finally decided that Lin Fan was teasing him. With a grudge in his eyes, he glanced at Lin Fan. He was in such a hurry, but Lin Fan even had the heart to tease him. Seeing Han Wenbin's look, Lin Fan laughed out loud and said, Ha ha ha, because I'm the owner of Pier 0 in Linjiang, Lu Chang. Han Wenbin was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Lin Fan's words. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. This? How is that possible? It's amazing that Pier 0 in Willow City Rink is owned by the boss. That's incredible too. The boss had even acquired Pier 0 in Linjiang, Lu Chang, which was too awesome. But he knew that a lot of people were staring at Pier 0 on the Linjiang River in Luchang. But I've never heard of anyone who was able to buy it from the original owner. It hadn't occurred to me that Lin Fan had acquired Pier 0 on the Linjiang River in Luchang without a word. A bitter laugh ran through his mind. No wonder Lin Fan had just said that he also knew the owner of Pier 0 in Linjiang, Lu Chang. It turns out that the owner of Pier 0 in Luchang Linjiang has become Lin Fan. Lin Fan's energy is too great. Makes you feel horrible just thinking about it. He decided that he must hug Lin Fan's thigh tightly and never let go. When the crowd heard Lin Fan's words, they were all petrified as well. One by one, they looked at Lin Fan in shock. You know that the people at Pier 0 on the Linjiang River in Luchang are ignoring Han Wenbin. Now that Lin Fan had said that Luchang Linjiang Pier 0 was his, how could this not shock the crowd? Crap! Willow City Linjiang Pier 0 is actually owned by this great young man. This is too awesome. How do I feel some unlikely it? I just purposely find someone to ask. It is said that Willow City Linjiang Pier 0's boss from the imperial capital is a 40 to 50 years old uncle. Can it be that this great young man is the son or son's nephew of that boss? But Han Xiao calling the other party boss doesn't feel like he's from the imperial capital, which makes it a bit inscrutable. Do you think it could be that this great young man is bragging? Is he just teasing young Han? The crowd was silent. Could it really be that Lin Fan was bragging and teasing Han Wenbin? After all, they didn't know Lin Fan well. Others didn't believe it, but Han Wenbin completely believed Lin Fan's words. Lin Fan's strength was there. He didn't even bother to lie. Han Wenbin looked at Lin Fan and said excitedly, Thank you, boss. If Lin Fan hadn't come, he would have inevitably lost face in front of Gu Feishuan and the crowd today. He was very grateful to Lin Fan in his heart. Lin Fan waved his hand and said indifferently, It's just a small thing. You have someone move the car forward a bit to make way. I'll go to Willow City Linjiang Pier 0 to make arrangements first. Just come right after. Han Wenbin nodded without hesitation when he heard Lin Fan's words. Okay, boss. After he had finished he ran off and said a few words to the driver, who started the car, carrying the yacht, and drove a short distance toward the front to make way for a passable section of road. Boss is fine, Han Wenbin said to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded and said indifferently, I'll go over first. He finished walking toward the back, came to the sports car, pressed the car key, the door slowly opened. He sat in, started the car, kicked the gas pedal, and headed toward the direction of Pier 0 of Linjiang River in Luchang. Han Wenbin looked at the distant Lin Fan with envy in his eyes. That's a $100 million Koenigsegg 1-1 sports car. It's so handsome. Even if he controls the entire company in the future, his family won't let him spend $100 million on a sports car. He came back to his senses and explained to the driver as he drove the car towards Pier 0 on the Linjiang River in Luchang as well. The crowd let out a sigh of relief when they saw the Koenigsegg 1-1 that Lin Fan was driving. Crap! This ghost sports car Koenigsegg 1-1 is actually owned by that great young man just now. This is too awesome. One of them, who had done some research on sports cars, exclaimed at once. But he had seen the news of Koenigsegg 1-1 appearing in Willow City on the internet for a long time. He often marveled at what someone who could afford to drive such an awesome sports car looked like, and he finally met the real person today. Is this sports car special? Not everyone recognizes a sports car like this. The man looked at the faraway sports car Koenigsegg 1-1 and exclaimed, Special. Of course it's special. It's extra expensive. Did you know that this Koenigsegg 11 sports car costs up to $100 million? What? $100 million? When the crowd heard that the Koenigsegg 11 sports car was actually worth $100 million, hissed, and took a collective deep breath of cold air. The crowd looked at the faraway sports car Koenigsegg 11 with eyes full of shock. One by one, their mouths were unconsciously wide open, and their eyes were as round as bronze bells, full of disbelief. This Koenigsegg 11 sports car is worth $100 million? How rich does one have to be to afford a sports car like that? Some of their families have just a few $100 million in assets, and that's an asset. Letting their families take cash is estimated to come up with a few tens of millions. $100 million to buy a car. They never dared to think about it in their lives. There was a bitter laugh in their hearts. They think they're rich, but now they realize that compared to the really rich, they are just a poor person. At the same time, they also thought about how Lin Fan had just said that he was the owner of Pier Zero in Linjiang, Luchang, and now it seemed that it wouldn't be false. After all, there was no surprise that the person who could casually drive a $100 million sports car was the owner of Pier Zero in Linjiang, Luchang. Their offer Lin Fan was at its peak at this moment. They hurriedly drove their cars and followed. This is the perfect opportunity to get acquainted in front of the bigwigs. How can they miss it? The crowd laughed, with only one person still standing in his original position. This person is Gu Feishuan, whom Han Wenbin likes. Gu Feishuan used to be very popular. Even now that it's been snowed in, it still has a lot of loyal fans. For example, Han Wenbin. When Han Wenbin learned that Gu Feishuan had come to Luchang, he immediately went to invite Gu Feishuan out to play. He also knew that Gu Feishuan must have felt very sad in her heart for being snowed in. He thought his chance had come, and as long as he behaved well enough, he was sure Gu Feishuan would be moved. But now looking at Gu Feishuan's appearance, it was obvious that Han Wenbin had overestimated himself. Gu Feishuan looked at the direction the crowd had left in, and a glint flashed in her eyes. She was a woman with ideals and ambitions. How could she resign herself to permanent obscurity? She felt that Lin Fan was her chance. She saw something different in Lin Fan, that spontaneity and lightness. At the same time, she saw Lin Fan's strength. Being able to casually drive $100 million of sports car people is bound to have an extraordinary background, and only someone like that can help her and get her back on her feet. Of course she also knew that there was no free lunch under the sky, and that if you wanted something you had to pay for it. She clenched her silver teeth and secretly resolved to get Lin Fan's support. She opened the door, got in, and started the car to catch up. Lin Fan arrived at Pier Zero on the Linjiang River in Luchang. Fu Ningxian, the person in charge of Pier Zero in Linjiang, Luchang, was already waiting for Lin Fan at the entrance to the pier. Lin Fan had just called Fu Ningxian in the car, telling the other party that he was coming. Lin Fan parked his car in the dock's parking lot and stepped out of the car. Fu Ningxian saw Lin Fan get out of the car and hurriedly jogged over, arriving in front of Lin Fan. His body bowed slightly with a smile on his face. "Boss, you're here." He looked at Lin Fan curiously. He didn't know how Lin Fan came to the pier all of a sudden. Keep in mind that they also have office space and the previous owner was rarely at the marina. Lin Fan nodded and glanced at the entire pier. The feeling he got was big enough. The place is very well equipped with all kinds of equipment. Getting Han Wenbin's yacht into the water couldn't have been easier. "In a few minutes, I have a friend's yacht to launch, so arrange for someone to take care of it." Fu Ningxian nodded and hurriedly said, "Okay, I'll arrange for someone to handle it right away." This thing was nothing to him. "I just don't know if this owner's friend needs to dock at the marina." "Boss, does the other side need to dock?" This was something he had to ask about, or else he would be in trouble when the docking places at the marina were scheduled out. Lin Fan waved his hand and said indifferently, he doesn't need to arrange docking for his yacht. He has his own docking pier. Fu Ningxian heard this and nodded. Lin Fan continued, "I need to find a docking place for my yacht, and I'm going to keep it over here for a long time in the future." It was something he had thought about ahead of time. Fu Ningxian heard that Lin Fan had a yacht to dock over here and hurriedly said, "Yes boss, I'll immediately arrange for someone to reserve a berth. Is there anything else?" "Boss, there's nothing else. I'll go and make the arrangements." Lin Fan waved his hand and said, "Go ahead and arrange it." Fu Ningxian left at a quick pace. At this time, Han Wenbin stepped down from the car. He had just come, but just didn't get out of the car when he saw that Lin Fan was talking to Fu Ningxian about things. He came to Lin Fan and said with a smile, "Boss, that's Mr. Fu Ningxian Fu, the person in charge of Pier Zero in Linjiang, Luchang, right?" "Aha." Lin Fan nodded and hummed. "I've already made the arrangements. In a moment listen to have the driver listen to Fu Ningxian's arrangements to get your yacht into the water." Han Wenbin looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile, "Okay boss, I'll go talk to the driver." The car pulling the yacht stopped, and he hurried over to speak to the driver. Another couple of polite words with Fu Ningxian. Fu Ningxian had someone get Han Wenbin's yacht off the car and successfully put it in the water. Poof! The yacht dropped steadily into the water, stirring up a lot of waves. The little friends who came with Han Wenbin were also standing on the shore looking at the yacht in the water. Han Wenbin was very happy to see the yacht finally launch, and he walked towards Lin Fan. Everyone looked at Han Wenbin. They knew that Han Wenbin would definitely invite Lin Fan to play on the yacht. Everyone looked at Lin Fan with anticipation. hoping that Lin Fan would agree to Han Wenbin's invitation. Only when they got to the yacht would they have a chance to talk to Lin Fan and get acquainted. We'll talk about it later as people who have been on yachts together. Han Wenbin came to Lin Fan and said with a smile, "Boss, my yacht was successfully launched." Lin Fan nodded. Although he hadn't gone over there, he had been paying attention to the process of launching the yacht. Han Wenbin looked at Lin Fan and invited with some excitement. "Boss, why don't you come on the yacht with us? I'll show you the scenery of Linjiang. I've spent a lot of time learning to sail a yacht." Lin Fan glanced at the unusually excited Han Wenbin, shook his head, and said blandly, "I won't be going. You guys go play by yourselves, have fun." Han Wenbin froze for a moment when he heard Lin Fan's words. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to refuse. A flash of disappointment flashed across the faces of the crowd when they heard Lin Fan refuse to board the yacht. Lin Fan doesn't come to the yacht, and they are too embarrassed to go and accost Lin Fan rashly. Han Wenbin continued to ask, "Boss, just don't be polite. I can teach you to drive a yacht when the time comes." He thought Lin Fan was embarrassed. Lin Fan didn't bother to look at Han Wenbin, but instead looked at Lin Jiang and said indifferently, "I'm not being polite to you. I'm waiting for my yacht." Han Wenbin froze for a moment when he heard Lin Fan's words. For a moment, he didn't understand what Lin Fan meant. At this point I don't know who in the crowd shouted, "Look, what's that?" only to see a huge yacht above the Linjiang River traveling rapidly this way. As the yacht got closer, the crowd finally got a good look at it. One was filled with shock as he looked at the huge yacht in front of him. The crowd's mouths were unconsciously wide open, and their eyes were as round as brass bells. That's too big. Is this still a yacht? Seeing this yacht up close gives the impression that it is big. Super big. Crap. Is this sure it's a yacht? It's way too big. This is even bigger than a normal cruise ship. But looking at this shape it should be a yacht without a doubt. It's just that it's too damn big. Ma, it takes quite a bit of money to buy such a large yacht, doesn't it? This big young man is also too rich. Han Wenbin looked at the huge yacht that slowly came to a stop, his eyes wide with disbelief. That's too big. This is? And this sign is? Could it be the super yacht fans? Can't go wrong. OMG. This is the same super yacht fans that took 5 years to build. How is that possible? This is too shocking. He had a bitter laugh in his heart, sort of understanding the meaning of what Lin Fan had just said, etc. Yachts. Turns out the wait was for the super yacht fans. He glanced at his yacht, and a pang went through him. His yacht looks like a child's toy compared to the super yacht fans. His yacht seemed so small. At this time, the crowd unconsciously came next to Han Wenbin and Lin Fan. It is really in this position that you can see the whole yacht more clearly. One of the juniors glanced at the super yacht fans, looked at Han Wenbin, swallowed his saliva, and asked, "Young Han, you're very knowledgeable. Does this yacht have to need $100 million to buy it?" They had just been a few people discussing how much this yacht would cost to buy. In the end it all felt like how it would take $100 million to buy it. They knew that Han Wenbin had research on yachts, which did not want to verify if their results were correct. The crowd all looked at Han Wenbin, wanting to know the answer. Hearing his little brother's words, Han Wenbin glanced at his little brother and then at the crowd full of curiosity. He took a deep breath and said slowly, $100 million? This is a super yacht fans. It took 5 years just to make. The current market valuation is around $1 billion, but to actually buy this super yacht fans would definitely cost more than $1 billion. When the crowd heard Han Wenbin's words, they were instantly dumbfounded. One by one, their mouths were wide open in shock and their eyes were rolling round and round. What did they hear? This super yacht fans was surprisingly 5 years in the making and is worth a whopping $1 billion. Holy shit, how much does this cost? Crap, this super yacht fans is worth $1 billion. This is too scary. I'll go. My family's assets are less than $1 billion. Wouldn't it be less valuable than a yacht? Holy shit, is this like a giant golden beast walking on water? $1 billion. Everyone unconsciously looked at Lin Fan. This super yacht fans was Lin Fan's yacht, driving a $100 million sports car and now purchasing a yacht worth at least $1 billion. That's too much money. What kind of family does one have to be born into to be so reckless? When they looked at Lin Fan now, they felt that Lin Fan was unusually tall. It felt like they weren't even in the same world as Lin Fan. They're still gloating about owning a multi-million-dollar sports car. But what about Lin Fan? Sports cars are measured in billions, and yachts are $1 billion. Is this the real Dae-young? It's simply horrible. The crowd was very excited in their hearts to have the honor of meeting Lin Fan today. Otherwise they wouldn't have known that there was such an awesome young master like Lin Fan. They began to calculate in their minds how to leave an impression in front of Lin Fan and mix up a face. This one will have to be worked out. To make an impression on Lin Fan, he couldn't make Lin Fan hate himself yet. The yacht is docked securely. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped down from the yacht. This middle-aged man was none other than the captain of this yacht. "Boss, it's ready to board the yacht at any time." Lin Fan nodded and looked at the huge yacht in front of him. "Before I saw the yacht, my heart was excited but not this strong." He glanced at Han Wenbin, whose eyes were full of envy, and asked with a smile, "Why don't you go sit on my yacht?" He felt that going up alone was also a bit boring, and bringing Han Wenbin up there would at least give him something to talk about. Of course he could have spoken to the crew above him. It's just that after all, these crew members were his employees. and the crew would certainly have been very restrained in their speech. When Han Wenbin heard Lin Fan's invitation, he turned his head to look at Lin Fan and asked excitedly, "Can I?" He thought that if Lin Fan bought such a big yacht, he must have gone up to enjoy it himself first before inviting his friends and such to go up for a cruise. How could he not expect Lin Fan to invite him up? How could this not make him excited? Lin Fan looked at the unusually excited Han Wenbin and said with a smile, "What's not to like about this? Those friends of yours who want to go up there can come along for the ride, too." He felt that if Han Wenbin went on his yacht, these friends who came with Han Wenbin, I'm afraid that they would have to spoil the fun. The yacht was big enough to fit even 5 times as many people as these. This yacht of his is not the small yacht of Han Wenbin. This yacht has 6 decks and that's quite a lot of space. The crowd instantly boiled over when they heard Lin Fan invite everyone to join him on the yacht. "Thank you, Major. Thanks, Boss. Long live the great young one, Boss, mighty." Lin Fan glanced at the excited crowd, waved his arm, and said with a big smile, "Go, get on the yacht." After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards the top of the yacht. The crowd followed closely behind. Soon came the yacht. A breeze blew through, bringing a hint of coolness. Cool. The crowd boarded the yacht. The first thing you see is a large helipad at the stern of the yacht. Wow, this is a helipad. Won't a helicopter be able to park here in the future? The crowd made no sound of amazement at the sight of the huge tarmac. They had seen tarmacs at airports. It was the first time they had seen one on a yacht. The crowd followed the captain to the front of the deck. A blue swimming pool appeared in front of the crowd. The sky blue water looks stunning. This pool looks to be around 15 meters in length. I'll go. This pool is too big. It's even bigger than the one in my villa. The crowd looked at the huge swimming pool and jumped at the chance to try it out. But Lin Fan hadn't given the word, so they didn't dare make any moves. The captain took the crowd on a tour of the entire yacht. Bars, restaurants, home theaters, practice rooms, gyms, game rooms. I can say that the equipment is very well equipped. The group re-entered the first deck. Lin Fan looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "Dismissed now. Free to move about." The crowd cheered. Lin Fan looked at the excited crowd and shook his head. Why does he feel like a tour guide at this point? He headed inside. He had his own bedroom and he was going to go to it to change into his swim trunks. After all, such a blue sea water swimming pool was very much in his mind to try. Lin Fan put on his swim trunks and walked out. And by now there were some people standing on the deck who had changed into their swimsuits. There are men and women. The man's eyes were full of envy when he saw Lin Fan's body full of strong muscles. Although they sometimes went to the gym, the muscle lines on their bodies obviously didn't look as good as Lin Fan's. When the woman saw Lin Fan's upper body, little stars appeared in her eyes. If she didn't know Lin Fan's extraordinary status, she couldn't wait to run into Lin Fan's arms to feel that strong body. Lin Fan didn't notice the gazes of the crowd. He looked at the blue swimming pool at that moment and jumped straight in with a single leap. Cool. He wanted to shout at this point. Maybe there is an indescribable excitement to swimming on a yacht for the first time. All in all, the experience was very good. Lin Fan swam a few laps and came up out of the water. It wasn't that he didn't want to swim anymore. It was just that it was a little awkward to be watched by so many people. Even if he was thick-skinned enough, he felt particularly uncomfortable, especially the women's gazes, wanting to eat him. Lin Fan disembarked and went back to the bathroom in his bedroom to briefly rinse off. After all, the swimming pool on this yacht is seawater, which is very uncomfortable on the human body for a long time. Lin Fan rejoined the deck after changing into a pair of large pants and short sleeves, grabbed a glass of lemonade from the bar. Standing on the deck with the wind blowing, the yacht is now traveling at an even speed on the Lin River and the wind is still very soft. The sound of clattering footsteps approached Lin Fan. Lin Fan turned his head to look at the visitor. The visitor was dressed in a crisp outfit that showed off her perfect body to the fullest, with a black-rimmed toadstool on his face. He couldn't see exactly what he looked like, but his perfect body added to the whole thing. Lin Fan looked at the woman with doubt in his eyes. From the rough outline of the woman's face, he could tell that he didn't recognize the woman at all. "Hello, Mr. Lin." The woman took off her toadstools, a smile on her face, and stretched out her small white hand to Lin Fan. Lin Fan's eyes lit up when he saw the woman's appearance, not realizing that the other party was still a great beauty. Although he didn't know who the other party was, it was natural for him to respond politely when they greeted him politely. "Hello." He similarly extended his hand to briefly shake the woman's. Point taken. Gently grip and let go. The woman was surprised and glanced at Lin Fan. She hadn't expected Lin Fan to be such a gentleman. Which of the great young men she had come into contact with didn't want to hold her hand and not let it go? More crucially, Lin Fan lingered briefly after seeing her appearance. His face basically unchanged. It made her question her looks. Lin Fan saw that the woman didn't say anything and was ready to turn around and continue looking at the scenery. There are times when the scenery does look much better than the women. He had little interest in strange women, even if the other person is a great beauty. The person who came was no other than Gu Feishuan. Gu Feishuan saw that Lin Fan would rather look at the scenery than look at her more. It made her very uncomfortable in her mind. Although she hated men staring straight at her, she felt even more uncomfortable in her heart at Lin Fan's ignorance. She took a deep breath, her vermilion lips lightly opened, and slowly said, "Mr. Lin, you don't know me?" What she had just seen in Lin Fan's eyes was just a flash of surprise, and no more. She was certain that Lin Fan had no idea who she was. Lin Fan looked back at Gu Feixuan carefully and shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't remember us meeting. He really didn't have any impression of Gu Feixuan in his mind. Is it a former childhood playmate? He quickly dismissed it in his mind. If he was a childhood playmate, he would never address him as Mr. Lin. Sure enough, Gu Feixuan muttered in her heart. She knew Lin Fan didn't know who she was, and she was thinking of using her former popularity as leverage. Now that she found out that Lin Fan didn't know who she was at all, it made all the words she had prepared come in handy. She bit her lip lightly and said slowly, Hello Mr. Lin, introduce yourself. My name is Gu Feixuan. Lin Fan nodded and said indifferently, Lin Fan. Hello, Ms. Gu. He lifted his hand a bit to raise the lemonade in his hand to his mouth while taking a soft sip. Gu Feixuan similarly raised the red wine in her hand at Lin Fan and took a small sip. She looked at the lemonade in Lin Fan's hand and asked softly, Mr. Lin doesn't like red wine? She did know that some of the second generation's favorites were all kinds of red wine. Lin Fan looked into the distance and said blandly, There's no difference between red wine and lemonade in my opinion. He just drinks red wine as a beverage every time, too, and it doesn't feel as good as lemonade. Aha! Gu Feixuan froze for a moment when she heard Lin Fan's words. She knew that these red wines cost at least a few $1,000s a bottle, but there was no difference between them and a $10 lemonade? Could this be Mr. Lin's realm? She, an ordinary person, felt like she really didn't understand. Lin Fan was ready to turn around and leave for a different location. After all, Gu Feixuan was here chatting with him, making it impossible for him to concentrate on the scenery. Gu Feixuan saw that Lin Fan was actually going to leave, and a knot of anger formed in her heart. She felt that she was not nearly as attractive as the waves of the proverbial river, because she had just been noticing Lin Fan staring at the waves. Mr. Lin, I'm an actor. Lin Fan stopped in his tracks when he heard Gu Feixuan's words. He looked at Gu Feixuan, not understanding what this Gu Feixuan meant. What's it got to do with me if you're an actor? He muttered in his mind. Still, he was curious to know what Gu Feixuan really wanted. He felt that Gu Feixuan must have come to him for something. When Gu Feixuan saw Lin Fan stop, she bit her lip, took a deep breath and said, I want to terminate my contract with the company, and I'd like to ask Mr. Lin to help me pay for the breach of contract. Oh, Lin Fan looked at Gu Feixian, not expecting that Gu Feixian's purpose of looking for him was to terminate her contract with the company, and even more unanticipated was to ask for his help in paying for the breach of contract. It's none of my business if you want to terminate your contract with the company. Who am I to help you pay for a breach of contract? Do I look like such a stupid big spender? He was speechless in his mind. It made him wonder a little if this Gu Feixuan was out of her mind. He looked at Gu Feixuan's small face and faintly asked, I wonder what I can get. He wasn't going to throw away a lot of money for a pretty woman he'd only met once. Wouldn't he really be a stupid road deer? After Lin Fan finished speaking, he glanced at Gu Feixuan, took a sip of lemonade, and continued to look at the waves in the water. He naturally wouldn't take out such money to release Gu Feixuan from her contract just because she was pretty. Gu Feixuan has to reflect her value before she can do so. Keep in mind that the average breach of contract is either in the millions or tens of millions of dollars. He didn't think Gu Feixuan's face was worth that much. He's not one who can't walk away from the sight of a beautiful woman. For him to help Gu Feixuan, then Gu Feixuan would need to prove what kind of reward she could bring him. Gu Feixuan wasn't surprised to hear Lin Fan's words. She hadn't seen anything about desire in Lin Fan's eyes since the beginning. She knew that the body she was so proud of was worthless in Lin Fan's eyes. In her heart, she was glad to have met someone like Lin Fan, but at the same time, she was a little discouraged in her heart. She was a little skeptical about her figure again. Is it really that unattractive? She looked at Lin Fan, bit her lip lightly, and slowly said, Mr. Lin, if you can help me get out of my contract, I'm willing to work in your company, and 90% of my income for the next 10 years will go to Mr. Lin. It was a decision she made with great determination. It was also the only leverage she could muster right now. She was ready to gamble. She felt that Lin Fan was her only chance to turn the tables. After all, people like Lin Fan who didn't covet her beauty and had money were too rare. It can be said to be a phoenix. She had to seize this opportunity. She's afraid she'll never get another chance in her life. Lin Fan glanced at Gu Feixuan in surprise when he heard her words. He hadn't expected Gu Feixuan to be so bold. The next decade. How many decades does everyone have? Especially for a beautiful woman. 10 years is even more precious. 90% of his income is equivalent to all of his income, which means that in the next 10 years, Gu Feixuan will have sold herself to him. This woman's got a lot of ambition, he muttered in his mind. Judging from Gu Feixuan's determination, this Gu Feixuan was indeed a woman with great ambition. For a moment, he didn't know exactly where this Gu Feixuan's bottom came from. A few tens of millions is nothing to him though, but it still didn't feel worth it to him to spend so much money on a woman's ambition. Not bad. He was ready to reject Gu Feixuan. He couldn't see the value of Gu Feixuan's investment, but only Gu Feixuan's ambition. He was about to open his mouth to reject Gu Feixuan. At this time, the system voice rang out. Release the mission. As a great tycoon, one should be able to stockpile potential talents in advance. Accept Gu Feixuan's request. Accepting the mission and rewarding to Shang Chiu Huang Entertainment with 10% equity. Mission denied. No reward. Holy shit. When did you become a face dog? Are you sure it's not because Gu Feishuan is pretty? Why didn't I see Gu Feishuan as a potential talent? The quest rewards are pretty good though. 10% of the equity of the Supreme Chiu Huang Entertainment Company. He now had 20% of the equity of Supreme Tide Emperor Entertainment in his hands. After obtaining the rewards of this mission, then he would have 30% of the equity of the Supreme Shang Chiu Huang Entertainment Company in his hands. 10% equity, worth $5 billion. This is another 50 small goals into the account. Not bad, not bad, real good. Only needing to pay Gu Feishuan tens of millions of dollars in liquidated damages, he could obtain 50 small goals. Such a good thing that was a sure thing. How could he refuse it? He looked at Gu Feishuan with a smile in his eyes. He hadn't thought that this Gu Feishuan was still a money giver. The way Gu Feishuan looked at Lin Fan felt strange. Mr. Lin doesn't have any special hobbies, does he? She muttered in her mind. Lin Fan looked at Gu Feishuan and said with a smile, I promise. Congratulations to the host for accepting the mission. The documents related to the 10% stake in the Shang Chiu Huang Entertainment Company have been placed in the study of the Haitian No. 1 Villa. Gain 50 system points. The system is ever so fast. Just accepted the mission rewards were handed down. Is the system afraid he'll back out? He wouldn't turn his back on it for the reward of 50 small goals. When Gu Feishuan heard Lin Fan's agreement, an expression of excitement instantly spread across her face. Mr. Lin, thank you. Mr. Lin, thank you. Lin Fan was in a very good mood at this time. Looking at Gu Feishuan, his face straightened and he said seriously, what did you call me? Seeing Lin Fan's appearance, Gu Feishuan instantly understood Lin Fan's thoughts. Playfully winking at Lin Fan, she hurriedly smiled and said, thank you, boss, my big boss Lin. She was also in a particularly good mood at the moment. She didn't think Lin Fan would lie to her. A person's eyes don't lie. Lin Fan's eyes were as clear as water from the beginning, allowing one to see no impurities. Gu Feishuan's smile was really beautiful. It made Lin Fan freeze for a moment. Gu Feishuan's heart burst with joy when she saw Lin Fan freeze. Turns out the boss isn't a monk who doesn't get close to women. Since Lin Fan had promised Gu Feishuan, he was prepared to get to know Gu Feishuan's old boss. That way he could arrange for someone to deal with Gu Feishuan. He looked at Gu Feishuan and faintly asked, which company was your previous company? When Gu Feishuan heard Lin Fan's question, the smile on her face was put away and she said with a serious face, the company I'm signing up with now is Supreme Chiu Huang Entertainment, with a 5-year contract, and if I terminate the contract early, I need to pay a liquidated damages of $50 million. When she said $50 million, a feeling of powerlessness shot through her body. When she signed on, she thought 5 years would just go by quickly. She was more than confident that in 5 years she could do very well and become a movie star. But reality often doesn't follow the script you think of. Who knows that only less than a year has passed? The company snowballed her. It's not completely blocked, but it's close. The resources given by the company are all those small business shows, opening ceremonies and so on. How could she be willing to let her youth pass by without doing anything? Lin Fan instantly froze when he heard that Gu Feishuan's old employer was actually the Shang Chiu Huang Entertainment Company. This is asking him to poach his own company's employees? Since he was assigned artist of Supreme Tide Emperor Entertainment, that would be a better solution. You should know that now he is the director who owns 30% of the equity of Shang Chiu Huang Entertainment Company. That right of speech is very big. He believed that if he gave a word, the company would arrange a large amount of resources for Gu Feishuan. Hey, not only does Gu Feishuan work for the company to help it make money, but 90% of what Gu Feishuan earns will also go into his pocket when the time comes. That's so cool. Why do I suddenly feel like I have the potential to be a belly boss? He muttered in his mind. However, before solving the problem, he still had to figure out why this Gu Feishuan had to leave to Shang Chiu Huang Entertainment. Lin Fan looked at Gu Feishuan and asked directly, can you tell me why you want to leave to Shang Chiu Huang Entertainment? In his heart, he was very curious about the reason why Gu Feishuan had left. Gu Feishuan was not surprised to hear Lin Fan's question. She'd feel surprised if Lin Fan didn't ask. She took a deep breath and said with a bitter smile, because I'd been snowed in by the company. It's simply hard to get ahead. Lin Fan hadn't expected Supreme Tide Emperor Entertainment to snowball Gu Feishuan, knowing that Gu Feishuan's image was very good. Even being a vase would be able to turn Gu Feishuan into a traffic star and earn a fortune. But now they are willing to snow Gu Feishuan, so it seems there is an inside story. He looked at Gu Feishuan and waited for the following. Gu Feishuan glanced at Lin Fan and slowly said, the son of a director of the company wanted to subvert me, and I didn't agree. He used his dad's director's power to pressure the company, and naturally the company wouldn't offend this director because I'm a newcomer. She said with a helpless look on her face at the end. Lin Fan wasn't surprised to hear this. Such unspoken rules are not new, especially in the entertainment industry. So to speak, a beautiful woman like Gu Feishuan, with no backstage backing, it would be strange if no one had a heartbeat. However, he somewhat admired this Gu Feishuan, knowing that as long as she climbed into this director's relationship, there would be a large amount of resources for her in the future, and it could be said that she had a bright future ahead of her. Now Gu Feishuan would rather be snowed in order not to be submerged, which also takes a lot of courage. It's rare indeed that in this day and age when money is king, There are still people who are willing to hold on to old things. Lin Fan looked at Gu Feixuan and asked with a smile, "Aren't you afraid that I'll subterfuge you?" He was a bit puzzled that Gu Feixuan obviously didn't want to be submerged before she thought of terminating her contract with the company, and now it was actively approaching him. When Gu Feixuan heard Lin Fan's words, her apricot eyes glared at Lin Fan and she said seriously, "If you want to subvert me, there's nothing I can do about it, and when the time comes, the big deal is that I'll be wasted for 10 years. She didn't believe in her heart at all that Lin Fan would subterfuge. In Lin Fan's eyes, she was no different from a passerby, and she didn't see even a hint of desire in Lin Fan's eyes. She sometimes wondered if Lin Fan was a man or not. Lin Fan was completely defeated by Gu Feixuan when he heard her words. Luckily, he didn't have the idea of submerging Gu Feixuan, or else his tens of millions of dollars wouldn't have gone down the drain. Aha! Although he didn't have to spend tens of millions of dollars, keeping a woman who didn't make any money made him feel a little twisted in his heart. Seeing Gu Feixuan's broken look, Lin Fan said helplessly, "Please put your heart in the right place. I'm not the least bit interested in you and am not going to subvert you." Gu Feixuan was relieved when she heard Lin Fan's words. Although she had decided in her heart that Lin Fan wouldn't subvert her, she still felt a pang of discomfort in her heart when she heard Lin Fan seriously say that he wasn't interested in her at all. She felt that the charm she was so proud of had dropped to the freezing point in front of Lin Fan. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Fan without blinking as she asked, "Boss, I'm already your person now. When are you going to help people get out of their contracts with the company?" At this point she was full of strength to make a big move, to make a big difference. Of course the prerequisite is that Lin Fan helps her to terminate her contract with the company. "Halo? What do you mean you've become mine? Sister, people will get the wrong idea if they hear you say that, okay?" Lin Fan was speechless for a moment in his heart when he heard Gu Feixuan's words. He looked at Gu Feixuan and shook his head, smiling. "I'm not going to let you terminate your contract with Supreme Tide Emperor Entertainment." This? Gu Feixuan's heart thumped when she heard Lin Fan's words. Could it be that Lin Fan's words just now were all teasing her? But, yeah, who wants to pay up to $50 million in liquidated damages to someone with no name recognition? I'm still too naive. A bitter laugh ran through her mind. She was down to the bottom at this point. Seeing Gu Feixuan's appearance, Lin Fan smiled and asked, "Isn't it disappointing that you can't terminate your contract with Supreme Tide Emperor Entertainment?" Gu Feixuan glanced at Lin Fan. It was really too much to make fun of her now at this time. "Mr. Lin, do you think it's really fun to play me as a weak little woman?" She looked at Lin Fan and said with a bitter smile. She wouldn't have any complaints against Lin Fan if he didn't help her out of her contract. After all, she was not related to Lin Fan. The only leverage she had was just working for Lin Fan for 10 years. The way Gu Feixuan looked right now, she really did have a bit of the appearance of a tender little woman. Lin Fan stared at Gu Feixuan and said with a smile, "When did I trick you?" Gu Feixuan was speechless when she heard Lin Fan's words. "You won't let me terminate my contract with Supreme Tide Emperor Entertainment. Isn't this still called tricking me?" Her beautiful eyes blankly glanced at Lin Fan. Lin Fan took a sip of lemonade, looked at Gu Feixuan, and said with a smile, "The reason I won't let you terminate your contract with Tashang Chiu Huang Entertainment is because I'm a director of Tashang Chiu Huang Entertainment." Gu Feixuan was instantly dumbfounded when she heard Lin Fan's words. Her shocked little mouth unconsciously opened into a circle, and her eyes stared round and round with incredulity. "This? How is that possible? What did she hear? Lin Fan was actually a director of the Supreme Chiu Huang Entertainment Company as well? That's too hard to believe. No wonder Lin Fan wouldn't let her terminate her contract with Supreme Tide Emperor Entertainment." A bitter laugh ran through her mind. But she knew that these directors were all friends with each other. Didn't you see that none of the board members stood up and spoke out after she was snowed in? Is this her destiny? Was she doomed to waste 5 great years? She felt a dimness in her heart. The hope that had just been so easily raised was so dashed again. Seeing the disheartened Gu Feixuan, Lin Fan smiled and said, "I can release you from the snow and have the company give you tons of resources." When Gu Feixuan heard Lin Fan's words, hope lit up in her eyes and a smile instantly appeared on her face as she asked excitedly, "Boss, are you telling the truth?" Lin Fan didn't like to answer these true or false questions directly. He preferred to show it with his actions. He took out his cell phone and found the phone number of Lian Tingkai, the general manager of the Tashang Chao Huang Entertainment Company, and dialed it. The phone was quickly connected and Lian Tingkai's voice came from the other end of the line. "Good day, Mr. Lin," Lin Fan said politely. "Hello, Mr. Lin." Lian Tingkai on the other end of the phone smiled and asked, "Lin Dong, why do you have time to call me today? Is it to come to the headquarters?" He was very curious in his mind as to why Lin Fan had called him today. Lin Fan shook his head and opened the door. "I have no plans to go to the headquarters right now. I have a matter to trouble Mr. Lian now." Lian Tingkai on the other end of the phone heard that Lin Fan had something to say and hurriedly said seriously, "Lin Dong, please speak." He was still very attached to Lin Fan's affairs. He had gotten word that Lin Fan had acquired another 10% of the company. "It's simply trenchant." Lin Fan was not polite and said directly, "Lift the snow on Gu Feixuan and give her the resources she deserves." After he finished, he added, "Gu Feixuan is my person." With these words, he directly stated his stance, which was that if he dared to snowball and block Gu Feixuan in the future, he would be working against him. When Gu Feixuan heard Lin Fan say that he was his man, A blush appeared on her small face, which was very cute. It's just that at this moment, Lin Fan was on the phone with Lian Tinkai and didn't even notice the change in expression on Gu Feishuan's face. Lian Tinkai was shocked when he heard Lin Fan's words. Hurriedly, he said, "Don't worry, Lin Dong, I'll have someone rearrange Gu Feishuan's schedule plan." Gu Feishuan he knew. After all, Gu Feishuan's face value was very high. Even if she can't become a powerhouse actor, she can still become a traffic star. But Gu Feixian was spotted by Wen Tianyan's son, Wen Ziyu. Wen Ziyu even asked Wen Tianyan to use his position as a director to pressure him to hide Gu Feishuan as a way to force her to give in. He was in the way of Wen Tianyan's face, so he could only snow Gu Feixian. After all, Wen Tianyan was a director who owned 10% of the equity of Supreme Chiu Huang Entertainment. He had to give Wen Tianyan face. Gu Feishuan doesn't have much value in his eyes either, so snowing is fine. Now that Lin Fan had spoken, it was different. Lin Fan is a director who owns 30% of the equity of the Supreme Tide Emperor Entertainment Company. It's a really important person in the company. How could he not have thought that Gu Feishuan would be able to climb the towering tree of Lin Fan? That's amazing. But it says that in the future, as long as Gu Feishuan doesn't make any mistakes of principle, the company will give Gu Feishuan the green light all the way. With Lin Fan standing behind Gu Feishuan, no one dared to easily offend Gu Feishuan. After all, offending Gu Feishuan would be not giving face to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction and said lightly, "Okay, then I'll trouble Mr. Lin." He hung up after a few more polite words with Lian Tinkai. He put down his phone and saw Gu Feishuan looking at him. He looked at Gu Feishuan and said with a smile, "It's been resolved." Gu Feishuan's face was filled with incredulity when she heard Lin Fan's words. Just 2 simple words and her fate changed again? There was still something in her mind that she didn't quite believe. After all, she hadn't received word that the company had unblocked her yet. To the headquarters of the Shangqiao Emperor Entertainment Company, General Manager's office. After Lian Tinkai hung up Lin Fan's phone, he hurriedly found Wen Tianyan's phone and dialed it. He didn't dare to hesitate for a second about what Lin Fan had explained. This whole thing wasn't supposed to be a big deal, but this is still something that I have to explain to Wen Tianyan. Otherwise, when the time came that Wen Tianyan didn't dare to go after Lin Fan, he would constantly look for trouble from him. Then wouldn't he be too wronged? The phone was quickly connected, and at once a calm voice came from the other end of the line. "Mr. Lian, what is it?" He knew Lian Tinkai wouldn't call him if there was nothing wrong. He came up without politeness and asked directly what was the matter. Lian Tinkai heard Wen Tianyan's voice and opened the door. "Wen Dong, Gu Feixian, I'm going to release her from the snow now." He didn't nag, and stated the purpose of his visit directly. Wen Tianyan on the other end of the phone didn't change emotionally, but asked lightly, "Which director is standing up for Gu Feishuan?" He knew that the one who could make Lian Tinkai do so was bound to be a director inside the company. He didn't care at all about hiding or not hiding Gu Feishuan. What he cared about was his voice in the company. Standing up for Gu Feishuan. This was someone who was this blatantly not giving him face. Lian Tinkai was relieved to hear that Wen Tianyan was not angry and hurriedly said, "This matter was explained by Lin Dong." He had to tell Lin Fan out. Otherwise he didn't want to inexplicably suffer the wrath of Wen Tianyan. He believed that as long as he named Lin Fan, Wen Tianyan would have to be dumbfounded as well. After all, Lin Fan was just too terrifying. At the drop of a hat, they acquire a stake in the company. Still 10% at a time. Just thinking about it makes one's head spin. He sometimes wondered if, at this rate of acquisition by Lin Fan, he would acquire the entire Shangqiao Huang Entertainment Company? Even if you can't acquire 100%, it's still possible to acquire 50%, 60%. At that time, the company was still not in Lin Fan's hands. When Wen Tianyan on the other end of the phone heard the 2 words Lin Fan, the anger in his heart instantly extinguished quite a bit. He was aware that this Lin Fan was terrifying. Acquiring 20% of the equity of the Shangqiao Huang Entertainment Company in just one day. That's $10 billion in real money needed. Acquiring so many stakes in a short period of time would surely require a premium, which would certainly require money higher than $10 billion. It's scary to think about. He wouldn't dare to offend a big shot who could casually mobilize $10 billion. Even if he had the money to allow him to mobilize $1 billion he could. But $10 billion he could not mobilize in any case. He pondered for a moment and said, "Since it's what Dong Lin said, let's do what Dong Lin wants." He naturally wouldn't offend Lin Fan for the sake of a Gu Feishuan. When his son wanted to block Gu Feishuan, he actually wasn't too willing to do it. After all, Gu Feishuan could make money for the company, but his wife can't help blowing in his ear. Since Lin Fan wanted to promote Gu Feishuan, he would have to answer to his wife. Lian Tinkai nodded and said, "Okay, When Tianyan on the other end of the phone saw that Lian Tinkai didn't hang up the phone and asked suspiciously, "Anything else?" Lian Tinkai didn't know whether or not to tell Wen Tianyan about the fact that Lin Fan had just acquired another 10% stake in Shangqiao Huang Entertainment Company. However, after thinking about it, Lin Fan's acquisition of the equity must be openly told to the shareholders. Telling Wen Tianyan now was just letting Wen Tianyan know earlier. He cleared his throat and said seriously, "Dong Wen, just now, Dong Lin acquired another 10% of the equity of the Shangqiao Huang Entertainment Company." Wen Tianyan on the other end of the phone instantly froze when he heard Lian Tinkai's words. His shocked mouth unconsciously opened wide, and his eyes stared round and round with disbelief. This? How is that possible? Lin Fan had surprisingly acquired another 10% stake in Supreme Tide Emperor Entertainment. 10% of the equity of Supreme Tide Royal Entertainment is $5 billion. That's not $50. Damn. This Lin Fan doesn't treat money like money. $5 billion to say acquire. That's too scary. He unconsciously raised his hand and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was very glad that he hadn't had the thought of going against Lin Fan, or else he would have ended up in an absolutely miserable situation by then. But he knew that when money reached a certain level, it could cause a qualitative change. There's a lot that can be done. In his mind, he made up his mind that he must get on good terms with Lin Fan in the future. Such a big shot can only be befriended and definitely not offended. Horrible, horrible, just horrible. Lian Tinkai saw that when Tianyan didn't say anything and said out loud, "Wen Dong, there's nothing else. I'll hang up first." When Tianyan on the other end of the phone came back to his senses and said with a slightly dry mouth, "Mr. Lian, goodbye," he put the phone down and took a deep breath. The shock Lin Fan had given him made it a little difficult for him to recover for a moment. To the headquarters of the Shangqiao Emperor Entertainment Company, Lian Tinkai put down his cell phone, picked up the phone on his desk and pressed an internal company number. "Come to my office." Putting the phone down, he took a deep breath. When he met a trenchless bigot like Lin Fan, he believed that there was no way for anyone to maintain peace in their hearts. Knock knock. A knock sounded outside the office. The door to the office was pushed open and a female secretary in professional attire walked in. "Mr. Lin." Lian Tinkai nodded at the female secretary and said directly, "The company is now officially lifting the snow on Gu Feishuan and arranging for someone to replan Gu Feishuan's schedule." When he finished, he added one last thing. The resources could be tilted a little bit. The female secretary was shocked when she heard Lian Tinkai's words. "You know this is a huge deal if you tilt the resources a little bit. There are so many people in the company, but every year the company has so many resources that a slight tilt would be a lot more than others." Did this Gu Feishuan agree with Wen Ziyu? But there's no news coming out of the company. Gu Feishuan being snowed in was not a hidden matter at all. Not to say that everyone knew to, but most people understood. When Lian Tinkai saw the female secretary standing there in a daze, a touch of displeasure appeared on her face and she spoke out. "What are you still standing there for? Don't go yet." The female secretary woke up instantly when she heard Lian Tinkai's voice and hurriedly said, "I'll go right away." After saying that, he quickly left Lian Tinkai's office. Lian Tinkai resumed his seat in the boss chair and rubbed his temples. 5 minutes later, knock knock, there was a knock on Lian Tinkai's office. The voice was very urgent. Lian Tinkai looked up, his face a little hard. "What's the rush? In a hurry to get reincarnated?" His voice was cold as he said, "Come in." The office door was pushed open and a young man hurried in from outside. The young man's eye sockets were deep, and he looked a little weak. "Mr. Lian, what do you mean? Why did you lift the snow from Gu Feishuan?" He confronted Lian Tinkai as soon as he came in. This young man was no other than Wen Ziyu. Wen Ziyu instantly exploded with anger when she heard the news that Gu Feishuan had been lifted from the snow. He already felt that Gu Feishuan was going to be unable to hold out and compromise, but now he suddenly lifted Gu Feishuan's snow. How could he not be angry? Lian Tinkai glanced at Wen Ziyu. If it wasn't for the fact that Wen Ziyu was Wen Tianyan's son, he would have directly driven Wen Ziyu out. He said coldly without any expression on his face, "The matter of lifting Gu Feixian's snow collection is known to Wen Dong. If you have any questions you can go directly to Director Wen. I have paperwork to do, so please get out." He was very displeased with this no-nonsense attitude of Wen Ziyu and didn't bother to explain to the other party. Kicked the question directly to Yan Wentian. By letting Wen Ziyu go to Wen Tianyan, he did not want to waste one more drop of saliva on Wen Ziyu. When Wen Ziyu heard that his father, Wen Tianyan, knew, and saw Lian Tinkai's attitude, he walked out of the office with a cold snort. He was now going to make a trip home to find his father, Wen Tianyan, and ask him why he had lifted Gu Feixian's snow. Lian Tinkai sighed when he saw Wen Ziyu leave. They say a tiger's father has no son. It didn't occur to me that the world-famous Wen Tianyan had given birth to a dog's son. Without further thought, he lowered his head and continued to work on the paperwork at hand. Half an hour later, in front of a luxurious villa, Wen Ziyu stepped down from the sports car and hurriedly walked towards the inside of the villa. Wen Tianyan was sipping tea at this time, only to hear Wen Ziyu's voice from outside the door. "Dad, Dad, why?" The door pushed open and Wen Ziyu walked in. "Why?" Wen Tianyan put down his teacup, looked at Wen Ziyu suspiciously, and asked in a deep voice, "What why?" No clue. Wen Ziyu picked up a nearby teacup and took a sip of tea, panting, "Why do you want to remove Gu Feishuan from the snow?" His eyes were a little red, obviously anxious. When Wen Tianyan heard Wen Ziyu's question, he sighed and said, "It's not that I'm going to release Gu Feishuan from the snow. It's that someone has fallen for Gu Feishuan." In his opinion, Lin Fan was giving Gu Feishuan a stand. That meant that Lin Fan had a crush on Gu Feishuan. Who else would do something for someone else for no reason? Anyone who does something has a purpose. At the very least, that's what he thought. After all, there's no such thing as love without a reason in heaven. When Wen Ziyu heard his father, Wen Tianyan's words, his face instantly turned very ugly. Angrily, he asked, Who the hell is it?" Gu Feishuan was the woman he had his eye on. and now someone was trying to cut him off. How could he stand it? He now felt like a green prairie was growing over his head, full of life. When Tianyan looked at Wen Ziyu, who had an angry face and shook his head helplessly. This son is kind of spoiled by his wife. Is this a no-brainer? He'd bowed his head and agreed to lift Gu Feishuan's snow cover. Would the other party's identity be simple? He took a sip of tea and suppressed his shock. After all, every time Lin Fan was mentioned, it shocked his heart. It's Lin Dong who has a crush on Gu Feixian. Wen Ziyu looked at Wen Tianyan and asked suspiciously, Dong Lin? Wen Tianyan was furious when he saw Wen Ziyu's appearance. He said angrily, I told you to put your mind more on your work, and you just don't listen. Even Lin Dong doesn't know now. If you offend Lin Dong one day, you won't even know how you'll die then. Wen Ziyu was unimpressed when she heard Wen Tianyan's words. Dad, you're also a director. Are you so afraid of this Lin Dong? Wen Tianyan was infuriated and laughed at Wen Ziyu's words. Ha! He sneered. Do you know that Lin Dong just acquired 20% of the equity of Tashang Chao Huang Entertainment 2 days ago? Just now it acquired another 10% stake in Supreme Tide Emperor Entertainment. Wen Ziyu was instantly dumbfounded when she heard Wen Tianyan's words. He looked at Wen Tianyan in front of him in shock. His mouth unconsciously slowly opened wide, his eyes staring as round as copper bells, with a look of seeing a ghost. This? How is that possible? Lin Dong surprisingly acquired 20% of the equity of Supreme Tide Emperor Entertainment in one day. According to the valuation of the company, 20% of the equity, that is 10 billion. It takes real money to acquire equity. That's $10 billion in cash. This Lin Dong is also too rich. Listen, just acquired another 10%. That's another $5 billion. Does Mr. Lin's family run a bank? Can I just withdraw the money? $5 billion. At this time in his heart, he sort of understood why Wen Tianyan was afraid of Lin Dong. Facing such a trenchant Lin Dong, which person does not tremble? It was horrible. Wen Ziyu wiped the cold sweat that had appeared on his forehead at some point. A pang of fear ran through him. Luckily, he didn't go directly to Dong Lin to question him. If this really offends Lin Dong, then consequences he dared not imagine. He decided to stay far away from Gu Feishuan in the future. He didn't have a single thought for Gu Feishuan now. There were many beautiful women in the world. He didn't want to lose his life because of a Gu Feishuan. When Tianyan nodded when he saw his son, Wen Ziyu, and knew that this son was still saved. If Wen Ziyu really didn't know how to advance, he was prepared to send Wen Ziyu overseas. Yacht. Lin Fan handed Gu Feishuan the already empty glass of lemonade in his hand and said indifferently, Bring me a new glass. Gu Feishuan saw Lin Fan's appearance and burst into a fit of anger. Do you really think I'm a servant? She muttered in her mind. Silver teeth crunched. Still, he got up and went to change Lin Fan's glass of lemonade. Here. Lin Fan took the lemonade and glanced at the puffing Gu Feishuan, smiled, and didn't say anything. He doesn't like to explain, but prefers facts to speak for themselves. He believed that Lian Tingkai would handle Gu Feishuan well. After all, for Gu Feixian snow is considered a big deal, but for him it's not a big deal at all. Time passes by. Gu Feishuan's two cheeks bulged roundly as she stared at Lin Fan, who was watching the waves. At this time, the cell phone in Gu Feishuan's small satchel suddenly rang. She lowered her head and opened her small satchel, pulling out her cell phone and glancing at the caller. Sister Li? Sister Li was Gu Feishuan's agent, and the two were like sisters. She refused Wen Ziyu's subterfuge at the time to be snowed in, and only Sister Li used her connections to help her. She didn't know why Sister Li was calling her at this time. She slid the answer button. There was a woman's voice on the other end of the line, with a hint of anger in her voice. Feixian, did you promise Wen Ziyu? Gu Feishuan froze for a moment by hearing Sister Li's words. I promised Wen Ziyu? When did I promise Wen Ziyu? She hurriedly said into her cell phone. Sister Li, I didn't promise Wen Ziyu. Her mind was filled with doubt at this point, not understanding why Sister Li would ask this. When Sister Li on the other end of the phone heard Gu Feishuan's words, her tone slowed down and asked, You really didn't promise Wen Ziyu? When Gu Feishuan heard Sister Li's question, she held her forehead and said affirmatively, There really isn't. Sister Li, did something happen? She felt that something must have happened that she didn't know about, or Sister Li wouldn't be in such a hurry. Sister Li, on the other end of the phone, chose to believe Gu Feishuan, knowing that there was no need for Gu Feishuan to lie to her. She sighed and said, The company has lifted the snow on you. She was not happy when the company suddenly lifted the snow on Gu Feishuan, because she didn't know if this was Wen Ziyu's little maneuver behind the scenes. When Gu Feishuan heard Sister Li's words, she asked excitedly, Sister Li, are you telling the truth? Sister Li on the other end of the phone shook her head with a bitter smile when she heard Gu Feishuan's happy voice. She also knew that Gu Feishuan must have been very sad in her heart after being snowed in. Now I'm sure I'm extremely excited to hear that the snow is being lifted. She understands it too. It's just that. Sighing, she felt like taking one step at a time. She had to keep a close eye on the company's dynamics. Once she found out that this was Wen Ziyu's plot, she had to tell Gu Feishuan at the first opportunity. After all, she had always treated Gu Feishuan as her own sister and did not want Gu Feishuan to be hurt. It's true. I have your new schedule in hand. Alas, the company not only lifted the snow on you, but also tilted a lot of resources in your favor. Gu Feishuan was so excited to hear Sister Li's affirmative reply that she couldn't wait to shout it out loud. She heard the worry in Li's tone. Sister Li, you should be happy for me. Why are you still sighing? Sister Li on the other end of the phone thought that Gu Feishuan was too young to see the problem here, and warned out loud. I'm afraid it's a plot by Wen Ziyu. She felt it was still necessary to remind Gu Feishuan, or else the defenseless Gu Feishuan was afraid she would suffer a great loss. Gu Feishuan giggled when she heard Sister Li's words. She curbed her laughter and opened her mouth. You're being overly concerned. Sister Li, this isn't a Wen Ziyu plot at all. This was all arranged by Lin Dong. She glanced at Lin Fan who was still watching the waves next to her. She knew it was all changed by that one phone call from Lin Fan. She didn't believe in coincidences like that in the world. And if no one had been running the show, she would have been snowed under until her contract expired. When Sister Li on the other end of the phone heard Gu Feishuan's words, she was shocked and asked, "You're talking about the company's newest shareholder, Lin Dong?" Gu Feishuan nodded and said, "Yes, it's the newly promoted shareholder, Lin Dong." Sister Li on the other end of the phone froze instantly when she heard Gu Feishuan's affirmative reply. Her mouth was wide open in shock, her eyes as round as brass bells, her face full of disbelief. This? Lin Dong actually stepped in to remove Gu Feishuan from the snow? That's incredible too. You know that Lin Dong is a major shareholder who holds 20% of the company's equity. It is said to be of mysterious origin and amazing wealth. Such a big shot had actually stepped in for Gu Feishuan and lifted Gu Feishuan's snow. Did Gu Feishuan know Lin Dong before? It shouldn't be. If Gu Feishuan knew Lin Dong before, Gu Feishuan wouldn't have been snowed under. Did Gu Feishuan agree to some unreasonable conditions from Lin Dong? No. She had to remind Gu Feishuan. She was aware of some old guys who specialized in preying on little girls. She hurriedly asked, Fei Xian, did you promise Lin Dong some demands? Gu Feishuan nodded and said, I did promise Lin Dong some requests. She knew there was no such thing as a free lunch, and to get something you had to pay something. She's been working for Lin Fan for 10 years and she has no regrets. She was sure that she would have a brilliant life in these 10 years. After all, Lin Fan's strength is very strong. Didn't you see that Lin Fan solved her problem with a single sentence, and even made the company tilt its resources towards her? When Sister Li on the other end of the phone heard Gu Feishuan's words, she immediately became anxious. Feishuan, don't do anything stupid. Gu Feishuan froze for a moment when she heard Sister Li's words. Working for Lin Fan for 10 years isn't a stupid thing to do. She quickly understood what Sister Li was thinking, and a blush appeared on her face as she took 2 steps, some distance away from Lin Fan, and whispered, Sister Li, what are you blindly thinking about? I'm not going to do anything stupid. It's not what you think. I'll tell you exactly when I get back. I'll hang up now. She finished by glancing at Lin Fan. Her heart was very complicated, but she hadn't seen a trace of desire in Lin Fan's eyes since the beginning. The charm she prided herself on was completely ineffective in front of Lin Fan. At this time, Lin Fan turned back and looked at Gu Feishuan with a smile. Believe me now? For Lin Fan. Gu Feishuan couldn't hide a phone call this close from his ears. When Gu Feishuan heard Lin Fan's words, a blush appeared on her face and she said with some embarrassment, Aha! She had just thought that Lin Fan was perfunctory, but now she saw that she was really completely relieved of her snow problem because of a phone call from Lin Fan. She felt a little embarrassed all of a sudden. She glanced at Lin Fan's cup of lemonade cup was empty again. Hurriedly walked up and took the lemonade cup from Lin Fan's hand. Hurriedly said with a smile, Lin Dong, I'll change a cup for you to go. With that, he left at a brisk pace. This time, instead of puffing up like I just did, I left very happy. This? Lin Fan raised his hand and just wanted to say, I'm not drinking. Noticing that Gu Feishuan had already walked away, he smiled and shook his head. He suddenly realized that this Gu Feishuan had a little bit of cuteness left in her. Gu Feishuan quickly returned with 2 cups of lemonade. Hand Lin Fan a cup. Lin Fan looked at Gu Feishuan and asked suspiciously, Don't you like red wine? He remembered that when he had just seen Gu Feishuan for the first time, he was carrying a glass of red wine. Gu Feishuan gave Lin Fan a pretty blank stare and said casually, What's so good about red wine? I still like tart lemonade, said gulping down a mouthful. She was in a good mood at the moment, and at the same time, realizing that Lin Fan, a person with no frame at all, she became relatively casual in her speech. Aha, this woman is quite fickle. Lin Fan glanced at Gu Feishuan and shook his head. I used to hear that women were fickle and didn't quite understand it. Now that she saw Gu Feishuan she finally understood. He turned his head and continued to look at the waves. There were times when it was nice to look at the waves in the water after a busy day. At this time, Han Wenbin walked over, and an excited smile unconsciously spread across Gu Feishuan's face when he saw her. Feishuan, there you are. I was looking for you everywhere. When Gu Feishuan heard Han Wenbin call her Feishuan, a flash of displeasure appeared on her face. Her voice carried an air of rejection. Xiao Han, please call me Gu Feishuan or MS. Gu, thank you. She didn't like Han Wenbin's eyes much the first time she met him. She also followed out to play because she didn't want to offend Han Wenbin, the local snake. That was before. But now, her current boss is Lin Fan. Who is Lin Fan? That was Han Wenbin's boss. So she naturally wouldn't be afraid of offending Han Wenbin anymore. And she wasn't as polite in her speech as she had been at the beginning. Aha, Han Wenbin froze for a moment when he heard Gu Feishuan's words. That's not the right tone, is it? He didn't do anything too much, did he? He muttered in his mind. Okay. He unintentionally saw Lin Fan's back and shouted excitedly, "Boss, you're here too." Lin Fan turned his head, looked at Han Wenbin with a smile, and said, "I thought you were only looking at beautiful women and couldn't see me." Gu Feishuan's heart was beautiful when she heard Lin Fan say the word beautiful. Han Wenbin touched his head in slight embarrassment and said with a smile, "How could I?" It was true that he had just noticed Gu Feishuan alone and hadn't paid attention to Lin Fan next to Gu Feishuan. He hurriedly forked over the topic and invited, "Boss, we're going to play at Willow City's Mo Rhyme bowling racecourse tomorrow. Why don't you come along too?" The last time he went to Lin Fan's house, he overheard that Lin Fan kept a horse in his villa and thought that Lin Fan might also be a horse lover. Who else would keep a horse as a pet in a villa? Willow City Inc. Rhyme bowling stables? Lin Fan muttered. He had long wanted to send the very best sweat-blooded BMW to the stable. After all, keeping the horse in the villa for a long time was not a thing. It's just as well that I'll have someone pull the very best sweat-blooded BMWs to Willow City's Inc. Rhyme bowling horse farm tomorrow. He also wanted to really feel the speed of an extreme sweat-blooded horse. As for tomorrow morning's class, I can only take a leave of absence from Morong Shui. He took a sip of lemonade and smiled. Yeah. When Han Wenbin heard Lin Fan agree, he immediately said excitedly, "Then I'll wait for boss at the stable." After he finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Gu Feishuan and said with a smile, Gu, if you don't have anything to do tomorrow, why don't you come along as well?" When Gu Feishuan heard Han Wenbin's words, she glanced at Lin Fan, a playful smile on her face. She turned her head to Han Wenbin and said coldly, "I'm not as laid back as some people. It's just a hard life to be a laborer. I have to go make money for my stingy boss." When Han Wenbin heard Gu Feishuan's words, an angry look appeared on his face. He said loudly, Gu, no need to take care of your stingy boss. What's wrong with taking a day off? Gu, go ahead and have fun. If your boss talks about you, you tell him to come find me." Gu Feishuan glanced at Han Wenbin and nudged Lin Fan next to her. "Here, that's my boss right there. Talk to him." Gu Feishuan turned to leave after saying that. Aha! Han Wenbin froze for a moment when he heard Gu Feishuan's words. He turned his head towards Lin Fan and asked suspiciously, "Boss, are you Gu Feishuan's boss?" Lin Fan didn't turn around, looked at the waves and said blandly, "Sort of. After all, I'm the director who owns 30% of the equity of the Supreme Shang Chao Huang Entertainment Company." Han Wenbin was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Lin Fan's words. He looked at Lin Fan's back in shock, his mouth unconsciously wide open, his eyes rolling round and round with disbelief. What did he hear? Lin Fan was actually a director who owned 30% of the shares of Supreme Chiu Huang Entertainment? That's incredible too. To know according to the valuation of the current to Shang Chao Huang Entertainment Company, 30% of the equity is worth 150 billion Oh, my god, $15 billion. His company is called a $10 billion enterprise and is valued at just under $10 billion. Lin Fan's equity in one company is worth $15 billion. And that's just one company under Lin Fan's hand. He wouldn't think Lin Fan only had this one company. Then how rich is Lin Fan? 20 billion, 30 billion, 50 billion, 100 billion. He didn't dare think any further. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Lin Fan's strength was terrifying. When he thought of Gu Feishuan being Lin Fan's employee, a happy smile appeared on his face and he said excitedly, "Boss, can you let Gu Feishuan stay in Lucheng for a while longer?" Lin Fan turned to Han Wenbin and said indifferently, "As for the affairs of the Shangchao Emperor Entertainment Company's operation, I won't be able to point a finger. The meaning is very clear. You take care of your own business." It was also obvious to him that Gu Feishuan didn't like Han Wenbin at all. Of course, if Gu Feishuan was indeed interested in Han Wenbin, it wouldn't be impossible for him to open some back doors. When Han Wenbin saw Lin Fan say this, he immediately understood what Lin Fan meant. Digressing, he chatted with Lin Fan for a while. At this time, Lin Fan's cell phone rang. Lin Fan took out his cell phone and glanced at the caller ID. Boss Cheng Zukan? He didn't understand what Boss Zhang Zichun was looking for him at this time. He slid the answer button. The phone was connected instantly, hearing the voice of the boss. Zhang Zichun, coming through. Senior, there's an impromptu shift meeting at 8 p.m. You know? An impromptu class meeting? Lin Fan was very surprised in his heart at this moment, and he unconsciously frowned slightly. I don't know. He really doesn't know. The boss on the other end of the phone, Zhang Zichun sighed, said, "Sure enough, you don't read group messages. The counselor sent a message to the group and specifically asked for you. I saw that you hadn't replied and knew you must have muted the group message." Lin Fan unconsciously touched his nose when he heard his boss Zhang Zichun's words. He did mute the class group message tone. "Thanks, boss." The oldest on the other end of the phone, Zhang Zichun, said, "Old 4, you're being too kind. Hurry up and give the counselor a message back. I'll hang up first." Lin Fan hung up the phone of his boss Zhang Zichun and opened the chat group message. 99 plus now. He saw that the counselor, Morong Shui, had indeed made a point of aiding him. He hurriedly clicked on the Morong Shui dialogue window and replied to Morong Shui individually, "Just a little busy, didn't see it. Attend on time at night." Soon Morong Shui replied, "Good. Muriel's answer was so streamlined. Lin Fan put away his cell phone and glanced at the waves. Guess we'll just have to come back another day to enjoy the beautiful waves. He headed toward the dining room. He had to get his stomach full first while he got the captain ready for the return voyage. He came to the dining room and gave an explanation to the waiter, who hurried toward the pilot house. He had to tell the captain about Lin Fan's order. The restaurant had already gathered most of the people who saw Lin Fan come in. All stood up to greet Lin Fan. Some people purposely came to Lin Fan with wine glasses to toast him in order to speak to him. Lin Fan always greeted the crowd with a slight face. The crowd was in awe when they saw how easygoing Lin Fan was. Mr. Lin deserves to be a top-tier young man. Just this temperament is not something an ordinary person can have. I've always thought that those top youngsters are all very difficult to approach. But now that I've seen Mr. Lin, the idea in my mind has changed. A top-tier youngster like Mr. Lin is a special existence. Which of those other youngsters aren't eye candy? A great young man like Mr. Lin is still a real sight to behold. Look at all those women who can't wait to eat Mr. Lin. Yeah, if I were a woman I'd fall in love with Mr. Lin at first sight too. Brother, you'd better forget about it. With your big pie face, if you become a woman, you'll still scare Mr. Lin. Roll. Maybe Mr. Lin likes people with little round faces like that? Vomit. Lin Fan came and sat down at the teppanyaki seat. It's mostly seafood. Deep sea prawns, deep sea lobsters, deep sea abalone. All of this seafood was very fresh. Boss, what can I get you? The waiter asked enthusiastically to the seated Lin Fan. Lin Fan glanced at the deep sea prawns, pointed and said, "Let's have a taste of this first." The waiter brought the already cooked deep sea prawns in front of him and skillfully disposed of the innards, threads and shells of the deep sea prawns with a knife in his hand. After handling it, put the plate in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan picked up the cutlery and put the deep sea prawns into his mouth. Sweet, fresh and beautiful. Not bad. It tastes really good. It's fresh. The waiter hurriedly smiled and said, "Boss, these seafood are all alive before cooking, so they are very fresh." Lin Fan nodded. It seems like the yacht should have a special place for stocking seafood. That's good. When you go out fishing in the future, you don't have to worry about not being able to eat it and spoil it, but raise it first. Time rushes by. The yacht re-entered Dock 0 on the Linjiang River in Willow City. The crowd came down from the dock to say goodbye to Lin Fan one by one. Han Wenbin said to Lin Fan, "Boss, don't forget to see you tomorrow at the racecourse." Lin Fan glanced at Han Wenbin and said faintly, "Got it. He's not a kid anymore. Why does he need to be told over and over again?" He waved goodbye to the crowd and got in his car, just about to buckle his seatbelt. The passenger door opened. Gu Feishuan sat in and looked at Lin Fan pitifully, flashing her big eyes. "Boss, do you mind giving me a ride?" When Lin Fan saw Gu Feishuan's appearance, he really couldn't bear to rush him off the bus. However, he saw a touch of cunning in Gu Feishuan's eyes and knew that this was all Gu Feishuan's disguise. "That's quite a talent for acting," he muttered in his mind. "Start the car and head off into the distance." Soon arrived in front of the hotel where Gu Feishuan was staying. Gu Feishuan looked at Lin Fan with a puff of air and said with a hint of anger, "Boss, you're really not understanding." She finished walking away from the car. She had used every means possible to tease Lin Fan along the way, and found that the other party surprisingly didn't give a single response. "What a straight man of steel," she muttered in her mind. She also didn't understand that she usually hated being with men, but for some reason she was especially relaxed with Lin Fan. What's more, she hadn't expected herself to take the initiative to tease Lin Fan. Lin Fan glanced at Gu Feishuan, who had left in a negative mood, and shook his head with a smile. He has always believed in taking everything as it comes. There was no way he could have met with Gu Feishuan and the two of them started talking about life and ideals and the origins of mankind in one room. Another thing he always unconsciously avoided was women in the entertainment industry. Without further thought, he started the car and headed toward Willow City University. Half an hour later, Willowtown University parking lot. Lin Fan stepped down from the car and walked towards the classroom. He came back a little late. He had already received news from boss Zhang Zichang's trio on his way here. The three had gone to class. Outside the classroom, Lin Fan saw a boy standing not far from the classroom door. The man was bent over at the moment, panting and gasping for air. He glanced at the holding tank at the boy's feet. It looked like it had just come up with a thermos box. It's just that this physique is so unimpressive. There's no one else that big and tall that would be this tired carrying a thermos up the stairs. At first glance, it's false. That's too vague, he muttered in his mind. He was a firm believer in protecting himself, but he couldn't afford to be as vain as this boy had made himself out to be. How will we enjoy the good life then? He was ready to cross over to the boys. At this time, the boys heard footsteps and looked up just in time to see Lin Fan. Hurriedly, he uttered, "Classmate, wait, wait." The words were breathless. Lin Fan stopped and looked at the boys, his eyes filled with doubt. He didn't understand what the boy wanted. "Fellow, classmate, can I trouble you to carry this with me to the Finance 2 classroom?" The man looked at Lin Fan and gasped. "It's a damn shame. You have to ask for help to get such a small holding tank." He spat helplessly in his mind. It wasn't his fault that he was surprisingly underwater when he came to Willow City. He's had a tummy upset all day today. The fact that he can still stand and walk is actually quite remarkable. If it were anyone else, they'd probably be on their backs and unable to get up. Lin Fan froze for a moment when he heard the boy's words. He looked at the boys and asked suspiciously, "Are you in finance 2 too?" He looked at the boys with some face. He couldn't say he could name all of them in the entire finance 2 class, but they were all fairly familiar. The boy obviously looked very unfamiliar. Is it a new student? It's not out of the realm of possibility. The boy's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Fan's words. He heard out that Lin Fan was also in the second finance class. "Hello, I'm Yu Jingo, an interloper from finance class 2, from the imperial capital." He said the word empire full of pride, and with a kind of condescension. It's uncomfortable to look at. It feels like he's superior just because he's from the imperial capital. Lin Fan glanced at the somewhat smelly Yu Jingo and shook his head in his heart. "I don't get it. It's just from the imperial capital. Why are you like this?" Since he was a new student in the second finance class, he naturally had to help out when he came across them. The main reason was that he was worried that if he didn't help this Yu Jingo, he was afraid that Yu Jingo wouldn't be able to walk to the classroom. Yu Jingo is just too weak. Didn't you see Yu Jingo wiping the sweat from his forehead several times after he spoke to him twice? Lin Fan finished picking up the warm box on the ground. Yu Jingo still wanted to go forward to help, but was stopped by Lin Fan waving his hand. "You rest, it's better if I do it." He finished, easily taking the thermos and heading for the classroom. Yu Jingo gritted his teeth when he heard Lin Fan's words and followed him. Lin Fan came to the classroom to find that everyone had already arrived. There were also 2 thermos boxes on the floor and 2 boys standing next to them. When the 2 boys saw Yu Jingo come in, they hurriedly went forward and said, "Boss, you're here." The 2 of them looked at Yu Jingo and said curtly. Yu Jingo nodded in a condescending manner. The 2 boys' faces didn't change at Jingo's look. In their hearts, they thought that Yu Jingo should be like this. After all, Yu Jingo was a great young man from the imperial capital. That's the imperial capital, the place they aspire to be. Lin Fan put the thermos down, toward the bottom of the podium. Lin Fan came and sat down next to where his 3 roommates were sitting. "Old 4, why did you come with this Yu Jingo? Do you know each other?" Boss Zhang Ziqian glanced at Yu Jingo, turned his head to Lin Fan and asked. Lin Fan glanced at Yu Jingo, shook his head, and said indifferently, "Don't know each other, just happened to come across it." Phew. Boss Zhang Ziqian let out a breath and glanced at Yu Jingo before saying, "It's best if you don't recognize them." This Yu Jingo claiming to be from the imperial capital, with an air of superiority, is really very unpleasant to look at. Lin Fan glanced at his boss, Zhang Ziqiang, not having thought that his boss, Zhang Ziqiang, had such a side to him. He didn't really care, as long as it didn't piss him off. It was none of his business what other people liked. Yu Jingo said to Morong Shui on the podium, "Ms. Morong, can I introduce myself now?" He looked at Morong Shui with adoration in his eyes. It was really this piece of Morong Shui's temperament. Even the imperial capital's great lady was nothing more than that. His family in the imperial city could only be described as middle-aged or not, and those really big imperial ladies wouldn't even look at him. He secretly vowed in his heart that he would find a way to take Morong Shui down before graduation. It's just a teacher-student relationship. It's nothing in today's society. Morong Shui nodded when she heard Yu Jingo's words and said to the crowd on the stage, "Now we have the new students. Please introduce yourself." There was applause from the stage. After all, they were new students, and it was important to be polite. Yu Jingo walked to the center of the podium and looked at the crowd on the stage. When he saw the class flower, Su Ruiwen, he was immediately brightened up. Although Su Ruiwen wasn't as pretty as Morong Shui or as temperamental as Morong Shui, she was still a rare beauty. He had come to Willow City University this time to attend school adhering to having fun. One of his hobbies is collecting beautiful women. He was sure that his identity as the second generation of the imperial capital would make these unseen girls from Lu to throw themselves at him. The imperial capital is a place where everyone aspires to be. "Hey, you're honored to have been chosen by me as the first beauty to be in my collection. Isn't it very exciting in your heart?" He stared at Su Ruiwen, secretly excited in his heart. He held his head high and said with a proud face, "Hello everyone, my name is Yu Jingo, from the imperial capital. From now on, all of us will be classmates. For our first meeting, I'm buying everyone lemon tea." A flicker of disdain flashed across his face as he spoke of everyone being classmates. He felt that these people being his classmates, that was a tall order. His words were met with loud applause from the stage. Some of the girls in particular were looking at Yu Jingo with eyes that were bubbling with light. Yu Jingo was enjoying this. He felt his happily ever after was coming soon. Turning to his 2 newly acquired minions, he said, "Hurry up and give out lemon tea." "All right, boss." The 2 little brothers hurriedly opened the thermos box, took out the chilled lemon tea from it, and started to distribute it to everyone. A junior was about to bring Su Ruiwen lemon tea when Yu Jingo stopped him. "I'll take this one." Yu Jingo snatched the lemon tea from his little brother's hand and walked towards Su Ruiwen. Yu Jingo's movement made the little brother freeze for a moment. The little brother glanced at Lin Fan behind Su Ruiwen. He wanted to warn Yu Jingo, but it was too late. "Lemon tea for you from this student," Yu Jingo said to Su Ruiwen with a smile on his face. Su Ruiwen glanced at Yu Jingo. She always felt that Yu Jingo looked at her in a way that made her very uncomfortable. It was like Yu Jingo was going to eat her. She was just about to refuse. Suddenly it occurred to me that when Lin Fan came in, he helped Yu Jingo with the thermos box. She took the lemon tea directly from Yu Jingho's hand and said in a cold voice, "Thank you." Yu Jingho saw Su Ruiwen take the lemon tea and felt that his plan was half successful, though Su Ruiwen's face was cold. Pretty girls are supposed to be cold like that. He was about to strike while the iron was hot to talk to Su Ruiwen more and see if he could get her contact information. Su Ruiwen turned to Lin Fan and said with a smile, "Squad leader Lin, you must have been exhausted just now from carrying the incubator. Hurry up and quench your thirst with a cup of lemon tea." That smile was as beautiful as a flower in full bloom in spring. Yu Jingho was instantly dumbfounded when he saw Su Ruiwen's appearance. He stared dumbfounded at Su Ruiwen's smiling face. It's so beautiful. So it turns out that Su Ruiwen can smile, and she smiles so beautifully. Only this smile wasn't for him. He looked at Lin Fan, his eyes full of jealousy. What made his heart feel even worse was that the lemon tea he had given to Su Ruiwen, Su Ruiwen had given to Lin Fan. It made his heart very sore. It's as sour as drinking lemonade without sugar or honey. His teeth were clenched. His fists clenched. He didn't understand where he, the great young man from the imperial capital, had lost. Lin Fan froze for a moment when he saw the lemon tea Su Ruiwen suddenly handed over, waving his hand. He refused. "Thank you, Su. I'm not thirsty right now." He really wasn't thirsty. He's had a lot of lemonade on the yacht. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't want it, Su Ruiwen could only take it back again. When Yu Jingho saw that Lin Fan had actually refused the lemonade that Su Ruiwen had sent him, his heart felt even worse. The Su Ruiwen he felt must have been deceived by Lin Fan's appearance. He made sure to make Su Ruiwen realize that looking good was useless. Yu Jingho's two minions distributed lemon tea to everyone. Of course there were those who didn't want it, and that was Lin Fan and his 3 roommates in the dormitory. Lin Fan didn't ask for it because he really couldn't drink anymore. The 3 roommates were not used to seeing Jingho's condescending appearance. Yu Jingho's face regained its confident smile when he saw everyone holding a cup of lemon tea. Smiling at everyone, he said, "Everyone, hurry up and drink it. It won't taste good if it sits for a long time." There was a loud chant from the stage. "Thank you, Yu-san. Thank you, Yu-san. Yu-san is wonderful." A smug smile appeared on Yu Jingho's face. He was very much enjoying this feeling of one call. He looked unobtrusively at Su Ruiwen. He realized that Su Ruiwen wasn't even looking at him, but instead turned back every now and then to whisper something to Lin Fan. Unconsciously his fists clenched and his teeth crunched. He was aggravated in the imperial capital even if he was. How could he not expect to be aggravated even when he came to a small place like Luchang? It must be that Su Ruiwen is still young and likes handsome boys. He wanted to let Su Ruiwen know that it's useless for boys to be handsome. They also need to have strength. He believed that Su Ruiwen's heart was bound to change when she saw his strength. Material things, money, and ability are what you need to live. Handsome is simply not a meal. The corners of his mouth involuntarily quirked upward slightly at the thought. He looked over to the stage where the crowd had begun drinking lemon tea. Not having seen the world is not having seen the world. A small cup of lemon tea makes you guys so happy. A flash of disdain passed over his face. He thought the class was too easy to bribe. Just a little cup of lemon tea made these people respect him. He looked in the direction of Lin Fan and Su Ruiwen with a smug smile on his face. "See, that's the beauty of money," he thought triumphantly in his mind. But not before he had been complacent for 2 seconds. Blah, 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 blah. What is this stuff? Why is it so bad? Yeah, it's not even close to the one bought by Lin Banchang. The same lemon tea. Why is this Yu Jingho's bought so bad? Don't you drink a lot of lemon tea? I don't have any extra money to drink lemon tea on a regular basis. So hurry up and tell me why this lemon tea is so bad. The one Yu Jingho bought is the cheap one that took lemon powder and thickened it. And as for Lin Banji's, I'll be damned. It's that time of year. So don't sell yourself short. The one Lin Banji bought is a top quality lemon and grapefruit tea. That's all made purely natural. And the price is even more sky high. A cup of lemon tea like Yu Jingho's tops out at $8, while Lin Banji's lemon pomelo tea costs 88 a cup. Holy shit. So class president Lin's lemon and grapefruit tea is so expensive. It's 10 times as much as this bullshit lemon tea bought by Yu Jingho. It's no wonder Yu Jingho's is so hard to drink. So it's a cheap one. But seriously, it's still class president Lin who's generous. 88 cups. All this money is enough to pay for my food for several days. Still a great young man from the imperial capital, getting some cheap goods and wanting to buy people's hearts. How whimsical. Yu Jingho's pattern is really far from Lin Banchan's pattern. It's better to stay far away from this Yu Jingho in the future. Agreed. Totally agree. When Yu Jingho heard the comments from the stage, his face, which had just been complacent, instantly became darker than the bottom of a pot. Damn it. I'm buying lemon tea for you unseasoned people and you're picking and choosing? Class President Lin. Again. He cursed viciously in his mind. His fists were clenched so tightly and his teeth were crunching so hard that he was on the verge of breaking them. He must control his image. He couldn't lose his temper in front of Morong Shui. He's still got the big move. He didn't ask Morong Shui to hold an impromptu class meeting today simply to introduce himself. He was there for another purpose. Morong Shui couldn't listen to the crowd on the stage. It does seem a bit much for you to be drinking someone's giveaway and picking on them in front of them. Cough cough. She cleared her throat. Class, be quiet. Class, be quiet. The crowd under the stage heard Morong Shui's words and all of them looked at Morong Shui, and the classroom quickly quieted down. Seeing the quietness, Morong Shue swept a circle and slowly said, "The day after tomorrow is Saturday. You students pay for everyone to go to Willow City Maple Leaf Mountain Resort and Lodge to play. Everyone applaud and thank you." The crowd under the stage applauded excitedly when they heard Morong Shue's words. Some people know about this Willow City Maple Mountain Resort and Spa, and some people don't know much about Willow City Maple Mountain Resort and Spa, but hearing about going to play for free, that heart is naturally also very happy. Crap, this Eugenia was really down for blood. The tickets for this Willow City Maple Leaf Mountain Resort and Spa are not cheap. Oh, how much? It's 500 apiece just for the introductory tour, and that's not counting meals and lodging inside. Holy shit, that's too expensive. If Eugenia invites the whole class to go, won't it cost more than $20,000 at a time? Good boy. Worthy of being a great young man from the imperial capital is rich. Ah, a shot is more than $20,000. Eugenia heard the crowd on stage. It felt like it was all worth it. $20,000 or so is nothing to him. The confident smile unconsciously returned to his face. That's money power. He glanced at Lin Fan. He had now taken Lin Fan as an imaginary enemy. After all, he felt that in order to gain Su Ruiwen's heart, he needed to trample Lin Fan under his feet and rub him hard. That's how Su Raven knows who's really good. It's the only way to make the right choice. At this time, Lin Fan stood up. "Teacher, is it possible not to go?" He thought going to some vacation resort was just too boring. When Morong Shue heard Lin Fan's words, she directly opened her mouth and refused. "No, this is the first group activity of the class, and not a single person can be absent. All the more reason for you to be absent as class president." Class President Lin. When Lin Fan heard Morong Shue's words, a wave of helplessness ran through his heart. Morong Shue disagreed and had to stop. "Think of it as a distraction," he muttered in his mind. Morong Shue looked at the crowd on the stage and said, "That's it for today's class meeting. Everyone go back and get ready." Morong Shue finished stepping on her high heels and left the classroom. With Morong Shue's departure, this temporary class meeting also ended. Eugenia came outside with 2 minions. He looked at the 2 little brothers and asked, "How much do you guys know about this Lin Banzai? Know your enemy and know yourself so that you can win 100 battles." When he heard the crowd talking about Lin Fan, he naturally wanted to learn more about him. Only by knowing everything about the other party would he be able to strike the other party with precision. When one of the junior brothers heard Eugenia's question, his face was filled with admiration as he said excitedly, "Class President Lin is the man of the hour at Luchang University. It's the pride of our entire freshman class. Class Captain Lin is not only handsome, but also very capable of fighting." Another junior brother also grabbed the opportunity to say, "Not only does class leader Lin sing beautifully, he also plays the guitar. Class President Lin not only plays the guitar well, but also plays the guzheng exceptionally well." Especially when Class President Lin's guzheng came out at the new student welcome party, he gained a large number of fans. Eugenia's face instantly showed a disdainful smile on his face when he heard the words of the 2 juniors. "Can you fight? What kind of era is this where we still use force to solve problems? Guitar? Guitar? These things are nothing more than a way to fool some young, unsophisticated girl. It's simply not attractive to college students who are actually more mature." A junior brother continued, "The school beauty of Luchang University, Tang Ruobing, is even Class President Lin's girlfriend." Another junior said with envy on his face, "Tang Ruobing is a real rich white beauty. Class President Lin is simply a proper winner in life." Tang Ruobing was the goddess in the hearts of all the boys at Lu University. Eugenia frowned slightly. Tang Ruobing? He had learned before he came to Lu University that Tang Ruobing was the #1 school flower of Lu University. The family even has some $10 billion businesses. A proper rich white man. It was also one of the targets he was going to raid. What he hadn't expected was that Tang Ruobing was Lin Fan's girlfriend. It made him feel bad in his heart. Could it be that Lin Fan is a gigolo with 2 feet? Heck, if that's the case, I still have a chance, he thought darkly in his mind. If he could reveal that Lin Fan had his foot in 2 boats, he believed that Tang Ruobing would definitely leave Lin Fan. Then he's got his chance. Hey, Lin Fan met me. Your good days are over. He was secretly pleased with himself. At this time, that little brother added, "Class leader Lin is said to be very rich, and there's more than 1 sports car alone." Another little brother grabbed it and said, "That's good. It's said that class leader Lin's sports car is worth tens of millions of dollars. Not all students are knowledgeable about sports cars. For students living on $2,000 or $3,000 a month, a $10 million sports car is astronomical. A $100 million sports car is the same as a $10 million sports car to them. Out of reach." Eugenia frowned when he heard this. Was it different from what he thought? That Lin Fan wasn't a gigolo, but a rich kid? He quickly loosened his frown. So what if you're a rich kid? A rich second generation from a tiny place like Willow City? For him, the rich second generation here were just some bumpkins who hadn't seen the world. Tens of millions of dollars in sports cars? He alone has 2 multi-million-dollar sports cars. One even reached the point of approaching $30 million. Oh, such a sports car. Lin Fan must be dreaming of it. He was unusually pleased in his heart. A supercar like this is not something that money can buy. That also requires strong connections and status. He fantasized about Lin Fan's envious and jealous expression when he saw his near $30 million sports car. It must have been wonderful. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly involuntarily. When Saturday rolled around, he planned to drive his racy sports car to the vacation resort and ruthlessly show off in front of Lin Fan, letting him know the gap between them. By then, Su Ruiwen will see the gap between Lin Fan and him, and naturally alienate Lin Fan. Then his opportunity will not come. He then slightly used some small means. Su Ruiwen will not obediently into his embrace. He was in a good mood at this time, and with a wave of his hand, he said to his two little brothers, let's go eat a snack. When the two junior brothers heard Eugeno's words, they immediately kissed their asses and said, the boss is mighty. Long live the boss. The three of them headed out of the school. Lin Fan didn't go back to the dormitory. He went directly to the parking lot, started the car, and headed out of the school. Half an hour later, Lin Fan returned to Haitian No. 1 Villa. He went upstairs to change his clothes and re-entered the living room to make a cup of tea. Taking out his cell phone, he found the phone number of Qian Yandong, the general manager of Luchang Mo Yunqiao Horse Farm. It was dialed and soon the call was answered. A slightly agitated middle-aged man's voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Boss, Qian Yandong is not good these days. After the acquisition of Luchang Mo Yunqiao Horse Farm, the boss is late to come to the horse farm, so he is very apprehensive in his heart. There's no way around it. People always carry a fear of the unknown. Lin Fan, the new boss, was slow to show up, so it was inevitable that he would get his mind wandering. How could you not be happy to receive a call from Lin Fan now? Lin Fan didn't nag, and said right to the point, tomorrow arrange for someone to come to Haitian No. 1 Villa. I have a horse to put into the Luchang Mo Yunqiao horse farm. You will arrange for a top breeder to take care of it at that time. When Qian Yandong on the other end of the phone heard Lin Fan's words, he didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly said, okay, boss. In his mind, he hadn't given a damn about Lin Fan asking him to arrange for a top breeder. What breeder at their stable is not a professional with years of breeding experience? Which one hasn't bred millions of good horses? Just tens of millions of good horses have been bred quite a bit. He felt that Lin Fan was making a bit too much of a fuss. He learned that Lin Fan didn't understand the situation of Luchang Mo Yunqiao Horse Ranch, and was prepared to introduce the details of Luchang Mo Yunqiao Horse Ranch to Lin Fan in person tomorrow. Hey, the boss will be amazed then. He shook his head, thinking smugly in his mind. Lin Fan agreed on a time with Qian Yandong and hung up the phone. Opening his address book, he found his home phone number and called his mom and dad again, nagging them for a while. Although his parents nagged him, he enjoyed it. After all, it contained a lot of care from his parents. He hadn't called home since the last time he did. It wasn't that he didn't want to give it, because he knew that if he gave his parents money, they wouldn't spend it. They'd save it all for him. It's a fancy name for saving up for his daughter-in-law. It looks like it's going to take a change in parental spending. He rubbed his chin and muttered, this cannot be rushed. Parents are thrifty all their lives. If they let them all of a sudden, luxury is certainly not comfortable. Need a process. When you go back this vacation, you can slowly change your parents' mindset. Lin Fan didn't think any more about it and got up and headed upstairs. He washed up and lay down on his bed to play a game for a while. Turn off the lights and go to bed. It's good to go to bed early and get up early. There was no talk all night. The next morning, Lin Fan woke up early. After washing up, he sat on the edge of the bed and tapped on the system's virtual panel. He froze when he saw today's $1 second item. It wasn't that the item was too good, but it left him feeling a bit puzzled. What the hell is wrong with the system? Just see the list of $1 second items in the system's virtual panel. $1 a second for the consummate level geological exploration skill. $1 second for consummate level carving skills and a set of top quality carving knives. Geological exploration? Is this to make him a prospector? Isn't it really funny that he, a multi-billionaire, would become a geological prospector? Sculpting skills? He stroked his chin. This can be had. In his spare time he can carve some kittens and puppies. When the time comes, he will go back and give them to his sister. Spitting is spitting. These skills still need to be purchased. What if I need it later? System, buy them all. The system's voice soon rang in his head. Congratulations to the host on the successful purchase. The geological exploration skill and the sculpting skill have been issued to the system backpack. The top-of-the-line carving knife has been issued to the host's villa study. The system is as fast as ever. He tapped on the system backpack and instantly saw two balls of light inside. System, use the carving skill. He was still a bit excited about his carving skills. After all, he had often watched some of the old carving artists carve into various items. Both the characters and the scenery come to life. He was actually very envious in his heart. A great deal of sculpting knowledge flooded into the depths of his mind. At the same time his body was changing. Especially the strength of his right hand was increasing. After all, carving required a considerable amount of chakra. Time passed by. The pain in his head disappeared, and he slowly opened his eyes. Wood carving, root carving, stone carving, jade carving. He rubbed his chin. He had another piece of violet emerald in his study. Should he try the knife? He shook his head. He hadn't thought about what to carve yet, and there was a high probability that he would ruin the violet emerald if he did so hastily. He's not a loser. He'd have to think long and hard about what that violet emerald was used to carve. He thought for a moment, and for a moment he didn't know what to carve. He put aside his thoughts for the moment and looked to the geological exploration skill. System, use the geological exploration skill. As his words fell, a large amount of information appeared in his mind. A sensation of pain traveled throughout his body. It was a good thing that his body had been remodeled many times and was already far beyond normal. Little by little, time passed. Phew, the pain is finally gone. He opened his eyes and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This is iron or exploration, copper or exploration, jade exploration, study of jade formation, study of minerals surrounding jade. Holy shit. By studying the surface minerals on top of the jade stone, one can determine with a high probability whether it contains jade or not. Wouldn't it be a high probability that you'd be able to get a jadeite if you were to gamble on it? It was no wonder he was making a fuss. Knowing that no advanced equipment could tell if there was emerald inside the raw stone nowadays, he can tell with great probability whether there is emerald inside by the minerals on the surface of the raw stone. This great probability is something. 10 raw stones can at least open 3 or 4 emeralds. Don't think that just because you can only open 3 or 4 that they are few. To know 10 raw stone inside can open out a jade can guarantee that this trip does not lose, let alone open out 2 or 3 more. It's a sure thing. If you ever run out of money, you can walk around the gambling market. He muttered. He was also just talking. He still has billions of dollars of cash lying around in his bank card. How could he be short of money? Not to mention that there are so many other businesses coming in every year that his money is only going to grow. He was somewhat looking forward to going to the gambling market in a few days. After all, he was now a true gambling master. It's always a little exciting and thrilling to try your hand for the first time. He got up and went out of the bedroom and headed for the study. When he came to the study, he saw a fine leather bag sitting on the table. Open it up with various carving knives inside. He fiddled with it for a moment, putting the carving knife away, toward the stairs. Just now the doorbell outside the villa rang. It should be the people from Willow City's ink rhyme balling stables coming. He came to the door and opened it. Sure enough, I saw a number of people standing outside and a large container. At the head of the group was none other than Qian Yandong, the general manager of the Luchang Mo Yunqiao horse farm. Qian Yandong saw Lin Fan open the door and hurriedly said with a smile, "Good day, boss." He shot a glance at Lin Fan, knowing that Lin Fan was young, but he was still startled after actually seeing him. That's way too young. Lin Fan nodded at Qian Yandong and spoke. Now start. The horse is in the villa's courtyard, but there's no bolting. Qian Yandong hurriedly said. Okay, boss. Backyard farming? The owner is really different. That's going to be hard to catch if it gets out, but it's the same for them with or without a leash. Just the thing to show the boss their expertise. He waved to the crowd behind him and headed inside the villa. The crowd came in and saw a white figure sprawled out next to the gazebo. From a distance you could only make out that it was a white horse. Qian Yandong turned back to Lin Fan and said, "Boss, please close the gate." After all, this horse wasn't bolted, so in case the blow missed, the horse might run around the yard. It would be a problem if the horse ran out of the yard. Lin Fan pressed the remote control in his hand, and the gate slowly closed at once. Qian Yandong saw the gate closing and lightly led the crowd in the direction of the gazebo. As he got closer to the horse, he finally got a full view of it. The white horse in front of him was unusually handsome. This is? He looked at the white horse and was momentarily dumbfounded. His mouth was wide open in shock, his eyes as round as copper bells, his face full of disbelief. This is surprisingly a superb sweat-blooded horse. How could he not have imagined that Lin Fan's yard was keeping an extremely fine sweat-blooded horse? It's a superb sweat-blooded horse worth more than $200 million, just randomly kept in the yard? That's too much to appreciate. If he had such a superb sweat-blooded horse, he would definitely take good care of it and not let it get winded. But Lin Fan was good, directly keeping the best quality sweat-blood BMW loose in the yard, letting it blow and rain. It was a heartbreaking thing for him to watch. He thought of the fact that Lin Fan had asked him to find the top breeder yesterday, and that's when he realized what Lin Fan meant. Such a superb sweat-blood BMW is certainly not something that can be raised by an ordinary breeder. A bitter laugh ran through his mind. What the hell is this new boss about? It's so rare to get such a superb sweaty-blooded horse. It was important to know that there wasn't a single sweat-blooded horse in the whole of Willow City, let alone the very best sweat-blooded horse. He was very nervous in his heart at this time and did not dare to be careless, knowing that the sweat-blood BMW was famous for being fast. This extreme sweat-blood BMW is even the best of the sweat-blood BMWs. He glanced at the frothing crowd. Can't blame them. Most of these guys work at the stable and are horse lovers. It's hard not to lose your mind when you see such a beautiful, superb sweat-blooded horse. Cough cough cough. Qian Yandong coughed lightly. The crowd woke up with a start, all of them looking at Qian Yandong with surprise in their eyes. This horse is just beautiful. They had seen many good horses at the stable, but they were still quite inferior to this one. They never thought the world could have such beautiful horses. Mr. Qian, what kind of horse is this? It's really beautiful. One man asked the question that was on the minds of the crowd. It's hard not to know the name of this horse, and it tickles the mind. Qian Yandong glanced at the person who had asked the question, and then glanced at the others, realizing that the others were also staring at him with a curious look on their faces. After he learned that this was the very best sweat-blooded horse, he planned to tell everyone. After all, everyone was here to capture this superb sweat-blooded horse. The only way to really get attention is to understand what kind of horse this is. Otherwise, if people follow the general horse arrest, it will inevitably be difficult to make a successful arrest. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "This is an extreme sweat-blooded horse." The crowd was instantly dumbfounded when they heard Qian Yendong's words. One by one, their shocked mouths unconsciously opened wide, their eyes rolling round and round with incredulity. This is the legendary Sweatblood BMW? Or is it the rare and precious Sweatblood BMW? They had heard about the legendary superb sweat-blooded BMW. How could they not have thought that such a beautifully unlikable horse would be the legendary extreme sweat-blood BMW? The owner has surprisingly dispersed a superb sweat-blooded horse. That's too scary. How rich and well-connected was the owner to get such a superb sweat-blooded horse? It was important to realize that they had been working at the stable for some years, and no matter if it was their stable or any other stable in Willow City, there had never been a sweat-blooded BMW. They also just thought that the sweat and blood horse exists in the legend. Now that he saw a live sweat-blooded BMW, the key was still a superb sweat-blooded BMW. So you can imagine how shocked he was in his heart. Cough cough cough. Qian Yendong looked at the dumbfounded crowd and coughed lightly again. At that moment, the crowd came back to their senses, and all of them looked at the extreme sweat-blood BMW. And at that moment, the shock in their eyes did not completely subside. Qian Yendong hurriedly whispered, "All right, don't look. Everyone cheer up and prepare to arrest this extremely fine sweat-blooded horse." When the crowd heard Qian Yendong's words, they nodded with serious faces. This was a huge challenge for them. After all, this was the legendary extreme sweat-blood BMW. This is going to say out enough to brag about them for a long time. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to arrest the very best sweat-blooded BMW. Such an opportunity may come once in a lifetime for a few people. The crowd was nervous and excited. The crowd clutched the lasso ropes in their hands so tightly that they didn't know when the lasso ropes were imprinted with sweat stains. It was evident that the hearts of the people were not as calm as their faces. Qian Yendong waved his hand towards the extreme sweat-blood BMW to go over. Nearer, nearer, and immediately in the best position to lasso the horse. "All hands prepare," Qian Yendong said with slight excitement. His voice was shaking a little at this point. Set. As his voice fell, the lasso ropes in the hands of the crowd were thrown out, heading towards the extreme sweat-blood BMW. Just when the crowd thought they were winning, the extreme sweat-blood BMW, as if it suddenly sensed the danger, directly got up, made a jump, perfectly dodged all the lasso ropes, and galloped around the villa. The crowd was dumbfounded when they saw that the extreme sweat-blood BMW was still able to escape in such a situation. The first to react was Qian Yendong. He had intended to let Lin Fan take a good look at the strength of their stable, but now he had gone out on a limb. He said to the crowd, "Don't just stand there, make the interception." The crowd reacted and immediately stood on both sides of the path where the extreme sweat-blooded BMW was running, ready to wait for the extreme sweat-blooded BMW to run over to encircle it. However, the crowd still underestimated the speed of the extreme sweat-blood BMW, and before the crowd could react, the extreme sweat-blood BMW had already rushed out of the crowd's siege. They were ready to repeat the same trick, but who knew that the extreme sweat-blood BMW didn't rush towards their encirclement as if it could read their tactics, but instead ran around them. This depressed the crowd. Marred. Has this extremely fine sweat-blooded horse become a spirit? Someone exploded. "Mr. Qian, what do you think we should do now?" The crowd all looked at Qian Yendong. For now this containment strategy was not working. Qian Yendong also had a headache as he looked at the running extreme sweat-blood BMW. True to form, the legendary horse is just more spiritual than ordinary horses. There's no other way to spread people out now. But this superb sweat-blooded horse was simply running too fast. Even if he spread the people out, he didn't actually have a bottom in his mind. LOL. Let's take one step at a time. We can only hope that this superb sweat-blooded horse gets tired of running and slows down. That would give them a chance. Everyone spread out and find the right moment to make an arrest. It's the only way to go now. When the crowd heard Qian Yendong say so, they nodded and spread out. Soon the crowd was at its designated location. An excited smile appeared on a man's face as he saw the extreme sweat-blood BMW coming his way. He used all his strength to throw the lasso rope in his hand straight out. Whoosh! Before the lasso rope could touch the extreme sweat-blood BMW, the extreme sweat-blood BMW had already run past next to him. He gasped for air and could only watch as the extreme sweat-blood BMW galloped past him. The others suffered pretty much the same. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Qian Yendong watched the extreme sweat-blood BMW run past the crowd in a circle, but he could only be anxious. "Everyone step up, the extreme sweat-blood BMW is about to get tired." He shouted out to the crowd that was already on the verge of straightening up. "Mr. Qian, stop shouting. Just now you shouted that the extreme sweat-blood BMW was about to get tired. It's not running that fast right now. In looking at our brothers, we're so tired we can't even stand up straight." A man held his knees and raised his head to Qian Yendong, gasping for air. "Aha!" Qian Yendong was also embarrassed in his heart when he heard the man's words. This seems to have been said more than once. Alas, there was nothing he could do about it, and it was not to boost morale. But now it seems as if the best sweat-blooded BMW is not tired, but the crowd is exhausted. Lin Fan walked out of the living room and saw the crowd, each one of them panting from exhaustion, and was speechless in his heart. He came to Qian Yandong without hurry, took a bite of the apple in his hand, pointed at the crowd, and asked, "Is it so hard to catch a horse?" When Qian Yandong heard Lin Fan's words, he immediately had a bitter expression on his face, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said, "Boss, this Extreme Sweatblood BMW is really running too fast." He pointed at the still running Extreme Sweatblood BMW and shook his head. "Alas, it's really worthy of a legendary horse, and this stamina is absolutely amazing." Lin Fan was speechless for a moment in his heart when he heard Qian Yandong's words. Did he think that catching a horse would not be a piece of cake for Qian Yandong and the others? He closed the cottage door and then went back to the living room to rest a bit. He counted the time before he re-entered the yard. He had thought that Qian Yandong had loaded the horse long ago. Nowadays it doesn't even touch a horse's hair. Is this really a professional? He spat in his mind. He said to Qian Yandong, "Call the crowd over. Leave it to these professionals to catch a horse. And I'm guessing they won't be able to catch one even if it's dark." He still has to do it himself. Although Qian Yandong didn't know what Lin Fan was going to do, he still waved his hand at the crowd and shouted, "Come over here, all of you." When the crowd heard Qian Yandong's words, they dragged their tired bodies towards Lin Fan and Qian Yandong's side. Soon the crowd walked up to Lin Fan and Qian Yandong, looking at Lin Fan with puzzled faces. They didn't understand what the boss had sent them over for. Criticize them? They're doing the best they can. Cheer them up? But no amount of gas they pumped was going to help now. Lin Fan looked at the crowd and asked, "Have the horse reins and horse shoes ready?" One of the men, lifting the horse's reins and shoe in his hand, said, "Boss, it's all ready." Qian Yandong was also very confused at this time, not understanding what Lin Fan was trying to do. The horse hasn't been captured yet. Is it useful to ask for a bridle and a chew? Lin Fan glanced at the horse's reins and horse chew in the man's hand and nodded. "Lift your hand and put 2 fingers in your mouth." A loud whistle came out of his mouth. A miraculous scene appeared in front of the crowd, only to see that the Extreme Sweatblood BMW, which had just been running around the villa, heard the whistling sound and suddenly reversed its direction and ran towards the side. The Extreme Sweatblood BMW ran to Lin Fan and stopped, rubbing its head against Lin Fan's body. Lin Fan gently stroked the Extreme Sweatblood BMW's head with his hand. The crowd looked at the well-behaved Extreme Sweatblood BMW in front of them and instantly froze. One by one, their shocked mouths unconsciously opened wide, and their eyes were even rolling round and round, with a look of seeing a ghost. This? How is that possible? Was this still the same superb sweat-blooded horse that the crowd had just rounded up? Is this just a little munchkin? So obedient, so well-behaved. How could they not be shocked by the fact that the very best sweat-blooded BMW that they couldn't catch with their exhaustion was so obedient in Lin Fan's hands? "Boss, this is too good. Such a fiery horse can be tamed. The key is still so well-behaved and obedient," Lin Fan said to the one with the horse's reins and the horse's chew. "Give me the horse's reins." The man instantly woke up when he heard Lin Fan's words and hurriedly handed Lin Fan the reins of the horse in his hand. Lin Fan put the reins on the Extreme Sweatblood BMW and put on the horse chew. Casually, he handed the reins to a man next to him. "Isn't that good? See, isn't it easy?" Qian Yandong glanced at Lin Fan with a grudging look when he saw how easily Lin Fan had put the reins on the Extreme Sweatblood BMW. "Why didn't you do it sooner when you could put a bridle on a horse so easily?" he muttered in his mind. He didn't dare to say this. After all, Lin Fan was the boss. How could he, a wage earner, dare to instruct the boss to work? The crowd was full of admiration when they saw how easily Lin Fan had put on the reins and shoes on the Extreme Sweatblood BMW. Qian Yandong had someone lead the very best sweat-blooded BMW into the container. Turning to Lin Fan, he said respectfully, "Boss, I'd like to talk to you about the situation at the horse farm. I don't know if you have the time now?" Lin Fan glanced at Qian Yandong, waved his hand and said, "There's no time." He hadn't eaten yet, so how could he have time to listen to Qian Yandong's nagging? "Aha!" Qian Yandong froze when he heard Lin Fan's words. He said hastily, "A few minutes will be enough." It was not easy for him to meet Lin Fan this time, so he had to ask Lin Fan what his plans were for the development of the horse farm in the future. Lin Fan got a little impatient and looked at Qian Yandong and said, "In the future, you will be solely responsible for the affairs of the horse farm, so don't bother me unless there is something particularly important." When Qian Yandong heard Lin Fan's words, he was speechless in his heart. Is this going to be a throwaway? The key dumping was so complete. Why would you buy a horse farm if you don't want to run it? He spat madly in his mind. He wanted to say something else, but Lin Fan directly stopped him. He had no choice but to say goodbye to Lin Fan and leave. Lin Fan watched the crowd leave, went back inside, grabbed his car keys, and headed for the garage. 15 minutes later, in front of a breakfast place, Lin Fan found an empty space and parked his sports car. Stepping out of it, this breakfast place is particularly famous for its crystal buns. It just so happened that today he didn't want to make his own breakfast and came here specifically to try the crystal buns here. He pushed his way in, probably because it was still early in the day, and there weren't a lot of people inside the breakfast place. Lin Fan found an empty seat and sat down. At that moment, a girl came over, a waitress in this store. "What would you like to eat, sir?" The girl's voice was very nice, and Lin Fan looked up. The girl looked to be in her mid-20s. with a pill-popping head, a pretty face and a tall figure. He thought for a moment and said, "Give me a 2-drawer seafood crystal bun, and a bowl of 8 treasure kanji, please." The girl smiled and said, "One moment, sir." After saying that, he turned to leave. A short while later, the girls returned, carrying a dinner plate, crystal buns and 8-pack kanji on the dinner plate. The girl put down the crystal bag and 8 treasure kanji and said politely to Lin Fan, "Please enjoy your meal, sir." Lin Fan smiled and said, "Thank you." At that moment, the door of the breakfast place was pushed open and a pretty girl walked in. The girl had a plain white dress and her ponytail swayed as she walked. Though plainly dressed, the likeness was remarkable. As fresh as a fairy in the dust. Lin Fan looked up and then lowered his head to continue eating the crystal bun. Looking at a beautiful woman is not as affordable as having a crystal bag in your hand. Aha! The crystal buns here do taste good. The girl sat not far from Lin Fan and glanced at the eating Lin Fan. The girl asked the waiter for a drawer of crystal buns and 2 bowls of soy milk. At that moment, the door to the breakfast place pushed open again and a curly-haired girl walked in. The curly-haired girl looked around and saw the plain girl with a happy smile on her face. Quickly, he walked toward the plain girl. "Xiao Yan, do you know what I just saw outside?" Xiao Yan's full name is Wen Xiaoyan. The blonde girl was Wen Xiaoyan's best friend, Li Li Ru. Wen Xiaoyan looked at Li Li Ru suspiciously and asked, "What did you see?" Li Li Ru was just about to say it out loud when she looked around and came over to Wen Xiaoyan's side and whispered, "I just saw a supercar outside the door." "Yeah." Wen Xiaoyan blankly glanced at Li Li Ru and said without any good humor, "What's so rare about seeing a sports car? It's no surprise that you still see sports cars in Willow City on a regular basis. There were often some sports cars out in front of their school. This best friend of hers always loves to make a fuss." When Li Li Ru heard Wen Xiaoyan's words, she said emphatically, "It's a supercar. It's a supercar. Don't you see? It looks very exciting." Wen Xiaoyan was afraid that Li Li Ru would nag endlessly and hurriedly said, Got it. It's not your sports car. Why are you so excited?" she muttered in her mind. When Li Li Ru saw Wen Xiaoyan's couldn't care less, she knew that she didn't understand what she was saying at all. She came next to Wen Xiaoyan and explained in a low voice, "That supercar is $100 million Koenigsegg 110. Wen Xiaoyan was instantly dumbfounded when she heard her best friend Li Li Ru's words. Her unconsciously small mouth opened wide and her eyes rolled up in shock. "This? A $100 million sports car Koenigsegg 11? This is too much. $100 million. $100 million for a sports car. That's quite the supercar. $100 million is astronomical to an ordinary person like her." She laughed bitterly in her mind. $1 million is all out of reach for her. Not to mention $100 million. Is this the rich guy? The pleasures of the rich were still really hard for her to understand. Li Li Ru looked around, looked at Wen Xiaoyan, and said with slight excitement, "Xiaoyan, you must grasp it." Wen Xiaoyan instantly froze when she heard Li Li Ru's words. "Do I grasp it? What do I hold on to? Inexplicable," she muttered in her mind. Seeing the dazed Wen Xiaoyan, Li Li Ru had a look of hatred. "Xiaoyan, why can't you think straight? If you climbed into a relationship with such a big shot, the benefits wouldn't be plentiful, and then I'll be able to dabble in your favor as a good best friend." Wen Xiaoyan glanced at Li Li Ru with a pang of helplessness in her heart. This BFF just loves to think. It's so whimsical. How do you get on with the big boys? Why should the bigwigs pay any attention to us commoners? A bitter laugh ran through her mind. Li Li Ru looked at Wen Xiaoyan's face that was too beautiful to be true. "You should make good use of it if you have such a good face and body." I just can't believe that big guy can still walk the walk when he sees a face and body like yours." When Wen Xiaoyan heard Li Li Ru say so, she immediately slapped Li Li Ru's shoulder with her small hand and said without any good humor, "Li Ru, what are you talking nonsense about?" Li Li Ru sighed. "Xiaoyan, it's not that I'm talking about you. You have such good conditions. Why do you have to rely on your own ability to make money? If I had your face and body, I'd hook my finger and the big man wouldn't follow you. By then what brand name bag I not all have it?" She suddenly thought of something and asked out loud, "Xiaoyan, has your mom's surgery money come together?" When Xiaoyan heard Li Li Ru mention her sick mother, a sad expression appeared on her face. She shook her head, her face bitter. "Not yet. I'm going to apply for a loan from the school to see if I can get my mom's surgery paid for." Li Li Ru patted Wen Xiaoyan's shoulder and whispered, "Xiaoyan, don't be so stubborn. Okay, now the opportunity is right in front of you. If you grasp it, not only will Auntie's surgical expenses be solved, but you will also be able to live the life of a rich wife." When Xiaoyan shook her head, she wouldn't do it until it was the last step. She had her own bottom line in mind. "Don't say it, Li Ru. I won't sell my body. I'll think of something," she said with a determined face. Lin Fan glanced at Wen Xiaoyan, his eyes filled with appreciation. I didn't expect that Wen Xiaoyan would still be able to stick to her bottom line when her mother was seriously ill. It was indeed very rare. However, he had no intention of making a move. Appreciation was appreciated, but asking him to help a stranger when he wasn't a relative wasn't that great. Li Li Ru looked at Wen Xiaoyan and said without any good humor, "What era is it now? And you're still so insistent? Once the lights are off, close your eyes and think of it as a mosquito bite. What's the big deal?" When Lin Fan, who was next to him, heard Li Li Ru's words of tiger and wolf, He bared his teeth and sprayed out the treasure kanji he had just drank into his mouth. Cough cough, coughing. It's choking. Li Liru glared fiercely at Lin Fan when she saw him. Turning to Lin Fan, he said, "What are you looking at? As soon as I came in, I saw you stealing glances at our Xiaoyan a lot. Humph. I advise you not to have any ill intentions towards our Xiaoyan, who is destined to marry a big brother and become a rich wife. Although you are handsome, you are not our Xiaoyan's type." When Xiaoyan heard her best friend Li Liru talking about Lin Fan in such a way, she clasped her hands together at Lin Fan and hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, sir, my best friend is just a little bit unable to speak. I apologize to you." But she had noticed that Lin Fan hadn't looked at them since the beginning. She thought this must be another delusional episode of her best friend. Lily Oli. Li Liru instantly quit and tugged on Xiaoyan. What's the point of apologizing to him? It's not like he's a big shot. She shot a glance at Lin Fan, her face full of contempt. In her eyes Lin Fan wore clothes that were not branded. Lin Fan wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin, glanced at Xiaoyan, waved his hand and said, "It's fine." Naturally, he wouldn't take offense to a woman. Xiaoyan gave her girlfriend Li Liru a crystal bun and said, "Hurry up and eat. This BFF is really not letting go." She hurriedly ate up as well, and in a few moments she planned to visit her mother at the hospital. After you watch your mother go to the school and ask about the loan. Her small fists clenched tightly. Make sure you settle the matter of your mother's surgical expenses as soon as possible. She didn't want to lose the only family she had in the world. Just as Lin Fan finished eating and was about to get up and leave, the system voice suddenly sounded in Lin Fan's head. Release the mission. Being a great tycoon, netting talent is a must. Take Xiaoyan under your wing. Accepting the mission and rewarding to Shang Chiu Huang Entertainment with 10% equity. Mission denied. No reward. Lin Fan was speechless in his heart when he heard the system mission. System, get out of there. What do you mean take it? Where do I collect it? And system, are you sure you didn't release the quest just because this Xiaoyan is pretty? System, I've noticed you've gone bad. You're not the same system I first recognized. He spat madly in his mind. Host, please don't doubt the system's intentions. This system is absolutely single-minded in wanting to help the host become a true tycoon. I'll believe the hell out of you. System, this Xiaoyan, I only see prettier in kinder. As for whether it's talent or not, how do I know? He said to the system in his mind. Although the rewards of the mission were very fragrant and could be said to be very tempting, he was also a man of principle. As Lin Fan's words fell, some information about Xiaoyan appeared in his mind. Xiaoyan is a junior at Willow City Dance Academy, known as the civilian schoolgirl. Single parent, dependent on her mother. Very talented dancer. Verdict, Xiaoyan has the potential to become a dance master in the future. This? Lin Fan instantly froze when he saw the system's evaluation of Xiaoyan. What a master dancer. That's a bit of a no-brainer. Anyone who can become a master is bound to be a very uncomplicated person. Except for him, of course. He's an open man. He hadn't expected the system to rate Xiaoyan so highly. If we follow what the system said, this Xiaoyan was really a huge treasure. If it was developed and utilized well, it would certainly bring him huge wealth in the future. Li Liru was filled with contempt when she saw Lin Fan standing up next to her and suddenly froze. Whispering to Xiaoyan, she said, "See, this person must be sick." Standing up and unexpectedly suddenly freezing. You mustn't be fooled by his appearance. Xiaoyan held her forehead. This BFF still says everything. People just think of something. Turning to Liliu, she asked, "Are you full? Let's go when we're full." She was really afraid that her best friend would say something offensive again. Li Liru swallowed the last crystal bun and took another sip of soy milk. Hiccup. Burped. Comfortable. Xiaoyan hurriedly tugged Li Liru and walked towards the door of the breakfast store. It's just too humiliating. Liliu burped so loudly that everyone in the breakfast place looked at the two. After leaving the breakfast store, Xiaoyan let out a sigh of relief. That's when the door to the breakfast place was pushed open again. Lin Fan walked out. When Li Liru saw Lin Fan, she immediately said with a face full of anger, "I've told you that our family Xiaoyan is going to be a rich wife in the future and marry a big brother. You just don't toad on toad. Please don't pester our Xiaoyan. It wouldn't be good if the big man saw it." She pointed to the sports car not far away, making it very clear that the big guy was nearby. She was going to wait here with Xiaoyan for the big guy who drove the sports car, and get to know him then anyhow. What if the big guy has his eye on her too? One must always dream. Lin Fan looked at Li Liru and asked with a smile, "So, if I'm a big brother I can pester Miss Xinyan?" Li Liru's eyes stared greatly, skimmed her mouth, and said with a face full of disdain, "You, just you, or a bigot? You are simply delusional." Lin Fan didn't pay any more attention to Li Liru, but instead looked at Xiaoyan and said with a smile, "Miss Xiaoyan, let me send you to the hospital to see your aunt." He had just read the information given to him by the system and knew that Xiaoyan had to go to the hospital at this time every day to see her sick mother. Xiaoyan was instantly on guard when she heard Lin Fan's words. Somewhat unkindly, he asked, "How did you know I was going to the hospital?" Lin Fan smiled and said, "Of course I guessed. Just now you said that your mother was seriously ill. I guessed that you must be going to see your mother." Xiaoyan relaxed her guard when she heard Lin Fan's words. Still, she declined. "No, thanks. Lin Fan looked at the strong Wen Xiaoyan and said with a smiling face, I can help you solve the problem of your mother's operation fee. He did know that Wen Xiaoyan's mother's surgery cost needed about $500,000. That's still just the cost of the surgery. And the cost of hospitalization and nutrition at a later stage is even more costly. At present, Wen Xiaoyan's situation is not able to come up with the money for the operation. Wen Xiaoyan continued to shake her head no. She never believed in pie in the sky. She felt that Lin Fan must have a purpose in approaching her. Lin Fan also had a headache. This system mission is really hard to complete, Miss Xin Yan, but I've heard that some illnesses need to be treated as early as possible, or else the best treatment time will be missed if it drags on. He felt like a strange uncle at this moment, guiding the white rabbit to the hook step by step. Wen Xiaoyan's heart trembled when she heard Lin Fan's words. Those words from Lin Fan were the same as what the doctor had told her. If her mother's illness drags on like this, there is a chance that it will become diseased. Lin Fan saw that Wen Xiaoyan's conviction was a bit shaken and was preparing to make a move. At this time, Li Ru blocked in front of Lin Fan and said angrily, this trick of yours can only deceive some young girls who are not deeply involved in the world. You hurry up and leave and stop pestering our Xiaoyan. When the big man comes, watch out for a lesson, said waving a small fist. He. Lin Fan let out a light laugh. If I leave, you guys won't be able to see Big Brother. Cut. Li Ru was about to satirize Lin Fan 2 more times. That's when the headlights of the running car next to them suddenly came on. Lin Fan shook the car key in his hand at Li Ru, then pressed it, and suddenly the door of the sports car slowly opened. Li Ru looked at the car keys in Lin Fan's hand with a face full of shock. Her mouth was unconsciously wide open and her eyes were as round as brass bells. This? Big Brother is really this kid? She had always looked down on Lin Fan, thinking that Lin Fan couldn't possibly be a big brother at all. Now seeing the sports car keys and flashing headlights Lin Fan was holding in his hand, he was completely shocked. She suddenly felt a flash of fire on her face. It was like being slapped hard. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts a lot. Wen Xiaoyan was also dumbfounded at this time. She also hadn't expected that this sports car worth $100 million would be Lin Fan's. Lin Fan ignored Li Ru and instead looked at Wen Xiaoyan and said with a smile, now you believe that I have the ability to solve the problem of your mother's surgical expenses. Wen Xiaoyan's lips tightened when she heard Lin Fan's words. Of course she knew that Lin Fan could certainly come up with the money for the operation to treat her mother. After all, Lin Fan was driving a $100 million sports car. Seeing Wen Xiaoyan's hesitation, Lin Fan said indifferently, could it be that you are really watching your mother leave you? When Wen Xiaoyan heard Lin Fan's words, her body swayed and nearly fell. Li Ru reacted by holding Wen Xiaoyan and said anxiously, Xiaoyan, what else do you have to consider? Promise him. Her attitude changed completely after she realized that Lin Fan was a big brother. As long as her BFF is with the big guy, then she can get some favors from her BFF as well. Wen Xiaoyan had already bitten blood out of her lips at this time, and she was very entangled in her heart at this time. Lin Fan's line, did you really watch your mother leave you? It had been lingering in the back of her mind. She looked up at Lin Fan, finally making up his mind. He lifted his leg and headed for the passenger side. She can't lose her mother. Lin Fan saw Wen Xiaoyan sitting in the co-pilot, which made him breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Finally, some progress. If Wen Xiaoyan remained indifferent, he was somewhat about to give up on the mission. Lin Fan started the car and prepared to leave. Li Ru ran over and said with a puff of air, what am I going to do when you guys leave? Lin Fan said nonchalantly, figure it out yourself. After saying that, with a kick of the gas, the car scurried out and quickly disappeared in front of Li Ru's eyes. Li Ru was furious and stomped her feet. Humph, they got car. When Xiaoyan loosened her clenched fists and looked at Lin Fan who was driving, she loosened her bitten lip and said coldly, I can give myself to you, but on one condition, and that is that it must be after my mother is cured of her illness. Lin Fan, who was driving the car, shivered when he heard Wen Xiaoyan's words, and his hand was so unsteady that he almost caused a car accident. What to me? This Wen Xiaoyan wouldn't be thinking of him like that, right? He hurriedly said, Miss Xin Yan, are you thinking out of the box? I agreed to give the money for your mother's surgery, and that was because I saw your ability and potential. When Xiaoyan looked at Lin Fan suspiciously, is that really true? She somewhat didn't quite believe what Lin Fan said. After all, she was only meeting Lin Fan for the first time? How could Lin Fan know about her abilities and potential? Lin Fan glanced at Wen Xiaoyan who was full of doubts. He hurriedly explained, hello, Miss Xin Yan. For a formal introduction, my name is Lin Fan, the owner of the Golden Man's Media Company in Willow City. Our company is a Netflix incubation company that focuses on the best students in various institutions. Our company is naturally paying special attention to Miss Xin Yan as the most promising student of the Willow City Dance Academy. When Xiaoyan slowly nodded as she heard Lin Fan's explanation, she felt that there was nothing unusual about Lin Fan being the owner of the Golden Mansion Media Company in Willow City. After all, Lin Fan's ride was a $100 million sports car. She had also heard of the Golden Mansion Media Company in Willow City, which was on the upswing and needed a lot of talent. She thought about what she had just said and unconsciously a blush appeared on her face. What a shame. It turned out that he had misunderstood people. She thought sheepishly in her mind. When Lin Fan saw that Wen Xiaoyan believed it, he immediately wiped the sweat from his forehead without showing any trace. This flimflam is quite a study. He went on to say, the company can give you an interest-free loan that will be deducted from your paycheck when you're working. What do you think, Miss Xinyan? Wen Xiaoyan heard Lin Fan's words and said with a face full of gratitude, thank you. It's easy to put the icing on the cake, but it's hard to put it in the snow. At her most difficult time, Lin Fan did not blackmail her, but instead gave her the most important help. It made her heart very grateful to Lin Fan. Lin Fan drove smoothly to the hospital. The two men got out of the car. Lin Fan said to Wen Xiaoyan, Miss Xiaoyan, give me your bank card number. I'll transfer the money to you. Wen Xiaoyan looked at Lin Fan and asked suspiciously, don't you need to sign a contract? Realized that her mother's surgery will cost a fortune. She felt it was only right to sign a contract with her at the very least before Lin Fan would give her the money. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, no need. I trust Miss Xinyan. Hurry up and give it to me. You take the money and hurry up to operate on your aunt. The cure is the most important thing. Sure enough, when Xiaoyan heard Lin Fan mention her sick mother and hurriedly took her cell phone out, friend Lin Fan, and sent her bank card to Lin Fan. Lin Fan casually fiddled with his cell phone and said to the system in his mind, System, transfer $1 million to Wen Xiaoyan's account. He roughly calculated that $1 million would be enough for Wen Xiaoyan's mother's surgery and nutritional expenses. The transfer was successful. The system voice quickly sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan looked up at Wen Xiaoyan and said with a smile, check, has it arrived yet? Wen Xiaoyan tapped on the mobile banking and logged in. This? She looked at the string of zeros and gaped. Her tiny mouth opened wide involuntarily, and her eyes were as round as brass bells. This is? Individuals, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, a whole million. It was the first time in her life she had ever seen so much money. How could she not be shocked? Lin Fan had actually transferred a whole $1 million to her. She raised her head and said hurriedly, Mr. Lin, 1 million is too much. Her mother's surgery won't even cost that much. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, take it. Auntie needs money in addition to the cost of the surgery and the nutritional costs in the later stages. In order to alleviate Wen Xiaoyan's heart burden, he deliberately said again, remember that this money is just a loan to you, and will be deducted from your salary every month after work. When Wen Xiaoyan heard Lin Fan's words, she looked at him gratefully and bowed to him. Mr. Lin, thank you. I will work to pay you back as soon as possible. Lin Fan nodded and said with a smile, Auntie's illness is the most important thing. There is no rush for work. When Auntie is completely cured, then it's not too late to go back to work. I'm sure you'll be able to get that money back to me in no time with your abilities. Call me promptly if anything happens. I won't go up to see Auntie as I have things to do. Give her my regards for me. He finished and headed for the driver's seat. When Xiaoyan's fists clenched tightly as she bowed again to Lin Fan, she knew it was redundant to say anything now. She resolved in her heart that she would work hard in the future to repay Lin Fan for his kindness today. Lin Fan waved his hand at Wen Xiaoyan, started the car, and with a kick of the gas, the car headed off into the distance. 10 minutes later, Lili Ru ran into the hospital in a hurry. At this moment, Wen Xiaoyan was talking to a white male doctor. Doctor, please. The white male doctor smiled and said, don't worry, your mother's disease is not diseased. I believe that after the surgery, she will be completely cured. I'll have someone prepare the surgery. Don't worry, Wen Xiaoyan said excitedly, tough on you doctor. After saying that, he bowed to the white male doctor. The white-clothed male doctor consoled Wen Xiaoyan 2 more times and left, preparing for the surgery to go. Lili Ru ran to Wen Xiaoyan and looked around. Where's Biggie? Where's the big guy? Wen Xiaoyan glanced at Lili Ru and said without any good humor, don't look for it, your big brother has already left. Ha? Lili Ru was anxious when she heard Wen Xiaoyan's words. Xiaoyan, is it true that you backtracked and pissed off the big guy? There was resentment in her tone. I haven't even spent time with the big guy yet. How can you piss someone off? She grumbled in her mind. Wen Xiaoyan blankly glanced at Lili Ru. Big brother had something to go by himself. Lili Ru was full of disbelief. How is that possible? How could the big man leave so easily without getting you? A great beauty? Wen Xiaoyan glanced at her best friend Lili Ru. Don't you have anything but these things in your head every day? Mr. Lin doesn't even look at my people. He looks at my ability and potential. I've already promised Mr. Lin that I'll work in Mr. Lin's company once I've cured my mother's illness. Lili Ru's eyes lit up when she heard Wen Xiaoyan's words. Mr. Lin? Is Mr. Lin the name of the big man? To work at Mr. Lin's company? Then won't you be able to see Mr. Lin every day from now on? Xiaoyan, I'm really envious of you. Something occurred to her all of a sudden. Auntie's surgery fee. When is Mr. Lin going to give it to you? Wen Xiaoyan shook the phone in her hand and said with a smile, Mr. Lin has just given it to me. Oh. She was in a very good mood now that she knew her mother would be cured soon. Lili Ru looked at Wen Xiaoyan, pointed at the phone, and asked curiously, how much did Mr. Lin give you? In her thoughts, even if Lin Fan gave Wen Xiaoyan money, it wouldn't be much. After all, Lin Fan was only meeting Wen Xiaoyan for the first time. It is more likely that you will choose to pay Wen Xiaoyan in installments. Wen Xiaoyan smiled and said, Mr. Lin directly transferred $1 million to me and said that it would be deducted from my salary later. Li Li Ru was instantly dumbfounded when she heard Wen Xiaoyan's words. She covered her mouth with her small hand in shock, her eyes rolling round and round with disbelief. This? Mr. Lin went so far as to give Xiaoyan $1 million. That's too ho-hum. $1 million. How much is this going to cost? Her bank card had never had even $100,000. So how could she not be shocked to hear that Lin Fan had given Wen Xiaoyan $1 million? Why hasn't she met such a nice bigot? It was just the first time we met, and $1 million was given without blinking an eye. I'm so jealous of Xiaoyan. She looked at Wen Xiaoyan with eyes full of envy. Wen Xiaoyan looked at Li Li Ru, who was full of envy, and was even more determined to work hard to repay Lin Fan in the future. The road. The car. A system voice suddenly sounded in Lin Fan's head. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The documents related to the Shangsheng Chiu Huang Entertainment Company have been placed in the study of Villa Haitian No. 1. Reward system points 50. The reward arrived. Not for nothing he worked half a day. This snub is pretty hard work, but it was all worth it. The value of Wen Xiaoyan's talent, he believes, is definitely not lower than the value of 10% of the shares of the Ascendant Chiu Huang Entertainment Company, 10% of the equity of the Supreme Tide Emperor Entertainment Company. Ah, that's another 50 small goals. Now he already owned 40% of the equity of the Supreme Tide Emperor Entertainment Company. It's about to be half-owned. The system is ready to let him completely holding to Shangchao Huang Entertainment Company. Well, not bad, real good. With this 10% stake in the Supreme Tide Emperor Entertainment Company, his fortune had also surpassed the $50 billion mark. Became a tycoon with $50 billion in assets. 500 small goals accomplished. Is 1,000 small goals still far away? He was in a very good mood at the moment. I don't think the system points from last time have been used yet. He said to the system, open the lucky roulette twice, and it will automatically stop after 5 seconds each time. As his voice fell, the big wheel of fortune spun. 5 seconds passed and a system voice sounded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the perfection level oboe skill. The oboe skill has been placed in the system backpack. Holy shit, oboe skills. This swana is the king of musical instruments. As the saying goes, when the swana is sounded, it is either ascension or worship. The system is so awesome. 5 seconds later, the system voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 40% stake in the Willow City Fruit to Zen Beverage Company. Willow City Fruit to Zen Beverage Company related documents have been placed in the study of Haitian No. 1 Villa. Willow City Fruit to Zen Beverage Company? Producing beverages? The name sounds like it produces beverages. With great curiosity in his mind, he eased the car to the side of the road. Open your cell phone and search for Willow City Fruit to Zen Beverage Company. Valued at around $1 billion. It mainly focuses on health drinks. Performance has slipped a bit this year. How can such a company get only 40% of the equity? 40% equity is only worth about $400 million. He was going to go over there sometime. He couldn't believe the system would give him a crap company. There had to be something he didn't know. He tapped on the system virtual panel and tapped on the system backpack. System, use the oboe skill. As his words fell, a great deal of knowledge about the oboe flooded into his mind. At the same time his fingers were being remodeled and becoming more flexible. The swelling of the head quickly disappeared. He instantly felt like he had become an oboe master. Not bad, real good. He started the car and continued on his way to the office of the general manager of the Shangchao Emperor Entertainment Company. Lian Tingkai was working on the documents in his hand. At that moment, there was a knock on the office door. Come in, Lian Tingkai said without looking up. The office door opened and Gu Feishuan walked in from outside. Gu Feishuan said politely to Lian Tingkai, who was working, Mr. Lian, you're looking for me? After Lian Tingkai raised his head and saw that it was Gu Feishuan who had entered, a smile instantly piled up on his face. Gu, you're here. Come on, hurry up and sit down. It's been a long journey. Gu Feishuan was startled to see Lian Tingkai so enthusiastic and hurriedly said, no hard work. She saw Lian Tingkai treating her like this, making her mind vaguely speculate. Xiao Gu, sit down. I'm just having a brief chat with you. Nothing else? No need to be nervous. Lian Tingkai looked at the slightly nervous Gu Feishuan and said with a smile, aha. Gu Feishuan nodded. Can't you make me nervous when you're suddenly so nice to me? A bitter laugh ran through her mind. She probably guessed that Lian Tingkai treating her so well should be because of Lin Fan. Gu, how did you and Lin Dong meet? Lian Tingkai poured 2 cups of water, carried one, and put it in front of Gu Feishuan. When Gu Feishuan heard Lian Tingkai ask this, she knew she had guessed correctly. That's right, Lian Tingkai didn't even look at her before. She hurriedly said, I went to Lucheng for a break this time, and I happened to meet Lin Dong in Linjiang. Lin Dong was very enthusiastic and invited me to play on his yacht, and that's how I got to know Lin Dong. Lian Tingkai looked at Gu Feishuan with doubt in his eyes and asked, it's that simple? Gu Feishuan nodded and said seriously, it's that simple. She knew what was going on in Lian Tingkai's mind, but the truth is that it's that simple. Seeing Gu Feishuan's serious face, Lian Tingkai shook his head and said with a smile, I can only say that your luck is really good. It's true. I went out to play and met Lin Dong. As a result, Mr. Lin helped Gu Feixuan solve all the problems, and it can be said that Gu Feixuan's career will prosper in the future. Only Gu Feixuan didn't see it that way in her heart. It was something she had traded 10 years of her life for. Her next 10 years were equivalent to selling her life to Lin Fan. 90% of what she earns goes to Lin Fan. What a vampire boss. Not knowing to ask for less, she cursed in her mind. Cursing was cursing, but she was actually grateful to Lin Fan in her heart. If she hadn't met Lin Fan, this great youth of hers might have been wasted for nothing. At this time, Lian Tinkai's cell phone suddenly rang. Hello, I'm Lian Tinkai. A woman's voice came from the other end of the line. Mr. Lian, there's been another change in the shareholding of the Ascendant Chiu Huang Entertainment Company. Lian Tinkai's heart thumped when he heard the woman's words. It's not possible that Lin Dong has acquired another 10% stake, is it? The woman on the other end of the phone continued. Mr. Lian, today Lin Dong today acquired another 10% of the equity of the Tashang Chao Huang Entertainment Company. When Lian Tinkai heard the woman's words, he secretly screamed that it was true. Lin Dong is still as capricious as ever, still as ho. At the drop of a hat, he acquired 10% of the equity of Tashang Chiu Huang Entertainment. That's another $5 billion. That's $5 billion, not 50. Does Mr. Lin's family run a bank? You don't think of money as money? He was lucky that his heart was strong enough, or else his heart wouldn't have been scared out of his mind by Lin Fan's operation. LOL, he said into the phone. Okay, I got it. Gu Feixuan was curious about what had happened, but she also knew it was not good to ask. After all, people Lian Tinkai is her leader. Lian Tinkai hung up the phone and shook his head helplessly. He looked up just in time to see Gu Feixuan looking at him with a curious expression. He chuckled. Is it curious what I'm calling about? When Gu Feixuan heard Lian Tinkai's words, she hurriedly waved her hand and said, Not curious, not curious. She couldn't ask even if she was curious. Seeing Gu Feixuan's look, Lian Tinkai smiled and said, It's not a big deal. You can know that. I'll have a glass of water first. I'm a little thirsty. He took a sip of water and slowly said, Just now, the person in charge of the company's equity called me and told me that Lin Dong had acquired another 10% of the equity of the Tashang Chao Huang Entertainment Company. Gu Feixuan was instantly dumbfounded when she heard Lian Tinkai's words. Her mouth was wide open in shock, her eyes rolling round and round with disbelief. This? Lin Dong has acquired another 10% stake in Supreme Chiu Huang Entertainment? This is only how long Lin Dong has acquired another 10% of the equity of Tashang Chao Huang Entertainment Company. 10% of the equity. According to the current valuation of the company Tashang Chao Huang Entertainment that is required $5 billion. Holy shit, $5 billion. This Lin Dong is too hoity-toity. Is this really not treating money like money? A bitter laugh ran through her mind. She knew that Lin Fan had money, but she hadn't thought that Lin Fan had more money than she could imagine. But she quickly turned happy. The higher Lin Fan's position in the company, the more the company would value her, and then the more resources she would get. After all, I'm Lin Dong's man now. Ugh, it's the bitter man who works for Lin Dong, she thought darkly in her mind. Parking lot at the north gate of the Willow City Murray Bowling Stables. Lin Fan parked his car and stepped out of it. There are very few cars in the parking lot, and this north gate is not open to the public. It's reserved for the stable staff to get in and out. At this moment, Qian Yandong, the general manager of Luchang Mo Yunqiao Horse Farm, was already standing at the door waiting for Lin Fan. Lin Fan made a special call to Qian Yandong when he was almost at the Luchang Mo Yunqiao Horse Farm. When Qian Yandong saw Lin Fan get off the car, he hurriedly jogged over and said with a smile, Boss, you're here. Lin Fan nodded and glanced at the north gate of the stable. Come on, show me the stables. He wanted to see how the environment in which the extreme sweat-blood BMW was staying was. After all, this was a superb sweat-blooded BMW worth $200 million, and he would be heartbroken if something really went wrong. Okay, boss, this way. Qian Yandong led Lin Fan inside through the north gate. Each horse in the stable has a separate single room. Along the way Lin Fan saw many horses. Through Qian Yandong, not all the horses in here are from the stable. Some of them are boarded here by clients and they charge some management fees. It's considered part of the stable's income. He soon came to a beautiful stable, and at this time, the very best sweat-blooded BMW was eating high-grade feed inside. Aha! It looks to be in very good condition. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Since the extreme sweat-blood BMW was in good condition, he was relieved. He looked at the time. It was already past the time he had agreed with Han Wenbin. I guess Han Wenbin has been playing on the horse farm for a long time. He said to Qian Yandong, Call someone to take me to the racetrack. In a moment when the extreme sweat-blood BMW has eaten almost all of its food, have someone send it to the racecourse for me? I want to try its speed limit. Qian Yandong nodded and said hurriedly, Okay, boss. He arranged for one of his employees to take Lin Fan to the racetrack. He would have wanted to personally take Lin Fan to the racetrack if he didn't have something he still needed to take care of. Racecourse. Han Wenbin looked in the direction of the entrance from time to time as he rode on his horse, looking distracted. He was naturally waiting for Lin Fan. The fact that Lin Fan didn't call him proved that Lin Fan would definitely come. I just don't know why Lin Fan hasn't come yet. It's already past the appointed time. He was going to wait for a quarter of an hour if Lin Fan hadn't come yet. He'd give Lin Fan a call and ask, At that moment, a conspiratorial voice came from the side. Gu, isn't this Han Wenbin? What a coincidence. Han Wenbin frowned slightly when he heard the voice of the visitor. What's this asshole doing at the stables? 2, he cursed in his mind. The last thing he wanted to see at the stable was this man. This person is also a young man named Qi Jinyan, who loves to pretend in front of Han Wenbin. This Qi Jinyan's horse riding skills were really good. Han Wenbin lost every horse race with his opponent. Han Wenbin every time you see the other side of the teeth itchy, but to take the other side cannot do anything. After all, the technology is not as good as a person. Well, Qi Jinyan, play aside. I don't have time to play with you today, Han Wenbin said nonchalantly. Ha ha ha. Qi Jinyan let out a light laugh. Haven't seen you in a few days, Han Wenbin. You've grown up? No, let's race. Han Wenbin glanced at Qi Jinyan, the reins clenched tightly in his hand. He was tempted to say, race is race. Who's afraid? But he held back. After all, Lin Fan was going to come in a while. He didn't want to get too entangled with Qi Jinyan. Qi Jinyan, your racecourse is over there, right? I still have to practice. I don't have time to waste with you here. Please leave. Han Wenbin gave a direct expulsion order. In order not to meet up with Qi Jinyan, he was very careful when picking the racecourse, purposely avoiding being next to the racecourse that Qi Jinyan often went to. Who knew that this Qi Jinyan didn't know what kind of madness was going on to run to this side of the racecourse? What bad luck, he cursed in his mind. Qi Jinyan looked at Han Wenbin and said with a smile, Han Wenbin, you're not afraid, are you? How about this, I let you run a fifth of a lap first. How about that? Dare you? Han Wenbin looked at the loquacious Qi Jinyan, and a wave of helplessness ran through his heart. Was this Qi Jinyan a cowhide in his past life? He spat in his mind. Qi Jinyan saw that Han Wenbin did not speak. His face was very pleased. He liked to see Han Wenbin's angry face change color, but he could not do anything about it. Cool. How did he know Han Wenbin was here? Of course he asked the stable attendant specifically. Han Wenbin was a headache. This Qi Jinyan was really difficult to deal with. He couldn't beat Qi Jinyan away. What a pain in the ass. A wave of helplessness washed over him. He raised his head and unintentionally looked into the distance, just in time to see Lin Fan walking this way. A smile spread across his face as he hurriedly dismounted from his horse and handed the reins over to a nearby staff member. He came to Lin Fan's side and said with a smile, Boss, you're here. Lin Fan looked at Han Wenbin, who was covered in protective gear, and nodded with a smile. Well, there was some delay on the road. Han Wenbin was just about to say something. I don't know when Qi Jinyan also walked over and said in a conspiratorial manner, Han Wenbin, you're really good. Really, the more you mix the more you go back. Even recognizing a brat as the boss. Han Wenbin cried out in secret. Just now he was so focused on talking to Lin Fan that he forgot that this nuisance Qi Jinyan was still next to him. He looked at Qi Jinyan and said with an unkind face, Qi Jinyan, why are you still here? Hurry up. And what's it to you who I recognize as my boss? He turned to Lin Fan and said with a smile, Boss, let's go horseback riding. Lin Fan nodded. Han Wenbin looked behind Lin Fan and realized that there was no horse and asked suspiciously, Boss, didn't the staff take you to choose a horse? How can you visit a horse farm and not pick a horse? When you enter the stable, the staff will take the people who come to have fun to choose a horse. He was very puzzled in his mind. Why wasn't Lin Fan there to pick the horses? Is it possible that you are not familiar with horseback riding and are ready to learn about it first? If the boss is not familiar with horseback riding, then won't I be able to teach the boss how to ride a horse? A sudden surge of excitement ran through his mind as he thought about this. This will bring you closer to Lin Fan. Lin Fan said lightly, I have my own horse here. Ha ha ha. A loud laugh suddenly rang out beside the two. Han Wenbin looked at Qi Jinyan and said angrily, Qi Jinyan, are you sick? Go home and cure yourself if you're sick. Qi Jinyan glanced at Lin Fan, then looked at Han Wenbin and said with a light smile, Han Wenbin, you're an interesting boss. Hey, that's too much to pretend. And your own horse? I'm a regular customer of this Willow City Mo Rhyme balling stables, and I don't think I've ever seen this boss of yours before. When Han Wenbin heard Qi Jinyan actually say that about Lin Fan, he immediately said angrily, if my boss says there's a horse, then there's a horse. And the fact that you haven't met my boss, that only means you haven't run into my boss. Che, it's hard to believe that you live at the stable every day. He turned his head to Lin Fan. Boss, don't pay any attention to him. He's just a fool. Qi Jinyan heard Han Wenbin even say that he was a fool. Immediately the ugly face of the face. A deep voice asked, Han Wenbin, do you dare to compete with me? A fool? If you don't dare to compare yourself to me, aren't you even worse than a fool? When Han Wenbin heard Qi Jinyan's words, he said angrily, you. Lin Fan waved his hand and directly interrupted Han Wenbin's words. He could sort of see that Han Wenbin's horse riding skills should be inferior to the other party. Otherwise the other party wouldn't be so emboldened to say so. Show me the horse you chose. When Han Wenbin heard Lin Fan say this, he turned to Qi Jinyan and snorted coldly. Boss, this one is the horse I chose. Not bad. Ha! Han Wenbin walked over to a white horse and gently stroked its body with his hand. Lin Fan glanced at the horse chosen by Han Wenbin, and it looked like it should be considered majestic. It should be considered a good horse inside the stable. Not bad. It was only okay. After all, such a horse is considered to be a standout among ordinary horses. but it's still not on par with those famous horses. Put. Qi Jinyan, who was next to him, burst out laughing. Han Wenbin, I didn't realize you still rented horses from the stable to ride. Qi Jinyan's obnoxious voice rang in Han Wenbin's ears again. Han Wenbin looked toward Qi Jinyan and angrily replied back. Qi Jinyan, what's wrong with me renting a horse? Talking like you're not renting a horse. Qi Jinyan waved his hand at a junior behind him, and instantly a junior led a large date red horse out. See, this is a famous horse I bought not long ago for $10 million. Hey, how about that, isn't it pretty? Han Wenbin wanted to say, pretty my ass. However, when he saw this big date red horse, he also felt very beautiful, and the words were swallowed by him again. The horse's hair glistened in the sunlight, making this horse look even more handsome. He hadn't thought that this Qi Jinyan was really willing to spend money on a horse. The point is to also spend $10 million on a horse. It is important to realize that this horse is a living creature, and only people who are particularly fond of horses or who use them exclusively for racing would pay a lot of money for a valuable horse. Otherwise, people like them who are just here to have fun wouldn't be able to pay big bucks for a horse at all. If this horse is not well bred and gets sick and dies, then all the money invested will be wasted. Boy, look at this horse of mine. How does it compare to the one you put in the stable? Qi Jinyan wasn't satisfied with just making Han Wenbin suffer. He actually wanted to see Lin Fan suffer. Kid, you're to blame for being Han Wenbin's boss. Han Wenbin, if I compare you to your boss, let's see how you can hold your head up in front of me in the future. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. Lin Fan glanced at the large date red horse next to Qi Jinyan and said indifferently, although this horse of yours is good, it's still quite a bit worse compared to the one I have. He gave a fair assessment. The horse looks good, and that's all it looks like. If you compare it to the very best sweatblood horse, it's still not even close. Ha ha ha. Qi Jinyan glanced at Lin Fan, then looked at Han Wenbin and asked with a big smile, Han Wenbin, does your boss usually like to act like this? There was disdain in his tone. After all, although his horse wasn't the top of the line, it was still a famous horse, a good horse that could be ranked in the entire Willow City. Now Lin Fan was saying that the other party's horse was much stronger than his. This was simply a big joke. Like to play hard to get? Hey, sorry, I like it too, but you're pretending to be the wrong person. He thought with disdain in his mind. He decided not to leave and expose Lin Fan here. It was as if he saw the constipated faces of Han Wenbin and Lin Fan appear in front of him, causing a wave of relief in his heart. When Han Wenbin heard Qi Jinyan say so, he was about to retort angrily. What did he see? A white stallion was led over by the staff. Qi Jinyan Han Wenbin froze and followed his gaze. A stallion appeared in front of him, instantly making his eyes go straight. This horse is just beautiful. The white horse hair glistened brightly in the sun's rays. Very harsh. This horse walks with his head held high like a king among horses. He glanced at his big date red horse, instantly feeling that his big date red horse didn't smell good anymore. The difference is nothing short of stark. Qi Jinyan looked at the horse in front of him, his eyes filled with doubt. He was a regular customer of the Luchang Mo Yunqiao horse farm. He had never heard of such a steed in the horse farm. Han Wenbin's eyes were also filled with envy as he looked at the horse. A good horse at first glance. As the staff gets closer, Han Wenbin looked at the horse with doubt in his eyes. He felt something familiar about the horse, but for a moment he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Qi Jinyan looked at the horse that was getting closer and closer and all of a sudden exclaimed in shock. This is actually an extremely high-quality sweat-blooded horse. His voice was a little shaky from all the excitement. This is a legendary horse. The little brother next to Qi Jinyan looked at the extreme sweat-blooded BMW and just thought it was beautiful. Boss, is this extreme sweat-blood BMW famous? Not everyone knows a lot about famous horses. Famous? Of course it's famous. It's a legendary goddess. Qi Jinyan sighed as he looked at the extreme sweat-blood BMW. Extreme sweat-blood BMW, holy shit, it's as high as $200 million, and the key is still priced without a market. Crap, $200 million? $200 million for a horse? You're not kidding? $200 million realistically can't be bought at all. The very best sweat-blooded BMW is very rare, and the price of each transaction is higher than $200 million. At this time, Qi Jinyan spoke up. Everyone looked at the extreme sweat-blood BMW, a $200 million horse. What kind of person could own such an awesome horse? They hadn't expected to see a superb sweat-blooded horse at the Luchang Mo Yunqiao horse farm. What a trip. Just what is the stable staff up to? Is it trying to herd horses here? Yes. These horses at the barn have to be brought out and let out every day to get the horses moving. Qi Jinyan also thought that this was just the stable staff bringing out the very best sweat-blooded BMW to let it out for a while. He didn't think that the extreme sweat-blood BMW was something that could be owned by anyone present. Even he could only be envious. He didn't have the ability to buy such a superb sweat-blooded horse. His eyes were filled with envy at this moment as he looked at the extreme sweat-blood BMW. In his heart, he secretly thought how good it would be if he owned a superb sweat-blooded horse like this. He is just thinking about it. Even if he has money, without the appropriate connections it is impossible to buy the best sweat-blood BMW. It was really hard to imagine that someone in a place like Willow City could have an extremely high-quality sweat-blooded horse. And I wonder which of the big boys bought it. He began to calculate in his mind that he would go to the head of the stable in a while to find out more about it. Such a great guy must be befriended. The crowd all looked at the staff, who walked to the middle of the racetrack and didn't stop, but instead walked toward the crowd. There was a great deal of confusion in everyone's mind as to what the staff was doing over here. The staff member came next to Lin Fan and said respectfully to him, "Boss, the Extreme Sweatblood BMW has had its fill." Qi Jinyan was instantly dumbfounded when he heard the staff's words. He looked at Lin Fan in shock, his mouth wide open, his eyes rolling round and round with disbelief. This superb sweat-blooded horse worth $200 million is actually Boss Han Wenbin's? How is that possible? But the fact that the very best sweat-blooded horse was right in front of him made him believe it. How could he not be shocked when he hadn't expected this extremely fine sweat-blooded horse to be Lin Fan's in any case? What a superb sweat-blooded horse! Leaving aside the fact that it was worth $200 million, it was not something that an ordinary big brother could do if he wanted to buy a superb sweat-blooded horse. This requires strong networking. This is the real big guy. A bitter laugh ran through his mind. Just now, he had been thinking that Lin Fan was pretending, but now it seemed that people weren't pretending at all, but that they were really bullish. He suddenly felt a flash of fire on his face. It was like being slapped hard. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts a lot. Han Wenbin was also confused when he heard the staff's words. His eyes were as round as copper bells, full of incredulity. This superb sweat-blooded horse actually belongs to the boss? No wonder there was some familiarity when he just saw the Extreme Sweatblood BMW. Wasn't it exactly the same horse he saw inside the boss's villa? Even though he was only looking at a horse's back at the time, he was still impressed by the white horsehair. Boss is so awesome. I can't believe I have a superb sweat-blooded horse as a pet. That's too ho-hum. He was aware that at that time, that Extreme Sweatblood BMW was casually lying on the ground. Just ask what kind of person would let such a valuable and extremely valuable sweat-blooded horse lie casually in the yard? If there is a good or bad thing about this superb sweat-blooded BMW, then the $200 million will all go down the drain. Is this really not treating money like money? $200 million. Compared to $200 million, he was more shocked by Lin Fan's connections. It was important to know that there was no big brother in the entire Willow City who owned an extremely high-quality sweat-blooded horse. Even the ordinary sweaty-blooded BMW Willow City doesn't have one. It was evident how terrifying Lin Fan's connections were. He was very fortunate to be Lin Fan's little brother. He decided that he would definitely hug Lin Fan's thigh tightly. Lin Fan looked at the staff, nodded, and smiled. Hard work. This staff member he recognized was the exclusive breeder of the Extreme Sweatblood BMW. That is, in the future, the very best sweat-blooded BMWs will be handled by this staff. When the staff heard Lin Fan's words, they hurriedly said, "It's not hard to be able to take care of an extremely fine sweat-blooded BMW." He hadn't expected Lin Fan, the boss, to be so polite and approachable. Lin Fan looked at Qi Jinyan next to him and asked with a smile, "Isn't this horse of mine quite a bit better than the one you have?" This Qi Jinyan had been babbling here, though he hadn't taken it to heart. But it was nice to be able to embarrass the other party and give Han Wenbin a piece of his mind. When Qi Jinyan heard Lin Fan's words, his face suddenly changed. Bending his body and lowering his posture, he hurriedly said, "There is simply no comparison between my horse and your horse." He unconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead as he finished. "How do you compare? It only cost $10 million to fill your own horse. The price of the very best sweat-blooded horse was 20 times more than the horse you bought for yourself, and more. The key to such a superb sweat-blooded horse is simply not something you can buy just because you have money." A bitter laugh ran through his mind. This Han Wenbin is really lucky. Where did this recognize such a horrible bigot as a boss? He decided to get on good terms with Han Wenbin in the future. Such a big shot couldn't be offended even if he couldn't befriend him. Lin Fan glanced at Qi Jinyan, knowing that the other party was scared out of his wits. Waving his hand, as if shooing away flies, he said faintly, "Still not leaving?" When Qi Jinyan saw Lin Fan's actions, he didn't get angry. Instead, his heart let out a sigh of relief. He didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly said, "I'm leaving. I'm leaving." He finished and hurriedly left with his little brother. He was afraid to stay here for a moment. In his heart, he was very glad that Lin Fan didn't bother with him. Han Wenbin's heart was soothed when he saw Qi Jinyan leaving in fear and ashes. Lin Fan didn't care about Qi Jinyan at all as he stepped forward and stroked the horse's fur of the Extreme Sweatblood BMW. It was worthy of being a superb sweat-blooded horse, and the white horse hair was really soft. Han Wenbin also came over, looking at the very best sweat-blooded BMW with envy in his eyes. "This is a superb sweat-blooded horse. How can you not be envious? Boss, can I touch the Extreme Sweatblood BMW?" He had some tension on his face. Lin Fan glanced at Han Wenbin and said with a smile, "Of course." When Han Wenbin heard Lin Fan's words, his heart was very excited, and he carefully reached out his hand and touched towards the Extreme Sweatblood BMW. This horse hair is so soft too. Truly a legendary horse with a different coat. In his heart, he sighed that it would be so nice if he could also have a superb sweat-blooded horse like this. This he could only think about in his mind. If he were to buy it, not to mention whether or not he had that kind of connections, the price tag of $200 million would discourage him. A few million he can get out. 200 million he can't. He reluctantly took his hand away. He glanced at the horse he had picked out, and compared to the very best sweat-blooded BMW, It was like the difference between a prince and a clown. He suddenly thought of a problem, and that was that the Extreme Sweatblood BMW had been kept in Lin Fan's villa as a pet, and Lin Fan hadn't ridden it at all. Maybe Lin Fan isn't a great horse rider or doesn't know how to ride a horse. If they could instruct a Lin Fan in horseback riding, wouldn't the two of them be a little closer? A thrill ran through him as he thought about it. He looked at Lin Fan and asked, "Boss, how are your horse riding skills?" "I've been practicing my horseback riding skills for a few years now, so I can say I've had a little success. Boss, if you don't mind, I can instruct you in horseback riding." A confident smile spread across his face. He could finally show off his abilities in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan glanced at Han Wenbin and shook his head. "No need. I'm equestrian. Billions of points." Of course he wouldn't let Han Wenbin teach horseback riding. He was the one who possessed equestrian skills. His horsemanship could be said to be that it just wasn't bad compared to those top equestrian masters. And how could he let Han Wenbin teach him how to ride a horse? A little bit? When Han Wenbin heard Lin Fan's words, he immediately thought that Lin Fan was embarrassed. After all, riding a horse is not even as skillful as his own little brother, and there is some loss of face. He looked at the racecourse and suddenly thought that if he raced with Lin Fan at the same time, he would let Lin Fan see his strength during the race. Instruct Lin Fan in the process of riding a horse. Wouldn't you be embarrassed then? I'm still a big smartass for coming up with such great ideas. He marveled to himself in his mind. He looked at Lin Fan with confidence in his eyes and said with a smile, "Boss, since you know a little bit about horse riding skills, how about we have a competition?" He was prepared to give Lin Fan a bit of a break during the match. After all, Lin Fan had said he would only be a little bit. Since he knew that Lin Fan only knew a little bit, he naturally couldn't bring out his full strength. He was afraid that if he brought out his full strength, by then Lin Fan's horse would only be able to follow behind and eat dust, and that wasn't an outcome he wanted to see. His aim was to enhance their relationship by racing horses with Lin Fan and teaching him horse riding skills. Lin Fan looked at Han Wenbin, his eyes filled with surprise. He hadn't expected Han Wenbin to take the initiative to race him. Isn't this looking for abuse? In his opinion, Han Wenbin was just looking for abuse when he raced him. But seeing Han Wenbin's confident smile, the corners of his mouth curled slightly. He thought it might be fun to abuse Han Wenbin. A guy that old shouldn't be able to cry when he loses. He asked with a smirk, "Are you really going to race me? I'm not going to hold back." He had come to the stable to experience where the extreme speed of the best sweat-blooded horse was. When the time came to run, he wouldn't let the Extreme Sweatblood BMW deliberately let go. Han Wenbin smiled in his heart when he heard Lin Fan's words. "I didn't think the boss was still pretending at this hour," he muttered in his mind. He felt that Lin Fan couldn't let go of his face and said that on purpose. He hurriedly said, "Boss, don't worry. You don't need to keep your hands off. My horseback riding skills are not false." He made sure to keep the horse's speed slower than Lin Fan's when the time came, or equivalent. This would make Lin Fan's face look better, and then he would be able to instruct Lin Fan properly on the topic of horse riding techniques that he was exploring. This way Lin Fan's face was saved and he instructed Lin Fan. Lin Fan was definitely impressed with him in his heart and valued him even more. Lin Fan laughed in his heart when he saw Han Wenbin's appearance. "Oh, boy, don't cry your eyes out later," he muttered in his mind. He didn't nag and directly mounted the horse. He had long been a little impatient to experience the speed of the very best sweat-blooded horse. When Han Wenbin saw Lin Fan get on his horse, he hurriedly got on his horse as well. He rode up next to Lin Fan and said with a smile, "Boss, how about we run 3 laps? He figured 3 laps should be about enough time. These 3 laps were enough time for him to teach Lin Fan all of his horse riding skill tips. Lin Fan nodded. At this point, the staff in charge of this racetrack started counting. 3, 2, 1, begin. As the staff's words fell, the 2 horses leapt out. Han Wenbin glanced at Lin Fan, ready to say something. Only Lin Fan tapped the Extreme Sweatblood BMW, and the Extreme Sweatblood BMW began to accelerate rapidly. With a whoosh, he scurried away. Han Wenbin, who had just barely kept pace with Lin Fan, struggled to keep his horse running, and he realized that the distance between the two of them was growing farther and farther apart. He was completely dumbfounded at this point, looking at Lin Fan who was getting farther and farther away. His shocked mouth was wide open and his eyes were rolling round and round with a look of having seen a ghost. This? How is that possible? Isn't the boss only a little bit good at horseback riding? Is this a little bit? What is he if he's only a little bit? The boss is such a good horseback rider, but he said he only knows a little bit? A bitter laugh ran through his mind. Boss is really low-key. He had just thought about teaching Lin Fan's horse riding skills. He suddenly felt a flash of fire on his face. Awkward. So fucking awkward. Now if there was a crack in the ground he'd hate to get into it. He looked at Lin Fan, who was running on the horse field, and was filled with admiration. This is just too fast. Just now Lin Fan had passed him and finished the lap. At that speed if he had been sitting on a horse, he would have been shaken by the wind blowing things around. But Lin Fan sat on his horse as steady as Mount Tai, and he had to admire Lin Fan's horsemanship. He just rode around in circles. Yes, it's just a slip. He had long since lost his heart to race against Lin Fan. In the face of Lin Fan's perverted horse riding skills, he had no heart for the competition at all. By the time he returned to his original position, Lin Fan was already there waiting for him. Lin Fan patted the Extreme Sweatblood BMW and handed the reins to the staff. It hurts. It hurts. It just hurts so much. No wonder so many people like to gallop. It's such a great feeling. There are just some slightly face-expensive ones. Due to the extraordinarily fast speed of the extreme sweat-blood BMW, the wind that scraped against his face was as painful as a knife cut. If it weren't for my thick skin, the average person wouldn't be able to take it anymore. Bah! It's physically strong. He spat in his mind. Han Wenbin came to Lin Fan and said with a face full of admiration, "Boss, your horseback riding skills are truly amazing." Lin Fan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Average." It did seem average to him. After all, he hadn't really tested where the limits of the extreme sweat-blood BMW were, but these words seemed to Han Wenbin that this was Lin Fan being modest. You call that average? Then he really couldn't think of what kind of horsemanship would be considered good. He looked at Lin Fan and asked with some excitement, "Boss, can you coach me on my horseback riding skills?" He was now giving up on the idea of guiding Lin Fan, but he had thought of a better way, which was to let Lin Fan guide him. He felt that this was also an opportunity to enhance his relationship with Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled and said, "Of course, it's natural to have fun when we're all out together." He wasn't that cheap. There was no mystery to horsemanship. The key was to practice more. "Thank you, boss," Han Wenbin said with a face full of excitement when he heard Lin Fan agree. Lin Fan began to instruct Han Wenbin. After Han Wenbin was instructed by Lin Fan, he realized that he had figured out some of the problems he didn't understand before, and in his heart, he was even more admiring of Lin Fan. Lin Fan was almost done instructing and told Han Wenbin to practice more on his own. At this time, Lin Fan's cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his cell phone and glanced at the incoming number. Murong Shui? The caller was none other than the counselor. Murong Shui. He slid the answer button, and all of a sudden Murong Shui's voice with anger came from the other end of the phone. "Lin Fan, where are you now?" Lin Fan unconsciously touched his nose when he heard Murong Shui's question. It seems he forgot to ask Murong Shui for leave. He hurriedly smiled into the phone and said, "Mr. Murong, I'm outside right now." Murong Shui on the other end of the phone took a deep breath and said in a commanding tone, "You go back to school right now." There was an undeniable tone in his voice. She felt that Lin Fan had gone a little too far, not even asking for leave from her. She had just made a special effort to run to the classroom and found that Lin Fan hadn't even come. It made her very angry in her mind. After she finished speaking, she didn't give Lin Fan any chance to speak and directly hung up the phone. Aha! Lin Fan looked at the hung-up phone and felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. "Isn't it just that you didn't take a vacation? Why are you so angry? Looks like it's out of play." He'll have to go back to school to see what's going on. In the future, he would often look for Murong Shui to ask for time off. If he really made things difficult with Murong Shui, then it would probably be hard to take a vacation in the future. Although he could not take leave to go to school, he was afraid that when the time came, Murong Shui would be in trouble if she found her parents to snitch on her. He didn't want to be nagged by his mother every day. What a headache. How could I forget to ask Murong Shui for leave? He rubbed his temples. He said to Han Wenbin, "You guys have fun. I have to go back to school for something." Han Wenbin knew that Lin Fan really had something going on, so he nodded and said, "Boss, go get busy. We'll make another appointment sometime." Lin Fan waved goodbye to the crowd and headed towards the north gate. His car was parked in the north gate parking lot. Coming to the parking lot, he started the car, kicked the gas pedal, and headed towards Luchang University. 20 minutes later, Lin Fan returned to Luchang University. He got out of the car and walked towards Murong Shui's office. He came to the door of Murong Shui's office, raised his hand, and knocked on the door. A nice voice came from inside the office. Lin Fan pushed the door in and was seeing Murong Shui writing something with her head down. "Mr. Murong, I'm here." He looked at Murong Shui and said with a smile. When Murong Shui saw Lin Fan arrive, a flash of displeasure appeared on her face. Seeing Murong Shui's appearance, Lin Fan hurriedly walked up and said with a smile, "Teacher Murong, I was wrong. Next time I will definitely ask for leave in advance." Murong Shui's fire instantly dissipated when she saw Lin Fan's appearance. She also knew that Lin Fan must have quite a few things to go through. Still, her face was cold, a smile lacking. Lin Fan digressed and looked at Murong Shui and asked, "Teacher Murong, you didn't call me back to let me appreciate your cold and absolutely beautiful face." Murong Shui was immediately infuriated and laughed when she heard Lin Fan's words. Oily mouth. She glared hard at Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at Murong Shui and said with a smile, "That's what makes it look good. A great beauty like MS. Murong needs to smile more. How much color the world would have to lose otherwise." Murong Shui blankly glanced at Lin Fan and said without any good humor, "Don't be poor." After she finished, she began to talk about business. "I called you back this time. It's about the Willow City University Venture Capital Foundation." She paused for a moment, her beautiful eyes staring at Lin Fan, then asked, "Do you understand the Luchang University Venture Capital Foundation?" Lin Fan shook his head. This what Luchang University Venture Capital Foundation? He really hadn't heard of it, but it's not hard to guess from the wording that it's about investing in a college business in Willow City. However, he was very puzzled in his mind at this time. He had just started his freshman year of college, and it wasn't time for him to graduate yet. Isn't it a bit early to tell him about this Luchang University Venture Capital Foundation? He looked at Murong Shui and asked the doubt in his heart. MS. Morong, did you forget that I'm only in my freshman year now? Isn't it just a little early to ask me to join the Willow City University Venture Capital Foundation? Morong Shui gave Lin Fan a nice big blank stare. I don't have Alzheimer's yet, so of course I know you're in your freshman year. Am I asking you to join the Willowtown University Venture Capital Foundation to start a business? It's for you to provide funds to invest in students who are graduating. She mentally spat. She could only spit these words out in her heart. If she said them out loud, she was afraid that Lin Fan would dismiss her with a sentence of no money. She had promised the principal that she would snub Lin Fan. No, please go. She took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile on her face as she stared at Lin Fan, her mind brewing on how to convince him to attend. Lin Fan was startled when he saw Morong Shui's smile and hurriedly said, "Ms. Morong, you'd better keep a cold face. Why do I feel that this smile of yours is a bit unkind?" When Morong Shui heard Lin Fan's words, she glared fiercely at him, so angry that she almost stormed off. Lin Fan wanted to leave Morong Shui's office as soon as possible and hurriedly asked, "Ms. Morong, what do you want me to do directly?" When Morong Shui heard Lin Fan say that, she wasn't polite either. She realized that she just couldn't give Lin Fan a good face. There's going to be a Willow City University Venture Capital Foundation in the university's large conference room in a few minutes. She paused and added, "This Willow City University Venture Capital Foundation is for you to invest in, not to start a business." Lin Fan heard Morong Shui's explanation and sort of understood. This is for him to go and invest in those graduating seniors, but it wouldn't hurt to go over there for a bit. As for whether to invest or not, and how much to invest, it's not up to him. Okay, I'll be there now. He thought it was something else. Since Morong Shui had opened his mouth, he naturally had to give Morong Shui face. Wouldn't that make it easier to take a vacation next time? Morong Shui heard Lin Fan agree so painfully, causing her heart to let out a sigh of relief. She swallowed the words she had prepared for half a day to convince Lin Fan. Turning to Lin Fan, he said seriously, "Then hurry up and go." Lin Fan stood up and said with a smile, "See you later, Mr. Morong." After he finished speaking, he quickly left Morong Shui's office. Morong Shui looked at the departing Lin Fan with complicated eyes. Who would have thought that Lin Fan, a freshman in college, would now be participating in the Willow City University Venture Capital Foundation? The key is still to attend as an investor. Large conference room at Willow City University. Lin Fan pushed the door open. The crowd was filled with surprise when they saw Lin Fan who had entered. After all, Lin Fan's age was just too young, like a college student still in school. Which one of us here has not graduated for many years, participated in the workforce for many years, and had some achievements? Lin Fan looked at the crowd in the conference room and realized that he didn't recognize any of them, and found a seat towards the back. After all, he's here for the sauce, ready to leave after the meeting. Just as he sat down, a man in his 30s, next to him, came over. "This schoolmate, is he also here to participate in the Willow City University Venture Capital Foundation?" Doubt filled his eyes. Lin Fan was sitting here, definitely participating in the Lu Cheng University Venture Capital Foundation, but Lin Fan's age was really too young. Lin Fan glanced at the man and nodded. "You graduated early, schoolboy." The man looked at Lin Fan and sighed. In his opinion, Lin Fan should be a prodigy of the type that could skip a grade. It's nothing unusual. Willow City University has had students like this throughout its history. Not very old, but already graduated. After all, there is no shortage of prodigies in this world. Lin Fan glanced at the man and shook his head. "I haven't graduated yet." The man froze for a moment when he heard Lin Fan's words. Then he opened his mouth and asked, "You're graduating this year, schoolmate?" In his opinion, since Lin Fan was not a past graduate who came to invest, he was a student who would soon graduate. After all, this Willow City University Venture Capital Foundation is for students who are graduating. It's not impossible to have students who are graduating show up. After all, some of the students who are graduating are very confident in their projects and thinking of pulling investments on the spot. Lin Fan picked up the mineral water on the table, unscrewed it and took a sip, shook his head and said, "I'm a freshman this year." That man was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Lin Fan's words. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. "This? How is that possible? How can a freshman come to the Willow City University Venture Capital Foundation?" But looking at the other guy, it was obvious that he knew what this was for. "That's a little too much to believe. Is there a program now? And have special confidence in your program? That's too good to be true." You know they were still playing when they were freshmen. How could he not be shocked that this schoolmate already had his own project? Seeing the calm demeanor of this student, he may be a man who will become a great man in the future. Maybe the schoolboys program can really make a lot of money. Should I invest in my schoolmate's project? He looked towards Lin Fan and said to him, "Hello, senior. My name is Li Mingwei, a senior a few years above you." Lin Fan looked at Li Mingwei, put down the mineral water bottle and said, "Lin Fan." Li Mingwei smiled and said, "Good day, Senior Lin. I don't know what kind of project Senior Lin is bringing with him this time. Could you tell me a little bit about it?" Lin Fan froze for a moment when he heard Li Mingwei's words. On second thought, he understood why Li Mingwei thought so. After all, those who come here are either seniors who have graduated for many years or seniors who have not yet graduated who are looking for investment. He showed up and was naturally mistaken for a student looking for investment. Lin Fan shook his head and said, "I didn't come here with a program." He didn't say he was here to invest. After all, he was just a freshman. If he said he was here to invest, it would inevitably make people think he was bragging. There was no need for him to say that since he was just coming over to hit the sauce. If he really needs to invest, and he has a project he likes, he can just pay for it. He doesn't like to explain too much. He prefers to do it. There are times when you say too much and people may not believe you. So why waste your breath? Wouldn't it be nice to drink more water when you have that time? Li Ming froze directly before hearing Lin Fan's words. It quickly occurred to him that Lin Fan might just be here to see the world. Although there is no previous precedent for freshmen to participate in the Lucheng University Venture Capital Foundation, there is no restriction on this Lucheng University Venture Capital Foundation to not allow freshmen to come in. He thought that a student who was going to graduate should have told Lin Fan that there was the Lucheng University Venture Capital Foundation here today, so that Lin Fan could come here to learn about it in advance. He felt that such was the most reasonable explanation. He wouldn't think Lin Fan came here as an investment. After all, Lin Fan was only a freshman and didn't have a job at all. So where did he get the money to invest? Even if he was a rich kid, that money would be from his family, and there wouldn't be much of it at all. He looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile, "It turns out that Senior Lin is here in advance to get a better understanding. Then you should read it carefully. It will be helpful for pulling investments when you graduate." Lin Fan heard Li Mingwei say this and knew that the other party had misunderstood him. He wasn't going to explain, though. Still, he doesn't like to explain. He likes to do. Li Mingwei saw that Lin Fan didn't say anything and thought that he had been hit by his words. Sighing, Senior Lin, really a person with a vision. Now that he's just in his freshman year, he's starting to plan for the future. In his opinion, Lin Fan was planning for the future. He felt that Lin Fan might have a great future and was ready to make friends with Lin Fan. After all, people like Lin Fan, who knew how to plan for the future as a freshman, were too few, and could be said to be basically non-existent. Many people go to college and still don't know what they want to do in the future. At this time, Lin Fan, however, has already begun to plan for the future, and has enriched his experience in advance to make his future plans clearer. Opportunities come to those who are prepared. He believed that Lin Fan's future achievements would not be low. This matter befriends Lin Fan when he has not yet taken off, and then once Lin Fan takes off it may bring him unexpected benefits. He took out his cell phone and said to Lin Fan, "Senior Lin, let's add a contact method. We can contact each other often in the future. Although I don't have a great ability, but I still have some connections in Lucheng, so maybe I will be able to help my senior in the future." Lin Fan looked at Li Mingwei. He hadn't thought that this Li Mingwei was still a wonderful person, and befriending after knowing he was only a freshman. Even more so, he made such a promise, so it can be seen that Li Mingwei is serious. He felt that there might be a chance of cooperation with this Li Mingwei in the future. After all, an insight like this one of Li Mingwei's was difficult for many people to achieve. He took out his cell phone and friended Li Mingwei with each other. The two of them chatted about one thing or another, but of course most of the time it was still Li Mingwei talking and Lin Fan listening. Time passes by. At this time, Yan Zhenghong, the president of Willow City University, walked in. The crowd was on its feet. Yan Zhenghong is now the president of Lucheng University. We are all students out of Lucheng University, naturally want to give Yan Zhenghong face. At the same time, the congregation treasures every opportunity to come to Willow City University to participate in the Willow City University Venture Capital Foundation. This is a place where people can get in touch with each other and also find partners for the company. Plus all of them are students from Willow City University, so naturally they are a little more trusting. Even though the people were all praised veterans outside, they were very polite when they saw Yan Zhenghong. Yan Zhenghong smiled and greeted everyone. These could be said to be the god of fortune of Lucheng University. After all, the school students are counting on these people to make investments. He was naturally very polite to these people. Li Mingwei also stood up and came up to greet Yan Zhenghong. He was also very grateful to Yan Zhenghong for inviting him every time. He negotiated a partnership at the Willow City University Venture Capital Foundation last time. Yan Zhenghong finished greeting the crowd and was about to go to his seat. He saw Lin Fan sitting in the corner. At this moment, Lin Fan was leisurely drinking mineral water. Mineral water really isn't as good as lemonade, he muttered. This was the meeting place and only some mineral water was provided. He shook his head and had to settle for a drink. He couldn't have someone make him a separate glass of lemonade, could he? It's really that he's so special. Everyone greeted Yan Zhenghong. Only Lin Fan sat in the corner drinking mineral water. It was hard to keep Yan Zhenghong's attention. Yan Zhenghong immediately had a smile on his face when he saw Lin Fan. Lin Fan was the one he really cared about this time with the Lucheng University Venture Capital Foundation. After all, Lin Fan had just acquired 51% of Willow City Lush Cosmetics. He also made a point of asking Su Lucy if this acquisition of Lin Fan was true. At that time, Su Lu she gave him an affirmative answer. Hearing Su Lucy's affirmative reply immediately startled him. The current valuation of Lucheng Lushi Cosmetics Company is around $5 billion. Then to take 51% of the company's equity at least need $2.5 billion. $2.5 billion. It wasn't $25. So how could it not shock him? He heard from Su Lucy that the money was all at Lin Fan's sole disposal. That's a little scary. If the average second generation would never have been able to come up with so much money, it was evident that Lin Fan's identity background was very unusual. He believed that the money Lin Fan had at his disposal was probably much more than that. He naturally wanted to befriend Lin Fan. As long as Lin Fan can fall a little bit from his fingers in the Willow City University Venture Capital Foundation, that's also a lot more investment money than what you used to get. It used to get just over $10 million a year. With Lin Fan's wealth, taking out $10 million should be easy. After all, Lin Fan was the one who could mobilize $2.5 billion at will. He walked quickly towards Lin Fan. How could he let Lin Fan sit in the corner? The crowd all looked over when they saw Yan Zhenghong walking towards Lin Fan. Senior Wu, this young schoolmate looks very familiar. Why haven't I seen him before? I wonder if Senior Wu knows about this schoolmate. If schoolmate Zhang doesn't even know him, how could I? But seriously, this schoolmate is still really young. I just saw Schoolboy Li chatting with him. Maybe Schoolboy Li knows who this schoolboy is? This schoolmate's name is Lin Fan. He's this year's freshman and wanted to come here to learn more. So it's a freshman. I said it looked so young. But what did Principal Yan want in the past? It can't be that Principal Yan found out that this Lin student is a freshman ready to kick him out, right? Well, it really could be. After all, this Willow City University Venture Capital Foundation isn't something that just anyone can come in and participate in. It looks like this student Lin is going to be severely criticized by Principal Yan. A reprimand is inevitable. After all, Principal Yan was known as the King of Yen at the time he taught, and that was really harsh and demanding. It looks like this Lin schoolboy is going to have bad luck. Everyone looked at Lin Fan, their eyes filled with pity. After all, in their eyes Lin Fan, a freshman, was about to be taught a hard lesson by Yan Zhenghong. Yan Zhenghong arrived in front of Lin Fan, his body slightly bent down, and said with a smile, "Student Lin, you're here." The crowd was instantly confused when they heard Yan Zhenghong's words. One by one, they looked at Lin Fan in shock, their mouths unconsciously wide open, their eyes even more round as copper bells, their faces full of disbelief. This? How is that possible? What did they see? Principal Yan was so polite to a freshman. That's too much to believe. The key looked at Principal Yan's appearance, and there was even a hint of pleasing this freshman. What's this for? Is this still Principal Yan, known as King Yan? What was the origin of this freshman that made the stern Principal Yan to curry favor? The crowd looked at me. I looked at you, all puzzled. Li Mingwei was also confused at this time. The fact that Lin Fan, whom he had befriended casually, had allowed Yan Zhenghong to curry favor with him had also startled him. His eyes nearly glazed over in shock. At that time, he saw that Lin Fan was not bad in his speech and his demeanor, and thought that Lin Fan would be successful in the future. But he hadn't thought that Lin Fan would be able to make Yan Zhenghong go out of his way to curry favor. That's a little scary. It was important to know that even the few leading figures of them who had come to participate in the Venture Capital Foundation of Luchang University had not seen Yan Zhenghong reveal such a gesture. What's the origin of this Lin student? He was secretly alarmed. Lin Fan screamed in his heart when he saw Yan Zhenghong coming over. Sure enough, at this point everyone looked at him. His desire to be a saucy little transparency was now clearly out of the question. He stood up and smiled. "Hello, Principal. It's definitely inappropriate for you to be sitting down when people are saying hello next to you." Yan Zhenghong. When he saw Yan Zhenghong's appearance, he suddenly figured out that the person who told him to come to this Luchang University Venture Capital Foundation was Yan Zhenghong. He was just puzzled as to why Morong Shui wanted him to definitely participate in this Luchang University Venture Capital Foundation. Upon seeing the delight in Yan Zhenghong's eyes, he instantly understood that it must be Yan Zhenghong who had asked Morong Shui to call him here. Yan Zhenghong looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile, "You're welcome, Student Lin." He was extremely happy to see Lin Fan at this moment. When he had just come into the house, he was still a little apprehensive in his mind, afraid that Morong Shui would not be able to invite Lin Fan to participate in the Venture Capital Foundation of Luchang University. After all, a person like Lin Fan couldn't be speculated on by common sense. If Lin Fan really didn't want to come and wasn't interested, there was nothing he could do. However, it was good that Morong Shui was so forceful that she actually invited Lin Fan here. He continued, "Student Lin, how can you sit here? A seat has been prepared for you in front." He was still counting on Lin Fan to invest in this Luchang University Venture Capital Foundation. How could he let Lin Fan sit in the back corner? Lin Fan naturally understood what Yan Zhenghong meant, and he didn't squirm as he smiled and said, "Thank you, Principal." Then, he was now on everyone's radar, and trying to be a little transparent was completely out of the question. Luckily, he was thick-skinned enough that such a scene was nothing. Yan Zhenghong hurriedly asked Lin Fan to come to the front position with him. Lin Fan's seat was next to Yan Zhenghong's, so it was evident that Yan Zhenghong valued Lin Fan very highly. Everyone was looking at Lin Fan and Yan Zhenghong with puzzled faces. I don't understand why Yan Zhenghong would pay so much attention to Lin Fan. Yan Zhenghong sat down and scanned the circle, realizing that basically everyone had arrived. He smiled and said, "Welcome to Willow City University and this year's Willow City University Venture Capital Foundation. I think we all understand the purpose of the Willow City University Venture Capital Foundation, so I won't ramble on here. There are some projects that have been finalized for this year that you can look at and see if there are any you want to invest in." At this time, a middle-aged man began to give each of the people a document with the names and ideas of projects and the extent of their implementation. These programs are provided by graduating students and have been initially verified by the school. The crowd picked up the item and flipped through it. After all, there might actually be golden eggs in there that will be able to hatch super companies in the future. Lin Fan also picked up the document and flipped through it. Although he was here to hit the sauce, the appearance still had to be done. Otherwise it would be too much like he was disrespectful to Yin Zhenghong, the principal. Some of these projects he skimmed over. Some seemed overly whimsical, and some felt ordinary. He was not a professional investor after all, and his insight into the future market was not much better than that of an ordinary person. He quickly read it and closed the file, picked up the mineral water and took a sip. Yin Zhenghong's heart thumped when he saw Lin Fan reading the document so quickly. Doesn't Lin Fan have a favorite project? If you don't have a favorite project, how can you get Lin Fan to invest in it? He looked at Lin Fan and asked carefully, "Student Lin, don't you have a favorite project?" Lin Fan put down the mineral water bottle and looked at Yin Zhenghong, about to pick a fight with Yin Zhenghong that he didn't fancy the items inside. At this time, the system voice suddenly sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Release the mission. As a great tycoon, the incubation of new projects is also necessary. Investing in a college student entrepreneurship program at Willow City University. Accepting the mission. Rewarded with an annual startup fund of $100 million. Mission denied. No reward. Note, venture funds can only be used for the Willowtown University venture program and cannot be withdrawn. After the project is successfully hatched, the subsequent funding will be taken care of by the host himself. Lin Fan instantly froze when he heard the system mission. $100 million a year in startup funds? The system is up to something. Although $100 million is nothing to him, but giving $100 million for nothing also made his heart very happy. According to the system, this $100 million can only be used for the investment of new projects. When the project is successfully incubated, the subsequent investment will have to come out of his real money. But that's pretty good. The cost of trial and error up front is all out of the system. The project is incubated and the investment risk is greatly reduced. Is this the system's way of putting him in the limelight? He had just heard some people investing amounts, hundreds of thousands, up to $2 million. If he took out $100 million at once to invest, it would be hard not to make a splash. When he just chatted with Li Mingwei, he heard Li Mingwei mention that the investment amount of this Lucheng University Venture Capital Foundation is almost around $10 million every year. System, do you want me to be in the limelight so badly? He muttered in his mind. But since there was $100 million of investment money, there was no way that he would waste it like that. What if a few good projects are hatched in the future? The rewards in time are dozens and hundreds of times greater. He pondered for a moment and said to Yin Zhenghong, "Headmaster, this is what I think. I'll put aside $100 million a year as a startup fund for college students at Willow City University." When Yin Zhenghong heard Lin Fan's words, he stood up directly from his chair with a prancing sound. He looked at Lin Fan in shock, his mouth wide open and his eyes rolling round and round. This? Lin Fan is actually going to take out $100 million for a startup fund? That's too much. $100 million. He had originally thought that he would be satisfied if Lin Fan could come up with $10 million. How could he not expect Lin Fan to ask for $100 million at the drop of a hat? How could this not shock him? If we had $100 million, the budget for the school program would be greatly enriched. The probability of successful project incubation is also greatly increased. Not only will it help Lucheng University to solve the employment problem of a large number of students, but it will also greatly increase the popularity of Lucheng University. Think about it. When people hear that Willow City University has $100 million a year to support college students' entrepreneurship, will it be able to attract more excellent talents to study at Willow City University? That way Willowtown University as a whole will flourish. It can be said that Lin Fan's $100 million can make the future of Lucheng University become unlimited possibilities. When the crowd heard that Lin Fan was going to take out $100 million to support college student entrepreneurship, they all froze in their tracks. Each one of them looked at Lin Fan with a face full of shock, their eyes as round as copper bells. This? How is that possible? Schoolmate Lin actually took out $100 million to support college students' entrepreneurship? That's too scary. $100 million. That's not a dollar. Some of them have companies that are currently around $100 million in size, and some of them are even in the tens of millions. How can they not have their livers quivering? They used to think they could make their companies into tens of millions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars and act like successful people all day long. Now that they saw that Lin Fan had come out with $100 million, they realized that they were still a poor person. Not to mention asking them to come up with $100 million. It would be very difficult to come up with $10 million. Listening to Lin Fan's casual tone of voice, what people felt was not $100 million, but just a dollar. What's even more frightening is that Lin Fan means to put out $100 million a year. That's $100 million a year. How rich does one have to be to come up with $100 million a year? That's too scary. After the crowd was shocked, some began to have doubts. After all, Lin Fan was too young, only a freshman. Even if he was a rich second generation, even if he had money, that money was from his family. Would the family allow Lin Fan to just take out $100 million to invest? There are rich kids among them, but when they went to school, their families wouldn't give them much money at all. Of course, even if it's not much, it's a lot more than the average person's pocket money. but that's it. There's not a lot of money they can come up with. Investments? The family would simply not agree. Without any experience, your family will give you money to invest? Unless someone in the family especially spoils you. But even so, to come up with $100 million to invest is a pipe dream. Even if your family is spoiling you, they won't take out $100 million for you to go down the drain for no reason. After all, anyone who seems to be just a freshman taking money and investing it is a shot in the dark. Senior Wu, do you think this Senior Lin is telling the truth? What do you think, schoolmate Zhang? I think that Senior Lin is just saying that. After all, it's $100 million. And even more crucial is to come up with $100 million every year. I think that student Lin is also suspected of exaggerating. After all, Lin has just started his freshman year. Would his family give so much money to support him? Yes, $100 million a year. Even if the family has a mind, it can't be such a loser. But looking at Principal Yan's attitude towards Senior Lin, I feel that Senior Lin's origin is bound to be extraordinary. So what if it's extraordinary? Even the young master of the world's richest man wouldn't dare to be so defeated. That's true, but isn't there any fear of embarrassment when this is said? After all, it's too big of an embarrassment to say something on this kind of occasion and not be able to take it out when the time comes. It's not up to Lin's schoolmate to decide when to give the money. It's not like it has to be given on the spot, is it? That's true. When the time comes, just find a reason to tell Principal Yan that this money can't be taken out. Can Principal Yan still force schoolboy Lin to take it? But I can't figure out why Senior Lin said that if he can't get $100 million. Little youngsters nowadays love to pretend. Look, not everyone on the scene was shocked when they heard schoolboy Lin's words, and he managed to become the center of attention of the room. Alas, it's all vanity. Young people nowadays are really confusing. Lin Fan saw that Yan Zhenghong wasn't speaking and was fuming. At once, he spoke up and asked, "Headmaster, Principal." Yan Zhenghong instantly woke up when he heard Lin Fan's words. Student Lin, is what you just said true? He was very apprehensive at this time. After all, it was $100 million. Would Lin Fan really take it out? Lin Fan looked at the somewhat nervous Yan Zhenghong and said with a smile, "Principal Yan, do you think I'm joking? It's only $100 million. Not to mention the fact that the system was paying for it this time. He could easily take it out himself. After all, he's still got billions lying around in his bank card eating dust there every day." Hearing Lin Fan's words, Yan Zhenghong hurriedly waved his hands and said, No, it's just that $100 million is a little too intimidating. I can't blame him for making a fuss. After all, since Luchang University established the Luchang University Venture Capital Foundation, it has never received so much investment capital. Lin Fan never liked to explain too much about what he was doing, and said with a smile, "Principal, the card number on this document is the card number of the investment fund that the school uses specifically for college students to start their own businesses, right?" Yan Zhenghong nodded and said, "Yes. Anyone who frequents the Willowtown University Venture Capital Foundation knows that this is the dedicated card number. After all, most people invest on site and can transfer money through this card number." He didn't understand what Lin Fan meant when he asked for the card number. He hadn't thought that Lin Fan would transfer money on the spot. After all, this was $100 million. He thought Lin Fan had to prepare for it anyways. After all, $100 million is not a small amount for anyone. He thought about checking with Lin Fan when the meeting was adjourned, asking when the money would arrive and in how many installments. He didn't dare to think that Lin Fan would call this $100 million at once. Lin Fan took out his cell phone and randomly tapped something. And in his mind, he said to the system, "Transfer the entrepreneurial fund to this card at the school." Soon a system voice sounded in Lin Fan's head. "Transfer completed." The system is as fast as ever. It's almost as if he's faster than the legendary Chow Chow. Yan Zhenghong didn't understand how Lin Fan suddenly played with his cell phone. Maybe there's work to take care of? So he thought in his mind. After all, Lin Fan was different from other students. Lin Fan lifted his head, put down his cell phone, and said with a smile, "It passed." Yan Zhenghong didn't react for a moment when he heard Lin Fan's words. What passed? What's that supposed to mean? He looked at Lin Fan with a puzzled face, wanting to hear his explanation. At that moment, a middle-aged woman ran in. The woman blurted out, Principal, it's not good." Yan Zhenghong's face turned very ugly when he heard the woman yelling. Although these people were all students out of Willow City University, they couldn't be so unruly and yell, "Accountant Yang, what's wrong with you? Can't you see I'm in the middle of a meeting here?" His face was unpleasant, with some anger. Accountant Yang didn't bother to look at Yan Zhenghong's face, but said with a bit of a stutter, "School, headmaster, was it one of the students who had overpaid just now?" When Yan Zhenghong heard Accountant Yang's words, he immediately frowned slightly. "Too much money? Haven't signed the contract yet? What's with the extra shots?" He was directly confused by Accountant Yang. He looked at Accountant Yang and asked with a frown, "Accountant Yang, speak more clearly. What hit more than one?" The crowd also looked at this Accountant Yang with curiosity. Accountant Yang took a deep breath, calmed down, and said with a trembling voice, "Principal, just a moment ago, we suddenly received a transfer of $100 million on the special card number for our venture capital. I think someone must have lost the wrong amount of money. It's $100 million. How could it not make her tremble? Lin Fan looked at accountant Yang and said with a smile, this money is not a mistake. It's good to receive it. Yan Zhenghong was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Lin Fan's words. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were as round as brass bells. This? Lin Fan actually did call over $100 million. That's too soon. It was almost too fast for him to react. He had just been contemplating discussing the investment with Lin Fan at the end of the meeting. However, before he could even say anything, the other Lin Fan called this 100 million without saying a word. That's too ho-hum. It's simply trenchant. How did transferring $100 million make him feel faster than transferring $1? How rich is this Lin Fan? $100 million said to be transferred without a moment's delay.